Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 982 to Chapter 1054. Although the Federation continued to mine resources, the number of resource planets under their control was still limited. In this aspect, the Dragon Horse Galaxy had a huge advantage. Over the past few years, the Tenryu and Tianma had also focused on the research of battleship technology. They already had their own battleships. Although they couldn't be compared to the Douluo Federation's battleships, they already had a prototype. Their biggest advantage was that the Dragon Horse Galaxy was rich in resources. Once they had enough time, the Dragon Horse Galaxy would be able to develop energy cores like Dragon Origin crystals. In the future, the development of battleships would definitely speed up. In a situation where the resources were completely suppressed, the Dragon Horse Galaxy would be able to catch up to human technology in at most a few hundred years. When that time came, the Federation would be destroyed. The Federation had always known this would happen, but the cost of an all-out war was too great. The Parliament didn't dare to make a decision so easily. They could only focus on developing themselves, which was why the war was delayed. The Dragon Origin Crystal incident had a huge impact on the Federation. Before they could do anything, the Tenryu had already attacked the Federation. If they continued to wait, the Federation would become more and more passive. It was time to take the initiative. They had to suppress the development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Otherwise, the Douluo Federation's development speed wouldn't be able to keep up. Even if the battleships developed by the Dragon Horse Galaxy were relatively weak, with the support of sufficient resources, they would be able to produce more battleships than the Douluo Federation in a short time. It would be too late to make a move then. Furthermore, the Dragon Horse Galaxy had many top-tier powerhouses. The Tenryu and Tianma both had transcendent god-rank powerhouses. Therefore, after continuing the secret meeting, the Federation finally passed the order to launch a war against the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This wasn't a decisive battle, but a war of annihilation. The goal of the war was to weaken the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star's strength, and focus on their battleship production. The Federation had also been investigating the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Federation was also very clear about the locations of the important military bases in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. And these places were the targets of their attack this time. The first and second space fleets are also approaching the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They will be our backup force. This time, the military's order was only one word: hurry. We will launch a blitzkrieg attack on the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Destroy their military and research facilities as much as possible. If possible, plunder a certain amount of resources. Xianxia frowned and said, "Captain, if we launch an attack this time, what about the surveillance blockade? Once we move, the surveillance blockade will definitely be disrupted. Once the enemy powerhouses break into the Federation star field, I'm afraid there will be big trouble." Xianxia said in a low voice, "We can't care about that. Our attack was so sudden that the other party might not be able to react in time." At the same time, the Federation had already notified the Battle God Temple, Spirit Pagoda, Shrek Academy, Tangmen, and other parties. Once the Dragon Horse Galaxy's experts infiltrate the Federation, they will work together to fight back. Lan Xuanyu had been standing at the back and listening quietly. He already somewhat understood. The positions guarded by the Federation space fleets were all releasing surveillance blockades. This was a type of super radar that could cover a vast star field. Once an enemy entered this range, they would be discovered immediately and even locked onto. The Federation used this method to prevent the Tenryu and Tianma powerhouses from attacking the Federation. This was probably the reason why the Tenryu Star's first seat only sent a projection to attack. As for the Nifa's planet, it was probably because the threat wasn't high enough that they didn't implement such a blockade. Otherwise, would the interstellar pirates still want to plunder the Federation? That was simply impossible. If the 7th Fleet launched an attack now, the surveillance blockade would be incomplete, and there was a possibility that the local powerhouses could break into the Federation. But for this military operation, they probably couldn't care less. The core goal of this war is to destroy as much as possible. Destroy the military bases in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Currently, there are 107 targets. Among them, there are 38 large-scale targets. Obtaining resources is secondary. Therefore, after the war starts, while attacking from the front, we will also launch infiltration attacks on these targets. Some places even require landing operations. We will make use of the space carrier's firepower to suppress the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star. At the same time, we will use special tactics to lure the enemy deep in, and then heavily injure them and suppress their powerhouses. In terms of landing operations, we need to be fast. General Shen. At this point, Xianxia's gaze turned to Xianxia. Present. Xianxia immediately stood at attention. You will be in charge of the 3rd Dragon Combat Division. This landing operation is the best opportunity to obtain merits. Our brother's merits will depend on your command. I believe that this type of battle is most suitable for you. I understand, I promise to complete the mission. Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia said, our 7th Fleet will be the main force this time, luring the enemy deep in, and destroying the enemy. This will mainly depend on us. The specific operation is still in a state of secrecy. Landing forces, get ready. Once the main battlefield has established a target, the landing operation will begin immediately. Yes. Everyone stood at attention and saluted. Lan Xuanyu also hurriedly did the same. Lieutenant General Xianxia didn't say what the mission this time was, and what the fleet's attack method was, but he could vaguely guess that it was related to the Dragon Origin Crystal. When he first discovered the Dragon Origin Crystal, he was immediately attacked by the projection of the Tenryu Star's first seat. The other party's final attack threw them towards the star. At least from the other party's point of view, the possibility of his corpse being destroyed was very high. After the Federation received the news, although he didn't know what they did, it shouldn't have startled the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Moreover, they started the war so quickly, and the preparation time was so short, yet he was able to coincide with the timing. He didn't believe that it had nothing to do with the Dragon Origin Crystal. If they used the Dragon Origin Crystal to start this war, then they might really cause the Dragon Horse Galaxy to suffer a great loss. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu nodded in his heart. The Federation's decision was very fast. If they could use this opportunity to cause a heavy blow to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it could be considered as revenge for him. The pain he suffered back then wouldn't be in vain. Major General Lan Xuanyu. Just as Lan Xuanyu was thinking, Xianxia's voice suddenly came. At the same time, the eyes of all the officers fell on Lan Xuanyu. Yes. Lan Xuanyu stood at attention. Xianxia said in a deep voice, this time, your team will also participate in the landing operation, and you will be assigned an important task. Is there a problem? No problem, I promise to complete the task. Lan Xuanyu said immediately. When he thought of being able to participate in such a large-scale battle, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Xianxia smiled and said, good. The meeting will end here. The specific actions will be sent to each department in a confidential form, so everyone should be prepared. The mobilization order will be issued later. Meeting adjourned, Major General Lan Xuanyu, you stay behind. Everyone saluted again, and the military meeting came to an end. The other senior officers of Dragon 3 went to busy themselves. Xianxia waved to Lan Xuanyu and motioned him to come to his side. Lan Xuanyu took a few steps forward and came to Xianxia's side. This was the first time he saw the captain, so he wasn't familiar with him. Xianxia smiled and said, General Yumukin specially introduced you to me. I rarely heard him praise someone so much. It can be seen that you are different. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood why he was assigned to Dragon 3. It seemed that Xianxia and General Yumukin should belong to the same faction in the military. No wonder he was assigned here. Was it to take care of him? Xianxia said, the significance of this war is extraordinary. If we can achieve victory in this phase, it will bring us a greater opportunity. In these years, the Federation has accelerated the development of space fleets, and their technological progress is extremely fast. But our enemy's development speed is also very fast, and we need to curb it. In the following period of the war, you and your team can come to my headquarters to observe. Until the initial goal of the campaign is achieved, then you can follow the operations department to carry out missions. Lan Xuanyu's eyes focused, and his heart could not help but feel touched. He once again saluted Xianxia. "Thank you for your guidance, Captain." Xianxia was a high-ranking officer of the 7th Fleet, and his importance in the 7th Fleet was definitely at the top. The 4 Dragon King-class frigates were second only to the mothership. The importance of the mission in the war could be imagined. To be able to personally witness Xianxia's command of Long San in the headquarters, Lan Xuanyu's accumulation of experience in space warfare was simply immeasurable. Not to mention that he was still a recruit, even many high-ranking officers did not have such an opportunity. The commander of a large warship had to look at the overall situation, and every order could very likely be related to success or failure. Xianxia looked at Lan Xuanyu's expression and knew that he understood his meaning. It was easy to talk to smart people. His impression of Lan Xuanyu was also very good. This young man was too spirited, with a dignified appearance and a tall and straight figure. Under the military uniform, the demeanor of a soldier was enough to make anyone admire him. If there was a charm attribute, Lan Xuanyu would definitely score full marks in this aspect. In addition, General Yumukin's extra praise for Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu's significance in other aspects, Xianxia naturally wanted to promote him. Of course, it also depended on Lan Xuanyu's own performance. After all, his status as a major general was relatively low. If he wanted to truly become a general, there were still many things he needed to do. In the army, merit was still important. He had just joined the army, yet he was already participating in such a large-scale battle. Naturally, his chances of obtaining merits were much higher. This was naturally an opportunity for Lan Xuanyu. This was also the reason why Yumukin wanted him to arrive at the 7th Fleet at this time. As the main attacking force, the 7th Fleet naturally had a higher chance of obtaining military merits. Alright, then you should go and rest first. Before the war begins, I will send someone to inform you to come over. Xianxia said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu said, "Captain, I have a small request." "Oh?" Xianxia looked at Lan Xuanyu curiously. Lan Xuanyu said, "This time, we also brought a Meteor-class assault ship with us. It's our original warship. It might be useful in the future war. Can you register it here and confirm that it belongs to our fleet?" Xianxia said, "That's easy. I'll get someone to bring you to register and confirm your communication connection. Everything will be fine after that." "Thank you, Captain." Lan Xuanyu saluted him again. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite when it's just us. You're still young, so you can be considered my junior. I'll just call you by your name. Xianyu, this war is extremely important for the Federation. It's also important for us soldiers. Where do the merits of a soldier come from? It's from the battlefield. War is the opportunity for us soldiers to show our ability. Soldiers in peacetime will never be so important. Since a real man joins the army, he must achieve something. I will choose an appropriate time for you to participate in this war, but all I can do is give you opportunities. To what extent you can achieve, it's up to you." "I understand, thank you." Lan Xuanyu didn't salute this time. Instead, he bowed to Xianxia as a junior. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. "Go." After leaving Long San's command center, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. It seemed like this year's military career was going to be incomparably exciting. He first had to register the Xianxia Wings battleship. Then, he would inform his companions and have them prepare. It was a pity that their Xianxia Wings had already been scattered and couldn't move together. Otherwise, it would be better if everyone gathered together. But there were also benefits to being scattered. If they were scattered everywhere, as long as everyone displayed enough ability in the war, it would be easier to obtain the total number of merits. However, he wasn't without worry. In this kind of large-scale war, individual combat strength would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong an individual was, they would be as weak as an ant in the face of a battleship's main cannon. Although they were all two-word battle armor masters, their individual strength was already very good. But in this kind of war, it was still very easy to be killed. Therefore, safety was the most important thing. After registering the Xianxia Wings battleship, they directly docked it inside Long San's command center for maintenance. Only then did Lan Xuanyu return to his residence and inform his companions that the war was about to begin. It was also at this time that the war mobilization order was issued. They discovered that the color of the lights in all the rooms had changed from their original warm colors to cold colors. Although the war hadn't yet begun, a somber atmosphere had already pervaded the air. It made everyone feel a sense of urgency. Through the communication channel, Lan Xuanyu reminded the other teams in the Traistromsa wings that once they entered the war, safety was the most important thing. They must not enter the main battlefield and fight head-on. The main cannon of any battleship could be destructive to them. If there was danger, they were to immediately ask for help. On the surface, the 7th Fleet didn't look any different from before. It was still neatly arranged in space. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that the frequency of many transport ships moving between the fleets had increased. It was obvious that they were allocating resources. Knock knock knock. Lan Xuanyu was looking at a star map in his bedroom. He stood up and walked over to open the door. Outside the door was Bai Xiuxiu. Lan Xuanyu invited her into the room. As soon as she entered, she saw a three-dimensional star map floating on the table. "Oh, Commander, are you studying battle tactics?" Bai Xiuxiu smiled. Lan Xuanyu said, "I'm looking at the star map of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. We're roughly in this position. If we attack, the first target should be Tianma Star." As he spoke, he pointed to a large star on the star map. "As long as we move, the Dragon Horse Galaxy's army will definitely discover us and intercept us. The first battle on the main battlefield is the most important. If we lose, it's very likely that we'll be routed. If we win, we'll have the opportunity to enter the Dragon Horse Galaxy and conduct landing operations to destroy and obtain resources." Bai Xiuxiu looked at the star map and said, "From what you told us before, the Federation seems to be very confident of victory on the main battlefield." Lan Xuanyu said, "I think so too, although I don't know what the Federation is going to do. But I have a feeling that it has something to do with the secret of the dragon origin crystal we discovered last time." Bai Xiuxiu said, "Then what are you thinking about?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I'm thinking, if I'm the commander, how can I use the dragon origin crystal to win this battle? Then we can take advantage of the imbalance of information on both sides and tilt the battle in our favor." Bai Xiuxiu's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. "This concerns the entire battlefield. It's not something that can be done with simple battle tactics. I'm afraid it will be very complicated. Don't think too much. Rest well first. After all, once the battle starts, we may not have time to rest." "Xianyu, do you know why I came to find you?" Lan Xuanyu smiled. "Because you like me. Come, let me kiss you. I'll get more inspiration." As he spoke, he moved closer to Bai Xiuxiu, but Bai Xiuxiu pushed him aside. "You wish. Stop fooling around and listen to me." Bai Xiuxiu grabbed Lan Xuanyu's hands. She raised her head and stared into Lan Xuanyu's eyes. "The war is about to begin. We are just a small and insignificant part of the army. I know your personality. When you fight, you like to use surprise attacks the most. You use unconventional moves in order to obtain the greatest benefits. This is your way of fighting, and I support you. However, when you make any decisions, you must pay attention to your safety. Just like when you reminded everyone. What I want to tell you is that in the future missions, I will be wherever you are. If you are in danger, I will also be in danger. So, you have to protect me, and you have to protect yourself. I don't care about military exploits, I just want you to be safe. War is an opportunity for soldiers, but it is also the cruelest." Looking at Bai Xiuxiu's gradually reddening eyes, Lan Xuanyu nodded seriously. "I understand. Xiuxiu, don't worry, I will not take risks easily. The incident with Nana teacher last time has already taught me a profound lesson." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Xiuxiu into his arms and hugged her delicate body tightly. Bai Xiuxiu pressed her cheek against his shoulder. "I don't care about the outcome of the war. I only care that after the war is over, everyone will still be here. To be honest, if I have a choice, I really don't want to see a war." The two of them hugged each other like this, silently feeling each other's heartbeat and feeling each other's warmth. No matter how many people were unwilling to see a war, or how many people wanted to achieve great things in a war, war still came. The 7th Fleet was like a dragon that had just awakened. The main thrusters at the rear of all the battleships lit up and started moving. Just as Lan Xuanyu expected, the 7th Fleet was heading in the direction of one of the two main planets of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, Tianma Star. From where they were stationed to Tianma Star, it would only take 5 days if they flew at full speed and jumped through wormholes. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 was already in the battle command. Of course, they only had the right to listen in. At the same time, unless Xianxia gave the order, they were not allowed to leave the command center. This was to protect military secrets. Through the huge 270-degree porthole, one could clearly see the battleships flying in space. 4 Dragon King-class frigates surrounded the mothership. A large number of other battleships surrounded them. We're about to enter the first jump. Everyone, get into position and prepare to jump. Activate 45% of the protective shield. Xianxia sat on the main seat and continuously gave out orders. Through his observations, Lan Xuanyu realized that the Dragon King-class frigate had more missions than he had imagined. A space fleet was arranged in such a way. The highest level was naturally the mothership. But in reality, the mothership was only in charge of the mobilization of the 4 Dragon King-class frigates and only issued missions for the 4 frigates. Each Dragon King-class frigate was in charge of 3 War God-class battleships under its command. Every battleship was in charge of its own Meteor-class assault ship and Meteorite-class reconnaissance ship. Thus, a pyramid-like system was formed. Thus, Long San not only had to manage himself, he also had to manage the 3 battleships below him. These 3 battleships formed a semicircle around Long San's periphery. They brought along lower-grade battleships to guard the outside. The entire fleet of battleships was formed from the inside to the outside. The more powerful the battleship, the more it was at the core. The first time the wormhole opened, Lan Xuanyu could deeply feel the power of this large battleship. With the protective shield activated, the entire process of the wormhole jump was extremely stable. There was not even any vibration. It was no different from flying normally. Although the Dragon King-class frigate's protective shield was only activated to 45%, it did not only protect itself, but also a large number of small battleships around it, including the battleships, as they jumped through the wormhole together. On the other hand, the mothership released an even larger protective shield, almost protecting the entire fleet. The 7th Fleet was a complete whole. Looking at everything outside the porthole, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 only had one feeling in their hearts. Magnificent, as expected of the Douluo Federation's most powerful fighting force, Lan Xuanyu's group could only rest in the command center, meditating and resting in their seats. During wartime, there was no real food to eat. Everyone had to eat high-calorie nutrition paste. Even Xianxia, the captain of the ship, was no exception. This was the rule of the space fleet. During wartime, even the fleet commander could only eat nutrition paste. This was because the nutrition paste could replenish the nutrients needed by the human body in the shortest amount of time. 3 days later, after the 4th wormhole jump, the 7th Fleet's speed suddenly began to slow down. Through Xianxia's orders and observations, Lan Xuanyu discovered that all the battleships of the 7th Fleet below the Meteor class, including the transport ships, had circled to the rear of the fleet. The entire fleet began to change their formation. The 4 Dragon King-class frigates lined up in a row. The mothership flew out from the center and was at the front. The 12 battleships were behind the Dragon King-class frigates. The 3 most powerful battleships formed a triangular formation and flew forward. All the small battleships and transport ships flew behind. Beep beep beep. An ear-piercing alarm sounded. The light in the command center became brighter. On the large screen at the side, the radar is constantly zooming in and exploring. Xianxia stood up and said in a deep voice, "We are about to enter the battle zone. All troops, prepare for battle." Lan Xuanyu also saw the enemy through the large screen. They were shining dots that were especially clear in space. The Dragon Horse Galaxy had obviously discovered the 7th Fleet's advance. Of course, they would not place the battle near Tianma Star. Therefore, when they were 2 days away from Tianma Star, they set up their formation and prepared for battle. The distance between the two sides gradually closed. As the commander of Dragon 3, Xianxia did not seem nervous at all. He turned around and waved at Lan Xuanyu. "Xianyu, come here." Lan Xuanyu quickly stood up and went to Xianxia's side. In the command center, the high-ranking officers were all staff officers. The other high-ranking officers were all at their own posts and not at the command center. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Zoom in on the image." On the large screen, the image was zoomed in and the battleships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy appeared on the screen. Xianxia said to Lan Xuanyu, "In terms of battleship technology, although the Dragon Horse Galaxy is trying their best to catch up, the gap between them and us is still very large. This is also why we have absolute confidence in defeating them in a direct battle. If it is a direct battle, even if they have a 30% chance of defeating us, they will not allow us to seal off the airspace in the direction of the Federation. This is because in terms of resources, they will definitely have more. If they can block us in a direct battle for a period of time, they will be able to produce more battleships. In fact, we have been fighting a war of attrition for the past few years to ensure that the number and power of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships are not enough to pose a threat to us. Look, the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships are like a motley crew." Lan Xuanyu was currently looking at the image on the large screen. This was the first time he saw an alien battleship. Sure enough, it was as Xianxia said. The Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships were like a motley crew. The main reason was that their battleships differed greatly from each other. First, Lan Xuanyu saw a battleship that looked a little like a fish. From the data displayed on the radar, this battleship was about 300 meters long. Its surface was covered in brown scales that emitted layers of light. Clearly, it was equipped with defensive properties. There were 3 pairs of wings spread out on top of it. The back of the wings were emitting light. Beside it, there were more than a dozen such warships of different sizes. The smallest was only the size of a meteorite-class scout ship, while the largest was 300 meters long. These dozen warships formed a single unit and flew together. Beside them, there was another type of warship. This type of warship was about the same size, about 150 meters long. The front end was flat and wide, like a hammerhead, with honeycomb-shaped nozzles. The back was long and narrow, with thrusters arranged from the waist to the sides. In the center of the enemy fleet, there were 2 types of warships that were the most numerous. There were more than 200 warships each. One of them was silver-white in color and was shaped like a shuttle. Relatively speaking, it was the closest to a human warship. It looked a little like an Ares battleship, but it was 1/3 smaller. At the same time, they were of different sizes, but the overall shape of the warships was about the same. The other type of warship was fan-shaped, with the curved side facing forward, and the flat surface behind it was filled with thrusters. One could see that the curved side of the warship had a sense of sharpness, and there was a light blade emitting from it. They were also of different sizes. The largest warship was more than 200 meters wide, and it gave off a fierce feeling. The enemy fleet had more than 1,000 warships of different sizes. In terms of numbers, they were far above the 7th Fleet. However, just as Xianxia had said, this was just a ragtag group of soldiers. There were more than 10 types of warships, and they were obviously not under the same command. They each had their own region. Even so, such a large number of warships still seemed to cover the sky and earth in the distance, and they formed a semicircle around the 7th Fleet. Xianxia's expression was not serious at all. He said to Lan Xuanyu, "See? They are using quantity to fight quality. In terms of combat power, their warships are far inferior, but the Dragon Horse Galaxy is rich in resources, and they can build warships very quickly. However, their combat power is still not up to par. However, compared to the last time when they confronted us, their numbers have increased. The longer the war lasts, the more resources they are fighting for. Therefore, I have always thought that the sooner the war against the Dragon Horse Galaxy starts, the better." Both fleets stopped in the sky and faced each other. They did not start the war immediately. The huge mothership of the 7th Fleet emitted a faint halo, and a faint blue light condensed on its surface. One could clearly see the huge cannons opening up, and for a moment, it was impossible to count how many cannons there were on the mothership. All the Federation warships had their weapons and shields fully activated. The mothership at the front and 4 Dragon King-class frigates were lined up horizontally, and behind them were the battleships. Looking at the densely packed enemy warships, Lan Xuanyu's heartbeat couldn't help but increase in speed. This was the first time he faced with such a cosmic-scale war. In front of this scale of space war, his strength was very small. He was now like a staff officer, following beside Xianxia and listening to Xianxia's analysis and explanation of the battlefield. In a space war a war is a war. Especially is a war. A war. If it was a complicated terrain like a meteorite belt, the opponent might have a chance. However, in open terrain, the two sides were competing with firepower. Or at least at the start of the war. In front of powerful firepower, all techniques are useless. It depends on whose energy is stronger and whose weapons are more advanced. If there is a complicated terrain, the first thing to do is to clear the terrain. Even if there is a small planet blocking the way, the small planet must be destroyed first. Xianxia spoke very calmly, but from his words, one could tell how confident he was in the strength of the space fleet. Currently, from the comparison of the fleets, the total number of space fleets in the Dragon Horse Galaxy is about the same as our 3 fleets. Moreover, we have to spread out our defenses. The reason why the Federation hasn't launched an all-out attack is because we are worried about the infiltration of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The destructive power of these powerhouses is too strong. If they enter our administrative planet, it is possible for them to destroy the entire planet by themselves. Even if our warship cannons can destroy them, it would be at the cost of the entire planet. This is something we can't afford. Therefore, we haven't launched an all-out attack on the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Dragon Horse Galaxy is also aware of this. If their top powerhouses attack our planet, then our mothership's cannons will definitely rain down on their main planet. It's equivalent to both sides having trump cards, and no one dares to easily overturn them. Within the Federation, including the Shrek Academy, Tangmen, the War God Temple, and the Spirit Pagoda, they are all gathering all kinds of resources in hopes of nurturing a transcendent, but it's too difficult to reach that level. Even our mother planet doesn't seem to have enough energy. Therefore, there hasn't been a transcendent. If we had a few transcendent powerhouses to suppress the top powerhouses in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, we would have launched an all-out attack on them long ago. Lan Xuanyu seemed to be implying something in his words. He understood that this captain probably already knew about Uncle Yu's breakthrough to the transcendent grade. After all, it was done right under the nose of the 7th Fleet. It's about to begin. Believe it or not, the other party won't fight us head-on and will retreat after a few gestures. They want to harass us. They want to delay our attack, Xianxia said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. Because they can't block our firepower head-on? Yes, they can't. Even if we only have 1 fleet, we won't be able to win against so many of their warships. However, they won't be able to break through our defenses. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. On the other hand, our cannons can tear apart their defenses and continuously reduce their numbers. All fleets, get ready. The red lights lit up, and the entire command center turned red. Xianxia did not give the order. Instead, he turned to Lan Xuanyu and said, "The fleet will fight together, and all commands will be carried out by the command center. Before the order is given, the battleships and above will move together." The red light means that the mothership has taken over control of our warships. Only then did Lan Xuanyu come to a realization. No wonder he had seen in the videos before. In space battles, when a huge fleet launched an all-out attack, it was actually so unified. It turned out that it was the result of the motherships operating at the same time. "Captain, will this kind of control be easily stolen by the enemy?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "It won't, at least not with the current known universe technology. Because this kind of remote control of other warships is not only through electronic waves, but also through the memory of biological waves. The two are combined. Simply put, it's the combination of consciousness and electronic waves. If the mothership wants to control us, they will first have to exchange electronic passwords with us, and this password will change at any time. Secondly, there needs to be a god-level expert using his consciousness as a bridge, and through a special transmission device, the electronic waves and consciousness will be combined. A unique communication will be carried out. Moreover, when we are communicating internally, our protective shield will be fully activated, blocking all external electronic waves. Therefore, it's impossible to steal our control. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. At this time, Xianxia's gaze turned to the large screen and said in a low voice, "It's begun." Sure enough, the Dragon King-class frigate suddenly shook, and then Lan Xuanyu saw that the outside of the porthole was covered by a layer of light. For a moment, space could not be seen through the porthole, only filled with light. He quickly turned his head to look at the large screen beside him. The panoramic projection on the battlefield showed that with the mothership as the center, the 4 Dragon King-class frigates and the 12 War God-class battleships opened fire. Huge soul cannon beams swept across the enemy like plowing through a hole in a courtyard. In an instant, they covered the enemy. The enemy also lit up at the same time. Thousands of battleships erupted with various colors and fired at the Federation. Similar to Xianxia's previous judgment, the enemy's battleships couldn't stop the 7th Fleet's cannon fire. Battleships exploded one after another. On the 7th Fleet's side, the mothership's defensive barrier exploded with a series of resplendent halos, but not a single enemy beam was able to break through the barrier. Amidst the violent explosions, the sound couldn't be transmitted to the interior of the battleship, but the tremors could. Even with the protection of the barrier, Long San was still constantly shaking. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. This kind of pure head-on collision was definitely magnificent and powerful. But in his heart, he actually didn't like this kind of fighting method. There was no strategy to speak of in this kind of fighting method. It was just a head-on collision, bombardment, and victory with cannon fire. "Captain, is there no strategy to fighting in open space at all?" Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Xianxia said, "It's not that there are no strategies. It's just that when our defensive barrier is strong enough, and the enemy can't break through it, then what's the use of strategies? Even if they go around to our back, they still can't break through our defense. Why is the mothership so important in a space fleet? It's not because of how strong its offensive power is, but because of its defensive power. Did you notice that the mothership doesn't have a particularly powerful main cannon? It's not that we don't have one, but we can't use it easily. It consumes too much energy. All the energy is used for defense. With the mothership and the 4 Dragon King corvettes as the core, the overall defensive barrier of the fleet is formed. Even a transcendent won't be able to break through. That's where we're the strongest. That's why the powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy came up with a plan to destroy us from the inside." Lan Xuanyu knew that the internal destruction he was talking about must be the Dragon Origin crystals. At this moment, the battleships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy on the other side changed their formation. Thousands of battleships quickly spread out and surrounded the 7th Fleet like a big pocket. In the previous round of firing, the enemy had lost at least 30 larger battleships. This was also because the distance between the two sides was too far, and the power of the cannons couldn't be fully unleashed. The 7th Fleet, on the other hand, slowly moved forward, maintaining the power of their cannons as they fired forward and to the sides. This Dragon Galaxy's attack couldn't break through the defense of the 7th Fleet. This made this battle seem a little boring. Xianxia smiled and said, "Now, let's see if they can endure it." Xianxia said, "You don't have to take the credit if you can endure it." With that said, he pointed at the general star on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. It was obvious that the Federation already had a plan to deal with the Dragon Origin crystals. It was specifically targeted at the enemy. If the enemy used the Dragon Origin crystals at this time, it would mean that the enemy's plan would be exposed. One space fleet might not be enough to satisfy the enemy's appetite. What if they hold back? Lan Xuanyu asked. Xianxia said, "According to the information we have gathered, the Dragon Horse Galaxy has about 3,000 battleships. There are more than 1,000 here, and a large number are not here. They are scattered around the galaxy. If one fleet isn't enough, don't we have 2 more wings behind us? The attraction of 3 space fleets should be enough. They don't want to fight us so early. They want us to develop the Dragon Origin planet for a longer time so that they can rely more on the Dragon Origin crystals as a power source. That way, more battleships will be equipped with Dragon Origin crystals." The other party is really daring, and he almost succeeded. The cannon fire on the battlefield started to become sparse. The reason was simple. The Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships had expanded their encirclement and left the 7th Fleet's range of attack. The 7th Fleet ignored them and continued to fly forward. Their target was still Tianma Star. Lan Xuanyu was the most outstanding student in Shrek Academy's Space Warfare Command Department. He understood the 7th Fleet's plan after listening to Xianxia's explanation. No wonder Xianxia was so relaxed. This plan was carried out under the premise that they knew the enemy's biggest scheme, and the enemy still thought that their scheme had succeeded. Xianxia glanced at his soul communicator and said, "The 3rd and 5th Fleets should have already begun their operations. The enemy's opportunity will come soon." Long San, Long San. A low voice came from the communicator. Long San in position. Xianxia stepped forward and went to his command position. The large screen flashed and the face of the 7th Fleet's commander, General Bai Ling, appeared on the screen. The 3rd and 5th Fleets have already made contact with the enemy. Prepare to carry out the Source Crystal plan. Yes. Xianxia stood at attention and saluted. He didn't explain to Lan Xuanyu anymore. Instead, he continued to give orders. All space mechas and space fighters, prepare to enter battle. The Source Crystal plan has begun. Report the situation in the induction zone at any time. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were fixed on the holographic image. At this moment, the enemy's battleships had already surrounded the 7th Fleet. However, they maintained a distance and didn't enter the 7th Fleet's firing range. If the 7th Fleet flew forward, they would also fly forward. In fact, this kind of encirclement was meaningless from a normal tactical point of view. It was just like an escort. As long as the 7th Fleet entered the space jump, the encirclement would naturally be lifted. At this moment, every battleship of the 7th Fleet had an individual metal room. In the room, there were small machines. Inside each machine, there were dragon origin crystals of various shapes and sizes. Among them, there were some large dragon origin crystals that even Lan Xuanyu had never seen before. On the surface, light flickered and emitted a mesmerizing brilliance. The energy of the dragon origin crystals inside continued to be released outwards, as if they were constantly providing energy sources. And this separated energy was gathered through a special channel and transmitted to an unknown place. This system was called the Energy Filtration and Transmission System by the scientists of the Douluo Federation. In the past, it was used to test the energy intensity of a single positive circulation source core. After the problem of the dragon origin crystals broke out, the scientists within the Federation had an emergency meeting and sent this thing to the various fleets. Its function was very simple. It was to keep the dragon origin crystals in a constant state of releasing energy. And this state was as if it had been used all the time. No matter how powerful the consciousness of the Tenryu star's first seat Tenryu was, he could only remotely sense the state of these dragon origin crystals and carry out the simplest control over them. When Lan Xuanyu and the others discovered it last time, it was because they were too exposed. In addition, that place was where the dragon origin crystals were produced, and it just so happened that one of Tenryu's avatars was stationed there. That was why they brazenly attacked him. After the Federation's internal and many experts' research, no matter how strong Tenryu was, it was impossible for him to cross the galaxy and sense the true situation of each dragon origin crystal. Lan Xuanyu and the others must have encountered one of his avatars at that time. Therefore, as long as all the dragon origin crystals were operating normally and releasing energy normally, Tenryu wouldn't be suspicious. That was why they used this method. At the same time, through the energy filtration and conduction system, the energy inside the dragon origin crystal could be separated for use, so it wouldn't be wasted. The separated energy was pure energy, and the spiritual power of the sky dragon relied on the dragon origin crystal to exist. Therefore, the Federation had been doing this all this time. The energy from the dragon origin crystals was still being used, and they didn't even stop mining the dragon origin star. Instead, they increased the mining. However, after mining, the dragon origin crystals would be transported to a resource planet for energy separation and filtration. They would be used to store pure energy. As such, even though it had already been over 2 months since this war had been discovered, the Douluo Federation had been making preparations in full swing during this period of time. However, they couldn't wait for too long in case Tenryu discovered something. Therefore, they chose to launch their attack now. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th fleets were activated at the same time, and the Origin Crystal project was officially launched. Right now, the 7th fleet wasn't the only fleet that was surrounded. The 3rd and 5th fleets were in the same situation. Everyone was waiting. And so was the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They were waiting for an opportunity to attack together. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that the Battle God Temple had mobilized all their forces for this war. The Shrek Academy, the Spirit Pagoda, and the Tangmen had also sent many powerful individuals to the 3 fleets to secretly infiltrate the Dragon Origin Star. They were guarding every metal room where the Dragon Origin crystals were stored. The Douluo Federation's determination to launch this war far exceeded the Dragon Horse Galaxy's expectations. The smile on Xianxia's face had disappeared, and he became very serious. He held a communicator in his hand and placed it next to his ear as he waited quietly. Soon, half an hour had passed. Both sides only fired occasionally, but the war hadn't fully begun. Right at this moment, Xianxia's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Turn off the thrusters and the energy release. Turn off 70% of the protective shield. Turn off the lighting system, and only maintain the holographic projection." Suddenly, the lights in the command center dimmed. The 3rd Dragon battleship trembled slightly and began to slow down. From the holographic image, it could be seen that the light of the thrusters at the back of the battleship had suddenly converged. On the surface of the battleship, only a part of the battleship was still releasing energy and flashing light. Moreover, through the holographic projection, it could be seen that the entire 7th fleet seemed to have suddenly become chaotic. The main ejectors on many battleships were turned off, but there were still some that were not. For a moment, the warships could no longer line up neatly, and some even collided. The overall light of the protective shield dimmed. For a moment, chaos ensued. All the Dragon Origin crystals in the storage rooms of the battleships went out almost at the same time, no longer releasing energy. The experts guarding the source crystal storage room all stared at the Dragon Origin crystals in front of them, feeling their changes. With the fleet in chaos, the battleships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy in the distance immediately swarmed over from all directions. The Source Crystal project had officially begun. This was an Origin Crystal project that belonged to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, as well as the Douluo Federation. Seeing the enemy battleships getting closer and closer, the light around the muzzles of the main cannons on the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships became more and more intense. It was obvious that they were charging. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but say to Xianxia, "Captain, isn't this a little too much? We might not be able to activate our defenses in time. Even if we can fire soul guidance cannons, if we don't activate our defenses in time, it's very likely that both sides will suffer." The charging of the protective shield required time. With enough time, it could be activated to the maximum and produce the strongest defensive effect. Xianxia glanced at him and revealed a strange smile. "You underestimate us schemers too much." They were getting closer and closer, and the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships were about to enter their attack range. Right at this moment, a ball of fire suddenly lit up on the holographic projection. Yes, a ball of fire. It was an enemy battleship that was charging at the front. It suddenly exploded for no reason. The explosion was like a fuse. In the next instant, brilliant fireworks exploded like a garland in space. That terrifying explosion engulfed a large number of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships in an instant. From the holographic projection, it could be seen that with the 7th Fleet's battleships as the center, the surroundings were just within the range of their cannons. The explosion created a brilliant halo around the 7th Fleet. That terrifying explosion instantly engulfed a large number of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships. The explosion was too intense, and it was impossible to see how much damage the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships had suffered. Dragon Destruction Origin Crystal. Activate the protective shield and thrusters. Xianxia instantly gave the order. At the same time, General Bai Ling's face appeared on the large screen of the communicator once again. "All units, engage at will." Long San, roger. Long San, attack. From the holographic screen, it could be seen that the 4 Dragon King class frigates were the first to move. The originally extinguished tail flames were all activated, and the protective shield was reignited. The Dragon King-class frigates led their 3 War God-class battleships, as well as a large number of Meteor-class assault ships and Meteorite-class reconnaissance ships towards a certain direction. The 4 frigates flew in 4 different directions, but the mothership didn't move and remained in the center. Lan Xuanyu finally saw the mothership's main cannon. At the front of the mothership, a huge opening slowly opened. It was a flat cannon with a width of more than 300 meters. The huge sphere on the mothership lit up. Countless rays of light began to gather at the muzzle of the main cannon. It turned white, then yellow, and gradually orange. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. At the defensive line where the main cannon was aimed, there were no 7th Fleet's battleships flying. Look at the Federation's current most powerful weapon. It's a weapon that can destroy a planet. In the current situation, it only needs to display 30% of its power. It doesn't need to recharge for too long. Just as Xianxia was explaining to Lan Xuanyu, an orange ray of light burst out. The flat ray of light instantly covered that area, and then the mothership slowly swept across. 1/3. 1/3 of the encirclement was swept by it. And within that area, whether it was the previous explosion or the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships, after the orange ray of light swept across, it was as if they never existed. 1/3 of the halo was extinguished in an instant. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. He understood why Xianxia said that 30% of the power was enough. Because 30% of the power was enough to annihilate all the enemy battleships in this direction. At this time, the 4 fleets led by the frigates had already rushed towards the other 4 directions. Countless cannon fire began to pour out. From the previous explosion, coupled with the firing of the main cannon. In this short period of time, nearly half of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's thousands of battleships were destroyed. There was no doubt that the scales of victory and defeat were tilted. Lan Xuanyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Xianxia's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is our gift to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Not only on our side, but also on the 3rd and 5th fleets. They gave us Dragon Origin crystals, so we'll give them a source crystal plan in return. Xianyu, do you want to know what happened just now? At this moment, Xianxia was clearly a little excited. Even for him, this was an unprecedented victory. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. Xianxia said, "Do you still remember the order I just gave? All space mechas and fighter jets, prepare." That was actually an order for them to attack. They were all painted with Spectre, and they were doing their best to conceal themselves while sacrificing their speed. With this new paint, as long as they don't enter the battle, even our main radar would find it hard to detect them. Although this would consume a lot of energy and wouldn't last long. But it was enough. They were carrying antimatter missiles that were also painted with Spectre. Or rather, antimatter space missiles. They were carrying these things and following us as we flew. When the fleet stopped, they would release these Spectre space missiles in the air and quickly return. Therefore, you didn't notice that our radar actually had a reaction just now. That was the reaction when they returned. Then, the enemy walked right into the trap and naturally bumped into the minefield we set up. Obviously, we succeeded. To you, this is also a great contribution. Without the news you brought back, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such great results. Such a result also confirms your previous contributions. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Lan Xuanyu was enlightened. Without a doubt, this was a feast prepared by the Douluo Federation for the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This feast was really sumptuous. Half of the warships had already been destroyed, and the pursuit of the 7th Fleet would definitely cause even more warships to be lost. Tianma Star. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the entire room made of special stone was completely turned into ashes. Tenryu's face was gloomy and pale. At this moment, he was actually in human form, wearing a pure white robe. In each of his eyes, there were 6 pupils violently contracting. Around him, in the previous explosion, many of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's experts were sent flying. Only a slender and handsome man was still standing beside him. At this moment, his face was a little red. Tenryu, you have to give me an explanation. What happened? Why did it turn out like this? Why would all three sides be defeated? The handsome man roared angrily. I don't know what happened either. This is a trap set by the Douluo Federation. How is this possible? How could they know? Tenryu growled in a low voice. The 6 pupils in his eyes had shrunk to the size of needles. The handsome man looked at him coldly. Do you know what this means? It wasn't easy for us to accumulate our strength, yet we've suffered such a heavy loss. You are duty-bound. Tenryu suddenly turned around and looked at him coldly. Tianma, what's the point of saying all this now? The most important thing now was to recover their losses. I will definitely make up for the losses I have caused. I'm going to the front line now. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the air. However, it was also at this moment that the Pegasus stretched its body. In the sky, a pair of gigantic white wings that blotted out the sun spread open, forcibly blocking Tenryu's path. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided. In the blink of an eye, the sky changed color and darkened. Get out of the way. Why are you stopping me? Tenryu said coldly. Your heart is already in a mess. It's not to the extent of falling out with each other. If you make a move, the other party will target our planet. Tianma Star will bear the brunt. You've made such a big mistake. From now on, I will take over the command of the battle in the star system. Immediately return to Tenryu's star and stop the people from fighting against the Douluo Federation's upcoming attack. Hide all the important facilities that can be hidden. In a while, I will gather people. We have to make a trip to the Douluo Federation. We'll definitely suffer losses this time, but we have to minimize the losses as much as possible. Tenryu's pupils dilated slightly. He looked at the Pegasus in front of him. His breathing steadied a little, and he frowned. Why don't we go now? The Pegasus said in a deep voice, negotiations take time. Even with your and my cultivation, it will take time to rush over. During this time, the other party can give us a huge blow. Let our fleet withdraw first. Withdraw to the vicinity of Tenryu's star and Tianma star, and guard the 2 main stars. As for the other planets, we can't care about them for the time being. Let them guard them first and try to hide as much as possible. Let's arrange the internal affairs first, and then we'll make a trip to the Douluo Federation's mother planet. Tenryu narrowed his eyes, and the light around his body dimmed. Should we ask the Crimson Mother for help? The Pegasus frowned. That guy is too crazy. Unless it's a last resort, we shouldn't cooperate with her. Although the Douluo Federation is a threat, we can still turn defeat into victory as long as we have enough time. But if the Crimson Mother enters the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it will be difficult to drive her away. Cooperating with her is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. And then we'll talk about it later. We'll do as you say first. I'll return to Tenryu's star. I'm responsible for this matter. I think I know how it was leaked. Those ants from back then actually didn't die. At this point, Tenryu's eyes shone with a cold light, and the face of that person from back then appeared in his mind. Light flickered, and Tenryu flew in another direction. In the sky, his huge wings were retracted, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared behind the Pegasus. The Pegasus descended from the sky, and at this moment, the various experts from the Dragon Horse Galaxy that were sent flying earlier had gathered. The Pegasus said in a deep voice, "Pass down my orders. All fleets retreat to the vicinity of Tianma Star and Tenryu Star. Retreat at all costs. Don't get entangled with the enemy." Boom, a battleship from the Dragon Horse Galaxy exploded under Long San's powerful cannon fire. This was already the 7th battleship that Long San had destroyed in succession. In terms of combat strength, the battleships from the Dragon Horse Galaxy were indeed inferior. But at this moment, they had completely dispersed and were fleeing the battlefield with all their might. Soul Guidance warships and space mechas had been deployed, mainly to entangle the enemy and buy time for their own side to defeat them. But in the situation where the enemy was determined to escape, the 7th Fleet's pursuit gradually weakened. Although the battleships from the Dragon Horse Galaxy were slightly inferior in combat, their ability to escape was not weak. This had a lot to do with the fact that they were not subordinate to each other. They had no problem fighting with the wind, but once the wind was against them, the first thing they thought of was to protect themselves. Hence, when the antimatter missiles began to explode and destroy a large number of battleships, many of the battleships from the Dragon Horse Galaxy chose to turn around and flee. They had no intention of continuing to fight. Hence, although the 7th Fleet chased after them, they only managed to destroy 10% of the enemy. If they continued to chase, the distance between them and the mothership would be too far. Even so, this was still an unprecedented victory. The 3rd and 5th Fleets also sent in reports of victory, and they had also destroyed close to half of the enemy. In total, more than 1,300 battleships from the Dragon Horse Galaxy were destroyed in the 3 battlefields. This was definitely a huge loss. An alliance army like the Dragon Horse Galaxy was most afraid of being defeated. Once they were defeated, the various powers would first think of how to protect themselves. The 7th Fleet regrouped and headed straight for the depths of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. At the same time, the Meteorite-class reconnaissance ships launched an all-out reconnaissance. After breaking through the enemy's defenses, the Dragon Horse Galaxy seemed to have opened its doors to the Douluo Federation, and it no longer had the ability to seal off any reconnaissance. The Dragon Origin Crystal that had almost brought a calamity to the Douluo Federation had finally become a countermeasure, and they had succeeded in this battle. This allowed the Douluo Federation to greatly weaken the enemy's strength and take the initiative on the battlefield. This was the importance of intelligence. If Lan Xuanyu had not discovered this shocking conspiracy, the situation would have been reversed. The fleet suddenly lost most of its power source and was surrounded by thousands of enemy battleships. It would definitely be a devastating disaster. The influence of the Dragon Origin Crystal incident was huge. Lan Xuanyu's heavenly battle mission was given a rank 8 evaluation, and it could be said that he deserved it. Even the evaluation was a little low. Of course, this merit should be given to Nana. If it wasn't for Nana's help, they wouldn't have survived Tenryu's clone. Long San's command center. Xianxia walked down from the command center, took off his military jacket, and stretched his body. His face was full of smiles. This great victory was too important for the Douluo Federation. The 7th Fleet's losses were minimal. Without a doubt, the next step was to plunder resources. Taking advantage of this opportunity, although they couldn't really defeat the Dragon Horse Galaxy, they would definitely obtain a lot of benefits. Xianyu. On behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you. If it wasn't for your discovery, we would have been the ones defeated. Xianxia sincerely said to Lan Xuanyu. This is what we should do. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. Although they didn't really go to the battlefield this time, they were in Long San's command center and watched Xianxia command the Dragon 3 battleships on the battlefield. This process helped them accumulate a lot of experience. Lan Xuanyu carefully observed Xianxia's every order. Long San commanded close to 40 battleships, but under his command, he could command them as if they were his arms. He mainly commanded the battleships, and then passed down the orders through the battleships. He destroyed a large number of battleships, and did his best to reduce the losses of his forces. Lan Xuanyu discovered that the command of such a large battleship was different from that of a small or medium battleship. For example, the main cannon of the Dragon 3 battleship wasn't used to kill the enemy, but to divide the battlefield strategically, protect allies, support comrades, and so on. Xianxia's command didn't seem complicated, but it gave him a feeling that he was in control of the entire battlefield. He sat in the center and wasn't anxious. He would rather reduce the harvest and protect his own battleships as much as possible. Such a commander would definitely be loved and respected by his soldiers. Everyone wanted to achieve something, but no one was willing to sacrifice blindly. Xianxia was able to become the commander of a Dragon King-class frigate at such a young age, and he definitely had real talent. Watching him command this battle allowed Lan Xuanyu to learn a lot. Xianxia waved to Lan Xuanyu and the others, and then turned and walked out of the command center. Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly followed him. Xianxia brought them to the exclusive resting area for senior officers behind the headquarters. Immediately, someone brought them drinks, food, and fruits. Xianxia had gestured for the 7 of them to sit down. He smiled and asked, "How do you feel about this battle?" "Oh, no, wise and far-sighted, it's wise and far-sighted," Qianlei blurted out, but after he said it, he realized it was wrong and quickly corrected himself. Lan Xinghe. On the battlefield, there's nothing you won't do. What moral values? Survival was the most important thing. Survival is the most important thing on the battlefield. Everything is possible only if you're alive. If you're dead, there's nothing left. While speaking, his gaze turned to Lan Xuanyu. Do you feel that our battle strategy is a bit conservative? Lan Xuanyu. Not really. Being conservative can ensure that our losses are as low as possible. Under the premise that we've already achieved a great victory, this is also very reasonable. Xianxia waved his hand. No one would complain about having too little merit. If they can take a certain risk and gain a large amount of merit, everyone would be willing. Since you've chosen to join the army, you should have this awareness. Otherwise, you can only be mediocre and incompetent. However, taking a risk doesn't mean being blind. First, you must have a clear judgment of the enemy's strength. Don't think that the Dragon Horse Galaxy's allied army is defeated, or even completely defeated. In reality, their individual combat strength is very strong. To be able to become a part of the allied army means that they're the main race of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. You might not have seen it clearly just now, but some of the warships are living creatures, powerful living creatures. They have all kinds of strange abilities, and their individual combat strength is extremely strong. It's very difficult for our soul masters to fight against the strong ones among them. If we divide our forces and let our small warships chase after them, it's very likely that it will have the opposite effect, and there will be unnecessary sacrifices. We've already entered the Dragon Horse Galaxy. You definitely won't be able to guess what we'll do next. First, we'll destroy the military bases and facilities of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. At the same time, we'll plunder all the resources we can find. However, during this process, we can only target at most 5 people at the same time. This is because our fleet can only be divided into 5 parts at most. Furthermore, the distance can't be too far. Under normal circumstances, we can only be divided into 4 parts. The mothership will be in the middle and provide support at any time. This is to prevent the top powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy from making a move. At the very least, we'll need a Dragon King-class warship to threaten their existence. There are actually many unspoken rules in space warfare. We've been at odds with the Dragon Horse Galaxy for so many years, and such a situation has long been formed. For example, we definitely won't use the main cannons of battleships and above to bombard planets. The top powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy also won't infiltrate the Federation to fight. Both of these are equivalent to strategic weapons. Unless it's a life-and-death situation, both sides won't use such methods. Therefore, even if we're in the process of destroying and plundering, we won't completely damage those planets. We'll only target the surface. Destroying the resource planets won't benefit us, and it'll even enrage the powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Unless one side has the confidence to annihilate the other, no one will easily flip the table. This is the unspoken rule. Lan Xuanyu nodded. From the previous battle, he had already seen some clues. Although the 7th Fleet had obtained a great victory by relying on the trap, it was obvious that they were still somewhat apprehensive. In other words, this was a battle to weaken the opponent, and not to invade the Dragon Horse Galaxy. After the strategic results, the Federation's fleet would retreat. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but frown. Captain, if that's the case, compared to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, we've always been at a disadvantage? Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Tell me what you think. Lan Xuanyu said, if the Dragon Horse Galaxy really succeeded in the Dragon Origin Crystal incident, they'll very likely launch an all-out war against us. Now, we've used this opportunity to destroy almost half of their combat power, but they don't have any intention of launching an all-out war. This means that we're not ready to launch an all-out war against them. Xianxia nodded. That's right. The Dragon Horse Galaxy has a deep foundation. If we don't care about the cost, even if we win, the final result won't be too good. There won't be many of the 7 fleets left. Transcendents are too terrifying. Currently, the thing we're using the most is the Dragon Horse Galaxy's state of disunity. Although the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star are the core, different races have different races. However, different races had different demands. Although they would be conscripted during war, no one would go all out. After being defeated by us this time, this will definitely become a problem. However, if we're planning to invade the Dragon Horse Galaxy completely, or even kill all these races, it's different. If they go all out against us, the Federation won't be able to afford it. Although we have 7 fleets, in terms of deployment, we're still a little stretched. After all, we haven't been in the universe for long. The human body is still too weak. Many races in the universe have a soul emperors when they are just born, and some even have a higher level of cultivation. Everyone is like this. The only thing we can contend with is space fleets. But we are lacking in resources, and the speed of building space fleets is too slow. Currently, the 8th and 9th fleets are being built at the same time. This is already the limit of what we can do, and this is the result of the continuous development of resource planets over the years. If we had dozens of space fleets, we would have already made a move on the Dragon Horse Galaxy. I'm telling you all this because I want to remind you that when we land and fight in the future, one is to pay attention to your safety, and the other is to plunder as many resources as possible. Resources are the foundation of our development. With enough resources, especially rare metals, we can build more space fleets and obtain more resources. Lan Xuanyu said, Captain, when can we go into battle? Xianxia said, soon. Next, we will besiege Tianma Star and suppress them. Then, we will start plundering. The motherships of the 3rd and 5th fleets will arrive at Tenryu Star and Tianma Star respectively. Our deterrence in outer space will make their top powerhouses not dare to make a move. Then, we can split up and plunder. The time given to us won't be long. If I'm not wrong, the top powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy will definitely sneak into the mother planet and negotiate with us. They will threaten us to withdraw. This is also the meaning of the question. And during the negotiation process, it will be time for us to reap the rewards. Our 7th Fleet's main mission is to plunder. 2 days later, 500 large transport ships will arrive. Before they arrive, we will start the operation. Our goal is to return with a full load. As for your team, you will also be participating in this landing operation. Annihilate the enemy's strength, find the best resources, and provide coordinates. Understood. Now, go and rest. Wait for the order to move out. Xianxia smiled. Yes. Lan Xuanyu and the others stood up and saluted Xianxia before returning to the living quarters. Looking at their departing figures, Xianxia revealed a faint smile. Senior brother, let me see how far your precious disciple can go. The stage has already been set for him. Mother Planet, Shrek Academy. Outer Court. Dean's office. Ying Luoheng glanced at Tang Zhenhua, who was lying on the sofa and eating grapes without a care for his image, and said angrily, What do you look like? What if a teacher comes? Tang Zhenhua said lazily, Then I'll get up. Ying Luoheng looked at the sky outside the window. The war should have already begun. Our son is also here. Aren't you worried at all? Tang Zhenhua sat up and bitterly smiled. How can I not be worried? I also want to tie him to my waistband. But for his development, we can't do that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join Xianyu's small team. But I believe that my son will certainly make a difference. He had fully inherited his father's talent in space combat. In terms of space combat command, his results in the class are second only to Xianyu. In the future, he will be the captain of a battleship, or even a frigate. Ying Luoheng snorted. What? My son can't be a commander? Tang Zhenhua laughed and said, It will be a bit difficult to be a commander. That's not a matter of personal strength, but the result of balancing all aspects. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Choosing the 7th Fleet is the most sensible. General Bai Ling is relatively close to our academy. Moreover, isn't Xinghe also in the 7th Fleet? He's a senior member of the fleet. I've already greeted him. Your son will be assigned to the battle formation of the mothership. He will mainly study in the battle command and won't participate in landing operations. Frankly speaking, if possible, I would rather let him land to train and train. Isn't it because of my son that my heart softened? That's good. Ying Luoheng breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Zhenhua said, What's good about it? If he doesn't experience danger, his growth will be much slower. Xianyu and the others will go directly to Xianxia's side. Although Xianxia's talent in space combat command is not as high as mine, this guy is very cunning and very steady. He's better than me in this aspect. Ying Luohong's eyes became gentler. If it wasn't for me, you would have had great development in the army. Tang Zhenhua laughed. What's the use of that? Can great development be more important than such a good wife? I don't need great development. Unfortunately, my personal cultivation is not enough to break through to the divine rank. Otherwise, I would have gotten a super divine number 1 to play with. Now I can only place my hopes on my precious disciple. Ying Luohong said, the academy sent 36 inner court disciples this time, plus the teachers, a total of 63 people. 7 divine rank powerhouses. This is already an unprecedented support for the Federation. Pavilion Master and Eldery have also gone to the Federation headquarters to prepare for the possible revenge of the powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Do you think they will really fight this time? Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said, we are still not ready for a full-scale war. In the past 1,000 years, we have been developing rapidly. Technology has exploded, and all kinds of powerful weapons have been developed. The use of resources is also getting bigger and bigger. For the Federation, this is a critical point. If we can break through, then we will definitely become a universe tyrant in the future. If we can't, then there is the danger of destruction. Therefore, the Federation will be especially cautious. For us, the Dragon Horse Galaxy is a big fat piece of meat. If we can really eat it until our mouths are full of oil, then we will have a great foundation for development. But on the other hand, this fat piece of meat is poisonous, a deadly poison. There are many. Now we hope to have more time to develop, to transform the burst of scientific research into military strength and productivity. Ying Luohong said, this time, the fuse is your precious disciple. If we win, his contribution will probably be increased. Tang Zhenhua said, I don't think so. The rank has already been given to Major General, which is already equivalent to an increase. When have you ever heard of an 18-year-old Major General? It depends on the position. The academy will have a breakthrough for Xianyu's future. Maybe he will really join the military and represent the academy and the Tangmen. We will start to build our own forces in the military. After all, that person is back, and we no longer have to worry about what the Federation government thinks about us. That person was the former Lord of Resurgence. Now that the Federation's development has reached a bottleneck, it is inevitable to move towards the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Federation also needs the full support of the Academy and the Tangmen, so we must allow our true powerhouses to have a certain position in the military. In fact, we have been waiting for this day. For this, the Tangmen have done a lot of preparation. I have seen some in the Tangmen over the years, but it should only be a part of it. I just don't know where the battleships built by the Tangmen are. Ying Luohong said, does the Tangmen really have their own battleships? Battleships above the war god level? Tang Zhenhua said decisively, definitely. When I was researching with them in the Tangmen, I saw some equipment that should only belong to large battleships. It was very advanced, even more advanced than what the Federation is using now. The Tangmen and our academy don't really trust the Federation government, so how could they not have a backup plan? Ying Luohong nodded. That makes sense. The inner academy suddenly asked the outer academy to try out the Star Combat experimental class. It should be related to this. They should have received the news in advance that the Federation is going to war with the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Tang Zhenhua said, there are many disciples in the Tangmen who are good at Star Combat. They have trained a lot of them in batches. Most of them are graduates from the outer academy. Some of them were groomed by the Tang sect itself. Ying Luohong's heart stirred. Do you think the academy's new generation of Shrek 7 monsters is preparing to enter the military? Tang Zhenhua said, without a doubt. Otherwise, with Xianyu's age and strength, how could they be selected? There are also many titled Douluo disciples in the inner court, and they are all young and strong. Ying Luohong said, this year's military training seems to be both a test for them and also a training for them. Douluo Federation's 7th Fleet, the 3rd Dragon King-class frigate. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 was looking at the star map in their own small conference room in the rest area. They had already received orders, and the instructions given to them were very simple: explore, annihilate, and search. There was no specific target, with Tianma star and Tenryu star as the center. About 50 administrative planets and resource planets around them were all within the scope of exploration. After exploring the resource-rich planets, they would immediately report back, and the landing combat troops would go to collect resources and destroy military facilities. In other words, what Lan Xuanyu and the others had to do was the first thing they had to do in the next plundering war. The 3rd and 5th fleets would arrive at Tianma star and Tenryu star respectively in a day's time. After their arrival, the 7th fleet would begin to disperse. The mission Xianxia gave Lan Xuanyu and the others was very flexible. There was no specific direction, and everything was done according to their own ideas. This degree of freedom could show more of their tactical accomplishments, and it could also be trained. Xianxia was still very confident in their abilities. Lan Xuanyu was the fighter pilot of the 58th Super God. Although the Meteor-class attack ship was different from the fighter, the control of the warship and the fighter came from the same source. He even had more information about Lan Xuanyu than General Bai Ling. Therefore, he let him do what he wanted. When Lan Xuanyu received the mission instructions, he was also a little surprised. This kind of mission with a degree of freedom could maximize their abilities. With the strength of the 7 of them, even if they encountered a tidal Douluo, they could still fight. Furthermore, battlecraft combat wasn't just a competition of individual strength. This time, they had brought as many as 12 antimatter missiles on the Meteor-class assault ship. How could the military's Meteor-class assault ships have such a configuration? Xianxia had told him to go all out and do it boldly under the premise of paying attention to his own safety. If he ran out of ammunition, he could go back to Longsan to replenish it. The 500 large transport ships of the Federation that were about to arrive were not empty. They had brought a large amount of energy and ammunition supplies. He was determined to take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the Dragon Horse Galaxy's strength and obtain more resources at the same time. Among the 500 large transport ships, 50 of them were equipped with the latest technology, space compression technology. The internal storage space was 10 times that of an ordinary transport ship. And his speed was even faster. This was the benefit of technological advancement. The space compression technology also required resources to build. Among them, the most important resource was a type of ore with spatial elements. One of the resource planets on the Dragon Source star had this type of ore. Lan Xuanyu pointed to the star map in front of him and said, "When the 3rd and 5th fleets are in position to suppress the Tenryu star and Tianma star, our 7th fleet will split up and begin our operation. Therefore, the 10 planets around the Tenryu star and Tianma star will bear the brunt of the attack. They will be the main targets of the main fleet. Since our mission is to explore, we will definitely obtain less if we move together with the main fleet. Therefore, we will go to planets further away. Our main target is the resource planets. The various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy will definitely live on the administrative planets. There will definitely be strong individuals among these races, and we won't be able to deal with them alone. However, the resource planets are different. During the previous war, the Alliance army must have deployed a large number of troops. These resource planets will be more empty, especially the places further away. These places are our main targets. Destroy the military facilities and give us the coordinates of the following troops." Xianlei rubbed his hands together and said, "Boss, we will do whatever you say. We can finally engage in a real space battle. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Lan Xuanyu said, "We still have to be careful. Safety comes first. This opportunity is hard to come by. Let's get ready to set off." There was no specific time limit for their mission this time. Before the main fleet retreated, they were free to move around. Every time they gave an accurate target, the resources they obtained and the military facilities they damaged would accumulate merit points. After these resources were checked against their merit points, 15% would be credited to them, and the rest would go to the following troops. If they brought back the resources themselves, 100% of the merit points would be credited to them. Lan Xuanyu was already a major general and didn't lack merit points. However, merit points were very useful to his comrades. Moreover, this was a chance for them to prove themselves to the Federation. 10 minutes later, Xianxia received Lan Xuanyu's request. Lan Xuanyu requested to set off immediately. Their target was a star region further away. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. Although the Federation's fleet hadn't finished suppressing Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, most of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's battleships were still retreating towards the two main planets. It wasn't too dangerous to travel through the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If they set off earlier and went further away, their rewards would definitely be greater. If they could obtain information on the resources of an entire resource planet and destroy the military facilities to a certain extent, they would be able to obtain even more merit points. Thus, after receiving special approval, the 33 Heavens Wing battleship quietly left the Dragon 3 battleship. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading straight for the depths of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Lan Xuanyu and the others only had 7 people. Therefore, each of them had to be responsible for an important system. Fortunately, the Treystrumsa Wing battleship was much easier to control than the Federation's standard battleships. Even if it was just one person, they could still control it. Lan Xuanyu sat in the main control seat and didn't hesitate to order the Treystrumsa Wing battleship to fly in ghost mode. All of the wing patterns on the battleship's surface emitted a faint glow. In the next moment, it silently disappeared into space. Flying in stealth mode consumed a lot of energy, but the Dragon Horse Galaxy was the enemy's territory. Although most of the local battleships had retreated to defend themselves, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't run into them. Flying in stealth mode was the safest option. Furthermore, the Treystrumsa Wing battleship never lacked energy. In this aspect, they had a huge advantage. Lan Xuanyu was a soul refinement grandmaster blacksmith. When Deming and Erming gave him the Emerald Demon battleship on Sanluo planet, they told him that the Emerald Demon battleship needed to be powered by spirit refined metals. At that time, Lan Xuanyu wondered if ordinary battleships would be more efficient if they used spirit-refined metals as their power source. When he returned to the Shrek Academy, he asked Tang Zhenhua about it. Tang Zhenhua rolled his eyes and told him that it was only natural, but who would be so extravagant as to use spirit-refined metals to power the reactor? The core of the single positive circulation source was the energy extracted from the core of the rare metal by the reactor. During the extraction process, the better the quality of the rare metal, the more energy would be extracted. Spirit-refined metals had already been refined and already possessed spirituality. This was equivalent to squeezing out the rare metal's energy several times more, and the utilization rate would be much higher. Naturally, it would provide an even greater amount of energy. However, spirit-refined metals weren't even enough to make battle armor. Who would use spirit-refined metals as a power source? Lan Xuanyu would. Right now, his success rate for spirit-refined metals was extremely high. His success rate was close to 80%, and his forging speed was very fast. The Treystrumsa Wing battleship had a special forging room, and he could forge ordinary rare metals into spirit-refined metals at any time. As a power source, there was no need for fusion forging. Although fusion forging would produce better results, it was complicated and took a long time to forge, and the failure rate was high. It was better to just spirit-refine metals. This allowed the Treystrumsa Wings to have the foundation to fly and fight for a long time. Other than ammunition like the antimatter missiles that couldn't be replenished, the other energy sources could be obtained through the reactor. For example, the soul energy of the warship's main and secondary cannons were no problem. Before leaving, Lan Xuanyu even shamelessly asked for 6 antimatter missiles from Xianxia. Therefore, his Treystrumsa Wings had a total of 18 antimatter missiles. One had to know that a War God-class warship only had 36 antimatter missiles. Meteor-class warships didn't have such a configuration at all. The power of the antimatter missiles was even stronger than Lan Xuanyu's Dragon's Fury. It was just that the way it was used was different. It was more suitable to be used in space. The warship entered stealth mode and moved at full power. According to the star map, it went straight into the depths of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Although the Douluo Federation hadn't completely explored the Dragon Horse Galaxy, they had a complete map of the entire galaxy. This information was naturally obtained from other races. One had to admit that the heavenly planet was useful. Although it was a gathering place for evil, it was also an intelligence center. They could buy all kinds of information there. The star map of the Dragon Horse Galaxy was bought from there. They had also bought, compared, and verified it. That was how the current military map was created. Of course, on the other hand, the Dragon Horse Galaxy also had all sorts of information about the Douluo Federation, and they had also obtained a portion of it from the heavenly planet. Lan Xuanyu and his team's first destination required a full 3 days of flying and a wormhole to reach it. Star maps were easy to obtain, but the location of wormholes was very difficult to obtain. Furthermore, the price was very high. Therefore, the Douluo Federation only had less than 10% of the wormholes in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In this invasion, obtaining information in this area was the most important. Only by controlling more wormholes could they have more flexibility in this vast galaxy. Space was silent. There was no smell of war at all. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was simply too big. If they flew from one end to the other, they would have to jump through more than 15 wormholes. The invisible Xianxia wings was like a speck of dust in space as it flew silently. A day later, they arrived near the wormhole. After a simple reconnaissance, they discovered that there were no traces of enemies around the wormhole. "Prepare to enter the wormhole," Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Seatbelts popped out from everyone's seats, securing them in their seats as they entered the wormhole. In an instant, their surroundings began to appear grotesque and variegated. Countless lights and shadows flashed past them. Even though they had passed through the wormhole many times, they could still feel the mysteries of space as they passed through it. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had already reached the spirit domain realm, so his senses were far more sensitive than before. He could clearly sense that the wormhole was actually comprised of layers upon layers of space, and these layers of space were compressed together to connect one node to another in the universe. It was extremely miraculous. Divine-level experts were only able to move through space because they had grasped a simple profoundness of overlapping space to a certain extent. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more pressure one could withstand from the overlapping space, and the further one could travel. But no matter what, divine-level experts would not be able to travel through wormholes to such an extent. The mysteries of the universe were endless, and one needed to constantly explore in order to gain more. Activate the protective barrier to the maximum. Frenzy, charge the main cannon. Prepare for battle. Xiaoxiao, prepare to fire the antimatter missiles. Lan Xuanyu issued a series of orders. Everyone looked at him in surprise. They were still passing through the wormhole, so why was he preparing for battle? However, they only glanced at him before immediately following Lan Xuanyu's orders to prepare. This was a sign of trust, and it was also an order they had learned after entering the military. A faint white protective barrier was activated, and it became more and more solid. The vibrations caused by passing through the wormhole also weakened. Prepare all weapons and equipment. Lan Xuanyu put on the main control helmet, and his spiritual power completely fused with the battleship. He placed his hands on the control ball, and his thoughts were completely integrated with the battleship. Why did they have to prepare for battle? The battleship's invisibility would disappear during the process of passing through the wormhole, so they would be exposed after passing through the wormhole. The Douluo Federation was able to obtain information about the wormhole, which meant that the Dragon Horse Galaxy might also know which locations the Douluo Federation had obtained. During the evacuation process, it was very likely that some battleships would be assigned to guard the exit of the wormhole. Of course, it was also possible that there wouldn't be any. However, Lan Xuanyu definitely had to prepare for battle, just in case. The surrounding scenery suddenly became clear, and everything slowed down. Right at this moment, beams of light suddenly appeared in front of the Xianxia wing without any warning. The Xianxia wing couldn't completely dodge at this moment, but Lan Xuanyu was already prepared. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and under his control, the battleship immediately turned 90 degrees to the left, and the entire battleship flew horizontally. The side thrusters were fully activated. They avoided most of the beams by a hair's breadth. The protective barrier's alarm sounded, and the powerful impact caused the Xianxia wing to fly horizontally. At this moment, the radar already showed that 4 battleships were firing at them. Because their appearance was very sudden, the 4 battleships on the other side were also bombarding them with secondary cannons. There were 3 small and 1 large battleship among the 4. The large battleship was half the size of the War God-class battleship, and the small one was about the same size as their Xianxia wing. There was no time to look at the specific shape of these enemy battleships, as the main cannons of the 4 battleships were already charging. Lan Xuanyu's expression was ice-cold, but his control speed was extremely fast, and his powerful spiritual power allowed him to control the battleship at the first moment. Light and shadow flashed, and suddenly, the Traistrumsa wing in the eyes of the enemy suddenly split into 2, and there was actually another identical battleship. The 4 battleships that were charging their main cannons were clearly stunned. What kind of black technology was this? Battleship clone technique? How was this possible? They had never heard of it before. The key was, which one should they lock onto? Were both of these battleships real? Or was one real and one fake? For a moment, the secondary cannons that were originally covering the Traistrumsa wing suddenly split in half, and attacked the battleship clone that appeared behind. The attack streaked past, and naturally passed through, as that was an illusion. However, with this buffer time, the Traistrumsa wing had already stabilized. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, the Traistrumsa wing nimbly avoided the follow-up attacks, and immediately fled into the distance. The battleship clone was not an ability of the Traistrumsa wing itself, but came from the treasure-hunting beast. The treasure-hunting beast's strongest ability was to create illusions. When Qianlei saw it for the first time, it had been tricked into running around in circles. Later, it had continuously replenished itself through Lan Xuanyu, especially the immortal spiritual power it had obtained in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, which allowed it to recover a portion of its strength. Now, it could already create large-scale illusions. Although it still couldn't let the large-scale illusions have real abilities, just illusions still had very good effects. There was no problem in luring the enemy. The illusions created by the treasure-hunting beast had the same aura as the real thing, and it was impossible to distinguish them through simple detection. Lan Xuanyu's expression was calm. Although he was facing 4 enemy battleships, he didn't panic at all. When piloting a battleship in the simulation cabin, they had encountered worse situations than this. Surviving in the star field of chaos had long made them accustomed to facing strong enemies. The 4 battleships behind naturally chased after them without hesitation, but in their vision, the Traistrumsa wing suddenly disappeared. That's right, it disappeared into thin air. In their eyes, the battleship in front of them suddenly turned black, and then disappeared. This wasn't the invisibility ability of a battleship's spectral form. No battleship could disappear so suddenly. It was still Abao's ability. His illusion could create another Traistrumsa winged battleship, and he could also create a pitch-black area behind the Traistrumsa winged battleship, causing the enemy to suddenly lose track of it. In fact, the Traistrumsa winged battleship still existed on the enemy's radar. It was just that losing their field of vision would definitely cause them to panic and be puzzled. Lan Xuanyu hadn't even used Abao's ability during the graduation exam. This was his trump card in space combat. Only a few people in their team knew about it. They turned around and accelerated at full speed. The Traistrumsa winged battleship returned. Under the cover of pitch-black darkness, it was like a specter, silently returning. Abao's illusion ability was fully activated, causing the enemy to lose track of it. It completely simulated the aura of outer space, covering up all the fluctuations of the Traistrumsa winged battleship. This was something that required time, and the time that the other party had spent in a daze was enough. This was why Lan Xuanyu dared to infiltrate the enemy's rear alone. This was his greatest reliance. No matter how many enemies there were, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to discover him. What could they do to him? After Abao woke up from his slumber, he told Lan Xuanyu that his own immortal qi had completely absorbed the fragments of the God realm and the Spirit Ascension platform, forming a cycle on its own. Thus, although he didn't give Lan Xuanyu any immortal qi, his own state had stabilized, and he didn't need to absorb Lan Xuanyu's energy anymore. At the same time, he also recovered a portion of his own ability. Only then could he achieve the effect in front of him. Of course, in this state of invisibility, the battleship's size was huge, and it consumed a lot of energy. It could only remain invisible for a few minutes before it needed to rest and recover. Otherwise, it would affect its origin and return to its previous state. In battle, a few minutes could do a lot of things. The Traistrumsa winged battleship disappeared without a trace on their radar. The 4 battleships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy immediately panicked. Their secondary cannons frantically swept the area from before, but they didn't dare to fire their main cannons. How could they fire without a target? At this time, Lan Xuanyu and the others were finally able to see the true appearance of the enemy warship. The 4 Dragon Horse Galaxy battleships clearly belonged to the same race. The battleships were shaped like shuttles, and they looked more like human battleships. However, the armor on the surface was layered, and it didn't look like it was made entirely of metal. There seemed to be a layer of strange glue on it, and it emitted a faint halo. Lan Xuanyu and the others couldn't recognize all the battleships in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. There were quite a few cannons on the 4 battleships. The largest battleship had a total of 36 secondary cannons. It was precisely because of such concentrated firing that Lan Xuanyu and the others were unable to avoid it. The secondary cannons of the 4 warships began to fire in all directions, trying to find the Xianxia wings in the void. But how was that possible? Lan Xuanyu controlled wings of the Xianxia heaven and slowly cut in from a tricky angle. He didn't give the order to fire the main cannon because that would expose their tracks. Although the wings Xianxia's main cannon's power was not small, it could at most destroy a small warship of the enemy. If he was locked onto by the other party at close range, it would be very troublesome to escape. This was an open space with no cover. The other party also had a large warship. Prepare 2 missiles. Target locked. The location is the underbelly of the large warship. Lan Xuanyu gave the order. The wings Xianxia heaven's battleship charged straight towards the center of the 4 enemy warships. The distance was getting closer and closer. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, "Fire!" Whoosh whoosh. 2 antimatter missiles broke through the air as if they had appeared out of thin air. They flew towards the large warship at close range. At the same time, the wings Xianxia heaven's battleship made a beautiful tail drift and instantly flew diagonally. During the tail drift, Lan Xuanyu purposely let the tail of the battleship be hit by the enemy's secondary cannons. The energy of the protective shield decreased, but he also borrowed the momentum of this attack to increase the speed of the wings Xianxia heaven's battleship. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The underbelly of the large warship suddenly darkened. All the light seemed to have been absorbed in that instant. The next moment, the 2 antimatter missiles exploded. It was an obliterating explosion. Boom! After being hit by the antimatter missiles at close range, the protective shield of the War God-class battleship would be torn apart. Furthermore, there was still a gap between the warships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy and the standard warships of the Douluo Federation. The large warship's defense was instantly broken through, and the violent explosion enveloped the surrounding 3 warships. Weapons had to be used to show their value. Although 2 antimatter missiles were expensive, it was definitely worth it to exchange for 4 warships. Lan Xuanyu and the others were now deep in the enemy's territory alone. What they were most afraid of was being noticed by the enemy. Therefore, after discovering the 4 enemy warships, he immediately decided to annihilate all 4 of them. Yuga, take a screenshot. Lan Xuanyu said to Tang Yuga. Understood. Tang Yuga immediately took action. There was a recording system on the warship that recorded the process of the battle. These were all military merits. Destroying the enemy's warship was one of the most valuable military merits in the merit book. However, they couldn't expose the ability of the treasure-hunting beast, so the scene had to be cut. For example, the clone from before had appeared in the scene and had to be removed. There was no need for the invisibility after that because they couldn't be seen during the recording process of their warship. The combined explosion of the 2 antimatter missiles was more powerful than expected. They didn't even need to deal the finishing blow. The 4 warships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy were completely destroyed. The explosion lasted for a full minute before it gradually stopped. In the midst of the flames, the 4 warships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy had turned into cosmic dust. Satisfying. Xianlei waved his fist. The invisibility was removed, and the treasure-hunting beast recovered in Lan Xuanyu's body. Continue setting off, activate ghost form. Lan Xuanyu ordered. As the most outstanding student in the history of the Shrek Academy, destroying 4 enemy warships that weren't too strong was really nothing. The other party didn't even have a decoy missile or a capture bomb. It was just the purest ordinary attack. This kind of warship had been eliminated by the Federation for thousands of years. Other than the fact that its energy wasn't weak, the rest wasn't worth praising. The first merit was in his hands. The Treyströmsa winged warship flew at full speed. Lan Xuanyu's helmet rose. There were still 16 antimatter missiles left. The power of these missiles was really great. Actually, with the other party's defense just now, one missile should be enough. It was enough to heavily damage the other party's main warship, and the other warships would also be affected. As long as they attacked, they would still be able to defeat the other party. However, 2 missiles saved them a lot of trouble and saved them a lot of trouble. Lan Xuanyu opened the star map and checked it. Hui, send a message to Long San. Tell them that we have already cleared the enemy forces outside this wormhole. Okay. Yuan and Hui was in charge of the communication system. The mothership of the 7th Fleet was the largest satellite. Within a certain range, it could transmit messages. Of course, this transmission required a certain amount of time. Once they sent it out, with the current distance, Long San would receive it in about 2 hours. The further the distance, the longer the transmission time. If it exceeded a certain distance, the transmission couldn't be completed. With the advancement of space technology, the range that the transmission of messages could now cover had become larger and larger. Just like the mothership of the fleet, no matter where the Federation's fleet had been, it could still maintain contact with the mothership. Lan Xuanyu looked at a silver-white planet on the star map. His eyes narrowed as a scorching color flashed across them. This was their first goal, and it could even be said to be their primary goal. This target was also the target that the 7th Fleet would definitely reach later. It was just that they had to attack at close range first, so they had to wait until later. This planet was named the Dragon Horse Resource Star by the Douluo Federation. It belonged to a powerful race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy and was ranked in the top 10 in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It was called the Imperial Sky Race. The battleships of this race were also the most unique. They could perform mid-distance space jumps. They could almost jump point to point within a light year without going through a wormhole. They were extremely agile. There were not many battleships of the Imperial Sky Race, but they had caused a lot of trouble for the Federation fleet. Fortunately, there were not many battleships of this race. Other than space jumps, their combat power was relatively weak. Otherwise, their power would be even more terrifying. The reason why the Douluo Federation was able to develop the space overlap technology and greatly increase spatial storage was because they obtained a mineral that the Imperial Sky Race traded on the Heavenly Star. This mineral was also a rare metal and was called the Spatial Source by the Imperial Sky Race. It was also called the Spatial Source Crystal. The interior of the Spatial Source Crystal contained very rich spatial elements. More importantly, the spatial elements, which had always been changing rapidly, could actually appear in a solid form. This thing was really too precious, but it was very difficult to mine. The space jump ability of the Imperial Sky Race battleships was developed on the basis of the Spatial Source Crystal. This was also one of the most precious rare metals known to the Douluo Federation. Moreover, the Spatial Source Crystal was monopolized by the Imperial Sky Race, which was the biggest reason why they could become one of the top 10 races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Even the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star coveted the Spatial Source Crystal. However, the Imperial Sky Race's attitude towards protecting the Spatial Source Crystal was extremely strong. They would rather destroy the Spatial Source Crystal than compromise with any party. Therefore, the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star could only obtain a certain amount of Spatial Source Crystal through trading. The Spatial Source Crystal was also listed as the most important military resource in the Dragon Horse Galaxy and was strictly prohibited from trading. Not to mention trading it with the Douluo Federation. However, in the universe, there were ways where there were benefits. It was because of its rarity and restrictions that the price of the Spatial Source Crystal was especially high. The price of this thing was so exaggerated that it made people speechless. A fist-sized Spatial Source Crystal could buy 10 antimatter missiles. It was that expensive. The Douluo Federation had used all sorts of channels and methods, and paid an extremely high price to obtain some. Through the research of space source crystals, the Douluo Federation's spatial technology had advanced by an entire generation. Spatial compression, spatial overlap, and spatial jump technology were all greatly developed. The demand for space source crystals was almost limitless. In this attack on the Dragon Horse Galaxy, space source crystals were the top 3 resource targets. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the empty source crystal. As the most important resource of the Imperial Sky Tribe, the empty source crystal was naturally heavily guarded and guarded by powerful cultivators. According to the Federation's current information, while the Yuans did not have any transcendent powerhouses, they still had more than one true god powerhouse. They were especially proficient in all kinds of space-related abilities and were very difficult to deal with. This was also the reason why Tenryu Star and Tianma Star couldn't do anything to them. Dragon Horse number 76 planet was the most important resource planet for producing space source crystals. The Douluo Federation had paid 1,000 tons of rare metals to obtain this information. There were a total of 13 planets controlled by the Imperial Sky Tribe, and this was the most important one. Lan Xuanyu's idea of Dragon Horse number 76 planet could be considered extremely daring. Therefore, he didn't tell Xianxia at all. Planet number 76 was guarded by a rank 110 true god powerhouse of the Douluo Federation all year round. Moreover, it was mined in limited quantities. No one knew how this resource planet was formed. However, when there was a certain amount of space source crystals, they would naturally absorb the power of space and solidify. As long as they didn't mine too much, they would continue to provide space source crystals. This was also the reason why the Imperial Sky Tribe didn't have enough warships. After some calculations, they found that as long as they didn't mine too much every year, the total amount of space source crystals on resource planet number 76 wouldn't decrease. This was the treasure of their entire tribe, so they naturally wouldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Lan Xuanyu had thought about it carefully and discussed it with his teammates before setting their target on such a planet. They had an advantage that others didn't have. According to the known information, Dragon Horse number 76 didn't only produce space source crystals, but also 3 other types of rare metals. However, the other 3 types of rare metals weren't that precious. The Tang Yuga's 5 elements escape technique was enough to pass through these metal ores, making it easier for them to sneak deeper into the planet. This way, they had the possibility of obtaining space source crystals. Even if they could only obtain a portion of space source crystals, it would still be extremely precious. As long as they avoided the enemy's true god powerhouses, it would be fine. Even a true god powerhouse couldn't use their divine sense to cover the entire planet. There were treasure-hunting beasts to conceal their auras and detect the location of the space source crystals. There were also Tang Yuga's 5 elements escape technique. Their chances were quite high. They weren't here to rob, but to steal. Space source crystals were one of the most precious resources in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Federation's need for information on planet number 76 was also extremely urgent. In this war, they might not be able to reach here and plunder the space source crystals. However, to be able to obtain enough information was of extraordinary value to the Douluo Federation. It was a considerable military contribution. Therefore, after careful consideration and discussion with their companions, they decided to come here. Come, let's have a meeting to confirm our next move. Lan Xuanyu set the warship to cruise mode and called everyone in front of him. After we arrive, we will immediately start moving. According to our previous plan, Abao will conceal our auras and sneak into planet number 76. Its illusion ability is also at the divine sense level and is enough to conceal us from logging in. The problem we are facing now is that we are completely unclear about the defense deployment of planet number 76, and we are also unclear about the environment. At the same time, we have to leave someone on the wing battleship to provide support. This time, we are not doing this for battle, but mainly to obtain information and space source crystals. Therefore, in terms of manpower, Yuga, Hui, and I will sneak in. Mengqin, Xiaoxiao, Frenzy, Fatty, stay on the warship and be ready to provide support at any time. If something happens to us and we lose contact, return immediately, understand? Qianlei said, Boss, you're not bringing me with you? Lu Feng didn't say anything and just nodded. Lan Mengqin nudged Qianlei, signaling him not to speak. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Lan Xuanyu calmly and said, I'll go with you. I don't want to experience the pain of losing teacher Nana again. Regardless of success or failure, I want to be with you. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and looked at the others, but he still nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. The four of us will act together. He didn't reject Bai Xiuxiu because he couldn't think of a way to reject her. Because we're not familiar with the situation of the planet, as long as we successfully land, Yuga, you will immediately take us underground using metal escape. Abao will always help us cover our auras. We will try our best to dive deeper and look for space source crystals. Frenzy, in space, fly around planet number 76. Turn off the main engine and try your best to weaken all fluctuations. Don't worry about energy consumption and hover in the form of ghosts. Take an image of the surface of planet number 76. Don't send this back yet. Wait until we leave. During this period, don't contact us. The radio waves will expose us. Wait for us to return. When we return, we will contact you again in space. Got it. Lu Feng nodded. Lan Xuanyu said, that's how the operation will be for now. I think it won't be that easy to sneak in. There might be other changes. Otherwise, the Imperial Sky Tribe wouldn't have been able to preserve the space source crystal so well. We can only deal with it as it comes. If we're really discovered and a battle breaks out, I'll inform the warship. Frenzy, follow the location I gave you. With me as the center, release the antimatter missiles in a circular pattern outside the explosion range. I have a way to protect myself. They were undoubtedly unable to deal with a true god, but even a true god wouldn't have a good time facing the dragon's wrath. Lan Xuanyu had already experienced the power of the dragon's wrath. A titled Douluo had been killed in an instant. Although it was unlikely to kill a true god, it was still possible to create an opportunity for them to escape. The Skywing mecha's flying speed in the form of a fighter jet would give them a chance to escape the battlefield after the explosion. Coupled with the illusion created by Bao, they still had a chance to escape. If a dozen antimatter missiles landed on the planet, even if the explosion couldn't destroy the planet, it would cause immeasurable losses. At that time, the true god wouldn't be able to take care of them. Under the premise of their lives being threatened, they had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. After all, if the space source crystal exploded, the Douluo Federation wouldn't suffer the greatest loss. If the Douluo Federation could develop spatial technology, the Dragon Horse Galaxy would develop it sooner or later. When that time came, it would be a big problem. Although Lan Xuanyu was bold, he had his trump cards. The Dragon's Wrath, the antimatter missiles, the Skywing mecha, and even the Emerald Demon warship. These forces added together were the capital for him to sneak into the Dragon Horse number 76 planet. Qianlei's facial muscles twitched. The image of 16 antimatter missiles landing on the Dragon Horse number 76 appeared in his mind. The image was too beautiful, and he didn't dare to imagine it. Boss, have you considered a problem? The space source crystal contains a huge amount of spatial energy. What if it explodes? Qianlei couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu said very calmly, when it comes to the point where we have to put our lives on the line and are about to be killed by the other party, how can we still care about these things? After you release the antimatter missiles, fly away immediately. If we can escape, we'll contact you again. Qianlei coughed. No, the worst-case scenario won't happen. You will definitely come back safely. Lan Xuanyu smiled and nodded, don't worry, I have other ways. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we are not willing to take the risk of perishing together. Moreover, the reason why you are allowed to drop 16 antimatter missiles is that the number 76 planet must have a defense system that will intercept the missiles falling from the air. Therefore, there is a higher probability that the missiles will explode in the air. Let the spatial fluctuations become chaotic, making it difficult for the other party's divine sense to detect us. How can planet number 76 be blown up so easily? They chose Dragon Horse number 76 not only to fight for the Federation, but also for the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. The Tangmen had also obtained some space source crystals before, but this resource was too rare and the amount they obtained was too little. The Tangmen's soul technology was even more advanced than the Federation's. If they had more space source crystals, many space-related scientific breakthroughs could be achieved. This time, Lan Xuanyu also came with a mission. Tang Miao told him that if possible, under the premise of ensuring their safety, the Tangmen needed space source crystals the most. In terms of spatial technology, the Federation mainly researched spatial overlapping and spatial compression technology. The Tangmen researched spatial jumping technology similar to the airborne races. The technology was basically mature, the only thing lacking was energy. The internal structure of the space source crystal was extremely complex. If one wanted to replicate or create a similar space energy source, they would need a large number of space source crystals for research, or directly use space source crystals as a power source. Lan Xuanyu was actually most concerned about the Tongmen's forbidden arsenal. He knew that as long as he could get some space source crystals, the door of the forbidden arsenal would probably open to him. He had always wanted to know what the other weapons and equipment in the forbidden arsenal were used for. Especially the latest research results of the Tangmen. The wing of the Treasturmsa continued to fly in stealth mode. They were already far away from the main force. 3 days later. In the distance, a dark blue planet appeared in the porthole's field of vision. On the surface, this planet only had a different color and was rotating steadily. This resource planet was actually a small planet. It had its own orbit and revolved around a large planet that was mainly silver, white and green. It should be considered a satellite of that large planet. There was no doubt that the large planet was the lair of the airborne race. This dark blue planet was Dragon Horse Planet number 76. The warship slowly decelerated and hovered at a place far away from Dragon Horse Planet. "Zoom in and take a look," Lan Xuanyu ordered. The detection radar scanned and zoomed in. The dark blue planet became several times larger and appeared on the screen. However, what made Lan Xuanyu and the others frown was that although they could zoom in, there was a layer of distorted halo on the surface of this dark blue planet. They could not see the actual situation on the planet. This distorted halo was obviously not formed naturally. It was similar to a protective layer that was specifically used to prevent spying. It was also very likely that it had an early warning function. The situation was more complicated than imagined. Dragon Horse Planet number 76 had such a comprehensive defense, which was beyond Lan Xuanyu's expectations. However, he was already mentally prepared. After all, the information that the Federation knew about Dragon Horse Planet number 76 was very limited. Under normal circumstances, the Federation's path deep into the Dragon Horse Galaxy was blocked by the Dragon Horse Galaxy's warships. It was impossible for them to go deep. All the information was bought with money. It was normal for there to be deviations. However, this also proved that they did not find the wrong place. The energy consumed and technology used to maintain such a protective layer that covered the entire planet were very unusual. Only an extremely precious resource planet like Dragon Horse Planet number 76 was qualified to be protected like this. There's no rush. Let's observe it first and analyze the data of that layer of shield without touching it, Lan Xuanyu said. They did not need to fly around the planet at all. The planet itself was rotating, so they could naturally see the overall situation. Lan Xuanyu was not only bold, he was also careful. After finding the target, he was not in a hurry. He first observed carefully and looked for an opportunity. Dragon Horse Planet number 76 rotated at a relatively fast speed. It could rotate once in about 6 hours compared to the mother planet. Through its autobiography this week, a simple analysis was also made. The protective layer on the surface of the planet should be of the spatial attribute. It did not have any defensive power by itself. After all, to protect the entire planet, the energy consumption of the protective layer was too great. However, this spatial attribute protective layer could block detection, so it must have an early warning ability. There was no doubt about this. The Imperial Sky Tribe was not guarding against the threat from the Douluo Federation. More importantly, they were guarding against the people inside the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Everyone knew the preciousness of the Void Origin Crystal. The Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star coveted it very much. The Imperial Sky Tribe naturally had a tight defense. Moreover, along with the observation, Lan Xuanyu and the others also discovered a fleet of dozens of warships. This fleet was located between Dragon Horse Planet number 76 and the Imperial Sky Tribe's mother planet. These warships were very strange. They were suspended in space, and there was a kind of looming feeling as if they could shuttle through space at any time. The size of each warship was not too big. Its length was between 150 to 200 meters. It was silver-white and looked very modern. This should be the famous Royal Air warship of the Royal Air Tribe, which could travel through space. End of chapter. Such a defense could be said to have reached the pinnacle. It would be too difficult to sneak into the interior of planet number 76 under such circumstances. Boss, do you still want to go? Xianlei asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, since we're already here, we naturally have to go. I already have a plan. Let's hear it. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu briefly explained his thoughts to her. After listening to his explanation, some nodded, some looked worried, but no one objected. Our biggest advantage now is the stealth effect of the Xianxia wing battleship. With the current reconnaissance methods of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it's unlikely that they'll discover us. Even if a true god powerhouse uses their divine sense to scan, space is so vast that they may not be able to discover us. So, after you complete the mission, immediately escape. The enemy will definitely need time to pursue us. This time is enough for you to hide far away and not rush back. Judging from the current protective shield, when we leave, we will definitely trigger it and be discovered by the enemy. That will be the most dangerous time. You guys will project again from here and cover us. At that time, I will also create chaos and create an opportunity. We'll contact each other again in space. With the concealment of the treasure-seeking beast, even the enemy's divine sense won't be able to discover us. So, the moment of entry is the most dangerous. But with your cover, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The illusion of the treasure-seeking beast was the most important thing for them to be able to enter the planet. Isn't it a little too dangerous? Xianlei said with some concern. Lan Xuanyu said, let's vote by a show of hands. It's definitely dangerous. Let's see what everyone thinks. Not only was this operation dangerous, but it was also not small. He couldn't make an arbitrary decision. He needed the majority's agreement. I agree. Lan Xuanyu was the first to raise his hand. I agree too. The second to raise her hand was impressively by Xiaoxiao. She looked calm and didn't blush because of her support for Lan Xuanyu. I agree. Tang Yuga was the third to raise his hand with a calm face. Yes, I believe in brother Xianyu. Yuan and Hui Hui also raised her hand. Among the 7 people, 4 of them who were in charge of infiltration had agreed. Naturally, the decision was passed. Let's all agree. Full support. To minimize the danger, Lan Mengqin said. Lan Xuanyu said, then let's start preparing. Rest for 3 hours. After 3 hours, we will begin the operation. The wings of the Xianxia heaven was still suspended in space. Lan Xuanyu and the rest were all meditating, silently recovering their soul power and adjusting their physical state. An endless life fruit was directly activated by Lan Mengqin, emitting a rich life force for everyone to absorb. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye as he meditated. Lan Xuanyu's group of 4 walked to the rear cabin. The other 3 people saw them off. The 7 of them high-fived each other. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, don't worry, we will definitely return safe and sound. You have to be careful too. You may face the search of the Imperial Sky Race's god-rank powerhouses and the fleet. You must stay safe. Then, just wait for our good news. Good luck, boss. Xianlei no longer said anything discouraging at this time and waved his fist vigorously. The rear cabin was sealed and isolated. The lower abdomen of the wings of the Xianxia heaven warship slowly opened. Lan Xuanyu's group of 4 each put on the wings of the Xianxia heaven warship. They quietly flew from the tail of the wings of the Xianxia heaven warship into space. As soon as they entered space, the mechas instantly transformed into wings of the Xianxia heaven warship. They also activated the stealth system and flew in one direction. In order to reduce the energy fluctuations as much as possible, they controlled their flying speed. The 4 wings of the Xianxia heaven warship, led by Lan Xuanyu, flew forward in a diamond shape. The wings of the Xianxia heaven warship also turned around and flew in the opposite direction. They instantly pulled apart the distance between them. If anyone could see Lan Xuanyu's group, they would find that the four wings of the Xianxia heaven warships were flying in the direction of the Imperial Sky Race's fleet. Dozens of Imperial Sky Race warships were suspended in space, hovering there steadily. The battle formation that they showed was the kind that could be thrown into battle at any time. In the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the Imperial Sky Race's status was very high, mainly because they were the most advanced in space technology in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Furthermore, they had space technology. Even the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star dared not push them too hard. During the war between the Allied forces, the Imperial Sky Race sent out relatively few warships. These dozens of warships were the elites of the Imperial Sky Race. They were equipped with the most powerful equipment, and all of them had the ability to jump through space. This was also the core capital of the Imperial Sky Race. If one were to look closer, one would find that there were slightly distorted space fluctuations around these warships. The four wings of the Xianxia heaven warships piloted by Lan Xuanyu's group slowly came to a stop at a certain distance from them. The bow wing is in position. Let's begin. Lan Xuanyu relayed the situation to the Xianxia heaven warship through the communicator. We're about to begin, boss. Get ready. Lu Feng's voice was heard. At this time, the Xianxia heaven warship had already arrived on the other side of the 76th planet, which was the furthest side from the Imperial Sky Race's mother planet. It was almost the entire 76th planet away from the Imperial Sky Race's fleet. Naturally, it was in a completely different direction from Lan Xuanyu's group. The lower abdomen of the Xianxia heaven warship opened, and an antimatter missile quietly slid down. The Xianxia heaven warship landed on the 76th planet. Even if the Douluo Federation knew that Lan Xuanyu's group had used an antimatter missile on the 76th planet, they would probably be shocked. Space source crystals were too precious. They were practically the treasures of the universe. At least until now, they had not found anything similar to space source crystals anywhere. From this, it could be seen how precious this thing was. Antimatter missiles did not have the ability to turn invisible. However, their specialty was that they were very small and were not easy to discover. After completing the launch of the missile, the Xianxia heaven warship did not stop. It turned around and fled, flying towards the depths of the universe. The missile flew quietly. Just when the radar of the 76th planet finally detected it, the tail of the missile spewed out flames, and it instantly accelerated, flying in the direction of the 76th planet. Below them, beams of energy shot out and quickly swept towards them. However, the antimatter missile seemed to have grown eyes. It kept changing its direction, but it was getting closer and closer to the 76th planet. At this time, the person in charge of controlling the trajectory of the missile was Qianlei on the Xianxia heaven warship. His eyes were wide open, and his hands were constantly operating at a fast speed. This kind of long-range control of the missile's trajectory also came from the Tangmen. It was specially developed to deal with antimatter missiles. Antimatter missiles were very powerful, but they were most afraid of being intercepted before reaching their target. Once they were intercepted, their effect would naturally be lost. Therefore, the Tangmen developed a technology that could remotely control antimatter missiles. It was not complicated. Four wings were installed at the back of the antimatter missile. At the same time, a two-stage propulsion system was added. An internal chip controlled the adjustment of the wings. The acceleration and control at the back were separated from the antimatter missile body at the front. This kind of control also had an advantage, which was that the antimatter missile could be detonated at a designated location. This missile was like a cunning fish swimming through, avoiding the layers of protection. In addition to the distance it had already flown, it quickly reached the position of the 76th planet's protective shield. On the Xianxia heaven warship, Qianlei slammed the detonation button. Suddenly, the antimatter missile that had flown to the range of the protective shield suddenly stopped. Then, the surrounding light dimmed, and even the sweeping energy rays were swallowed in an instant. The huge explosion caused the void to collapse and immediately set off huge ripples on that side. A huge gap was completely torn in that space shield. Part of the terrifying explosive force had even swept over the number 76 planet. That was an antimatter missile that could destroy a medium-sized warship. It was a weapon of mass destruction in space. Although it was detonated in the air, the terrifying antimatter storm that it brought about still caused the space to tremble violently. Even the planet was affected by the tremors. As soon as the explosion appeared, the royal tribe's fleet immediately moved. Only after seeing it with one's own eyes could one truly understand the power of spatial jumps. The dozens of warships that were still in front of Lan Xuanyu and the others all disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already on the other side of the number 76 planet. Silver light nets bloomed and sealed off the void. Lan Xuanyu was also secretly surprised. It was no wonder that those royal tribe warships were only gathered together. As long as they wanted to, they could complete a spatial jump in such a short time and appear anywhere around the royal tribe's mother planet. However, their goal had been achieved. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice through the communicator, "Let's go." The four-winged skywings immediately accelerated and flew straight to the number 76 planet. Logically speaking, if they wanted to break into the number 76 planet, the other side of the planet was obviously the most suitable place to do so. That was because there were so many royal tribe warships guarding that side, and they could be seen from far away. The royal tribe also took advantage of this point for defense. Their royal tribe warships could appear anywhere through spatial jumps. In fact, as long as they were in this airspace, it did not matter where the warships were. Lan Xuanyu did the opposite. He took advantage of the royal tribe's inertial thinking and threw antimatter missiles on the other side. This attracted the royal tribe's attention, while they broke in from the most impossible place, which was where the royal tribe warships were originally stationed. The four-winged skywings accelerated at full speed. The royal tribe warships had the ability to perform spatial jumps, and the royal tribe had many god-level masters. Their time was very limited. Now that all attention had been diverted to the other side, it was their chance. Moreover, under the influence of the antimatter storm, the enemy's detection shield was greatly disturbed, and it was the most difficult time to detect them. In the blink of an eye, the four fighter jets had arrived at the surface of the violently fluctuating protective shield. The mech's protective shield was activated. Without any hesitation, it flew straight in. The Tongmen's detection radar was very accurate. The effect of the protective shield was to defend against detection and early warning. There was no blocking effect at all. The four-winged skyfighters quickly flew out and headed straight for the surface of the number 76 planet. After passing through the protective shield, Lan Xuanyu's forehead lit up slightly. A faint halo of light had already enveloped the four-winged heavens. The treasure-seeking beasts had made their move. Relying on its powerful illusory ability, it concealed the aura of Lan Xuanyu and the others. Therefore, in reality, their auras had only appeared the moment they passed through the passport layer. At this time, the inside of the number 76 planet was completely attracted by the antimatter missile. Instead of falling straight to the ground, it instantly flew sideways. This was because Lan Xuanyu wasn't sure if they had been discovered. If the other party discovered the location where they entered, they would first search around that location. The four-winged heavens flew sideways at high speed to one side. While flying the fighter jets, Lan Xuanyu and the others could finally see the situation of the number 76 planet clearly. This planet was basically dark blue. The surface of the dark blue planet was uneven. However, on this dark blue surface, there was a faint metallic luster, indicating the degree of metallization of this planet. They could see that there were many buildings on the surface of the planet. There were also many heavy cannons, which were planetary railguns aimed at outer space. These were the things that had tried to intercept the antimatter missile earlier. Don't underestimate planetary railguns. If there were enough of them, even space fleets would be threatened. It was obvious that the Yuans were definitely rich in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They armed their territory to the teeth. The four fighter jets slowly descended. So far, they couldn't see any traces of space source crystals. However, Lan Xuanyu didn't detect any danger with his perception. With his current spirit domain realm perception, he would have a premonition if danger appeared. The air analysis is complete. It's not suitable for human survival. Normal people must wear protective clothing to survive here. The radiation is very strong. We also need to continuously use soul power to protect ourselves or be inside the mecha to not be affected. The gravity is 3.2 times that of the mother planet. Bai Xiuxiu's voice sounded in the communicator. Everything they had investigated at this moment was important information for the Douluo Federation. Prepare to descend and land, Lan Xuanyu said. The 4 Skywing fighter jets flew towards a flat terrain without any traces of enemies. During the process of descending, they transformed into Skywing mechas and landed on the surface of the planet. As soon as they landed, they could immediately feel the gravity on the surface of the planet. Although 3 times the gravity of the mother planet wasn't enough to affect them, it could still slow down their speed. Yuga, metal analysis. Lan Xuanyu, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Bai Xiuxiu formed a triangle and protected Tang Yuga in the center. Tang Yuga's Skywing mecha knelt on one knee and pressed its right hand on the surface of the planet. The surface analysis of the planet shows that this is a metal similar to blue coppertite. The purity is about 35% to 40%. If the entire surface of the planet is covered with this, then the value is quite high, Tang Yuga said as he investigated. There's a barrier, there's an energy barrier below. I can't continue to investigate, or else I'll definitely be discovered. Tang Yuga's voice changed. Lan Xuanyu and the other 2's faces also became ugly. The Imperial Sky Tribe's protection of planet number 76 was more stringent than they had imagined. There was even an energy protection inside the shell of the planet. If this covered the entire planet, how much energy would it take to complete it? Tang Yuga's Skywing mecha stood up. Xianyu, what should we do? How's the energy intensity? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuga said, it's not weak. It definitely has reconnaissance characteristics and defensive characteristics. It's unrealistic to force our way in. The opponent's God-rank powerhouse will definitely come in the shortest time possible. We won't have anywhere to run. What if we blow it up again? Yuan and Hui Hui said. No. This is the surface of the planet, so we can't blow it up easily. Otherwise, we'll be too easily exposed. He may not be able to completely protect us under continuous scanning with his divine consciousness. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't let the Imperial Sky Tribe know that we've come in. It seems that we'll have to go through a little trouble and infiltrate to take a look. Lan Xuanyu looked into the distance. Previously, they had completed reconnaissance of a part of the area through the radar scan on the fighter. The way the Imperial Sky Tribe developed this planet was similar to how humans developed resource planets. They both built bases on the surface of the planet and developed with the bases as the center. However, there was more than one base on planet number 76. They had just flown over when they saw 2 strange-looking bases. You mean, we should sneak into the bases? Bai Xiuxiu asked doubtfully. Well, let's go take a look around the bases. Maybe we'll have a chance. Put away the mecha and change into protective clothing. At that moment, the 4 of them put away the Skywing mecha and changed into protective clothing. They spread their bodies and quickly headed toward the nearest base that they had discovered earlier. As they walked, the 4 of them each put on a headset and turned on the language conversion system in their protective clothing at the same time. The protective suits they were wearing came from the Tangmen. Their headphones provided simultaneous interpretation, and the protective suits came with a translation system. Of course, they didn't know the language of the Yuans, but the database of the Tangmen had it. They didn't know how it came to be, but it was fine as long as it could be used. They could already see the base of the Yuans from afar. The base looked like it was built with blue metal, which was probably sourced locally. However, this was a rare metal. It was too extravagant. If Lan Xuanyu were to refine it, it could be spirit refined and soul refined. The Yuans deserved their reputation for being rich. From the outside, there wasn't anything too special about the base. It was in a semicircle, like a cover covering the ground. It also looked like a bulge. At this time, the role of the treasure-hunting beast became more and more obvious. Its consciousness was very sensitive to all kinds of energy. When it was 500 meters away from the base, it reminded Lan Xuanyu and the others to stop, because there was another layer of invisible shield here to protect the base. It also had a detection effect. Lan Xuanyu and the others were a little helpless. The Yuans made the entire planet look like a turtle shell. It was a little difficult to sneak in. What should they do? Wait. It was impossible to rush in directly. If they were discovered, they would have no chance. They could only wander around the base and look for an opportunity. Lan Xuanyu wouldn't rush in unless it was a last resort. That would be suicidal. Although his plan this time was risky, he wouldn't take risks easily in the process, especially when there were no benefits to be gained. The four of them circled the base and found that there was a door. If there was a door, it meant that there was a possibility that the Yuans would come out from inside. Therefore, all they could do now was wait outside the semicircular door that they found. Luck was finally on their side this time. After waiting for less than an hour, the semicircular door slowly rose, and a vehicle with caterpillar tracks came out. The vehicle looked a bit like a beetle, with an oval back and caterpillar tracks at the bottom. It didn't move very quickly, but it was obviously suitable for all kinds of terrain. Get ready. Lan Xuanyu reminded his companions. They slowly adjusted their positions according to the route taken by the vehicle of the Imperial Sky Tribe. The treasure-hunting beast also shared its divine sense with Lan Xuanyu, allowing him to sense the changes in the shield. Just as the car was about to reach the protective shield, a beam of light shot out from the front of the car. Instantly, the protective shield naturally formed a door. The car slowly drove out from inside. Enter. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. Taking advantage of the moment when the car left the shield, they quickly entered. With the treasure-hunting beast's illusion, they were completely invisible. As the vehicle left, the protective shield naturally closed. Lan Xuanyu and the others finally came in. Yuga, use metal detection again. I don't believe that their base has any defenses on the ground as well. Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Yuga squatted down and used the 5 elements escape technique to explore the ground. After a while, she raised her head and nodded at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, and Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but feel happy. Their opportunity had finally come. It wasn't easy to come by. Let's go in together. The three of them surrounded Tang Yuga again. Tang Yuga used the 5 elements escape technique and slowly sank into the ground with them. 2 minutes later, after they had sunk about 10 meters into the ground, Tang Yuga stopped. Lan Xuanyu didn't need her to say anything. That was because a white stream of light had already appeared under their feet. A protective shield, another protective shield. It's really. Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but almost swear. Bai Xiuxiu patted his hood. Are the Imperial Sky Tribe turtles? Even inside the base, there was still a protective shield more than 10 meters deep. Everyone, don't be impatient. Lan Xuanyu was still very calm. There's always a protective shield on the ground, which means that we're heading in the right direction. The void source crystal must be underground, otherwise they wouldn't have to protect it like this. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the void source crystal is likely to be found anywhere on this planet. Otherwise, the protective shield wouldn't be so omnipresent. The Imperial Sky Tribe's defense is so tight. Other races must have snuck in and used various methods to sneak in. I've checked the Heavenly Starry Sky Source crystal trading records for the past few years. From the records, the number of void source crystal transactions has been decreasing every year. The price continues to rise. This should be related to the Imperial Sky Tribe's own defense getting tighter and tighter. Moreover, the Imperial Sky Tribe's interests are the greatest if the price is hyped up. They can secretly sell some void source crystals and make a huge profit. Otherwise, how could they be so rich? We're already very lucky to be able to sneak in here. Don't worry, Yuga. Move horizontally and head in the direction of the base. Then see if there are any changes in the metal composition of this area. Okay. Tang Yuga agreed. An excellent commander would definitely be able to unite all his teammates. After Lan Xuanyu said this, everyone naturally quieted down. Tang Yuga led the three of them slowly towards the base, at the same time paying attention to the situation of the protective shield. It's still mainly blue coppertite, but I also found a small amount of magic silver. Although it's not much, the purity of the magic silver here is very high. It's the highest I've ever seen. It's almost like the essence of magic silver. The purity of this natural magic silver is even higher than that of our usual 1000 refined silver. Just the magic silver alone is priceless. At this moment, Tang Yuga stopped. In front of them was a thick blue metal wall. Obviously, they had already reached the vicinity of the base from underground. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and pressed it on the metal wall. The treasure-hunting beast's divine sense probed inside, allowing him to see the situation inside. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, instead of calling this base a base, it was more like a huge factory. Compared to the tight protection outside, it was a little noisy and chaotic inside. Huge equipment was emitting high heat. The yukos were about 1.5 meters tall. Their body shape was somewhat similar to humans, but they had 4 arms. Their legs were longer. Their heads were huge. They had no nose, 4 eyes, and a big mouth on their heads. There were tentacle-like existences hanging down from the back of their heads. These yukos were also wearing protective suits. Obviously, the environment of planet number 76 was not suitable for them to survive. There were at least 1,000 yukos busy here. After Lan Xuanyu probed, he frowned slightly and said, "They seem to be refining metal. But it's definitely not space origin crystal. There are no spatial fluctuations." "Then what should we do?" Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "We have to go in and take a look and confirm it. Yuga, follow my guidance. We'll find a corner and enter." Relying on the detection of his divine sense, Lan Xuanyu guided Tang Yuga to a corner. The 4 of them used metal escape to penetrate the wall. Tang Yuga controlled the metal wall behind him to return to its original state. Only then did they truly sneak into the interior of the base. This infiltration could be said to be the most difficult mission they had ever carried out. They used antimatter missiles, the treasure-hunting beast's illusion, divine sense detection, and Tang Yuga's 5 elements escape technique to succeed. The whole process was really not easy. The key was that they hadn't even seen the shadow of the space origin crystal. The 4 of them were invisible, and there were no detection devices inside the factory. This was a typical case of tight on the outside and loose on the inside. Inside the factory, they avoided the Yuans while investigating. There was no need for Tang Yuga to check. With Lan Xuanyu's experience, he could tell what the Yuans were doing. As expected, they weren't refining space origin crystals, but another metal that Tang Yuga had mentioned before, magic silver. Based on the previous metal detections, the magic silver on this planet was associated with blue coppertite. However, the ratio of the two being associated was less than 1%. However, the magic silver was very pure. The huge blast furnaces were cast to refine the magic silver in the blue coppertite. This refining method was a bit primitive, but it had to be said that the temperature was quite high. After being refined, the blue coppertite wasn't wasted. It was made into huge blue coppertite ingots, each at least 5 cubic meters in size. They were stacked in the corner. Blue coppertite was also a rare metal, so it was also a treasure. The amount of magic silver that was refined was very small. After the initial melting, the magic silver was cast into metal cubes, each the size of a palm, and then stacked together. They were transported to the beetle-like vehicles. Combined with what they had seen before, the beetle-like vehicles that had appeared before were transporting the magic silver to an unknown place. The purpose of this factory was to refine the magic silver. It had nothing to do with void crystals. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, "They're transporting the magic silver to a higher level base. We'll follow the vehicle later. Let's see where we're going." The magic silver wasn't accumulated quickly. It took more than an hour to refine a vehicle of about 300 pieces of magic silver. Looking at the magic silver, Lan Xuanyu and the others' eyes were a bit red. Just this kind of magic silver of unprecedented purity was extremely valuable. Planet number 76 could really be said to be a treasure and resource planet. Of course, they couldn't lose the big picture for the small. Now wasn't the time to snatch the magic silver. The value of void crystals was many times higher than the magic silver. The magic silver was finally loaded into the vehicle. Lan Xuanyu and the others quietly followed the beetle-like vehicle out of the warehouse. The 4 of them quietly climbed up to the roof of the car and used their soul power to control their weight to lighten it. He sat in the center of the roof and followed the beetle into the distance. The surface of the number 76 planet was barren. Looking around, all he could see was a sea of deep blue. The beetle transport vehicle was more advanced than he had imagined. With the caterpillar tracks, it was still very stable and its speed was not slow. The scenery on both sides constantly flashed by. This place was completely unsuitable for life, but it was actually such a treasure ground. Who could have imagined this, from the Dragon Origin Crystal to the Space Origin Crystal now? The wealth and resources displayed by the Dragon Horse Galaxy were truly coveted. The Douluo Federation was clearly aware of this, and they would definitely continue their military operations against the Dragon Horse Galaxy in the future. It could be said that the Federation had obtained a complete victory in this war. It was just that no one knew how many resources they would be able to take away. He would definitely make a huge profit. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was at a disadvantage because of the lack of technology despite having sufficient resources. Although there were many battleships, their combat power was not strong. In addition, the various races were in a state of disunity. If it weren't for the threat of top-tier powerhouses, they would have been swallowed up by the Federation long ago. After the Beetle transport vehicle traveled for about 2 hours, a base 10 times larger than the previous one appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu and the others. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand, and the 4 of them crawled on the surface of the Beetle transport vehicle. The protective barrier opened, and a layer of light swept over. This was a simple biological scan. There was no need to hide, and the treasure-hunting beast simulation was resolved. The transport vehicle passed through 3 layers of protective barriers before arriving in front of the huge base. The bases all looked the same. It was also a semicircle. They entered from a side door and drove inside. Lan Xuanyu and the others also discovered that it wasn't just this transport vehicle. Other beetles had also entered, and they were clearly transporting magic silver. Until now, they still hadn't seen any traces of the Space Origin Crystal. They drove all the way inside, and the beetle transport vehicle stopped in front of a huge warehouse. Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly got off the vehicle and quietly hid to the side. Looking around, the 4 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. As far as their eyes could see, it was all magic silver, high-purity magic silver. The palm-sized pieces of magic silver were piled up like a mountain. How much was there? Lan Xuanyu even had the thought of taking the magic silver away instead of the Space Origin Crystal. This was already an astronomical amount of wealth. It would be enough to support the entire wings of the 33 skies wearing forward battle armor. However, he still held back. Carts of magic silver were unloaded, piled up, and placed. Seeing the Yukos busy, Yuan and Hui Hui whispered to Lan Xuanyu, "Big brother Xianyu, what should we do next? It seems that the Yukos only purify the magic silver and don't have any Space Origin crystals." "Don't worry. Let's wait and see. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with this magic silver. If it's for convenient storage, there's no need to make it into such small pieces. There should be a purpose. Let's observe for a while longer." There weren't many workers in the warehouse. They were only responsible for piling up and placing the magic silver. Every 10 minutes, a beetle would enter the station. Judging from this time and the mining speed of the first base, there should be 8 or 9 bases in the surrounding area that were mining. Lan Xuanyu told his companions to wait patiently and observe. After waiting for nearly 3 hours, Lan Xuanyu was getting a little anxious. Then, a different car drove in. Unlike the beetle, this car looked very strange. It was cylindrical in shape and had a huge drill at the front. It was several times larger than the beetle transport vehicle. As soon as it came in, many Yukos immediately surrounded it. One side of the drill car opened, and the Yukos moved a large amount of magic silver onto it. There were 4 drivers in the drill car. They were obviously taller than the ordinary Yukos. They didn't help move the magic silver, which showed that they had a higher status. After the car was almost full of magic silver, the leader of the Yukos waved his hand and said, "Okay. That's all." All the workers placed their 4 hands on top of their heads and bowed in salute. This should be the etiquette of the Yukos. The drill car turned around and drove in the direction of the warehouse door. Lan Xuanyu quickly followed with his companions and quietly jumped on top of the drill car. "Let's go. Let's follow." This drill car was so different. Where was it going to transport the magic silver? The drill car left the magic silver warehouse. It didn't leave the base. Instead, it drove toward a building in the center of the base. Its speed was relatively slow. It was obviously because of the large amount of magic silver. This drill car was obviously of high status. Wherever it passed, the other vehicles automatically gave way to it. After entering the largest building in the base, the drill car kept moving inside. Soon, it arrived at the center. There was a huge metal plate on the ground. There were some not too fancy patterns on it. After it stably stopped on the metal plate began to slowly sink. Lan Xuanyu had a hunch that they had found the right place this time. The metal plate sank more than 50 meters. It was already beyond the place where they had found the shield. Clang! A loud sound was heard, and the metal plate stopped. The drill car started and drove along a tunnel. There were many tunnels here, and they all looked about the same size. The drill car chose one of them. Because it was moving diagonally downward, the drill car began to move faster and faster. Lan Xuanyu and the others could only crawl on the drill car at this time to ensure that they wouldn't be scraped by the walls of the cave. Gradually, the terrain began to change. The drill car, which was originally going down diagonally, gradually went straight down, and the front end made a buzzing sound. Gravel began to pass around. Lan Xuanyu and the others had to release their soul power to block these gravel. The front end of the drill car was actually used to carry the car underground. Going deep underground, this was good. They didn't even need to rely on Tang Yuga's 5 elements escape technique to go deep. They could continue to go down with the drill car. Tang Yuga's 5 elements escape technique also had a limit. If they went too deep underground, she wouldn't be able to bear the consumption. Soon, Lan Xuanyu and the others began to show shock on their faces because they could clearly feel that they were already thousands of meters deep underground. And the speed of the drill car showed no signs of slowing down. It continued to go down. Wherever it passed, it would leave a path behind, but the surrounding rubble would still naturally gather a little. It wasn't flat. Tang Yuga said to Lan Xuanyu through the communication system of the protective suit, "I found a variety of rare metals, but they are relatively heterogeneous. In addition to blue coppertite and magic silver, there are also metals such as fine gold and star stone. The purity is not high. The earth elements are increasing." At this moment, suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea trembled. Then, the voice of the treasure-hunting beast sounded in Lan Xuanyu's mind. "Master, there's something good, something good. I seem to feel it. It's a familiar smell, definitely a familiar smell." Its voice trembled slightly. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Can you tell what it is?" The treasure-hunting beast immediately said, "I can't tell what it is, but I'm sure it's a familiar smell. I used to be familiar with it in the heavenly realm. The spatial fluctuations have also increased. Maybe there's a treasure from the heavenly realm here. The former heavenly realm, the heavenly realm under your rule." Lan Xuanyu suddenly looked surprised. There was a treasure from the heavenly realm on this number 76 planet? Could it be a fragment of the heavenly realm? The drill car continued to go down, and its speed began to slow down. It was obvious that they were about to reach their destination. From the time it had drilled until now, it had probably drilled more than 3 kilometers into the ground. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's heartbeat began to accelerate. Not only him, but the other 3 were also the same. Because they all noticed that the surrounding cave walls were beginning to glow. Silver light. The rich spatial elemental fluctuations caused everything to distort. Although this was not a space source crystal, everything here, including the soil, was rendered by the spatial elements. What this meant couldn't be more obvious. They were about to reach the location of the void source crystal. There are powerful existences. "Master, restrain your aura," the treasure-hunting beast suddenly reminded. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly informed his companions. The 4 of them gathered together and tried their best to restrain their auras. Under the cover of the treasure-seeking beast's illusion, their auras were completely concealed. The drill car began to slow down. The road ahead suddenly opened up, and the drill car began to slow down, making a squeaking sound. Their surroundings were completely silver white, and the rich spatial fluctuations made them feel like they were in a wormhole. However, the spatial fluctuations here were much softer than in a wormhole. This was a huge cave. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to release his spiritual force to sense it. He could only secretly look up. On the surrounding cave walls, there were pieces of sparkling crystals emitting a charming silver halo. None of the crystals were big, but the spatial fluctuations they contained were almost tangible. In other words, they were formed by the condensation of spatial elements. Although he had never seen a space source crystal before, Lan Xuanyu was completely certain that this was a space source crystal. There were a lot of space source crystals in the cave, at least 1,000 pieces. The largest was the size of a human head. The smallest was the size of a fist. In the cave, there were already several drill cars parked. There were specialized people in charge of unloading the cars and moving the magic silver from above. Lan Xuanyu soon discovered the threat that the treasure-hunting beast was talking about. It was a particularly tall member of the Yukos. Compared to ordinary members of the Yukos, who were only about 1.5 meters tall, this person was more than 3 meters tall. What was more frightening was that he had 8 arms. From a human's point of view, the Yukos were quite ugly. However, just by standing there, the energy fluctuations emanating from his body made people's hearts palpitate. This tall member of the Yukos sat cross-legged on a flat stone inside. 4 of his 8 arms were above his head, and the other 4 were folded in front of him. It looked like he was cultivating. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Was the cultivation of the Yukos relying on the spatial elemental fluctuations of the space source crystal? That was why they were able to improve to a very powerful level. There was no doubt that the powerhouse of the Yukos was especially good at spatial abilities. This would be very difficult to deal with. Once they were discovered, it would be difficult to escape. Even if they used the dragon's wrath, it would not be that easy to escape. Lan Xuanyu did not need to say anything. The treasure-hunting beast had already activated its illusion ability to the strongest level, using its own consciousness to cover Lan Xuanyu and the other 4. Soon, Lan Xuanyu and the others found a strange place. To be more precise, it was the Yukos who helped them find it. After the magic silver from the drill car was unloaded, it was moved to a small cart and then pushed to a place. It was the entrance of a cave, which looked to be more than 1 meter tall and less than 2 meters tall. It was just enough for ordinary members of the Yukos to get in. Inside the cave, a faint silver halo was emitted. The spatial elements in that direction were the densest. Lan Xuanyu gently waved his hand and walked in that direction quietly. Although there were countless space source crystals in the cave, with the powerhouse of the Yukos in charge, they did not dare to act rashly. The powerhouse was at least at the deity realm, and could even be at the true god realm. Once exposed, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. When they reached the side of the cave, they were not in a hurry to enter. Instead, they waited. Although they were now invisible, what if they encountered the Yukos who were transporting the magic silver in the narrow cave? After waiting for a while, the Yukos who had transported the magic silver in came out. The small cart was empty. It was obvious that the magic silver had been sent inside. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself, this is where the space source crystals are. Although the magic silver is precious, it is far inferior to the space source crystals. Why would they transport the magic silver here? It should not be for storage. It is so convenient to store the magic silver in the warehouses outside. Why would they need to go so deep? Underground? There must be a reason for this. He was still not in a hurry to enter. He wanted to determine how often the Yukos would transport the magic silver, or if they would transport all the magic silver in the drill car. To their surprise, the drill car only pushed the magic silver into one cart and did not continue to transport it. Instead, the rest of the magic silver was removed and placed in a corner. Then, the few Yukos on the drill car bowed to the tall Yukos. They got on the drill car and went back the way they came. The cave quieted down. Lan Xuanyu then focused his attention on the other Yukos here. Suddenly, he discovered something special. The Yukos who worked here were all relatively tall. Moreover, they did not have 4 arms. Basically, they all had around 6 arms. Their auras were not weak. Judging from his observations, the individual strength of the Yukos was most likely related to the number of arms they had. The more arms they had, the taller they were, and the stronger they were. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu was one step closer to confirming that this underground cave with the space source crystals was suitable for the Yukos to cultivate. The rich spatial elements allowed the Yukos to increase their strength quickly. Therefore, the outstanding people of the Yukos were allowed to come here to cultivate. This should be the same as the soul masters who came to the Shrek Academy's Eternal Sky City to cultivate. Just by discovering this, they had already obtained a lot of information by sneaking in this time. If they handed it over to the Federation, they would get it. Reward, however, this obviously couldn't satisfy Lan Xuanyu and the others' appetite. Since they were already here, they had to find a way to get some resources. With so many space source crystals, it wasn't their style to return empty-handed from a treasure mountain. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand gently and led his companions quietly towards the cave with a silver halo. At the same time, he took out a dragon's fury and held it in his hand. With their strength alone, it was not enough to pose a threat to a divine rank expert, especially in this kind of space. A divine rank expert. If there was any danger, only by detonating the dragon's fury would they have a chance of survival. They had to at least have a chance to use the 5 elements escape technique to escape into the surrounding walls, coupled with the concealing aura of the treasure-hunting beast. Only with the ability to breathe would it be possible to not be caught by a divine rank expert. The entrance of the cave was not big, and Lan Xuanyu had to bend down to enter. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately felt the dense and almost viscous space elements. With every step he took, the surroundings seemed to become a little empty. Illusion. The feeling of overlapping layers was extremely wonderful, and the key was that there was no pressure at all. It was the purest space element. Going straight in, when they walked into the depths of the cave, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. Spring after 100 meters, they reached the end of the cave. At the end was a pool with a diameter of about 50 meters. The pool was completely silver liquid, and there was a lot of magic silver piled up on the shore. The spatial elemental fluctuations emitted by the silver liquid stunned everyone. Lan Xuanyu and the others had never seen such dense spatial elements. Specifically, the surrounding walls of the cave were shining with silver light, and it was impossible to tell if they were space source crystals or completely made of spatial elements. It was made of crystal. In this sparkling silver world, everything looked so wonderful. At this moment, a fleshy, white and tender tentacle reached out from the side of the pool and wrapped around a piece of magic silver, bringing the magic silver into the silver liquid. A few bubbles appeared on the surface of the liquid, and the magic silver disappeared. This scene shocked the 4 of them because they all realized a problem. The magic silver was not transported here for storage at all. Even the mining of the magic silver on Dragon Horse number 76 was not for storage and money, but to feed the unknown creatures in the pool. And this unknown life form was most likely related to the origin of the void source crystal. That was the biggest secret of the Yuans. Just as Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't know what to do, the treasure-seeking beast emerged from his forehead with a whoosh. It revealed its true form and floated to the ground. It waved its right hand toward the entrance of the cave, and a layer of illusory light instantly merged with the surrounding silver to form a barrier. Then, it ran to the side of the silver pool and leaned on the side of the pool, asking anxiously, "Little lazy worm, is that you?" "Lazy bum, I'm Pa. I know him?" The treasure-hunting beast and the unknown creature knew each other. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. The treasure-hunting beast had said before that it had sensed a familiar aura. Gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle. Bubbles rose one by one, and a white head poked out of the silver pool. It looked a little strange. It was white and tender, about a foot tall, and looked a little like an octopus, but it was triangular. It raised its white and tender tentacles and rubbed its eyes. It had eyes on its triangular head, and it had a nose. It had a mouth. 5. It rubbed its eyes and stared at the treasure-hunting beast. Then, it suddenly cheered and waved its tentacles. Silver liquid splashed. In a few seconds, it came to the side of the pool, and with a whoosh, it came out of the bottom of the pool. Then, it jumped out of the pool. More than a dozen soft tentacles wrapped around the treasure-hunting beast's body, and its triangular soft head directly covered the treasure-hunting beast's body. The treasure-hunting beast's big head was wrapped up. Tang Yuga took a step forward and was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu looked at the entrance of the cave worriedly. His only worry now was that the treasure-hunting beast was here. Could it block the perception of the divine sense of the Imperial Sky Race powerhouse outside? Woo-woo, woo-woo. Drops of silver liquid flowed out of the strange creature's eyes. After these drops of liquid fell to the ground, they made a crisp dang-dang sound and turned into small silver particles. Colored particles. Lan Xuanyu was completely stunned. Wasn't this thing just a void source crystal? Don't cry, don't cry. Lazy bum, don't cry. That's great. You're still alive. This is really great. The treasure-hunting beast had already freed its head from the strange creature's arms and rubbed its soft head. It gently comforted the creature. The strange creature rubbed against its body, and tears dripped down its cheeks. Lan Xuanyu whispered, "Xiao Bao, don't be in a hurry to catch up. It's not safe here." "What's going on?" The treasure-hunting beast came back to its senses and hurriedly said to the strange creature, "Lazy bum, look at this." "Who is it?" As it spoke, it raised its hand and pointed at Lan Xuanyu. The strange creature turned its head and looked at Lan Xuanyu. It blinked and rubbed its eyes. The next moment, it screamed and suddenly rushed toward Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. He wanted to slap it away, but when he thought of what the treasure-hunting beast had just said, he didn't do it in the end. With a splat, the strange creature directly stuck to Lan Xuanyu's face and wrapped its tentacles around his neck. On his neck, she began to cry again. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly raised his hands and hugged it, pulling it off his head. Master, this lazy bum misses you so much. Master." The strange creature spoke human language and cried even harder than before. Lan Xuanyu's heart moved, and he instantly understood. He turned his head and looked at the treasure-hunting beast. "It also comes from God." The treasure-hunting beast said matter-of-factly, "Yes. This lazy bum has always been with you. Its name was given by you. When you usually cultivate, it follows you and is responsible for the space projection of our God realm. It has a younger brother, the god of space elements. It's lazy and doesn't like to cultivate, so it's just a pure space worm and can't cultivate into a human form." In the past, it would always say the same thing. Just as it said this, the lazy bum already said, "If I cultivate into a human form, I'll definitely be a great beauty." The treasure-hunting beast spread out its hands and said helplessly, "Yes, that's it. I like to say this. In fact, I'm so lazy that I sleep on your body every day." It was actually an acquaintance. Lan Xuanyu said, "It's not safe here. There are strong enemies guarding outside." In that case, the space source crystals on the Dragon Horse number 76 planet were all produced by it? The lazy bum blinked and said in a delicate voice, "What strong enemies? You're talking about those ugly guys? They're so weak. You can pinch them to death." "Yes, pinch them to death." The lazy bum's voice was very pleasant to the ear. It sounded like the voice of a little girl saying pinch them to death. When it said pinch them to death, it felt a little out of place. The treasure-hunting beast coughed and said, "Idiot, can't you see that Master's strength hasn't recovered? Tell me quickly. What's going on here? Did you really do this?" The lazy bum pouted and looked at Lan Xuanyu again. "As expected, Master, why don't you have the aura of space elements that this lazy bum loves the most? I didn't need to eat when I followed you. Now it's so troublesome. I always need to eat." Back in the God realm, the space worm was born from the same mother. The siblings were the guardians of the space elements in the God realm. The younger brother worked hard and eventually became the god of space elements. One had to know that the 7 elemental gods were all first-level gods. They were equivalent to the current supreme gods. Moreover, in the divine realm, gods with divine thrones were different from wild gods. The little lazy worm was especially lazy. She seemed to give all her hard work to her brother and liked to sleep every day. The dragon gods controlled the 9 elements, including the space element. She ran to the dragon gods and absorbed the space elemental aura on the dragon gods to sleep. Yes, if she wasn't cultivating, she was sleeping. Because by the side of the dragon gods, she didn't need to deliberately absorb any energy to replenish herself. She just needed to sleep. Later, in the Great War of the God Realm, the dragon gods were finally defeated because the little lazy worm had been on them for many years like a parasite. Before the dragon gods were killed, they threw the little lazy worm into the void. After Master threw me out, I don't know where I went. I just floated in space. Occasionally, I would encounter the space elements in space and absorb some. I don't know how long it took, but I arrived here. There is a pure element here that can continuously provide me with energy, which can be converted into my own strength. I have to work hard to become stronger so that I can avenge Master. That's why I stayed here. Avenge Master? You? The treasure-hunting beast's mouth twitched. The little lazy worm's two antennae touched in front of her and lowered her head with a wronged expression. But I'm sleepy. Then I fell asleep. Besides, I don't remember how to cultivate. I can only slowly evolve my body. Later on, those ugly fellows came. They saw the substance of my saliva. Then, they asked me for it as if they had found a treasure. I asked them to get me food. Then, it was like this. I just ate and slept. I don't know how long it was. The treasure-hunting beast said, "Didn't you say you wanted to cultivate to avenge Master?" The little lazy worm said aggrievedly, "But, I thought about it later. I don't know how to fight. Even if I become stronger, there's nothing I can do. Don't bully me." Master, he bullied me. Crush it to death. You're still complaining. You're lazy to death, the treasure-hunting beast said angrily. Yeah, I think so too. Dying of laziness must be the best thing. Little lazy bug had a yearning look on her face. Alright, both of you shut up. Lan Xuanyu interrupted them and said, "So you're saying that the silver liquid here was all secreted by you?" The void source crystal was formed from these liquids. As long as you continue to eat magic silver, it will produce void source crystals, right? The lazy bug blinked. Master, you're making it sound so complicated. I don't quite understand. Lan Xuanyu now had a basic understanding that this lazy bug was a strange god-tier creature with the spatial attribute. Back when he was thrown out of the god realm by the dragon gods, he settled down here. It was discovered by the Imperial Sky Tribe and worshipped as a supreme treasure. They provided it with magic silver so that it could continuously produce void source crystals for the tribe to develop. In other words, little lazy bug was the most precious existence on planet number 76. It was also the source of void source crystals. In short, as long as you have magic silver to eat, you can produce void source crystals, right? Can it produce space source crystals? Lan Xuanyu asked. Yeah. If I eat too much, I'll start drooling. Little lazy bug was a little embarrassed. Looking at the silver lake in front of him, Lan Xuanyu's heart twitched. If all of this solidified into void source crystals, how many would there be? There are Imperial Sky Tribe members guarding outside. If we take you away, will we be discovered? Lan Xuanyu asked. They could leave under the cover of the treasure-hunting beast. But if little lazy bug left, would the Imperial Sky Tribe's god-tier powerhouses immediately discover that something was wrong? I don't know. Little lazy bug blinked. How would I know such a complicated thing? Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that the treasure-hunting beast was much more reliable than little lazy bug. The treasure-hunting beast suddenly said, "Then can you teleport yourself outside?" "It's best if it's outside the planet." Little lazy bug pouted and said, "But there's a lot of delicious food here." "Where am I going?" "To a good place where you can sleep without eating," the treasure-hunting beast said with a tempting look. "And Master's space attribute is about to awaken soon. Once Master awakens, you can continue to sleep like before. How great would that be? You won't have to go through so much trouble to eat anymore." "That's right." "Okay then. But I don't know how to teleport. I haven't learned it before." Little lazy bug looked innocent. Bai Xiaoxiao giggled. "So other than drooling, you don't know anything else?" "Yeah. I'm little lazy bug to begin with." Little lazy bug showed a harmless smile. It was as if she was proud of herself instead of being ashamed. Lan Xuanyu looked at the treasure-hunting beast and said, "If we take it away, will we be discovered?" The treasure-hunting beast thought for a moment and said, if I do my best to conceal it, we shouldn't be discovered in a short time. But we can't move the things here. The space element here is very rich. Once we take the things here, the space element fluctuations will change. Then I won't be able to conceal it. Lan Xuanyu and his companions looked at each other. They couldn't bear to part with it, they really couldn't bear to part with it. So much space element had gathered to form a pure liquid. How many space source crystals were there? It was an astronomical amount of wealth. But there was no other way. Thinking about it, little lazy bug was the source of all this. As long as they brought it back, they could always get more space source crystals. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, then let's do it this way. You'll be our cover. Simulate a little lazy bug here. Then we'll go. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu handed something to the treasure-hunting beast. He looked at the little lazy bug in his hand and asked the treasure-hunting beast, how do I take it away? It's best to conceal its aura. The treasure-hunting beast said, just like me. I'll take it. As it spoke, the treasure-hunting beast's body began to glow faintly. Another little lazy bug was simulated. Wow, ah bao, are you going to lie again? The little lazy bug blinked its eyes. Shut up, the treasure-hunting beast said in annoyance. Oh, then I'm going to sleep. The little lazy bug retracted its tentacles in Lan Xuanyu's arms, as if it had turned into a glutinous rice ball. It closed its eyes and really fell asleep. Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but say, it's about to be taken away, but it can still fall asleep. How big is its heart? The treasure-hunting beast carefully completed the simulation of the little lazy bug. After a while, it nodded at Lan Xuanyu and said, Master, my illusion should be able to last for an hour. But as time passes, my divine sense will gradually dissipate, and the illusion will become more and more unreal. Let's leave as soon as possible. Okay. Let's go. Seeing so many space source crystals and devil silver, the treasure-hunting beast's heart sank. Lan Xuanyu gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. The treasure-hunting beast turned into a beam of light, wrapped up the little lazy bug in his arms, and disappeared into his glabella. Although they had entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed, they had also wiped out the Yukong tribe's supply of space source crystals. Lan Xuanyu's heart ached a little, but he immediately calmed down as soon as he went into the passage. As long as he could bring the little lazy bug back, it would be a big gain. They went through the passage and returned to the cave full of space source crystals. What made Lan Xuanyu and the other three's hair stand on end was that there was only one Yukong tribe cultivator in the cave, but there were now 3 of them. All of them had 8 arms. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood that the other 2 who came later were probably attracted by the explosion of the antimatter missile and went to deal with it. That was why they rushed back. 3 god-level cultivators were guarding the little lazy bug. It was obvious how important this place was to the Yukong tribe. They carefully walked to the other side of the tunnel where the drill car had entered. The illusion ability of the treasure-hunting beast was indeed powerful, and they were not discovered in the end. After getting into the tunnel, they immediately spread out and quickly climbed up. The 4 of them were all heartbeat at that moment. They had obtained the origin of the Void Source Crystal. If they brought it back to the Shrek Academy, it could be said that the Academy would become a replacement for the Yuans in the future. It would become a place where Void Source Crystals were produced. As for the food made of magic silver, they could always get it. Their running speed was naturally much faster than the drill car when they came, and under the protection of the treasure-hunting beast's illusion, they climbed rapidly. The moment they crawled out of the hole, they all felt a sense of relief. Next was to leave the warehouse. Obviously, they could not wait for a vehicle like when they came. However, this warehouse was used to store magic silver to feed the space worms, so there were more vehicles coming and going. When they came up, there was just a transport vehicle that was about to leave. This could be described as perfect. They quietly boarded the transport vehicle and followed it out of the warehouse. After leaving the protection of the shield, the 4 of them were relieved. Now, they had to rush out. The last barrier was the planet's protection. When they came, it was the wings of the Xianxia that created a diversion, creating an opportunity for them. When they went back, it was not possible because the signal was blocked, and they could not contact the wings of the Xianxia. In addition, the wings of the Xianxia had previously attacked the number 76 planet with antimatter missiles, and it was too dangerous to come back. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision to rush out. The more important role of the planet's protection was reconnaissance and warning. It did not have the ability to act as a barrier, so as long as they rushed out, they could directly rush out. After rushing out, with the phantom form of the fighter and the illusion of the treasure-hunting beast, it was not very likely that they would be discovered. The four of them quietly got out of the transport vehicle and waited for the transport vehicle to drive a little further away before they released their Skywing mechas under the protection of the illusion. They boarded the Skywing mechas, rose into the air, transformed into fighter jets, and flew high into the sky. At this time, their hearts were beating a little faster. As long as they rushed back to the universe, they would be like fish in the sea and birds in the sky. This time, even if they did not carry out any other missions, just bringing back the space worms would be a huge profit. Of course, they would definitely not hand the space worms over to the military. It was best to leave them at the Shrek Academy. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and so did they. The winged angel mech flew at its maximum speed, and the barrier was broken through in an instant. They rushed into space. The moment they broke through the barrier, the electronic signals on the fighter jets were obviously disrupted. Intense interference. But in the next moment, they had already rushed out. Lan Xuanyu flew at the front, but he did not fly straight into space. Instead, he turned his fighter and flew straight in the direction where the antimatter missiles were thrown. It would be more convenient to contact his companions there. At the same time, changing directions would be less likely to be discovered by the other party. From the time they left the cave to the time they flew into space, the whole process took less than 10 minutes. From now on, the space worm would no longer exist and the chances of it being exposed would increase. A minute later, a silver figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It waved its 8 arms and appeared right at the spot where they had broken through the barrier. The surrounding space violently surged, and cracks appeared, extending straight into the distance. If Lan Xuanyu and the others kept running in this direction, it was very likely that they would be discovered. In the next moment, another silver figure appeared out of thin air. The two figures exchanged a few words. Then, an angry roar, accompanied by the ear-piercing alarm of the entire planet number 76, resounded through space. Lan Xuanyu controlled the winged angel mech to fly at high speed. He knew that they had been discovered. But they were already in space. Unless the other party was strong enough to seal off a large area of space around them, it would be impossible to catch them. Not to mention a true god-level powerhouse, even a transcendent powerhouse would not be able to seal off space. Big brother Xianyu, look over there. What's that? Suddenly, Yuan and Hui shouted. His voice came from the communicator, and his tone had changed a little. Lan Xuanyu was also taken aback and looked in front of him. Suddenly, his heart sank, and an indescribable sense of fear spread through his body. Fragments. They saw fragments, black fragments. These fragments just floated in space, quietly drifting. There was no doubt that it was the wreckage of a battleship. When they arrived at planet number 76, there was no wreckage at all. It was a shortcut in space. Because they had observed the autobiography of the entire planet, they were completely sure that these wreckage had just appeared. The wings of the Xianxia battleship was painted black. Black with white wings. And among those fragments, there were black fragments, and some fragments were also faintly white. No, it can't be, it can't be. Mengqin. Bai Xiuxiu's voice choked instantly. They all had the same thought in their hearts. Just as they were sneaking in, the wings of the Xianxia battleship was discovered and destroyed by the powerhouses of the Imperial Sky Tribe. The battleship was destroyed. How could Lan Mengqin, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng still be alive? They were the ones who launched the antimatter missiles. Lan Xuanyu was also a little sluggish. The order he gave was to escape immediately after launching the missiles. In addition, the explosion of the antimatter missiles interfered with space. Even powerhouses with spatial abilities couldn't arrive immediately. How could the wings of the Xianxia battleship be destroyed? Mengqin, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng, Lan Xuanyu couldn't care less about the possibility of the electronic signal being exposed. He immediately turned on his communicator and tried to contact the wings of the Xianxia battleship. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. There was a busy tone, and he couldn't get in touch. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned red. Bastard! How could it be? How could it be? He never expected that the wings of the Xianxia battleship would encounter a great calamity even after they completed such a dangerous mission. People would die in war, but when they really faced death, how could they remain calm? Tang Yuga's voice came. Xianyu, you have to calm down. Let's get out of here quickly. In fact, without the support of the battleship, there was no way they could fly in space for a long time with just 4 fighters. It was even more impossible for them to return to the fleet. The problem now was not only that Qianlei and the other 2 had died in battle, but the wings of the Xianxia battleship had been destroyed. They themselves could also be drifting in space. The only one with a chance was Lan Xuanyu. He had the possibility of flying back with the help of the Emerald Demon battleship. But he was the only one. Lan Xuanyu gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. We can't just let it go like this. The Imperial Sky Tribe must pay the price. Detonate. Lan Xuanyu ordered the treasure-hunting beast in his mind. Yes, master. A faint spiritual wave was released. The treasure-hunting beast's divine sense suddenly drifted in the direction of planet number 76. Detonate in 30 seconds. Master. Let's get out of here first. Lan Xuanyu listened to the treasure-hunting beasts words and calmed down a little. He wiped the tears from his eyes and controlled the wings of the Xianxia to turn around and fly into the void of space. Previously, they had activated the communication signal, and with the treasure-hunting beast releasing its divine sense, there was a possibility that they would be discovered. They had to leave quickly. As for how to return to the fleet, that was indeed a problem. Their fighters could not fly in space for long periods of time, especially through wormholes. Lan Xuanyu was now thinking that if it did not work, he would embed himself in the Imperial Sky Tribe's home planet and look for an opportunity to obtain a battleship there. Or find a way to call for help. With the treasure-hunting beast's illusion ability, it should not be difficult to sneak in. The 4-winged fighters flew at high speed into the distance. The safest thing to do was to put some distance between them. The winged Xianxia battleship had been destroyed. They could not afford any more mishaps. Beep. 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 Just then, the communicator rang. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously pressed the button to answer the call. A familiar voice came from the other side. Boss, were you the ones who called us just now? You're out so soon? Lan Xuanyu and the other 3 were all stunned when they heard this voice. Wasn't this Qianlei? Boss, you don't know how dangerous it was just now. We had just thrown out the antimatter missiles when a battleship sneaked over. They could also be invisible, but their stealth ability was not very strong. When the antimatter missiles exploded, they were exposed. Then, they were caught by the Yuans. It was too tragic. The battleship was directly destroyed. The Yuans did not even have the intention to capture them. We were very far away. It hurt to look at them. The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Is that warship also black and has white on it? Color lines? Yes. It should be a pirate battleship. The black battleship had a white skull pattern on it. Lan Xuanyu covered his face with both hands. Xiao Bao, is there still time to stop the explosion? Master, time's up. There's no time. Boom, a violent explosion suddenly occurred somewhere on Dragon Horse number 76. It was terrifyingly loud. The explosion caused the entire planet to tremble. An even more terrifying situation occurred in an instant. A huge silver vortex appeared on the surface of Dragon Horse, crazily tearing and swallowing everything around it. Lan Xuanyu and the others' radar detected that the protective shield on the surface of the planet had disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Qianlei exclaimed. Lan Xuanyu said to himself, is the dragon's wrath that powerful? Master, the main thing is that there is too much space condensation. The lazy bug left. It was unstable to begin with. Under normal circumstances, it would have quickly turned into space source crystals. But when we exploded, it detonated. All the space condensation and space source crystals were detonated, so. Boss, did you do this? Run. Run. Qianlei exclaimed loudly. Tang Yuga, Bai Xiuxiu, and Yuan and Hui Hui, who were with Lan Xuanyu, remained silent. That was because they all understood that they had misunderstood. The Traiosturmsa wings had not been destroyed. It was another warship that had been destroyed. However, if they were to explain things to the Imperial Sky Tribe now, would they believe them? Run! Lan Xuanyu shouted, and the four-winged heavens quickly fled. Yes, they had taken away the space worms from the Dragon Horse planet number 76 and detonated the space condensate and space source crystals that had been stored for God knows how many years. It was not hard to imagine that the Yuans would not be able to recover from this huge blow in the future. Lan Xuanyu didn't want to do this. He put Dragon's Fury in the space condensate mainly because if he was discovered in the process of escaping, he could use it to negotiate or use the explosion to buy time. But the truth was that they had already escaped, and in the end they still triggered the dragon's wrath. However, at this point, there was nothing they could do. They had to survive first. Violent spatial fluctuations erupted around the Dragon Horse planet number 76. Warships and figures rushed to the Dragon Horse planet number 76 in a frenzy. At this time, Lan Xuanyu and the others had already escaped into space and quickly fled. After meeting up with the Traiosturmsa wings, Lan Xuanyu boarded the warship and rushed to the main control seat. He piloted the warship and flew at high speed in a random direction. He also ordered the treasure-hunting beast to use its transmogrification ability at all costs and cooperate with the warship's ghost mode to conceal themselves as much as possible. They didn't dare to look back at the moment. One could imagine how angry the Yuans were and how terrifying the combat power of the Dragon Horse planet number 76 would erupt. Although the Dragon Horse planet number 76 without the space source crystals was still quite a good resource planet, at least it could produce rare metals such as magic silver. However, the core that made the Yuans famous and powerful was gone. Those powerhouses of the Yuans were able to cultivate to the god level and true god level because of the space source crystals and the space condensate. Now that everything was gone, it would be strange if the Yuans didn't go crazy. Moreover, it was very likely that they first discovered that the space worm had been taken away, and then this big explosion occurred. Master, I think there's something I should tell you. The treasure-hunting beast's voice suddenly sounded in Lan Xuanyu's mind. What is it? Lan Xuanyu's heart thumped. Judging from the treasure-hunting beast's tone, he felt that it was not going to tell him anything good. It's like this. Because those powerhouses of the Yuans relied on the space condensate and the space source crystals produced by the little sloth to cultivate, they were very sensitive to the little sloth's aura. As long as it was within a certain distance, they would be able to sense the little sloth's presence. As for how far this distance was, even the little sloth couldn't tell. However, as long as it was on the same planet, there was a possibility that it could be sensed. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now that things had come to this, the best choice was to send the little sloth back to the mother planet as soon as possible. However, he was now serving in the military and couldn't easily return to the mother planet. He suddenly realized that he might have provoked some kind of undead enemy for the 7th Fleet. If that was the case, this operation couldn't be completely covered up. He still had to inform the 7th Fleet first. Pull one hair and the whole body would be affected. This situation would obviously involve many aspects. Report to Long San that we have successfully infiltrated Dragon Horse number 76 and blown up the source of the space source crystals. This should cause the Yuans to be cut off from the Yuan space source crystals and attract the Yuan's report. Lan Xuanyu said. Bai Xiuxiu said. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing we can do about it. The Yuan's combat power is quite strong, and there were almost no Yuans in the Yuan's fleet. There were almost no airborne tribe warships in the previous battle. Even if there were, they must have slipped away. What loss? Now that the space worm has been taken away by us and the space source crystals have been blown up, the Yuans aren't stupid enough to guess that it's an alliance. Bong will definitely do whatever it takes to get revenge. It's better to let the fleet be prepared. This kind of thing can't be hidden. Only by telling them in advance can we avoid the loss of the fleet. blowing up Dragon Horse number 76 isn't necessarily a credit. Tang Yuga reminded. It's okay. I didn't plan to get much credit anyway. After all, we still have to return to the Shrek Academy. What's done is done. Anyway, it's the enemy's resource. There's no harm in destroying it. After a brief discussion, the 7 of them decided to send the news back first and let Long San make the necessary preparations. Now, the 7th Fleet was basically scattered, destroying military facilities and obtaining resources in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If the Yuans were to attack them one by one, it was very likely that the 7th Fleet would suffer great losses. What do we do now? Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu said, we can't meet up with the fleet first. Our flying speed can't be compared to the Yuan space jumping speed. I'm flying to the side of the fleet now. Let's take a detour first. We'll decide what to do when we receive news from the other fleets. We've gone too far. This time. Ha ha ha, but it's quite satisfying. Qianlei laughed. Bai Xiuxiu said in annoyance, what's there to be satisfied about? We thought that the warship was destroyed and you were all dead. Otherwise, Xianyu wouldn't have detonated the bomb on the planet to avenge you. Lan Mengqin took the initiative to hold her hand. It's good that everyone is fine. However, space battles are really exciting, especially when facing opponents who are obviously stronger than us. It's really satisfying to be able to play them in the palm of our hands. 6 hours later. The 3rd Dragon King-class frigate of the 7th Fleet of the Douluo Federation. We've received news from the Xianxia wings. The herald reported to Xianxia. Read it, Xianxia said casually. He knew that Lan Xuanyu and the others had gone deep into the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Xianxia was very confident in Lan Xuanyu's ability. After all, Lan Xuanyu was the 58th Super Divine number 8, and the Xianxia wings was a product of the Tangmen. Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. Moreover, most of the warships in the Dragon Horse Galaxy were now gathered near the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star to confront them. In the past few days, the operation of the 7th Fleet was very smooth. They destroyed many military facilities and obtained some resources. Anyway, it was enough to make up for the military operation. Destroying the enemy's strength and strengthening themselves, this was undoubtedly a very successful war. Yes. The Xianxia wings reported that they successfully infiltrated the Imperial Sky Tribe's Dragon Horse planet number 76 and blew up the core area where the Imperial Sky Tribe stored the space source crystals, causing a space storm on the surface of the planet. According to the judgment, the origin of the space source crystals of the Imperial Sky Tribe was completely destroyed, and it would be difficult to produce more space source crystals. Oh, they blew up a military target. Not bad. There were only 7 of them. Wait a minute. Xianxin's voice suddenly rose, what did you say just now? Where did they blow up? The herald didn't know what the Dragon Horse planet number 76 meant. He immediately replied, it's the Dragon Horse planet number 76, which belongs to the Imperial Sky Tribe. Xianxin's eyes suddenly became dull. He slowly put the coffee in his hand on the table. Otherwise, he was afraid that the coffee would spit out in the next moment. They blew up the Imperial Sky Tribe's nest. Space source crystals, that's space source crystals. Are they crazy? The herald said. They also reminded us that the Imperial Sky Tribe has many Imperial Sky warships, and it's very likely that they will take revenge on us. So, please be prepared. Pa. Xianxia slapped himself on the forehead. He instantly understood how big of a mess this was. Although he had guessed that the disciple taught by his senior apprentice brother would certainly like to fight in an unconventional way, he had not guessed that Lan Xuanyu would be so daring. It was one thing to go deep into enemy territory, and it was one thing to go to the planet of the Yuans, but why did you blow up the space source crystal? The space source crystal was a treasure of the universe. Even the Douluo Federation would rather have the void origin crystals remain in the hands of the Imperial Sky Tribe and try their best to exchange for some. With the space source crystal, the Federation's space technology would be able to advance at a rapid pace. It would definitely be much faster than the research speed of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. But now, the void source crystal was gone from the explosion. These 7 little bastards are really amazing. Yan Xinghe was in a daze for a long time before he gradually recovered. He pressed his hand to his chest and felt his obviously accelerated heartbeat. He had always felt that his psychological endurance was quite strong, but this time, he could not take it anymore. Yan Xinghe suddenly realized something. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly gave the order, "Quick, connect me to the mothership, connect me to the commander." Soon, the figure of General Bai Ling appeared on the big screen. "What's the matter, Xinghe? Is everything going well on your side?" General Bai Ling asked with a smile. The battle this time was brilliant, and the most important mission of defeating the enemy was completed by the 7th Fleet. Therefore, the mission of obtaining resources was carried out by them. As the commander of the fleet and the commander-in-chief, this solid military merit would definitely raise General Bai Ling's status in the military to a higher level. Naturally, he was in a very good mood. Yan Xinghe hesitated for a moment before saying, "Commander, there's a problem. Do you still remember the group of young people from the Shrek Academy?" General Bai Ling said. "Of course. Didn't you also transfer the strongest team to your side? These young people's performance was really good. I received reports from other warships that during the landing battle, they displayed strong abilities, especially those mechas that can turn into fighter jets. Their combat power is quite good. Their overall performance was commendable, and they accumulated a lot of military merit. The strongest team is on your side. How are they doing? What's the problem?" Although the commander of the 7th Fleet heard Yan Xinghe say that there was a problem, he still laughed. In his opinion, what problem could there be with Lan Xuanyu and the others? The 7th Fleet had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the universe, and the impact of an individual was very small. I allowed them to move freely and obtain military merit. These young people are extremely daring, and they sneaked into the depths of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Yan Xinghe smiled bitterly. General Bai Ling said, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Did they get caught? That's not a big deal. Tenryu, Pegasus, and a group of top powerhouses from the Dragon Horse Galaxy have already arrived at our home planet, saying that they want to negotiate. The military just informed me, asking us to act quickly. In the end, both sides will have to compromise. Continuing the war is not in the interest of both sides, so it can only be a life and death struggle. We are now taking advantage of this opportunity to reap benefits. If they were caught, tell me the exact location, and I will ask them back during the negotiation." "They weren't caught, Commander. Listen to me. It's like this: these young people blew up the Yukon planet number 76 of the Yukon tribe and blew up the space source crystal." General Bai Ling was stunned when he heard Yan Xinghe's words, and then he was stunned. "What? Blown up? They sneaked into the Dragon Horse planet number 76? How is that possible? We paid such a high price, and we only know where the Dragon Horse planet number 76 is. There are many powerhouses in the Yukon tribe, and the space source crystal is heavily guarded. How could it be blown up?" Yan Xinghe smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know how they did it. That's what they told us, and they told us to be careful. The Yukon tribe will definitely come for revenge. The space source crystal is the core resource of the Yukon tribe, and it is also a treasure of the universe. I didn't know that this would happen. There are many powerhouses in the Yukon tribe, and the combat power of the Yukon battleships is very strong. We should prepare for a rainy day. I estimate that it won't be long before the Yukon tribe comes for revenge." General Bai Ling could no longer laugh. He suddenly felt a headache and murmured, "Audacious, really audacious. This is very troublesome. Wait for my order, I will report this to the Federation immediately." After saying that, the general, whose heart was also beating fast, immediately hung up the communication. The Yukon planet number 76 of the Yukon tribe was blown up, which was likely to cause problems in the negotiation. An hour later, General Bai Ling talked to Yan Xinghe again, and his face was a little pale. "Ask them immediately if they found out that the bombing of the Dragon Horse planet number 76 was done by the Federation's fleet." "Yes, I will ask immediately. However, Commander, I don't think the possibility of being found out is high. First of all, they are not flying our standard battleships, but Tongmin's Wing 33 battleships. According to our data, their battleships are registered on NIFAs and belong to the Wing 33 pirates. Second, since they were able to escape alive, they must have not been in close contact with the enemy. Otherwise, with their individual combat power, they would not have been able to escape. Xianxia had also been thinking about this matter for the past hour, so his judgment was very accurate. Okay, I understand. You should ask. General Bai Ling hung up the communication. 20 minutes later, the call came again. Xianxia, destroy all related information. It never happened, and we never knew about it. Do you understand? Xianxia finally smiled again. Understood. It was obvious that the Douluo Federation had decided to go back on their word. This matter involved too many people. Although the Dragon Horse Galaxy must have guessed that the Federation was behind it, there was no evidence. Unfortunately, they had no evidence. They could just deny it. After all, the Douluo Federation was not the only one who coveted the Void Source Crystal, therefore, Lan Xuanyu and the others, who were far away, received a strange order. Boss, the fleet said that they didn't see the report we sent back earlier, so they don't know what happened. They also said that there's no need to report that matter anymore. They told us to continue moving freely and not to rush back to the fleet. What does this mean? Qianlei asked in confusion. Lan Xuanyu immediately laughed. That's right, this has never happened. We don't know anything either. Don't you understand? The Federation is pretending to be confused. They definitely won't respond to the Dragon Horse Galaxy's questions. Moreover, the fleet is ready to face the Imperial Sky Tribe. Since that's the case, I have a new idea. Just before this message was sent, they received another report from the fleet. The report said that the top powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy had already gone to the Mother Planet to threaten the Mother Planet and force the Federation to negotiate with them. The negotiation time would be delayed as much as possible. All fleets would still act according to the original plan during this period. Although the order was vague, the meaning was obvious. They were to go all out and try to get as many benefits as possible before the negotiation was completed. For Lan Xuanyu, what he was more concerned about was that this report said that the top powerhouses were not present and had all gone to the Mother Planet. This meant that even on the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star, there were no supreme powerhouses. If this was the case, then they were very operable. He and the treasure-hunting beast had carefully discussed the little lazy bug's situation. If the little lazy bug tried to conceal its aura and the treasure-hunting beast used its divine sense to completely conceal it. As long as the Imperial Sky Tribe did not get within 100 meters of them, they could still conceal it for a short period of time. Let's go somewhere. The smile on Lan Xuanyu's face became somewhat warm. Yuan and Hui Hui chuckled and said, every time I see Big Brother Xianyu smile like that, I feel that someone is going to be unlucky. We didn't get anything good this time. Let's do something big. Lan Mingqin's eyes lit up. I support you. Bai Xiuxiu stretched out 2 fingers and waved. Yes, we need resources. The Ring of Fate is still empty, Tang Yuga said. Lu Feng looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, Boss, can you take me with you this time? Look at all of you. It's as if you want to see the world in chaos. And, let's go, Tenryu Star. Lan Xuanyu said with a chuckle, but a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Tenryu Star's leader was his mortal enemy. Not only did he almost die in the hands of Tenryu Star's leader, but Nana's teacher was also forced into a star and narrowly escaped death. Lan Xuanyu had always remembered this grudge. Since the top powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Galaxy had all gone to the Mother Planet to negotiate, it meant that Tenryu was definitely not on Tenryu Star. With Lan Xuanyu's current strength, of course, it was impossible for him to challenge Tenryu himself, but it was still possible for him to go to Tenryu Star to wreak havoc and gain some benefits. Who would have thought that they would be so bold as to go to the other party's nest? Even the Federation's fleet had never thought of making a move on Tenryu Star and Tianma Star. With the previous experience of sneaking into the 76th planet, Lan Xuanyu had a comprehensive understanding of the treasure-hunting beast's illusion ability. They were able to sneak into the 76th planet with the same level of protection. The Tenryu Star's protection was more reflected in the external fleet and reconnaissance radars. It wasn't too difficult to sneak in. After the Wingtreya completed, The destruction of the 76th planet, the Black Hand turned and headed straight for Tenryu's star. Lan Xuanyu was actually in a good mood, but he was also a little worried that the Federation would punish them for recklessly blowing up the 76th planet. In the end, the Federation treated it as if it never happened. In other words, they were equivalent to agents. Although they did do bad things, the Federation didn't recognize them. Naturally, there wouldn't be any merit, but there would definitely be no punishment. Because there was no such thing. As for going to Tenryu's star to wreak havoc, Lan Xuanyu had his own ideas. Let's go and take a look first. 3 days later, after jumping through many wormholes, the winged Xianxia arrived in the airspace where Tenryu's star was located. With their ghost mode flying, most radars couldn't detect them. From afar, the huge Tenryu star appeared in their eyes. The Tenryu star looked like an extremely huge planet. According to the information, it was dozens of times larger than the mother planet of the Douluo Federation. Furthermore, the energy level of the planet was extremely high. Otherwise, it would be impossible to nurture a super god-rank powerhouse. The Tenryu star and Tianma star were equivalent to the two capital planets of the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. They were the most prosperous. The various races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy had some interaction with the Tenryu star. At this moment, in the outer space of the Tenryu star, a large number of warships were arranged in a formation, confronting the Douluo Federation's fleet from afar. The Federation's third fleet was suppressing the Tenryu star. The huge mothership could be seen from afar. When Lan Xuanyu and the others saw the Federation's fleet again, they felt a sense of familiarity and pride. With the powerful Federation's fleet overseeing them, their confidence would be boosted no matter what they did. The two fleets faced each other across space. Clearly, no one had any intention of making a move, but they were all very careful of each other. After carefully observing for a while, Lan Xuanyu said to his teammates, "Prepare to land. This time, all 7 of us will go. I've set the winged Xianxia to automatic silent cruise mode and will float here. Wait for us." It was safest for the warship to remain in its ghost mode. It was like a speck of dust in the universe, or a speck of dust that couldn't be seen. Unless it was a direct collision at close range, no detection device would be able to detect it. Lan Xuanyu could obviously store the winged Xianxia into the Ring of Destiny. That would be safer. But the problem was that they were going to the Tenryu star to plunder resources. The Ring of Destiny had the largest space, so how could they store resources if they installed a warship? Therefore, letting it float silently in space was the safest way. Under normal circumstances, at least one person should be left behind, but Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and decided to bring his teammates along. The experience on planet number 76 was still fresh in his memory. When he saw space full of debris and Lu Feng, Qian Lei, and Lan Mengqin seemed to have died in battle, he really didn't want to experience that pain again. With his teammates by his side, at least they were all within his control. If they encountered any problems or situations, at least they could act and face them together. Therefore, after seeking everyone's opinion, they decided to act together. The warship was set to silent ghost mode. The 7 of them quietly left the warship. They recorded the coordinates of the warship. Each of them put on their mechas and turned into a fighter jet. The 7 fighter jets gathered together and flew toward the back of the Tenryu star. The warships of both sides were facing each other in front of them. The Tenryu star must also have super radars to block detection. But to Lan Xuanyu and the others, this wasn't important. The Tenryu star's radars couldn't detect them at all. They were covered by the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense illusion. The 7 winged fighter jets quietly drilled into the atmosphere of the Tenryu star. Soon, they penetrated the atmosphere. All kinds of analysis data were immediately transmitted. The Tenryu star's environment was extremely good and was completely suitable for human survival. The oxygen content in the air was similar to that of the mother planet, and the level of life energy was very strong. The rich life energy was actually not inferior to that of Shrek City. In other words, this place could completely become a human administrative planet. Shrek City was the place with the most life energy on the mother planet because of the Tree of Eternity. The overall life energy of the Tenryu star in front of them was similar to that of Shrek City. One could imagine how high the level of life on this planet was. Moreover, its size was so large, so the overall life energy must be much more than that of the mother planet. Looking from the sky, the Tenryu star was really similar to the mother planet. There was a blue sea, and most of the land was covered by green vegetation. If they didn't know that this was the Tenryu star, everyone would be in a daze and feel that they had returned home. But soon, they felt the difference. The Tenryu star also had flying creatures, and many of them were huge flying creatures. They were dragon-shaped flying creatures that were more than 50 meters long. Their bodies were similar to the dragons that humans knew. They could also fly, and their aura was not weak. However, Lan Xuanyu felt that the aura of these creatures was a little different. Xiao Bao, do you recognize these creatures? Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-hunting beast in his mind. The treasure-hunting beast said, Master, I don't recognize them, but I can feel that they have the blood of the dragon race in them. However, the blood of the dragon race is very heterogeneous and not pure, so they are far less powerful than our dragon race. It could be considered a vassal of the dragon gods, so it was not wrong to say that it was a dragon race. Seeing these dragon-like creatures, Lan Xuanyu was deep in thought. If these dragon-like creatures really had dragons in them, then, if they had the blood of the dragon gods, then could he, who had the blood of the dragon gods, exert pressure on them? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu decided to give it a try. At this time, they were about 7,000 meters away from the ground. Lan Xuanyu controlled his winged angel and, with the help of the illusion created by the treasure-hunting beast, approached a dragon-like creature that was flying slowly in the air. This dragon-like creature was about 70 meters long, with a pair of huge wings flapping behind it. Its body was very fat, and perhaps this was the reason why it was flying a little slow. This dragon-like creature only had scales on its back. There were no scales on its abdomen, and it looked a little stupid. The energy fluctuation on its body was not weak, but it was not too strong either. Lan Xuanyu controlled the winged angel to fly over it. At the moment of flying, he released his blood aura. Roar! The fat dragon-like creature let out a strange cry and suddenly hugged its head with its huge wings. It looked a little funny. Then, it instantly fell to the ground. It was so fat, if it fell, it would probably fall apart. Fortunately, they were high up in the sky. After it left the range of Lan Xuanyu's dragon might, it reacted and flapped its wings with all its might. It stabilized its body with great difficulty and landed on the ground in a panic. His dragon god bloodline had a suppressive effect on the dragon-like creatures here. Lan Xuanyu still remembered the appearance of Tenryu, the head of the Tenryu star. Tenryu's body was a dragon head with a horse's body. He didn't know if this had anything to do with Tianma star. He had 12 legs, and his body was covered with dark red scales. The sky dragon could transform into a human's appearance. At that time, he even said that he had a human body. More beautiful. After entering the Tenryu star's atmosphere, the dragon-like creatures they saw were different from Tenryu's body. They didn't know what was going on. Judging from the fact that these huge dragon-like creatures could soar in the sky, they must be of high status in Tenryu. They must have a high status in the Tenryu star. If you want to defeat your opponent, you must first understand your opponent. This sneak-in could be said to be a rare opportunity. If Tenryu was on the Tenryu star, Lan Xuanyu and the others would never dare to sneak in like this. After all, Tenryu's cultivation was much higher than the treasure-hunting beasts, and his divine sense was much stronger. It was hard to say if the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense could avoid the detection of his divine sense, and if they were discovered, they would definitely die. Tenryu must have guessed that the exposure of the dragon origin crystal was related to them. He must hate Lan Xuanyu to the core. If he met Lan Xuanyu again, it would be strange if he didn't kill him. Tenryu wasn't here at this time, so it was a good opportunity for them to sneak in. 7 fighter jets slowly landed on the ground and transformed into mecha. The 7 people walked out of the mecha and breathed in the fresh air filled with vitality. For a moment, they were a little dazed. Tenryu star is really beautiful, and it's very suitable for us humans to live here. If we can occupy this place, it won't be a problem to increase the human population by several times. If Tianma star is the same, it will be even more wonderful. Bai Shoushou exclaimed. With a flash of light, a figure separated from her body. It was the Devil Queen. The Devil Queen looked around and her eyes were filled with envy. If we soul beasts can live here, even if we don't have a god position, it won't be a problem for us to have god rank strength. The level of life here is very high. Little Lord, if it's possible in the future. Rest ground? Can you consider giving us soul beasts a sacrifice here? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. I don't have the qualifications to make such decisions now. Moreover, the Tenryu Star is their territory. We will have to wait until the Federation can defeat the Dragon Horse Galaxy first. There are many experts in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If we want to defeat them and take over the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, it won't be easy. The Devil Queen nodded and didn't say anything else. Good. Life Origin. This Life Origin is bigger than the Tree of Eternity. This level of Life Origin is already at the Transcendent God rank, so it must have a certain level of intelligence. Don't be careless. If you wake it up, you won't be able to leave. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Lan Xuanyu nodded to Bai Ji. Bai Ji and the Devil Queen looked at each other. With a flash of light, they returned to Lan Mengqin and Bai Xiu's bodies and disappeared. Let's enter the city. When they were in the air earlier, they saw a city. The buildings in the Tenryu Star had their own characteristics. All the buildings were very large, so they could be seen clearly from the air. The city was also very large. Even in the air, they couldn't see the end of it. The Dragon Horse Galaxy also had humanoid creatures. When they were flying over, Lan Xuanyu and the others had already studied them. At this moment, with the help of the treasure-hunting beast's transformation ability, the 7 of them gradually changed their appearance. Their overall body shape didn't change much, but their skin turned blue. On both sides of their cheeks, near their necks, there were 3 gill-like slits that would open and close slightly as they breathed. Their hair also turned dark blue, and their ears stretched back in the shape of fins. This was a creature from the Tenryu Star. They came from the Tenryu Star Sea Clan, which usually lived in the sea. They were called the Blue Sea Clan. On the Tenryu Star, the Blue Sea Clan had a medium status. They had a large population and had a certain amount of authority. The Douluo Federation had relatively little information about the Tenryu Star. The Dragon Horse Galaxy's information was still very tightly sealed. However, the Blue Sea Clan belonged to one of the larger clans in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, so there was still some basic information. Moreover, the Blue Sea Clan looked the most like humans. It was easier for them to imitate, especially when they were moving. Lan Xuanyu and the others all appeared as members of the Blue Sea Clan. They looked at each other and felt a sense of novelty. Before coming, Lan Xuanyu had already set the time. They could stay here for at most 5 days. The Dragon Horse Galaxy definitely wouldn't just watch the Douluo Federation get the resources. They would definitely pressure the Douluo Federation to sign the agreement as soon as possible. After signing the agreement, the Douluo Federation would need time to withdraw their troops. They would definitely do their best to delay until the other party's powerhouses returned to fight for more benefits. Therefore, 5 days was a safe period, an absolute safe period. Even 7 days would be fine. However, Lan Xuanyu still set their stay at 5 days to be safe. This was their first time in Tenryu Star. But it certainly wouldn't be their last. Tenryu Star cities didn't have any city walls. Soon, they walked onto a main road. It was really a main road, at least 100 meters wide. From time to time, they could see different species of creatures passing by. As members of the Blue Sea tribe, they weren't eye-catching walking on the side of the road. As they walked, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and saw a huge dragon-like creature descending from the sky. Descending from the sky. The other creatures walking on the road moved aside, allowing the huge dragon-like creature to flap its wings and land in the middle of the wide road. After the dragon-like creature landed, its huge dragon head looked left and right, folded its wings, and strode toward the city. This dragon-like creature was 100 meters long, and its aura was quite strong. It was obviously much stronger than the fat dragon-like creature they had encountered before. Its whole body was covered with dark blue scales, including its abdomen. It looked somewhat similar to a real dragon, but the only difference was that its belly was much bigger. Its overall body coordination wasn't as good as a real dragon's. Lan Xuanyu had the bloodline of the dragon gods. He silently sensed that this dragon-like creature had the blood of the dragon race. Listening to the dragon-like creature's heavy footsteps and looking at the other creatures around, he felt that the dragon-like creature's bloodline was purer. The dragon's modesty showed that dragon-like creatures had a high status in Tenryu Star. They continued to move forward and finally entered the city. Observation was the first thing to do. Walking into the city, they all felt that their bodies had become smaller because the buildings in the city were too big. After some observation, they found that the largest buildings were for dragon-like creatures. Some of the buildings were even guarded by dragon-like creatures, which didn't allow creatures of other species to get close. Not to mention entering. In addition to the dragon-like creatures, there were a few other species with large numbers. The Blue Sea tribe they were disguised as was one of them. In addition to the Blue Sea tribe, there was also a large number of centaurs with human bodies and horse legs. The centaurs were special in that they had different numbers of legs. Most of them had 4 legs, but occasionally 6 legs. What caught their attention the most was an 8-legged centaur flying through the air. It actually had wings. Those with arms were obviously of high status, not inferior to dragons. Because it flew straight into a dragonoid. How's the other species were relatively smaller in number, and they had all kinds of strange appearances. Lan Xuanyu they even saw the people of the Yuankong clan. They were really nervous when they first saw them. But very wise. It was apparent that those were ordinary members of the Yukong clan, who were unable to sense the little sloth on them. This was especially true now that the lazy bug's aura had been severely suppressed. Without a god-tier cultivation base, one would not be able to discover it even if they were within a 100-meter radius. He observed as he walked. Tenryu Star was indeed very prosperous. The war in outer space seemed to have no effect on the planet. After walking around the city for 2 hours, they found a very meaningful place, a bookstore. Yes, Tenryu Star also has a bookstore. There were a lot of books in the bookstore, some big and some small. Those super big books were obviously for dragonkind. It could be seen that dragonkind had quite a bit of intelligence. When I arrived at the bookstore, Lan Xuanyu and the others were like treasures. Although they had no money, they were not the only ones who had the money. They had a translator that could directly translate the words of Tenryu Star. After the 7 of them looked around, they found a few books that were very meaningful to the Douluo Federation, a history book on Tenryu Star. Then, they quickly used the translator to translate and record. This information was very important to them and the Federation. Only by understanding their opponents could they better deal with them. In the process of translating, they learned about the history of Tenryu Star and even Tianma Star. To their surprise, these 2 planets were not called Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, but Tianma. Gemini Star. The 2 planets looked after each other and both belonged to Tianma. Tianma was the one they saw earlier. It looked like a centaur. This was a species with a very long history. It was once controlled by the Gemini Star of Tianma. There were all kinds of strange things in the universe. Tianma had been controlling 2 planets since it first gained intelligence. How did the Pegasus race manage to do that? Tenryu Star and Tianma Star actually had a similar huge teleportation array that transported each other. Stepping into the teleportation array, one would be able to reach the other side in the next moment. It was extremely strange. This teleportation array was called God's Gate by Tianma. God's Gate made the distance between the 2 planets almost 0. In addition, the 2 planets were really too big. Therefore, even if Tianma had a history of more than 100,000 years, its scientific research ability was very weak. This was because the resources on the planets were too rich, so rich to the extent that it was inexhaustible. Using these resources, Tianma was much more interested in developing itself than in scientific research. Even if there were some species in the Dragon Horse Galaxy whose scientific and technological level was constantly improving, and could already it was nothing compared to Tianma, who was able to run rampant in the universe with its physical body. Until one day, one of the original Gemini stars, which was now the Tenryu Star, suddenly had a special situation. A strange space overlapped with the Tenryu Star, and the Tenryu Star began to appear. Some strange changes occurred. Some of the original species mutated, and dragons began to appear. Tianma called it the dragon race. This was known as the Dragon Transformation period in history. The entire Dragon Transformation period lasted for 10,000 years, evolving into the current dragon race. They were naturally powerful and had high intelligence. Soon, they occupied a place in the Gemini star of Tianma. Under normal circumstances, with this kind of mutation, Tianma would definitely kill all these mutated creatures. They would all be killed. However, these dragons could communicate with each other. They were extremely intelligent and worked together to fight. After experiencing a battle, not only did they become stronger, but their numbers were still increasing. Originally, all the species on the Tenryu star had mutated, and the same thing had happened to Tianma. Later, the mutated Tianma creature was called Tenryu, a Tenryu with a dragon head and a horse body. Most importantly, a powerful species rose up with it, able to compete with the original Tianma, and that was the current Tenryu. The race. There were two main characteristics of Tianma creatures. One was the number of horse legs, and the other was the ability to have wings. These were two different directions of evolution. Before the appearance of the Tenryu race, Tianma had at most 10 horse legs. However, the Tenryu race had evolved into a dragon-headed expert with 12 horse legs, Tenryu. The strength of a supreme god allowed Tenryu to dominate the twin stars and lead the dragon race to defeat Tianma. Because Tenryu was also born from Tianma, he did not destroy Tianma. And the dragon transformation period seemed to have ended. Other than the mutated dragon race creatures that could reproduce, the other creatures did not mutate anymore. However, the dragon race's direct reproduction speed was very slow. After careful consideration, Tenryu decided not to negotiate with Tianma. After all, he used to be a member of Tianma too, and he was one of the higher-ups of Tianma. In the end, Tianma agreed to negotiate. Because of Tenryu's strength, one of the original twin stars of Tianma was renamed Tenryu Star. However, they demanded that no dragon race member was allowed to enter Tianma Star. Both sides formed an alliance and jointly ruled the original Tianma Star. This Tenryu was the Tenryu Star's first seat who almost killed Lan Xuanyu and forced Nana to fall into the magma of a star. The current Tianma Star's first seat was slightly younger than Tenryu. Later, Tianma Star learned from this painful experience and gathered the strength of their entire race to finally nurture another super god-rank powerhouse who was able to fight against Tenryu. This allowed the Longma double star to completely stabilize and become the current situation. The technological advancement of the other races in the Dragon Horse star system was accompanied by the technological advancement of the other races in the Dragon Horse star system. In addition, the threat posed by the Douluo Federation's up-and-coming space fleets had accelerated their development in recent years. Tenryu and Tianma were very clear that with the resources of the Longma double star, they would catch up in terms of technology sooner or later. However, all of this required time. This was the simple history of the two capital stars of the Dragon Horse star system. The dragon race did not seem like real dragons to Lan Xuanyu, but in the eyes of the Dragon Horse star system, they were a powerful dragon race. Some of the top dragon race could even fight in space and were not inferior to battleships. Therefore, in a place like the Tenryu star, the dragon race had considerable privileges. They were the highest race on Tenryu star. Of course, the Tenryu race was the best of the best. As for the real Tenryu clan, there were only a few hundred of them, but every one of them was a powerhouse. This historical record was naturally extremely important to Lan Xuanyu and the others. With a detailed understanding of the situation on Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, it would be much easier for them to take action against these two planets in the future. At present, Tenryu was definitely not around, so they were relatively safe. This huge planet was also far from being as panicky as the number 76 planet. With the treasure-hunting beast's ability to hide, they could leave whenever they wanted. In addition to historical materials, they also obtained something good from the library. It was a map of the Tenryu star. Even from space, it was difficult to see the full picture of this huge planet, but with a map, it was different. Opening the map, everyone began studying it carefully. They discovered that there were 13 cities on Tenryu star, 13 huge cities. Each city occupied a vast area. Among them, the most famous was naturally the capital city of Tenryu, which was also where the Gate of God was located. By paying a fee, even the ordinary races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy could pass through the Gate of God. except for the dragon race. This was a rule set a long time ago. The dragon race was not allowed to enter Tianma Star. The reason was very simple. Tianma Star was worried that another dragon transformation would occur. If Tianma Star also had a dragon transformation, then the dragon race would become too powerful. Tianma Star was at risk of being replaced. Therefore, except for the Tenryu clan with the Tianma bloodline, the ordinary dragon race was not allowed to pass through the Gate of God. From history, Lan Xuanyu and the others also learned that on Tenryu Star, there was a powerful army that had never appeared in the war with the Douluo Federation. It was called the Dragon Knight Army. Currently, there were only 18 Dragon Knights. Every one of them was a powerhouse with god-rank strength. They could all transform into human form and ride the dragon race to fight. They could fight in space. They were the Tenryu clan's top and most powerful core fighting force. The leader of the 18 Dragon Knights was Tenryu himself. One could imagine how powerful this force was. Without a doubt, this was the ultimate power on Tenryu Star. It surpassed the power of all their warships. As for whether Tianma Star had such ultimate power, it was unknown. The city that Lan Xuanyu and the others were in was called Fenglong City. It was known for its rich resources, especially its mineral resources. It was an important resource and heavy industrial city on Tenryu Star. Many of the warships built on Tenryu Star came from this city. Not only did they mine it themselves, but they also had special minerals that the major races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy came to trade. Of course, Lan Xuanyu would not choose to go to Tenryu Star now. Although Tenryu himself was not there, there must be many god-rank powerhouses in Tenryu Star, such as those powerful Dragon Knights. With their current strength, they were not qualified to challenge the Dragon Knights. On the contrary, Fenglong City was a good choice. It was rich in resources, and Lan Xuanyu and the others came here mainly for resources. He did not think of detonating another dragon's fury on Tenryu Star. That was not something a wise man would do. Not to mention other things, if he destroyed the peace talks, even the Federation would not forgive him. This time, Lan Xuanyu had several purposes for sneaking in. Getting some resources back was one of them. Although it was not the most important, the benefits were not small. He carefully put away the historical materials and maps. These were very precious materials for the Federation, and they were not small military merits for them. With these things, their mission this time could be considered to have been completed very well. However, Lan Xuanyu still had other things to do. Even if there were no military merits, there were still some things that needed to be done. Let's go to the Mineral Trading Center, Lan Xuanyu said to his companions. When the 7 of them returned to the streets, the treasure-hunting beast had already transformed into a different appearance for them so that they wouldn't be caught as thieves. The Mineral Trading Center was a very important place in Fenglong City, so it was located in the center of the city. This city was really too big. Because they did not know how to take transportation, Lan Xuanyu and the others could only walk. One day on Tenryu Star was equivalent to 39 hours on Douluo Star. Both the day and night were longer. They walked for nearly 3 hours, and they were walking at a rather fast speed before they finally saw their destination. Fenglong City's Mineral Trading Center was a huge domed building. The building was 300 meters tall. That's right, it was 300 meters tall. It had to be said that Tenryu Star was very talented in the field of architecture. Such a huge building could not be found in the entire Douluo Federation. It covered an area of more than 2 square kilometers. With the huge domed building as the center, there were many side buildings around it. The huge gatehouse was big enough for a dragon race to pass through. There were no guards at the entrance, which showed that the security here was very lax. In other words, there was no need for guards here. Lan Xuanyu and the others were not very conspicuous among the many races. The Blue Sea clan was originally very large in number. As they walked through the door of the Mineral Trading Center, Lan Xuanyu and the others could not help but be shocked. At the top of the huge hall, there was a floating sculpture. It was completely floating, and they did not know how it was done. It was the Tenryu. The head of a dragon, the body of a horse, 12 legs, and a huge pair of wings. Its entire body was covered in scarlet scales. Even though it was just a sculpture, they could feel a terrifying aura from it. It was not only Lan Xuanyu and the others who raised their heads to look at the Tenryu. Many of the races from the Dragon Horse Galaxy who came to trade did the same. When they saw the Tenryu, they all revealed expressions of reverence. It could be seen how high the status of the Tenryu star was in Tenryu star. Lan Xuanyu and the others quickly blended into the crowd. Because they needed the treasure-seeking beast to continue transforming for them, the 7 of them could not be too far apart. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being exposed. The treasure-seeking beast was distracted by suppressing the space worm's aura on the lazy bug, so it could not fully transform for them. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and whispered a few words to Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga nodded. The hall was too vast, and it was packed with people. There were creatures from all kinds of races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and there was no lack of creatures with powerful auras. After wandering around for more than an hour, Lan Xuanyu finally figured out the trading methods here. In this mineral trading center, there were several trading methods, the simplest of which was to sell directly. This was suitable for trading low-grade minerals, not only rare metals, but also some energy-type minerals. The mineral trading center had a place to buy these things, and the fees would be directly paid to a designated account. Yes, there must be an account that belonged exclusively to the Tenryu Star. Tenryu Star had a bank-like institution called the Tenryu Gold Office. The Tenryu Gold Office's account was used throughout the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, and it was the most advanced financial system. Therefore, to trade here, one must first have an account with the Tenryu Gold Office. Most people came here to trade, and this was also the basic trading of the Mineral Trading Center. In addition, there were several other trading methods. The one that interested Lan Xuanyu the most was a trading method called betting. This was operated by the Mineral Trading Center itself, not to buy, but to sell all kinds of mineral resources. There were thousands of minerals in the betting area, and there were all kinds of minerals, but these minerals were very large. They were wrapped in ores, and there was an isolation shield outside the ores. The buyer could only choose these minerals through observation, and they could not pick them up. To enter the betting area, one had to pay a certain fee. After paying the fee, one could choose a mineral from inside. After choosing, one could choose to take it away, or choose to directly ask an expert to reveal the secret and see what it was. Among the minerals in the betting area, the highest value was probably the space origin crystal, and the lowest value was probably ordinary stones. Therefore, the entertainment in this area was very strong, and at the same time, it was prepared for those who liked to gamble. There were some who made a fortune in the betting area, but there were more who lost the entrance fee. The betting area was also divided into different levels, and by buying tickets of different levels, one could enter different areas. The higher the level of the ticket, the higher the probability of entering the area with good things. Of course, the price of the ticket would also be higher. Many Lan Xuanyu and the others were very interested in the treasure betting district. Don't forget, Lan Xuanyu has a treasure-seeking beast. Even if there was a wall between them, the treasure-hunting beast would be able to tell whether something was good or not, let alone through a shield. But the problem was that a single cent could stump a hero. Their biggest problem now was that they did not have an account with the Heavenly Dragon Gold Bank, nor did they have Dragon Horse coins. The Dragon Horse coin is the common currency of the entire Tenryu star system. Every species had their own currency, but the most stable and widely used currency was the Dragon Horse coin. The purchasing power of the Dragon Horse coin was very strong. Lan Xuanyu felt that it was much stronger than the Douluo Federation's Federation coins. Let's go. Let's get an account first. Lan Xuanyu brought his companions out of the Mineral Trading Center. After opening the electronic map, they found the Tenryu's bank, which was located not far from the trading center. The Tenryu's bank account was opened on a special card. Furthermore, this account was closely linked to one's identity to ensure privacy, accuracy, and uniqueness. Every species in the Dragon Horse Galaxy could open their own account, but they had to go through a process before opening it. There was a strict identity check and registration in all aspects. And these were obviously things that Lan Xuanyu and the others couldn't do. Things. But they had their own ways. The 7 of them observed the Tenryu's bank for a while. Soon, they found their target. It was a sturdy Blue Ocean race member who had just walked out of the Tenryu's bank with a smile on his face. The reason why they chose him was because Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen him at the mineral trading center. This was an ordinary ore trader should specialize in selling ores from the sea. Lan Xuanyu gave his companions a look, then took the initiative to welcome him. His current appearance was also, it was a tall Blue Ocean race member. "Friend, let's talk." Lan Xuanyu's words were translated into the Dragon Horse Galaxy through a translator. The official language of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Blue Ocean race's mineral trader had just finished his transaction and was about to find a place to have a big meal. Just as he was about to celebrate, he was suddenly stopped, but he didn't panic. This was Fenglong City, and Tenryu Star's public security had always been good. "What did you say?" He looked up and down at Lan Xuanyu a few times. When he saw that it was his own race member, he obviously relaxed a little. "I saw that you just came out of the mineral trading center. I have some good things here. I don't know if you want to buy them." Lan Xuanyu lowered his voice and said, "Good things? Let's go and talk." The Blue Ocean race member was surprisingly cooperative. He waved to Lan Xuanyu and walked to a corner. Lan Xuanyu followed. The Blue Ocean race member walked and whispered, "Brother, where did you come from? As long as the things are good, the price is negotiable." What was the most profitable way? Without a doubt, private transactions. The Dragon Horse Galaxy had many planets and a large population. Some planets' minerals were very rare, so it was inevitable that they would be banned. The more such things were, the more valuable they were. For example, the most famous of them all was the Void Source Crystal. When they reached the corner, Lan Xuanyu's hand flashed, and a palm-sized piece of metal appeared in his hand. He handed it to the other party. "Isn't this heavy silver? What's so special about it?" The Blue Ocean race member reached out and took the piece of heavy silver. He looked at it. But when he held the heavy silver in his hand, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This heavy silver was not only dense, but its texture was also excellent. More importantly, the whole piece of metal contained the aura of life, exuding vitality from the inside out. "Friend, can you see it?" Lan Xuanyu asked with a smile. The Blue Ocean race member swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Where did you get this?" "Heavy silver with vitality." "Silver," Lan Xuanyu said, "the Douluo Federation. It's the place we're fighting. This is heavy silver, but it's been refined. They have a very unique refining method called forging. This piece of heavy silver has already been given life during the forging process, so they call it spirit-refined heavy silver. You can feel the quality. This is definitely good stuff. It's worth a lot in the human world, and the supply can't meet the demand." The Blue Ocean race member's eyes turned. "This thing is alright, but you don't have a legitimate origin. It's also something from the Douluo Federation, so it won't be easy to sell. The price can't be too high." Lan Xuanyu sighed. "Then forget it." He reached out to take the piece of heavy silver from the other party's hand. "Take the heavy silver back, don't." "How much do you want?" The Blue Ocean race member hurriedly dodged Lan Xuanyu's hand. He naturally knew the value of spirit-refined heavy silver. This thing's research value was far greater than its practical value. There was a place on Tenryu Star that specialized in this kind of thing, and the price was very high. "This isn't the place to talk. Do you have a safe place where we can talk in detail? We're all of the same race, so I'll be honest with you. I have the means to get this metal, but I'm an illegal resident on Tenryu Star. I can't make a trade, so I need to borrow the identity of a brother. How about we all earn money together?" Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. He said. He didn't plan on directly using the other party's identity. They had just arrived on Tenryu Star, and were unfamiliar with the place. If they rashly impersonated someone else, it would be too easy for them to be discovered. Rather than that, it was better to find a partner and lure him with benefits. That would be safer. The Blue Ocean clan member looked at Lan Xuanyu with some vigilance, but he wasn't blinded by greed. He whispered, "Come with me." With that, he took the lead and walked outside. Lan Xuanyu said, "I have a few companions, all of whom are our clansmen." Right? When the Blue Ocean clan member heard Lan Xuanyu's words, he was relieved. He had noticed that there were several Blue Ocean clan members looking at them, which was why he was so vigilant. Now that Lan Xuanyu said it, it was obvious that he was sincere in cooperating, so he was relieved. Of course, he didn't know that Lan Xuanyu deliberately let him find out. It's okay, let's go together. This is the Tenryu star, the powerful dragon race can be seen everywhere, so safety is not a problem. The Blue Ocean clan member said in a very magnanimous manner, and seemed to be reminding Lan Xuanyu of something. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand, and his companions quickly gathered and nodded to the Blue Ocean clan member. What's your name? The Blue Ocean clan member asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's heart moved slightly, but he still said, we all use code names, you can call me First Wing. Good. I am Liang Pu of the Forest Universe clan. With that, Liang Pu put the piece of heavy silver into his arms, waved at Lan Xuanyu, and walked in a direction. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 followed behind, and at the same time, they silently felt Liang Pu's spiritual fluctuations. If a person wanted to do something, their spiritual fluctuations would be the first to change. If Liang Pu wanted to expose them, for example, by shouting on the street, Lan Xuanyu would definitely be able to stop him. The Blue Ocean clan also had powerhouses, but this small mineral trader was definitely not one of them. Subduing him was just a matter of moving a finger. Liang Pu didn't intend to expose Lan Xuanyu's group. He led them through the streets and alleys, and soon came to a place similar to a human hotel. He took the 7 people upstairs and came to a room. This room was very big, an open space, and it didn't seem to be divided into bedrooms, living rooms, and the like. Inside was an open space covered with thick fur and a strange smell, it should be a place to sleep. In the middle of the wide hall, there were wooden blocks like tree roots. Liang Pu said, please sit. With that, he pressed a button on the wall. Suddenly, the lights turned on, but the surroundings were dark, the windows were completely dark, and they could feel a weak energy, which should be to block sound. This place has this kind of setup? Although he found it strange, Lan Xuanyu didn't ask further. Liang Pu directly answered his doubts, this place is specially for us traders to live in. And it is guaranteed that there are no monitoring equipment here. Many of our trades do a lot des trading. Trading's a stars a t-tes a stars, planet star, and the SS Tenryu star did not forbid such transactions. Instead, it encouraged them. 62 This was a very smart move, turning Tenryu Star into a heaven for trading resources, and Fenglong City was the Tenryu Star. It was second only to Tenryu City as a trading place. This kind of hotel was specially used for such private transactions, and Lan Xuanyu's situation of taking the initiative to come to the door was very common here. In addition, they were all from the Blue Sea tribe, so Liang Pu didn't have too many suspicions about them. The first reason was that the security here was good, and the second reason was because he trusted his own kind. In the eyes of traders like Liang Pu, those who came here to trade were all for profit. Who would do something that harms others without benefiting themselves? Once he used force here, he would be dead for sure if he was caught. After a simple exchange with him, Lan Xuanyu had a much clearer understanding of the situation here, and he had a better idea of what to do. First Wing, how many goods do you have? I don't care about your source of goods, but if we cooperate, I hope that I will be your only supplier in the future. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. We'll split it 30 to 70. You supply the goods, I'll sell them, and I'll get 30% of the dragon horse coins, and you get 70%. Don't look at how easy it is to get 30%, but in reality, the risk is very high. After all, you don't want to see the light of day. I've already given you the most reasonable price, for the sake of exclusivity and long-term cooperation. Liang Pu was obviously a very shrewd businessman. He went straight to the point and stated his conditions. His attitude was very calm, and his purpose was also very clear. The Blue Sea tribe's intelligence wasn't low. This was what Lan Xuanyu felt at this time. After muttering to himself for a while, Lan Xuanyu raised his head and looked at him, we're all from the same tribe, so I won't bargain with you. We'll do as you say. In the future, I'll give you the goods exclusively, but I have a request. We're unregistered, so I need an account with Tenryu Treasury. Can you get it for me? Otherwise, it'll be too inconvenient, and I won't be able to spend the money. Liang Pu narrowed his eyes. This isn't impossible, I'll get it done for you. Do you want me to open one for each of you? Lan Xuanyu shook his head. No need, too many accounts will cause trouble. One is enough, but you have to ensure safety. After all, we still have a long-term cooperation. Liang Pu nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Give me 2 days, and I'll get it done for you. How much do you have? How are we going to supply it in the future? As he spoke, he took out the piece of heavy silver. Lan Xuanyu said, in the Douluo Federation, forging is divided into different levels, from the lowest level, 100 refinements, to the next level, 1,000 refinements, and finally spirit refinements. Spirit refinements give the metal life. Next is soul silver, and it can even give the metal a soul, making it seem as if it's really alive. It's called divine refinement, and I can't get divine refinement metals, but I can get soul refinement metals and below. Here. I can't guarantee how much I'll be able to get, and I'm not sure when I'll be able to get it. I'll contact you when I have the time. Liang Pu said, then how can you guarantee that you won't trade on your own after you have Tenryu's account? Lan Xuanyu said calmly, isn't that simple? I'll open my account to you, and you can check every transaction I make. I can only receive money from one account, and if I receive money that isn't from a transaction with you, you can terminate our cooperation, or even expose us. This is also why I let you open one account. As time passes, everyone will trust each other, and you won't have to worry. I can also tell you that this type of rare metal is the most important resource in the Douluo Federation. Liang Pu nodded. I've heard of this before. Does it require some kind of technique? Can you get it? Lan Xuanyu shook his head without hesitation. I can't get it. It's a very complicated technique, and the risk is too great. I don't want to die. Rare metals for the Dragon Horse Galaxy weren't a big deal, as they were just high-grade metals. However, the positive circulation source core was different. This was one of the core technologies of the Douluo Federation. I can't give it to you. Alright, let's talk about this first. How much do you have this time? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment, then took out 12 pieces of spirit refined metal and a piece of soul from his ring of destiny. Metal. He didn't have any completely dry refined or 100 refined metals on him. To him, those kinds of metals were useless. Liang Pu's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Lan Xuanyu said, that's all I have this time. If there are no problems with the transaction and the price is suitable, I'll send the second batch over soon. You have 2 days to open the account for us, and you can put the Dragon Horse coins in it. How about it? He didn't ask for the specific price, because he didn't know how much the metals were sold for. Asking would only expose him. Alright, let's do this for the first time. You can stay here for the time being, but I have to take the items before you can sell them. Do you trust me? Liang Pu asked. Lan Xuanyu made an inviting gesture to Liang Pu. Liang Pu was very satisfied with his attitude and put away the spirit refined and soul refined metals one by one. You can stay here with me. I'll go look for a channel. Take these as the deposit. With that said, Liang Pu took out a handful of light gold coins and handed them to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't even look at how much the coins were and put them away. Liang Pu hurriedly left. After he left, Lan Xuanyu took out the Dragon Horse coins and examined them. These Dragon Horse coins were actually made from rare metals. They weren't paper money, but a thin layer of metal foil that was very tough. From the face value, Liang Pu was very generous and gave them 1,000 Dragon Horse coins. These things had a certain value. Based on their observation at the Mineral Trading Center, the cheapest entry ticket was 5 Dragon Horse coins, while the most expensive one was 500 Dragon Horse coins. The purchasing power of Dragon Horse coins was very strong, so 1,000 Dragon Horse coins was quite a lot. We've successfully infiltrated, right? Qianlei chuckled. I feel like they're not very vigilant. They're very strong, 166 Lan Xuanyu said. This should be because the Tenryu Star's powerhouses are very confident in their individual strength. They're only wary of our Federation's fleet, but they don't fear the powerhouses of the same galaxy. It's also very difficult for us to infiltrate. Without the treasure-seeking beast's illusions, there's no way we can avoid the radar. we can't even go invisible. The Tenryu star still has technology in this area. Lu Feng said, indeed, the treasure-seeking beast contributed the most to our escape. With it, we can even enter the Tenryu star at any time and gather all kinds of information. This means a lot to the Federation. Lan Xuanyu smiled. It's also a good opportunity for us to obtain resources. Here, we can exchange for more resources that the Academy and the Tangmen need. We can attack the enemy's inner circle and destroy them at the crucial moment. After we send the lazy bums back to the mother planet, even the Tenryu won't be able to find us. He won't use his divine sense to scan the entire planet. Bai Xiaoxiao said, are you planning to be a regular customer here? Lan Xuanyu nodded. The more we know the enemy, the more opportunities we have. However, we can't act rashly. We have to use normal methods to obtain information. If we hide among the enemy, we will be more useful. We'll give the information we've obtained to the Federation, and the resources will be given to the Academy and the Tang sect. Yuan and Hui giggled and said, simply perfect. Lan Xuanyu continued, but everyone still has to be careful, act cautiously, and don't give yourself away. It seems like we can try to continue trading with this Liang Pu. Once we find a problem, we'll leave immediately. Tenryu Star is so big. Other than Tenryu City, we'll always have a chance. Tang Yuga suddenly asked, what's our ultimate goal? Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Find the Tenryu Star's life core. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. The Tenryu Star's life core could be said to be the lifeline of the Tenryu Star. Moreover, it was definitely a powerful existence equivalent to a transcendent. Lan Xuanyu's intention to find this life core was very obvious. Lan Xuanyu looked at his companions and said in a deep voice, I have an even bolder idea. Through today's observation, I can tell that the dragon race has a very high status in Tenryu Star. The strongest Tenryu can even transform into human form. When I first met Tenryu, I also heard him say that the human body is more beautiful. In other words, this place actually respects the appearance of humans. Otherwise, Long Shitu wouldn't have transformed into human form to move around. If we want to truly destroy the Tenryu race and control the Dragon Horse Galaxy, perhaps we can start from the inside. Bai Xiaoxiao was the one who understood Lan Xuanyu the most. She suddenly had a thought and said, are you going to pretend to be a Tenryu race member? Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded lightly. Seeing him nod, everyone turned pale with fright. What did it mean to pretend to be a Tenryu race member? It meant that he had to move around a group of god-level Tenryu race members. There was the possibility of being exposed at any time, and he had to face transcendent Tenryu race members. That won't do. Bai Xiaoxiao was the first to object. It's too dangerous. Lan Xuanyu smiled and grabbed her hand. Not now. I also know the danger, so I won't take the risk if I'm not confident. I'll at least wait until my strength increases again before I try it. My 5 soul rings are all at the 100,000-year level, which is equivalent to the standard of a soul Douluo. I have a feeling that if my strength increases again, it will leap to another level, at least equivalent to the standard of a transcendent Douluo. If I can awaken the control of the spatial elements, then I won't have a problem protecting myself. Furthermore, whose dragon race bloodline can be purer than my dragon god's bloodline? I've already tried it. My dragon's might can exert pressure on the dragon-like creatures here. I even suspect that the dragon race that appeared on the Tenryu star is related to the destruction of the dragon race. Those creatures might have absorbed the aura of the destroyed dragon race, which is why such a change occurred. If that's the case, my bloodline will naturally have a suppressive effect on them, so they have no choice but to acknowledge me. Furthermore, if my strength increases again, my aura will change drastically. Even if I can't recognize it, I'll still be able to recognize it. I won't be able to recognize it. If I can become a dragon knight on the Tenryu star. At this point, he paused, and the 6 people around him felt their hearts beat faster. Boss, you win. You're definitely the most daring person I've ever seen. Qian Lei said to Lan Xuanyu. He bowed respectfully. Tang Yuga smiled bitterly. I'm getting more and more daring, but also more and more cautious. Lan Xuanyu smiled. It's still too early to talk about this now. At the moment, we have to at least establish a cooperative relationship with this side. I also need to become stronger. Otherwise, I won't be able to stand among the Tenryu race. Ashibai Shosho looked at Lan Xuanyu with a burning gaze. I also have the dragon bloodline. If you want to impersonate me, I can do it too. Will you be my mount? Lan Xuanyu suddenly looked at her with a mischievous smile. A dragon knight still needs a mount. In your dreams. Bai Shosho pushed his hand away. Crack crack. The scene is too beautiful, I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to think about it. Xian Lei hid behind Lan Mengqin, but Lan Mengqin pulled him out by the ear. Big brother Xianyu, what are we going to do these 2 days? Yuan and Hui Hui asked Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, to make money, we'll use this 1,000 dragon horse coins as our starting capital. Come, let's go to the treasure area. Just as he was thinking about whether he could infiltrate the enemy as a member of the dragon race in the future, Bai Shosho's words gave him a new idea. The 7 of them returned to the mineral trading center. When they came in again, they felt a little different. Firstly, they were familiar with it, and most importantly, they didn't panic when they had money in their pockets. Now that they had 1,000 dragon horse coins, they could do a lot of things with it. Lan Xuanyu went directly to the treasure area and connected with his treasure hunting beast. Soon, he bought 7 tickets. These 7 were the cheapest tickets worth 5 dragon horse coins, which cost a total of 35 dragon horse coins. Here, it was not a problem to use dragon horse coins for small transactions. It was safer to use the account of the Tenryu treasury, especially for large transactions. The person in charge of selling the tickets was a member of the Blue Ocean race. After Lan Xuanyu and the others bought the tickets, this member of the Blue Ocean race said very kindly, "Good luck, brothers, good luck." Would Lan Xuanyu and the others be so lucky? In reality, it had nothing to do with luck. Lan Xuanyu didn't even bother to hide it. He walked around the place and had 7 numbers in his hands. In a total of 5 minutes, he chose from the lowest grade area. He walked out and handed over the numbers. Then, he just had to wait. A few minutes later, the 7 selected ores were sent out. Because they were the lowest grade items, they didn't even have a box. The 7 ores were all different. However, they were all covered with thick layers of ores. They looked no different from ordinary stones. Are we going to screen them here? The Blue Ocean race member at the entrance asked. Of course. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Beside the treasure area was a huge screening area. From time to time, exclamations and sighs could be heard. Some people made money, but most of them lost money. The treasure area of the mineral trading center was huge. This was an important source of income. This allowed the trading center to make a lot of money. The treasures in the treasure area were all set up beforehand. It was guaranteed that there would be no loss. However, even if the people who came to bet knew this, they still hoped to rely on their eyesight and luck to find an opportunity. Who didn't want to get rich overnight? In the chaotic screening area, Lan Xuanyu and the others each carried a large piece of ore to a screening counter in the corner. Behind the counter, there was a small and skinny creature with a dozen tentacles on his head. This was a special race from a small planet in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They were called the Blackbeard race. They didn't have a large population and weren't strong. However, they had an ability to sense all sorts of metals. Put it there. One by one. The Blackbeard race member spoke in the official language of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Lan Xuanyu placed down a black ore in his hands. The Blackbeard race member casually placed his hand on the ore. After a while, he looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock and said, "Hey, blue skin, your luck is not bad. There are at least 10 kilograms of Star Ocean silver crystals here. You got this from the 500th district? Big profit. You can get 4,500 dragon horse coins for it. Of course, if you're willing to go through the trouble of mining it and selling it outside, you might be able to get more." Lan Xuanyu said, "I'll sell it to you directly." He didn't say that he got it from the 5 dragon coins area. The second one was by Shosho. 6 kilograms of star iron. It's worth 2,300 dragon horse coins. The Blackbeard race was astonished. When Tang Yuga placed the third piece of ore on the table and sensed it, the Blackbeard race member couldn't remain calm anymore. This is magic silver. 1 kilogram, at least 1 whole kilogram. It was worth 3,500 dragon horse coins. Are you guys together? Lan Xuanyu said, that's not important. You can continue the test. I'll sell it all to you. Soon, the 7 ores were examined. All of them contained rare metals or energy ores. The total value was over 23,000 dragon horse coins. The Blackbeard tribe members were dumbfounded. They had seen people who became rich overnight. However, it was rare to see someone win 7 consecutive bets. He had to report this matter to his superiors. Hurry up and trade. We want all of them in cash. We still have to continue betting. Lan Xuanyu said. Oh, okay. The Blackbeard race originally looked down on the ordinary Blue Ocean race members. However, they couldn't help but be respectful. That was 23,000 dragon horse coins. Even on the heavenly dragon star, this was not a small number. Of course, it wasn't a big sum for the mineral trading center. Soon, the 23,000 dragon horse coins were sent to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu kept the money with satisfaction and transferred it back. They entered the betting area again. What happened? You won? The Blue Ocean race member curiously looked at Lan Xuanyu and the others. Yes, I won. It's a small profit. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. This time, we'll buy 500. 7 tickets. As he spoke, he took out 3,500 dragon horse coins and handed it over. The Blue Ocean race members' eyes widened. Those who could spend 500 dragon horse coins to enter the betting area were all rich. Previously, they were only in the 5 dragon horse coin area. Now, they jumped from the lowest to the highest. This really shocked him. In fact, the area with the most good stuff was in the 500 region. Previously, they were embarrassed and wanted to try it out. Hence, they chose the cheapest area. However, there were some things in the 500 region that Lan Xuanyu couldn't let go of. If they missed this village, they wouldn't be able to find anything good. They entered and chose. Another 7 ores were selected. After coming out, Lan Xuanyu kept 5 of the ores in his ring of destiny. He didn't plan to open them here. He only brought 2 ores and went to the screening area. These 2 ores were very big. The largest one was over 2 meters in diameter. It was carried by Qianlei. The weight of the ore was definitely more than 5 tons. However, it didn't look very eye-catching. It looked no different from a normal rock. They went to look for the Blackbeard race member. Only 2 ores this time? Did you guys win again? The Blackbeard race member laughed. He didn't believe that these blue-skin people would be so lucky. You'll know when you see it. Lan Xuanyu signaled to the Blackbeard race member to open the smaller ore. The Blackbeard race member placed his hand on the ore. A faint black light flickered on his hand. After a while, his expression changed. His voice trembled as he said, This is nether iron. It's a huge piece of nether iron. It's at least 30 kilograms. This is worth at least 40,000 dragon horse coins. Okay, I'll sell it to you. Lan Xuanyu was very calm. He obviously knew what was inside. The other one. Lan Xuanyu pointed to the large rock. At this time, the Blackbeard tribesman couldn't remain calm. He felt that these Blue Sea tribesmen weren't here to bet, but to rob. How could they win 9 out of 9? He was very clear that in the 500 districts, the probability of winning was about 5%. The other districts were even lower. Of course, within the 500th district, there would be some particularly valuable items. That was how the legend of getting rich overnight could be created and how more people would place their bets. Such a large piece of nether iron was definitely worth in the top 50. It must be known that in the 500 districts, there were at least 10,000 different ores. Winning 40,000 from 500 districts, this was 80 times. The Blackbeard race member's eyes turned red. His monthly salary was only 300 dragon horse coins. While his eyes were red, he still had to work. He went to the large rock and touched it. A faint black light appeared. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief and said loudly, you didn't win this time. However, I have to say that your luck today is too good. Didn't win? Could your perception be wrong? Lan Xuanyu said indifferently. Impossible. You underestimate me, Albert Blackbeard. How could my perception be wrong? The Blackbeard race member said fiercely. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, then let's open it and see. As he said that, he raised his hand and lightly patted the large rock. Suddenly, the huge rock trembled slightly. There was no rumbling sound, but cracks appeared on its surface. The Blackbeard race's expert was stunned. He understood that he had encountered an expert from the Blue Sea race. Every race had their own experts, including the Blue Ocean race. Among the experts of the Blue Ocean race, there were even deities. Especially in the sea, they were very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become one of the largest races in the Tenryu star. This time, there was no need for him to investigate. When the rock cracked open, a faint red light began to seep out from within. The red light was very mysterious, and it seemed to be very sharp. Blackbeard Aubert pounced forward and peered through the cracks. A light source had appeared in his hand at some point, and he shone it into the rock. As soon as he shone the light, the red light began to radiate outwards. For a moment, the light was so dazzling that it attracted the attention of many of the customers in the screening area. Titanium crystal, this is titanium crystal. Blackbeard Aubert's voice began to tremble. Titanium crystal was a type of rare metal, but it was also a type of energy ore. It was very rich in energy, and its price in the mineral trading center had always been high. Although it wasn't on the same level as space source crystals, it was still very valuable. This piece of ore was overflowing with red light. Just how many titanium crystals were there inside? This piece of titanium crystal was worth at least 300,000 dragon horse coins. If it was stripped out, the titanium crystal would be even larger and of better quality, and the price would increase exponentially. The ores that Lan Xuanyu chose to take out were all of a purpose. When he was observing here previously, he discovered some of the more valuable ores that were of great significance to the Douluo Federation. The same ore had a very different price in the Douluo Federation compared to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Titanium crystal was precious in the Douluo Federation, but it wasn't very valuable. This was because the energy contained in titanium crystal wasn't very stable, and it was very difficult to purify through forging. It was already a miracle that it could be purified to the level of spirit refinement. Only a few blacksmiths would use it in melt forging. All the reactors in the Federation were unable to purify it into a single positive circulation source core to serve as an energy source. But here, there seemed to be a way to use the energy of titanium crystal, and it was very useful. Therefore, titanium crystal was very valuable. Blackbeard Aubert's body began to tremble. It wasn't just because of the value of the titanium crystal, but also because he felt a sense of danger. The Blackbeard race had always been in charge of identifying ores in the trading center. This job was done by them. As for the ore in front of him, he had misjudged it. Since he did not see any clues just now, it meant that his fellow clansmen who were in charge of inspecting it earlier must not have seen any clues either. Otherwise, such a large piece of titanium crystal would definitely not appear in the treasure bedding area. It should have appeared in the auction area and been completely stripped off to be sold. The value of this piece of titanium crystal could even wipe out the profits of the bedding area over the next few days. Who would bear this responsibility? Of course, the Blackbeard race would have to bear the responsibility, lifting his head to look at Lan Xuanyu, and then at Lan Xuanyu's companions. Blackbeard Aubert's eyes flashed. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll go ask for the price. With that, he turned and ran. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. His spiritual power was already at the spirit domain realm, so he was naturally able to sense the malicious intent that had been emanating from the man. But he didn't care too much. Since he didn't have Tenryu's bank account to make money, he had his own confidence. He turned and walked to Bai Xiuxiu's side. He lowered his head and whispered a few words into Bai Xiuxiu's ear. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him in surprise, then nodded. What's with that look? Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiuxiu with a doubtful expression. Bai Xiuxiu snorted. I always feel like you want to ride me. Lan Mengqin, who was behind them, laughed. She pulled Bai Xiuxiu to her side and whispered a few words into her ear. Immediately, Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face turned red. She glared fiercely at Lan Xuanyu. But Lan Mengqin suddenly realized that someone was looking at her. She turned her head and saw Qian Lei with his mouth slightly open. He looked like he was about to drool. If you want to die, just say it. Lan Mengqin said murderously. No, no. I never thought of. Before Qian Lei finished speaking, he was met with Lan Mengqin's kick. Lu Feng stepped aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Not long after, Blackbeard Aubert walked out from behind. He glanced at the titanium crystal, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Everyone, can you follow me to the back to talk?" Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "This is the screening area and also the exchange area. If I'm not wrong, you guys must have made a mistake. You didn't recognize it. Why? Do you want to take us to the back to do something? Our Blue Sea clan is not easy to bully." Blackbeard Aubert hurriedly made a shushing gesture. "You must be joking, you must be joking. How dare we break the rules? But you're right, we did make a mistake. We can't bear the responsibility. What we mean is, our Blackbeard clan will buy this titanium crystal. If you give us some face, it will be cheaper for us. We'll meet again next time. Didn't we want to invite you to the back to discuss? I don't have time to deal with you. You can buy it, but let's trade now. The price depends on the object." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and slapped the oar again. Immediately, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, the oars outside shattered all over the ground. Lan Xuanyu glanced at those oars and came to a realization. No wonder the Blackbeard clan made a mistake. There was a lot of lead in this ore. Lead had a strong isolation ability. It couldn't isolate the treasure-seeking beast's divine sense, but it could easily isolate the Blackbeard clan's detection ability. This was why they made a mistake. A soft red light rippled out, and a basin-sized titanium crystal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as this titanium crystal appeared, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many people who were in the middle of trading surrounded it. Blackbeard Aubert's expression changed greatly. Do you really want to go against our Blackbeard clan? The titanium crystal was revealed, and it was bigger than expected. The price of this titanium crystal was probably hundreds of thousands of dragon horse coins. To the Blackbeard clan, they couldn't take out that much money. Originally, he had planned to buy it at a lower price and earn back a portion of it by selling this piece of titanium crystal to erase this matter. However, Lan Xuanyu's actions completely destroyed their plans. The price wasn't cheap, and the key was that it was revealed in the screening area. This would definitely attract attention. A group of Blackbeard clan members rushed out from the back. There were more than a dozen of them. Among them, there were a few with strong physiques. They stared fiercely at Lan Xuanyu and the others. "What? You want to use force?" Lan Xuanyu put his hands behind his back and raised his chin, pretending to be arrogant. The leader of the Blackbeard clan coldly said, "The trading center is a place where rules are followed. Nobody would act recklessly here. However, you have slapped our clan's face. This matter will be remembered by the Blackbeard clan. Our Blackbeard clan may not have other abilities, but we are second to none in the galaxy when it comes to screening. In the future, our Blackbeard clan will refuse to cooperate with you. Furthermore, we will inform your Blue Ocean clan about this matter." "Is that so?" A cold voice resounded. Following that, a figure suddenly stretched out behind Lan Xuanyu. Everyone looked up at the figure in the blink of an eye. A dark blue dragon stood behind Lan Xuanyu. Her wings were spread out. Her body was covered in dark blue scales. A faint icy mist was emitted from the scales. Her icy blue eyes emitted a chilling aura. She suddenly raised her head and let out a deafening dragon roar. Roar. The clear dragon roar attracted the attention of everyone present. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. The entire screening area was covered in a thin layer of frost. Seeing the appearance of this giant dragon, almost all the races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy quickly retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, there was also a touch of reverence. In their eyes, this giant dragon's body wasn't particularly big. It was only a dozen meters long, but more importantly, its body was covered in scales, including its abdomen. The abdomen wasn't fat, but its body was streamlined and pleasing to the eye. There were sharp bone spikes at the front of its wings, and there were also spikes extending from its forehead to the back of its head. Every scale on its body was crystal clear like a sapphire. This isn't the biggest dragon race they have ever seen, nor is it the strongest, but it is definitely the most beautiful dragon race they have ever seen. Yes, this is the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon True Body. By Xiaoxiu's Martial Soul True Body. When Lan Xuanyu was discussing with his companions, he already thought of a way to protect them. On the Tenryu star, the dragon race has a very high status. It can be said that they are the noblest race. Naturally, they also have the privileges of the dragon race. Other than the Tenryu race, the dragon race has the highest status. The dragon race in the Dragon Galaxy is formed from various races. Therefore, there are all kinds of dragon race. This also caused the bloodline of the dragon race to be mixed and incomplete. Isn't Bai Xiaoxiu's situation very similar to the dragon race in the Dragon Galaxy? Her martial soul is the great white shark demon soul. Coupled with the fusion of the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, it caused a mutation in her martial soul. However, her dragon race bloodline is much purer than most of the dragon race in the Dragon Galaxy. In other words, when she uses her martial soul true body and turns into the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, it is no different from the dragon race in the Dragon Galaxy. Moreover, it is definitely a very noble dragon race. A faint purple halo rippled under the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon's feet. Just by looking at it, one would feel like they would be swallowed by the purple halo. When the Blackbeard race members saw the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon's appearance, their expression changed greatly. Although this giant dragon's body isn't very big, its aura is too terrifying. The most important thing is that the scales on its body are so beautiful. It was obvious that he wasn't easy to get along with. More importantly, she could transform from a Blue Ocean clan member to her current form. In their impression, only the Tenryu could transform. Although the person in front of him was different from the Tenryu, the fact that he could transform meant that he was powerful and had a high status. How could the Blackbeard race compare to him? Are you threatening my adorer? Bai Xiaoxiu's cold voice shocked everyone. Some of the weaker races around her had even knelt down on one knee and looked at her with flattering eyes. No, I wouldn't dare. My lord, we don't dare. The Blackbeard tribe members instantly fell to the ground in front of Bai Xiaoxiu's dragon might. The strongest member of the Blackbeard tribe was only equivalent to a four-ringed human soul master. How could he resist Bai Xiaoxiu's coercion? Bai Xiaoxiu stretched out a dragon claw and grabbed the titanium crystal. It was about to speak again. At this moment, a low dragon roar suddenly sounded from not far away. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. Bai Xiaoxiu slowly turned around and saw a huge dragon walking towards them. The dragon claw landed on the ground and made a low muffled sound. This dragon's body was covered in yellowish-brown scales, but there were no scales on its abdomen. It was covered in white dragon skin, and its body was a little fat. Its body was more than 40 meters long. When Bai Xiaoxiu turned around, he naturally saw Bai Xiaoxiu's appearance. Before he even got close, he quickly prostrated himself on the ground and respectfully roared, "Respected Lord Dragon Race, who made you angry?" When the words Upper Dragon Race came out, a series of exclamations sounded from the audience. The races that were originally watching the show all knelt down on one knee. Lan Xuanyu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they had seen the history of the Tenryu star. The Tenryu star's status was ranked like this. The top was undoubtedly the Tenryu race. It was Tenryu's draconic horse form. Next was the Upper Dragon race. Their evaluation of the dragon race's strength and status was related to the purity of the dragon race's bloodline. The purer it was, the closer it was to the dragon race that Lan Xuanyu and the others knew, and the higher its status. Under the Upper Dragon race, there was the Middle Dragon race, the Lower Dragon race, and the Draconic race. The so-called Draconic race was similar to the Earth Dragons on the Douluo continent, those Earth Dragons that didn't even have the ability to fly. There was no doubt that the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon was definitely a Upper Dragon race. The yellow-brown scaled dragon race in front of them was only a lower dragon race. Naturally, they had to bow respectfully. In the Tenryu star, especially in the dragon race, the hierarchy was very strict. Bai Xiaoxiao threw the titanium crystal in his hand and said indifferently, "I'm betting here to make some money. Someone is acting shamelessly and not giving us money. He even threatened me. Tell me, what should we do?" The lower dragon race said without hesitation, "Execute him. He dares to offend the upper dragon race. No matter what race he is, he will be executed." As soon as he said this, the Blackbeard race couldn't help but tremble. Their whole body trembled as they shouted for mercy. Bai Xiaoxiao said coldly, "There's no need to execute him. Give me money. I'm here to make money. Who cares about their lives?" The lower dragon race was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, does the upper dragon race lack money? What's the situation with this person? But when he looked at Bai Xiaoxiao's dazzling dark blue scales, especially under the illumination of the titanium crystal, he felt that the scales were sparkling and translucent. He faintly guessed that she might be the eldest daughter of an upper dragon race clan. She hasn't fully matured yet and came here to play. Did you hear that? The lower dragon race got up and shouted angrily at the Blackbeard race members. We heard. We will immediately buy it. We will pay for it ourselves. My lord, we will pay 1 million. The Blackbeard race members said with a trembling voice. That's more like it. Bai Xiaoxiao threw the titanium crystal on the ground and said indifferently, "Give me the money." Cash. My lord, please wait for a moment. We will immediately do it. The Blackbeard race members turned around and ran. 1 million dragon horse coins, especially cash, wasn't easy to gather. They could only borrow money from everywhere. But it was better than dying. In the Tenryu star, it was easy for the upper dragon race members to execute someone. One must know that the upper dragon race members who can transform into human form have the potential to become dragon knights. In the entire Tenryu star, there are only 18 dragon knights. Who can guarantee that this person in front of them won't become a dragon knight in the future? The lower dragon race members didn't dare to get too close to Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her body and transformed back into the blue ocean race member. Little Lan. She waved at Lan Xuanyu. Little Lan? Me? Lan Xuanyu pointed at his nose. Bai Xiaoxiao glared at him, "What do you think?" "Yes, please give me your orders." Lan Xuanyu's heart twitched. He thought to himself, this girl really knows how to take advantage of me. Wait here and collect the money. I'm tired. I'll go back to sleep first. After speaking, she turned around and walked out. They had earned quite a lot of money today. Moreover, Bai Xiaoxiao had revealed her identity as a dragon race member. They had been testing to see if this was feasible. The facts proved that at least for now, there weren't any problems. Bai Xiaoxiao's Abyss Demon Dragon true form was recognized by the other party as an upper dragon race member. She couldn't stay for too long to avoid being exposed. This was what Lan Xuanyu had instructed her to do. Reveal her identity and leave as soon as possible after confirming that there weren't any problems. Okay, take care. Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. Bai Xiaoxiao waved her hand and led the others out. The lower dragon race member hurriedly moved to the side. Lan Xuanyu noticed earlier that when Bai Xiaoxiao revealed her blue ocean race appearance, the lower dragon race member's huge pupils shrank. Then, he looked at Bai Xiaoxiao with even more respect. Obviously, being able to transform into human form meant that she had a higher status in the upper dragon race. According to the records in the books, there were more than 1,000 upper dragon race members, but not more than 2,000. Ordinary upper dragon race members couldn't transform into human form and had to maintain their dragon form. Some powerful upper dragon race members with pure dragon race blood could transform. There were 18 dragon knights in the books. 4 of them were upper dragon race members, while the remaining 14 were Tenryu members. Their mounts were all upper dragon race members. Only the most powerful upper dragon race members were qualified to be dragon knights' mounts. After the verification, Lan Xuanyu understood more about the Tenryu star. The Blackbeard race member didn't let him wait for long. Soon, the ore and dragon horse coins were sent over. More than 1,000,000 dragon horse coins were placed in a box and handed over to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu took the box and walked out. The lower dragon race member looked at him hesitantly. Baidu search, Ultimate Douluo Hobbies Chinese Network, 17 complete volumes. He seemed to want to ask something, but he didn't. Bai Xiaoxiao gave the lower dragon race member a strong shock. That was the upper dragon race member who could transform into human form. There were less than 100 upper dragon race members, which was about the same as the Tenryu race. Their status wasn't much lower than the Tenryu race. After all, they could become dragon knights. Excuse me, what's the big auction? Lan Xuanyu asked the lower dragon race member. Lan Xuanyu asked. The lower dragon race member was stunned. He quickly said. Tonight, there will be an auction tonight. Will that lord have time to come? He will join our auction. Lan Xuanyu said, there should be time. Lord is very interested in the auction here. That's great. Please wait a moment, I will bring you the invitation. The lower dragon race member walked quickly. He left. After a while, the inferior dragon race brought over a stack of invitation letters. One of the invitation letters was golden. The lower dragon race member stuffed the invitation letter into Lan Xuanyu's hands and said, you must invite sir. We have a lot of good things in today's auction. As he spoke, he took out a stack of dragon horse coins and gave them to Lan Xuanyu. Was he bribed? Did the dragon horse galaxy also pay attention to bribery? Lan Xuanyu naturally kept the dragon horse coins. He had given quite a lot, at least a few thousand. He was a little puzzled. Why was the inferior dragon race so looking forward to Xiaoxiao's participation in tonight's auction? Could it be that he had some special purpose? He didn't seem to have any doubts about Xiaoxiao's identity. His eyes were so big, and the look in his eyes was too obvious. When he talked about Xiaoxiao, his eyes were full of sincere respect. Lan Xuanyu said, of course, of course. Lan Xuanyu brought a huge pile of dragon horse coins back to his residence. He opened the box and looked at the pile in front of him. Money, everyone could not help but laugh. This was not a big deal. The most precious thing was not the ores they sold previously, but the dragon horse coins. One of the ores that Lan Xuanyu kept in the Ring of Destiny was a space source crystal. It was only the size of a fist. But even such a piece of space source crystal would be worth an astronomical figure when brought back to the Federation. The lazy bug did not know when it would be able to create the void source crystal again, and accompanied by dragon horse number 76. After the planet was blown up, all the space source crystals would definitely become priceless treasures, and the price would be even higher. They would soar higher and higher. Ores. In addition, there were 2 large pieces of magic silver and several kinds of rare and precious materials for the Douluo Federation. Today's trip to the Mineral Trading Center could be said to have made a lot of money. I suddenly feel that the Tenryu Star is a good place. It's a pity that I can't become a dragon. Lan Xuanyu looked at the pile of dragon horse coins in front of her, and her eyes were even brighter than Qianlei's. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Among the 7 of us, only Xiaoxiao's martial soul, her true body, is completely in the form of a true dragon. Frenzy's is the white dragon king spear, not purely in the form of a dragon, and I don't have a martial soul true body. I have already received the invitation to tonight's auction, and this money is our capital. Let's go to the auction tonight to see if there are any good things. However, that inferior dragon race member took the initiative to invite us. We don't know if there will be any problems if we participate in the auction. So, Xiaoxiao, you have to be careful tonight. Bai Xiaoxiao said, then can I transform back into a human? Don't all the superior dragon race members who can transform look like humans? If I still look like a member of the Blue Sea clan, will I be suspected? Lan Xuanyu thought for a while and said, that's fine too. When we first saw Tenryu, he looked like a human. You will appear as a human tonight and see their reaction. Also, we have to come up with a background for you. It's fine to face a lower race, but if there is a superior dragon race, I'm afraid they will ask about your background. Okay, Xiao Lan, I'll leave such a small matter to you, Bai Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu's facial muscles twitched, and the others laughed. You're addicted to calling me that, aren't you? Lan Xuanyu's hands were itchy. It sounds pretty good. Xiao Lan Xuanyu snorted and ignored her. He turned to Tang Yuga and said, Yuga, did you find anything? Tang Yuga nodded. Yes. This place is very big. I've been sensing the changes in the metal elements just now. There are very active metal elements underground. Tonight, you guys go to the auction, and I'll use Jin Tong to investigate. Let's see if we can find their treasure vault or something. The warehouse of this mineral trading center must be very big. It's impossible to hide it. Of course. Lan Xuanyu said, only take the most expensive ones. Just take the void origin crystal. Okay. Originally, there were a few rare metals and energy ores that were comparable to the void origin crystal. However, the dragon horse and the void origin crystal were destroyed. It could be imagined that in the future, the price of the void origin crystal would be the highest among all the metals. This time, they had to make money through trading, and they also had to use other means to get as many resources as possible. Go. These were all very important. With Bai Xiuxiu's probing earlier, Lan Xuanyu felt that there was something more important this time. Get an identity, and it had to be a higher level identity. This matter fell to Bai Xiuxiu. Next, it was to discuss how to fabricate a reasonable identity for Bai Xiuxiu. The story had to be completed. As night fell, the entire Fenlong city became lively. The mineral trading center didn't turn quiet because it was getting late. On the contrary, the mineral trading center was the liveliest at night. Outside the trading center, a large screen lit up. The 100-meter wide screen was filled with people from all races of Tenryu Star. This was the live broadcast of the auction. Every 7 Tenryu days, the trading center would hold an auction to auction all kinds of resources and strange things. Because this was the mineral trading center, the items auctioned were mainly minerals. To enter the auction site, one had to pay a high deposit. Without at least 300,000 dragon horse coins or a direct invitation, one was not qualified to enter. When Lan Xuanyu and the others went to the auction area today, they actually planned to participate in the auction and earn money for the auction tickets. They didn't expect to be invited. All the invited bidders didn't need to pay a deposit. It was equivalent to being recognized by the organizers. Yes. The dragon race was born with the qualifications to participate in the auction. They didn't even need an invitation. When they arrived at the auction site, they understood that the golden invitation that Lan Xuanyu received was the proof of a private room in the auction house. On the second floor of the auction house, there was a circle of private rooms that only the noblest and richest guests could use. The private room was very big because it was originally prepared for the dragon race. The entire auction house was huge. It was more than 100 times bigger than the auction house in Shrek City. It was the first time that Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen such a huge auction house. Bai Xiuxiu had already returned to her human form. Her long dark blue hair hung behind her head, and she was wearing a white dress. Her 6 people still looked like members of the Blue Ocean tribe and followed closely behind her. What surprised Lan Xuanyu and the others was that the creatures of the Dragon Horse Galaxy were not surprised by Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful appearance. They did not seem to be interested in the appearance of humans. Instead, they seemed to be in awe. The news that a superior dragon race had appeared today had obviously spread like wildfire. Those who could transform into human form would be regarded as a superior dragon race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was opposed to the Douluo Federation. It was impossible for there to be a real human here. Lan Xuanyu and the others only had 6 people. This private room, which was more than 40 meters tall and was 1,000 square meters in size, was very empty. Even a giant dragon that was more than 100 meters long could easily participate in the auction here. Moreover, the location of the private room they were in was excellent. It was right in the middle. In front of the private room was a huge arc-shaped balcony. They could see the huge auction stage in the distance. Although they could not see clearly, as long as they looked down from here, they could see the various races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy below. However, they felt a sense of superiority. There was a special screen in the private room that showed the scene on the auction stage. If they wanted to see clearly, they could look at the screen. The screen. There was also a special auction device for the guests in the private room to bid. When they came in, they were told that the guests in the private rooms were the most distinguished ones, and there was one time when they were qualified to get the auction item. However, if a guest in the private room participated in the auction would continue. Bai Xiaoxiao sat down on the sofa. Because she was in human form, the sofa was just the right size. It fit her well. Lan Xuanyu and the others naturally could not sit down. They were now acting as Bai Xiaoxiao's followers. The girls in charge of the service brought in all kinds of food and drinks. Lan Xuanyu and the others had never seen them before. Yes. It didn't matter if he hadn't seen it before. The abundant life energy already showed that the food was expensive. This was considered a specialty of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Bai Xiaoxiao picked it up and tasted it. The taste was not bad. Even with a human's taste buds, it was delicious. Especially the green juice, it tasted very sweet. The girl was also from the Blue Sea clan. Obviously, the auction house had put in a lot of effort into Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao's followers were all from the Blue Ocean clan. Judging from the inferior dragon race today, this meant that Bai Xiaoxiao favored the Blue Ocean clan. Lan Xuanyu and the others originally thought that earning 1,000,000 dragon horse coins today was a lot, and that they should be able to buy some things at the auction. But after arriving, they discovered that there were many more rich people than they had imagined. The entry requirement was 300,000 dragon horse coins as a deposit. There were more than 1,000 people participating in the auction. How much money was that? The richness of the resources in the Dragon Horse Galaxy was clearly more exaggerated than they had imagined. Soon, most of the people below had taken their seats. Lan Xuanyu and the others could faintly hear low rumbling sounds coming from the private rooms on the second floor. It should be the dragon race. To be able to enter the private rooms on the second floor, not only did one have to be rich, but one also had to have a high status. Obviously, the dragon race was the most likely to enter here. On the auction stage, a humanoid creature with colorful feathers on her head walked up. She was about 3 meters tall, and the feathers on her head extended all the way to her back. She walked on 2 legs, but had 4 arms. She had 4 arms. She was wearing red leather clothes, and her head looked a little strange. She looked a little like a human, but she had no hair and 3 eyes. What kind of clan was this? Lan Xuanyu used his soul communicator to search and found out that this was the Rainbow Feather Clan, also known as the Three-Eyed Rainbow Feather Clan. They were a small clan in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The biggest characteristic of this clan was that they had strong spiritual power and could infect others. They mainly used spiritual power. The Rainbow Feather Clan had produced a god-rank expert before, and they were considered to be one of the stronger clans in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They were an inferior clan. Hello everyone, welcome to today's auction. I am Ikai, and today, I will be serving everyone. Greetings to the VIPs on the second floor, Ikai. After speaking, she bowed slightly toward the second floor. The auction house was so big, but her voice could clearly be heard by everyone. Or rather, it could be said that it was transmitted into everyone's mind. Lan Xuanyu immediately determined that this auctioneer had spiritual power at the spirit domain realm. Her voice even had a kind of infectious power that made people's attention unknowingly focus on her. Our auction is about to begin. After looking at today's auction catalog, I can't help but feel my heart race. There are many good things today. Everyone, please bid as soon as possible and participate actively. Ikai introduced below. Right at this moment, the door to the private room Lan Xuanyu and the others were in was suddenly pushed open. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at the entrance of the private room and was shocked. The person who came in wasn't the Blue Ocean clan girl who was in charge of service. Instead, it was a man. He had a strange head of long orange hair that draped down his back. He was handsome and had a tall and straight figure. He was wearing a white formal suit that was similar to a human's white ceremonial robe, and he gave off a very elegant and graceful aura. Lan Xuanyu only glanced at him, and he could clearly sense the bloodline aura on this person's body. Dragon race. It was undoubtedly a dragon race, and a superior dragon race that could transform into human form. A voice sounded from behind him. The inferior dragon race that Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen this morning had been restricted to enter. Lan Xuanyu came to a sudden realization. He could basically guess why he had been invited to today's auction. He gave a look to his companions beside him. Everyone quietly restrained their auras, and the treasure-seeking beast's illusions on them became stronger. The man stood not far from Bai Xiuxiu and nodded to her with a smile. When he saw Bai Xiuxiu's face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a touch of surprise. His pupils instantly turned vertical, but he quickly returned to normal. The inferior dragon race had already prostrated himself and said respectfully, "Respected superior venerable lord, this is my young master, our Feng Long City's young city lord. Young master knew that you were coming to participate in the auction and specially came to meet you." Bai Xiuxiu glanced at the young city lord and didn't say anything. She just raised her head slightly, and a cold aura naturally flowed out from her body. The young city lord didn't get angry when he saw this. He waved his hand, and the inferior dragon race retreated just like that. Go. The young city lord naturally sat down on the sofa next to Bai Xiuxiu. Sorry to disturb you. My human name is Huang Yuanlang. I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that Sister Xian was here, so I came a little suddenly. I hope Sister Xian will forgive me. May I ask Sister Xian's name? Listening to his words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even in the Douluo Federation, there were very few people who spoke in such a genteel manner. This young city lord's words were very modest and gentlemanly. Bai Xiuxiu turned her head and glanced at him. Xiao. One word? Human names are generally composed of 2 or 3 words. How about I call myself Xiuxiu Sister Xian, how about it? The inferior races can't understand the beauty of humans, but we are very sensitive to it. We appreciate it. The structure of the human body is even more conducive to self-improvement than the dragon race. Sister Xian was able to cultivate into a human body. What an amazing talent. I heard that Sister Xian showed an ice attribute aura today. It gave those inferior species a fright. I have already captured the Blackbeard clan members who offended Sister Xian. Sister Xian will deal with them. Huang Yuanlang seemed to be very talkative. He always had a smile on his face. Who would care about them? Why are you so talkative? Be quiet, or get out, Bai Xiuxiu said indifferently. Her personality had always been like this. She was like this to people she wasn't familiar with. Back then, when she and Lan Mengqin were still in Heaven Do planet, she was like this. Huang Yuanlang wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's watch the auction." He stopped talking and focused his attention on the auction. Qianlei turned to look at Lan Xuanyu with a strange look in his eyes, as if to say, "Boss, you have a love rival." Lan Xuanyu glared at him and didn't say anything. At this moment, the auction had already begun. 2 burly men with bulging backs pushed a huge cart onto the auction stage. Ikai said with a smile, "Although the price of our first auction item today isn't high, it's rare. It's rare to have such a quantity, and it's provided by the Imperial Sky Race. 5 tons of magic silver, the starting price is 5 million dragon horse coins. The increment must not be less than 100,000 dragon horse coins." When Lan Xuanyu and the others heard this auction item, they couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The density of magic silver was very high. 5 tons of magic silver was more than 1 cubic meter. More importantly, they had all seen the magic silver produced by the Imperial Sky Race's Dragon Horse planet number 76. The purity of the magic silver was extremely high, but it wasn't considered precious on Dragon Horse planet number 76. 5 million dragon horse coins was really expensive. It wasn't expensive. If it was placed in the Douluo Federation, with the characteristics of magic silver, they wouldn't be able to get it even at 10 times the price. Of course, the value of dragon horse coins and the Douluo Federation's Federation coins were different. Most importantly, magic silver was the little lazy bug's food. It had to eat magic silver to produce space source crystals. With the price of the Douluo Federation's magic silver, how could they afford it? The Academy had to pay for it. But if they bought it here, it would be much cheaper. But the problem now was that they didn't have 5 million dragon horse coins. Bai Xiuxiu was also hesitating. She held the auction device in her hand and waved it. Huang Yuanlang, do you have the final say in this auction? For the first time, she turned her head and looked at Huang Yuanlang. Huang Yuanlang was stunned for a moment. That's still possible. Although it was considered a business in Fenglong City, it was still in Fenglong City. My family still has the final say in Long City. We just have to pay taxes to the head. What if I bid for something and don't pay? Bai Xiuxiu said provocatively. He pressed the bid button for the base price. This was the only chance to bid for the item at the base price. The bidding had already begun, but the big screen on the auction stage suddenly turned golden. The word 1 appeared on the big screen. The heated bidding stopped abruptly. Many bidders looked over at room number 1. Ikai was also shocked. Of course, she knew that the number 1 private room was reserved for the most distinguished guests. Usually, it was the city lord or the young city lord who sat there. They rarely participated in the auction and only came to check. The bidding was going on. She didn't expect that the guest in the number 1 private room would bid for the item at the base price today. This auction item was magic silver. To the city lord, magic silver was nothing at all, but she was just surprised. The auction had to continue. Ikai hurriedly said respectfully, the guest in the number 1 private room has bid for the item at the base price. The guest has used the base price method. Are there any guests in the private rooms bidding? There was no movement. Ikai wasn't the only one who knew about the background of the number 1 private room. Moreover, magic silver wasn't anything special. So what? No one would dare to touch this bad luck. Deal. Auction item number 1 has been sold at the base price. Congratulations to the guest in the number 1 private room. Ikai quickly ended the auction. At this moment, Huang Yuanlang in the number 1 private room finally reacted. He looked at Bai Xiuxiu strangely. Sister Xiu, you just have a little bit of silver. How much do you want? I'll call it a meeting. Bai Xiuxiu snorted. Your meeting gift isn't worth much. Huang Yuanlang laughed. Didn't you choose this? Bai Xiuxiu turned her head and continued to look in the direction of the auction stage. I just pressed it for fun. Is that okay? Huang Yuanlang smiled and said, yes, of course it's okay. Sister Xiuxiu, you really have a personality. However, I like your personality. It's interesting and interesting. I haven't asked, which family in Tenryu City are you from? Bai Xiuxiu turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. Checking my household registration? I won't tell you. Huang Yuanlang seemed to be more interested in her. Then let me guess. You have ice attribute abilities, so you should be an ice dragon. In our dragon race, only the ice feather family can cultivate to a human form among the ice dragons. I wonder if my guess is correct? No. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head, a sly look flashing in her eyes. Huang Yuanlang was stunned. He originally thought that his guess was not far from the truth. At this moment, the aura emanating from Bai Xiuxiu's body suddenly changed. A faint purple-black halo spread out from her body, and an extreme chill appeared in an instant. It wasn't the coldness of temperature, but the chill from the depths of the soul. Darkness. Dark element. Dual attributes of ice and darkness. Huang Yuanlang's voice suddenly rose a few notches, and his expression suddenly changed. The genial smile on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of shock. He stood up and took 2 steps back. You're from the Tenryu family? Lan Xuanyu stood behind, observing Huang Yuanlang's expression and analyzing his words. What Bai Xiuxiu was doing now was all discussed by them. They had already guessed that someone would come to test them. Bai Xiuxiu's identity, the dark element, was only part of Bai Xiuxiu's display. The purple-black halo disappeared. Bai Xiuxiu raised her hand, and dark blue scales appeared on her palm, sparkling and translucent. The translucent scales shone under the light of the private room. I'm not from any race. I'm me, Bai Xiuxiu said proudly. Huang Yuanlang looked puzzled. Bai Xiuxiu's words just now were no small matter. Because he was very clear. Most of the dragon race had a single attribute. Only the Tenryu family could have dual attributes. Because heavens. The dragon race evolved from the originally powerful Tianma, and the dual attributes came from the dragon transformation and Tianma. Body. The reason why the Tenryu family was the noblest race was precisely because they were powerful. In his impression, among all the upper dragon race, there were no dual attributes. Even the upper dragon race that could cultivate into humans didn't have dual attributes. The girl in front of him was actually a dual attribute upper dragon race. What did this mean? It meant that there was a high possibility that she could become a dragon knight in the future. Moreover, the dark element was very powerful. Although he felt that Bai Xiuxiu wasn't very powerful now, he could also feel that Bai Xiuxiu was very young. This was also why he called Bai Xiuxiu virtuous sister when he came in. Huang Yuanlang knew his own situation. He was also one of the competitors for the future Dragon Knight. However, with his current strength, it was still very difficult for him to become a Dragon Knight. To become a Dragon Knight, the first thing he had to do was to make an upper dragon race willing to be his mount. Then he had to defeat an upper dragon race, and it had to be extremely powerful and compatible with his own attributes. Upper dragon race. Lan Xuanyu felt Huang Yuanlang's cultivation level just now. In his human form, Huang Yuanlang's energy level was equivalent to a human's Douluo's. If he transformed into a dragon, he should be even stronger. He could reach the level of a human titled Douluo. He should be at the level of a human transcendent Douluo. However, his spiritual power wasn't very strong. It hadn't reached the spirit domain realm, so that was why Lan Xuanyu could sense it clearly. Virtuous Sister Xiuxiu, I was presumptuous just now. It's just that your situation is indeed special. I'm still very clear about the dragon race. Did your dark element awaken later in life? It's not in your bloodline. Right? Huang Yuanlang asked tentatively. He was very curious about Bai Xiuxiu's identity. The dragon race was also divided into factions. He was a little worried that Bai Xiuxiu wasn't from his faction. And Bai Xiuxiu, who had dual attribute talent, would definitely be nurtured as a dragon knight. The Tenryu star was extremely rich in resources. If Bai Xiuxiu received focus training, she would definitely be able to become a dragon knight. Because of her dual attributes, she probably wouldn't need to participate in the competition. If she belonged to the same faction as him, then it would be worth befriending her. Huang Yuanlang was very clear about what a dragon knight meant. Heavenly Dragon Star's 18 dragon knights, that is Heavenly Dragon Star's most powerful force, is able to compete with a space fleet. They were extremely powerful. Bai Xiuxiu said, how about this? If you ask me a question, you have to bid for the next auction item and give it to me. I just like those shiny stones. Otherwise, don't ask. No problem. Huang Yuanlang agreed. Bai Xiuxiu's appearance made him feel like he had fallen in love at first sight. He felt that he was willing to give things to Bai Xiuxiu. Moreover, he could also have dual attributes with this person who hadn't completely grown up and befriended his clansmen. It could be said that he could kill two birds with one stone. The city lord of Fenglong City was his father. It was money. Well, you just helped me bid for the magic silver, so I'll let you ask a question. Bai Xiuxiu smiled. She said. Lan Xuanyu and the others standing behind couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. Xiuxiu was really quick-witted. She could gradually tell the story related to her identity in exchange for benefits. Virtuous Sister Xiuxiu, then my first question is, where did your dual attributes come from? Huang Yuanlang asked. She said. Bai Xiuxiu said, it was born and nurtured. Huang Yuanlang's heart trembled, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Born with dual attributes. He had never heard of it. Please bid. Huang Yuanlang pointed below. At this time, the second auction item was already being auctioned. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at it. It was a piece of titanium crystal. What made her feel a little amused was that this titanium crystal was the one they obtained from the auction area in the afternoon. Really? You want me to bid for my own things? I don't want that. At this time, the price of the titanium crystal had reached 800,000 dragon horse coins. Although the price of the first auction item was not high, there were a lot of them. Moreover, it had the intention of throwing a brick to attract jade, so the total price was high. As the second item, the price of the titanium crystal wasn't that high. Yes, there's no hurry. Let's wait for the later ones. Instead, Huang Yuanlang now hoped that Bai Xiuxiu would take more photos so that he could ask more questions. In the end, the titanium crystal was sold for 960,000 dragon horse coins. Although the Blackbeard tribe did not lose much money, the problem was that they still had to pay the mineral trading center. This was because they had misjudged this piece of titanium crystal, and it was equivalent to the mineral trading center suffering a loss. All the money from the auction would go to the mineral trading center, while they themselves would lose 1,000,000 dragon horse coins. The next item will surely be of interest to many of our esteemed guests. This is a specialty of our clan, the rainbow gold from the planet of rosy clouds. There's no need for me to introduce rainbow gold. It's the most inclusive metal. Furthermore, it possesses 7 elemental attributes, making it the perfect medium for various types of energy. Even in the planet of rosy clouds, its production is limited. More importantly, it's the favorite decoration of our Dragon Horse Galaxy's females. Many high-end ornaments were made of 7-colored gold as the raw materials of the lower grade. The 7 elemental attributes give birth to rainbow gold. Energy is beneficial to the bodies of many species. This auction has a total of 100 kilograms of rainbow gold and 800,000 dragon horse coins. The starting price is 50,000 dragon horse coins, and each increment must not be less than 50,000 dragon horse coins. On the stage, a piece of cloth was removed, revealing the auction item below. It was a square piece of rainbow gold. It had 7 different colors: blue, red, yellow, green, gold, silver, and black. It was exceptionally beautiful. No. Wrong, it was rainbow gold. When Lan Xuanyu saw this metal, his heartbeat quickened. Although it was very far away with his elemental perception, he could clearly feel that this piece of metal contained water, fire, earth, wind, and earth. Earth, wind, light, space, and darkness. These 7 elements complemented each other and coexisted peacefully. There's actually such a metal? One had to know that Lan Xuanyu had never even heard of the rainbow gold, and the Douluo Federation didn't have any records regarding it either. However, to him, the importance of this metal. There was no doubt. He had already guessed that the first 7 awakened abilities of his silver-patterned blue-silver grass must be skills that allowed him to control these 7 elements. This rainbow gold might not be suitable for others, but to Lan Xuanyu and Gu Yuna, it was definitely suitable. Furthermore, it was definitely the metal with the highest compatibility. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't have time to forge recently, he had to start preparing the metals needed to make his 3-word battle armor. This time, he didn't forge for his teammates first, but for himself. The last time he broke through, he realized that because his battle armor and soul master were one, when he broke through, his battle armor was actually very helpful to him when he broke through. It could strengthen his toughness and endurance, allowing him to withstand the impact of the bloodline power in his body more calmly. Breaking through to 5 ring was already so difficult, almost exhausting the energy of the artificial ice fire Yin Yang well. Then how difficult would it be to break through to 6 ring? Therefore, the 3-word battle armor was something he had to prepare. Alright. With his current cultivation and spirit domain realm spiritual power, fusing with a 3-word battle armor wouldn't be a problem. Although he yearned for the rainbow gold, Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything at this moment. There was no need for him to say anything. This looks good. Let's bid for this. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes lit up as she said to Huang Yuanlang beside her. Alright. However, although the rainbow gold looks good, it's not very practical, Huang Yuanlang reminded. Right. To him, the rainbow gold was one of the cheaper items in today's auction, but in order to gain Bai Xiuxiu's favor, he deliberately reminded her. You're talking about practicality with a girl? Bai Xiuxiu said disdainfully. I understand. Huang Yuanlang took the bidding device from Bai Xiuxiu and made a bid. Private Room 1 bids 1 million. On the stage, Yi Kai's expression didn't change, but she was very surprised. What's wrong with the young city lord today? He actually bid repeatedly. A strange scene appeared. After Huang Yuanlang bid, the audience instantly fell silent. No one bid. Compete. Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously, why aren't they bidding? Huang Yuanlang smiled and said naturally, because they know what private room 1 means. Really? Lan Xuanyu, who was standing at the back, was enlightened. After all, the Tenryu Star and the Douluo Federation were different. The hierarchy here was very clear. Huang Yuanlang was undoubtedly at the top of the hierarchy. Who else dared to provoke him? Therefore, once he bid, no one dared to compete. 1 million dragon horse coins to win the rainbow gold. You can ask your question now. Bai Shoushou finally gave Huang Yuanlang a smile. Huang Yuanlang saw her beautiful smile. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Too beautiful. This was definitely the most beautiful upper dragon race he had ever seen. In human form. Moreover, he had heard from his subordinates that he had also seen the video of the auction area. The dragon-shaped Bai Shoushou was even more dazzling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run over eagerly. After all, he was getting more and more fond of them. I want to know which family you are from. Huang Yuanlang asked with a smile. This was also very important to him. He enjoyed his human form. Important. Spring 203 Bai Shoushou smiled slyly. I'm not from any family. Such a stupid question is worth 1 million dragon horse coins. Dragon horse coins? Huang Yuanlang was stunned. Don't lie to me. Bai Shoushou said proudly, you think I'll lie? Huang Yuanlang knew that he had misspoken. Sorry, virtuous sister, I was presumptuous. As an upper dragon race member, how would you lie? But, if you don't belong to any family, then where did you come from? Bai Shoushou said, since you're so generous, I'll give you another hint. You're born and nurtured. You're born naturally, as I said just now. Huang Yuanlang frowned slightly. What kind of? Born naturally? Bai Shoushou said, that's the next question. You still owe me an auction item. Huang Yuanlang said, sister, please bid, but can you tell me first? I'm really curious. Bai Shoushou said, okay, I'll tell you first. Actually, I don't know where I came from. When I woke up, I was by the sea, and then I found that I had become a dragon. In my memory, I used to be a member of the Blue Sea clan, but I don't know why I became a dragon. At that time, I was saved by a Blue Sea clan family. The people behind me are not my followers, but my good friends who grew up with me. Our place is remote, and as I grew up day by day, I gradually understood the meaning of the dragon race, so I wanted to come to the big city to see it. I don't have a family, so I don't have money. Otherwise, why would I ask you to bid for me? The item. This story was very simple, but it was made up by Lan Xuanyu after careful consideration. The dragon transformation happened tens of thousands of years ago. During the dragon transformation period, many mutated creatures fell into a deep sleep. They slept for different periods of time. During the process of sleeping, their bodies underwent dragon transformation, and then they woke up one by one. Awakening 205. After that, the powerful dragon race gradually became dominant. In the historical records of the Tenryu Star, after the dragon transformation period, there would occasionally be some new dragon race creatures. The ones that appeared were the mutated creatures that had slept for a longer time during the dragon transformation period. Like the Tenryu clan, they generally slept for a long time. Generally speaking, the longer the sleep, the more the dragon transformation. The more thorough it was. Among the 18 dragon knights, the last one to wake up was more than 2,000 years ago. Of course, it was not absolute. There were also those who were still weak after the dragon transformation, because the dragon transformation depended on the original species. Group and strength. No matter how thorough an insect's dragon transformation was, it would not be very powerful. Therefore, none of the powerhouses on the Tenryu Star dared to say that there wouldn't be any more dragon-transformed creatures that would awaken. It's hard to say where these creatures sleep. They could be in the mountains or in the sea. Bai Shoushou definitely couldn't explain her identity by saying that she was from a family or something like that. The dragon race was the best cover. In that case, no matter how others asked, she would just say that she didn't know anything. She had just woken up not long ago and had not even fully mastered her own abilities, but her talent was good. How could anyone investigate her? Another benefit of being a wild superior dragon race was that she would definitely be the target of recruitment for any dragon race clan. Who wouldn't want to recruit a wild superior dragon race that could transform into a human form? Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui also glanced at him. They were right behind Huang Yuanlang. Although Huang Yuanlang's cultivation was comparable to that of a titled Douluo, they were confident that they could attack together at the first moment when necessary, tie him up here, and then escape. Once Huang Yuanlang questioned Bai Xiuxiu's identity, they could only use force. It wasn't impossible for them to escape far away before the god-rank powerhouses arrived. After all, they had the treasure-hunting beast that could use the ability of illusion. Huang Yuanlang was stunned when he heard Bai Xiuxiu's words. He looked at her in shock and muttered, "Now, there are still wild superior dragon race members that haven't awakened yet? How is this possible? The dragon transformation period has already passed for so long. For so long." Beat device ah. No, it's not that I don't believe it, I'm just very surprised. No wonder I've never grown up in Tenryu. After seeing Sister Xian at the meeting, I really didn't expect there to be a dragon crystal like Sister Xian in our superior dragon race. Resuscitation. This was really too surprising. Huang Yuanlang said that he was surprised, but his face was full of joy. Lan Xuanyu had been paying attention to the changes in his emotions. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile when he sensed the fluctuations in his emotions. They succeeded. Huang Yuanlang suppressed his emotions, but it was definitely not an emotion of killing intent, but a feeling of uncontrollable joy. Without a doubt, he really treated Bai Xiuxiu as a wild dragon race member. This also meant that he could recruit her. Huang Yuanlang rubbed his hands and said, "Sister Xian, I'll take the liberty to ask. As a superior dragon race member, have you gone to Tenryu City to register your identity? You have to know that as long as we are a superior dragon race member, we will be supported by Tenryu City." Supported by Tenryu City? Give money? How much money? Bai Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Huang Yuanlang. Huang Yuanlang looked at her expression and felt even more joy in his heart. It was easy as long as there was something she liked. When had the superior dragon race member ever been short of money? The support is not bad, but the money is limited. It's just enough to satisfy our daily needs. He hurriedly said. Bai Xiuxiu said, "Oh, okay. Since it's free anyway, I'll go back and register." Next. Huang Yuanlang smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. If Sister Xian trusts me, we can register at our royal side. Fenglong City can be said to be my family's. I don't know if you like it here? It's only 207. If Sister Xian joins my family, you can have everything that Fenglong City has. Money is just a number to us." Humph. I despise you people. Isn't it just because your family is rich? What you earn with your own ability is yours. I like numbers. The bigger the number, the better. Bai Xiuxiu rebutted Huang Yuanlang. Huang Yuanlang was not annoyed at all. He laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. My family has brought me a lot of glory, but I've always been in charge of this auction house. I can still make a little money. Sister Xian, what do you like today? Is that so? Go ahead and bid." He did not mention letting Bai Xiuxiu join the royal family again. Instead, he made an inviting gesture to Bai Xiuxiu. He gestured for her to bid as she pleased. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him and played the role of a naive sweet girl to the end. She began to bid randomly. She bid for everything, and she was very happy. In a short while, she had bid for a lot of things. Huang Yuanlang, on the other hand, looked very calm. It was obvious that he really did not care about Bai Xiuxiu bidding for these things. To him, these resources were just a drop in the ocean. As the largest resource trading city on the Tenryu Star, Fenglong City's foundation was definitely extremely deep. In terms of resources, Fenglong City was like the equivalent of the Tenryu Star. The city was equivalent to the mother planet of the Douluo Federation, so why would he care about something like this? Bai Xiuxiu pretended to be ignorant, as if she was bidding for anything that looked good. In reality, she had hidden and won all the minerals that were extremely precious to the Federation. The auction was finally coming to an end. Itzai, who was on the stage, smiled and said, "Next is the last item for today. This auction item is also the most precious among all the items we are auctioning today. Everyone, please take a look. A petite and beautiful girl from the Blue Sea clan walked onto the stage with a tray. Xianxia uncovered the tray. Suddenly, a strong spatial elemental fluctuation caused the light on the entire auction stage to distort. On the tray, there were a total of 10 fist-sized, perfectly round, sparkling and translucent silver crystals. They were space source crystals. 10 space source crystals. As everyone knows, the Yukon clan is rich in space source crystals. However, over the years, the Yukon clan has restricted the use of space source crystals. The restrictions have become stricter and stricter, and it is very difficult to buy them privately. This batch of space source crystals was previously paid by the Yukon clan to the Tenryu Star as a tax. The money was allocated to our Fonglong city. This time, it is being auctioned as the main item of today's auction. Raise, the bidding price is 20 million dragon horse coins. Each bid must not be lower than 1 million dragon horse coins. Even in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the Void Source Crystal was still an extremely valuable resource. As soon as the Void Source Crystal appeared, the whole place went into an uproar. The powerful financial resources of the Tenryu Star were also revealed at this time. Lan Xuanyu saw more than 20 people raising their paddles. Ikai's voice was also like a string of pearls. It sounded like a cannon. 21 million, 23 million, 26 million, 28 million. The price soared. In less than a minute, the bidding price went from 20 million dragon horse coins to 35 million dragon horse coins, almost doubling the price. I want this. Is it too expensive? Bai Shoushou turned to look at Huang Yuanlang. But it's so beautiful. Huang Yuanlang frowned slightly and said, it's not a problem, but the price of the Void Source Crystal today is definitely higher than usual. It was said that something had happened to a resource planet that was rich in space origin crystals in the Yukon tribe, causing space origin crystals to appear. The price has changed recently. Today's auction is also a test to see how big the change in the price of the Void Source Crystal will be. To what extent? Oh, then I'll take a look first. Bai Shoushou certainly hoped to get these Void Source Crystals, but she was very smart. She didn't make it too obvious. Instead, she looked at the bidding below. Gradually, even Huang Yuanlang's expression changed. 81 million. The guest in private room 4 bid 81 million, Ikai exclaimed. The price of these Void Source Crystals soared from the starting price of 20 million to 81 million. Even on the Tenryu Star, this was still a terrifying number. It was not something that could be easily taken out. Huang Yuanlang frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the problem with the Void Source race might be bigger than he imagined. Someone must have received the news. That was why the price of the Void Source Crystals was so high. Come in, Huang Yuanlang said lightly. Soon, a small, cat-like creature ran in from outside the door. It had 6 legs and was extremely fast. In a flash, it was beside Huang Yuanlang and crawled at his feet. Go and find out where the guest in room 4 came from, Huang Yuanlang said. Yes. A low voice sounded, and the cat-like creature turned around and left. Huang Yuanlang turned his head and smiled at Bai Shoushou. Didn't Virtuous Sister want the Space Source Crystal? Give me the bidding device. Oh. Bai Shoushou handed the bidding device to Huang Yuanlang. Huang Yuanlang took the device and entered a string of numbers. Wow, room 1 bids 100 million dragon horse coins. That's right. Huang Yuanlang didn't even pay attention to how much the auction price had reached. Instead, he directly bid 100 million. 100 million dragon horse coins was an astronomical figure. After giving this price, Huang Yuanlang still sat there calmly. To him, it was as if this was nothing. 100 million, going once. Seeing that it was Huang Yuanlang, Ikai immediately sped up the auction. 101 million dragon horse coins, room 4. Ikai called out another price in shock. A number. The guest in room 4 clearly knew that his competitor could be someone from Fonglong City's City Lord's faction, but he still bid. It was obvious that he was determined to get the Space Source Crystal. 2-inch 120 million dragon horse coins. This was the second price Huang Yuanlang gave. What shocked Huang Yuanlang was that the other party actually followed, and bid 121 million dragon horse coins. The price was 100 million. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Huang Yuanlang said. The door opened, and the cat-like creature from before quickly went to Huang Yuanlang's side. It said something in a low voice that Lan Xuanyu and the others couldn't hear clearly. Hearing the cat-like creature's words, Huang Yuanlang raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes. "This is interesting." Then, he entered a number on the bidding device in his hand. 200 million, the guest in room 1 bid 200 million dragon horse coins. Ikai's voice was trembling. She had never seen such a high price in an auction that she hosted. She was worried that the young city lord was angry. Was he angry? Room 4 fell into silence. The next moment, there was another knock on the door. "Young city lord, Song Zhongyu of the Yukong tribe is here to see you." "Please come in," Huang Yuanlang said calmly. The door opened, and a member of the Yukong tribe walked in. As soon as this person walked in, Lan Xuanyu and the others looked over. They were the most nervous. The guest in the 4th private room was actually from the Imperial Sky tribe. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu understood Huang Yuanlang's behavior. Huang Yuanlang decided to bid to win by Xiaoxiu's favor. However, this was not his only goal. He also wanted to find out the background of the Void Source Crystal through this auction. The cat-like creature must have told him that the bidder in room 4 was from the Yukong tribe. The Yukong tribe did not care about the price and offered such a high price. They were even willing to turn against each other. Their desire for the Void Source Crystal was obvious. This also meant that something big had happened to the Yukong tribe. Therefore, Huang Yuanlang offered such a high price to force the Yukong tribe. At the same time, he wanted to take a closer look. He wanted to see what the Yukong tribe's reaction would be. He did not expect that the Yukong tribe would really come. The Yukong tribe did not hesitate to bid for the Void Source Crystal and offered such a high price. In Lan Xuanyu's opinion, this was very unwise. The only explanation for this was that the Void Source Crystal was so important to the Yuans that they had completely lost their minds at the moment. The order given by the Yukong tribe must be to take back all the Void Source Crystals on the market at all costs. Huang Yuanlang was undoubtedly smart. He wanted to profit from this. Lan Xuanyu was thinking that the Yukong tribe must not be a god-level master. Otherwise, if the void worms on their bodies were exposed, it would be really troublesome. Fortunately, Lan Xuanyu sensed that this Yukong tribe member was not a god-level master as soon as he came in. This Yukong tribe member was about 1.7 meters tall, about the same as an ordinary human. He still looked ugly. Although the energy fluctuations on his body were not weak, there was still a huge gap between him and a god-level master. It seemed that even in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, god-level masters were not everywhere. He walked quickly to Huang Yuanlang. Huang Yuanlang did not even have the intention to get up. He just looked at him coldly. He looked at him. "Sir, why are you looking for me? You've made me spend a lot of money," Huang Yuanlang said. He said calmly. At this time, Ikai was already calling out the number of bids. 200 million going once, 200 million going twice, 200 million going thrice. Sold. These 10 Void Source Crystals belong to the VIP in the private room number. The final bid was over. When the Yukong tribe member heard the closing words, he could not help but wrinkle his face, making him look even uglier. "Young city lord." The Yukong tribe member Song Zhongyu bowed respectfully to Huang Yuanlang. "We are willing to pay more than 200 million for these 10 Void Source Crystals. We are more willing to gain your friendship." Huang Yuanlang said calmly, "No need. I'm not interested in your friendship." "What's wrong? Do you think this is your home planet? This is the Tenryu star. Even if your big sky masters came, they wouldn't dare to make trouble in my Fenglong city." Song Zhongyu was stunned and smiled bitterly. "Young city lord, it's not like that. Of course, we are not here to make trouble. We are. However, you know how important the Void Source Crystals are to our clan. I think you must have heard the news. Something happened to our resources and we can't produce any more Void Source Crystals in a short time. The Void Source Crystals are very important to us, so we decided to come to the Tenryu Star to buy some void source crystals to solve our urgent needs. If young city lord is willing to help, our clan will be grateful. Huang Yuanlang narrowed his eyes. How many void source crystals do you want? Song Zhongyu hurriedly said, of course, the more the better. Huang Yuanlang smiled and said, I'll think about it. I have an important guest here today, so I won't keep you any longer. Leave your contact information to Elian. You can go now. Elian was obviously the name of the cat-shaped creature. Yes, yes. Please help us, young master. We will remember your kindness. Song Zhongyu knew that the upper dragon race were all arrogant. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he turned and hurried away. The cat-shaped creature, Elian, followed him out. At this time, Ikai was already giving her closing speech on the stage. Huang Yuanlang stood up and said with a smile, Sister Xian, I've let you see a farce. Something big must have happened to the Yuankong tribe. This matter will probably benefit us a lot. I won't accompany you today. I'll leave my contact information with you. If there's anything, we can keep in touch. Sister Xian, do you have time tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal and give you today's auction items. Tomorrow? Sure. I don't have anything to do. I'll stay in Fenglong City for the next few days, Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile. At least in Huang Yuanlang's eyes, her smile was much gentler. Huang Yuanlang was a little surprised and said, Sister Xian, you're talking about the next few days. What do you plan to do after that? Forget it. Bai Xiuxiu said, I don't have any plans. If you register me here and give me money, I won't go to other cities in Tenryu Star. I'll take the money and go home. My home is by the sea. There's a lot of money there. Huang Yuanlang relaxed and said with a smile, okay. See you tomorrow. Where are the good things? After that, he nodded to Bai Xiuxiu and turned to leave. The situation of the Yuankong tribe was very important to the royal family. Time waits for no man. He found out early, so he had to take action. He wasn't the only one with discerning eyes. It would be inexcusable if he didn't take this opportunity to teach the Yukos a lesson. The airborne race's airborne battleships had always been something that all the races on the Tenryu Star coveted. In terms of technology, it was comparable to the Douluo Federation's battleships. It could perform spatial jumps, and it was definitely the best choice for self-protection. Although Huang Yuanlang was also anxious to get to know Bai Xiuxiu better and get closer to her, the immediate benefits were more important. Let's go. Bai Xiuxiu also stood up and led everyone out. There were already people waiting outside to escort them back to their residence. After returning to their residence, Bai Xiuxiu activated the sound barrier and released her soul power to isolate everything from the outside world. She heaved a sigh of relief, sat on the sofa, and covered her face. Acting is so tiring. That guy's smart. He's not easy to fool. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, this Huang Yuanlang has some brains. He purposely lured the Yuans here today. From there, he understood the Yuans' desire for space origin crystals and deduced the current situation of the Yuans. He must be using this to make a lot of money. But this also revealed a few things to us. First, the Yuans have a bad relationship with all the races on the Tenryu Star. They must rely on space origin crystals to act in their own way. Secondly, Fenglong City is rich in resources and is indeed very rich. Finally, the upper dragon race should also be divided into several factions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly asked which family you belong to. Do you think he believes what I said today? Bai Xiuxiu asked. He doesn't believe it completely, but he doesn't doubt it either. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, he believes most of it. Next, he will probably investigate your identity, but he will definitely find nothing. After all, we didn't leave any traces before coming here. The only problem we have now is that Liang Pu. That's because he's using the forged metals we brought to trade, and the room we're staying in is his room. This will arouse suspicion. Ah? Bai Xiuxiu suddenly stood up. She also realized the seriousness of the problem. Where did their forging metal come from? This was not clear at all. If it was smuggled in, where was the channel? It couldn't afford to be investigated at all. Once Huang Yuanlang found out, it would be a big problem. It's okay, it's okay. I believe that Brother Xian Yu won't leave such an obvious flaw. Don't worry. Yuan and Hui Hui said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu also smiled. You see, Hui Hui trusts my ability more than you do. Bai Xiuxiu glared at him and said, Tell me, how did you arrange it? Lan Xuanyu said lightly, Liang Pu is just an ordinary Blue Sea clan member. As long as our ability to control him is stronger than the person who interrogated him, there will be no problem. Xiao Bao left a divine sense imprint in his mind, so he can be controlled remotely. When someone asks, Liang Pu's consciousness will be replaced by Xiao Bao, and then he will return to normal. Therefore, Huang Yuanlang can only know that we are a group of hotheads from the Blue Sea clan. We brought some special ores from the Blue Sea clan and sold them for money. Moreover, we even specially set up an account with the Tenryu gold. We didn't hide this point, because you don't have an identity to begin with. This just proves to Huang Yuanlang that you are a wild dragon race member. You schemer. Bai Xiuxiu heaved a sigh of relief and curled her lips at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Mengqin smiled and crossed her arms in front of her. Xian Yu, I just want to know, how do you feel when your girlfriend uses a honey trap? Lan Xuanyu said, This is not a honey trap, it's strength. Xiuxiu's strength is Huang Yuanlang's, not her beauty. Xiuxiu is a dragon race member who has the possibility of becoming a dragon knight. Even if he wants to pursue Xiuxiu, as long as he doesn't find out that there is a problem with our identity, he can only use proper means to do it step by step. Bai Xiuxiu said, Huang Yuanlang is quite handsome. Of course, like you, he is also a schemer, but he is at most a small schemer. Lan Xuanyu's body flashed, and he returned to his original appearance. How is he handsome? Is he more handsome than me? Quick, take a closer look at your boyfriend. In terms of handsomeness, other than Uncle Yu, I am not convinced by anyone. No, Uncle Yu is not as handsome as me. This is called the pupil surpassing the master. Bai Xiuxiu giggled. You are so thick-skinned. Seriously, what should we do next? Are we really going to join that royal family and infiltrate the enemy? Lan Xuanyu said, Don't worry. I believe that when Huang Yuanlang invites you to dinner tomorrow, he will definitely give you today's auction items. Although the prices of those items are not bad, and there are even space source crystals among them, they are nothing compared to a dragon knight. Today, he was very shocked by your dual attributes. Dual attributes in the dragon race should be very rare, especially those who are born with dual attributes. This means that in his heart, you have a higher chance of becoming a dragon knight. Tomorrow, we may not be able to eat with you, so we will wait for you outside. You can ask him vaguely if there is a suitable place for cultivation in Fenglong City, or how to cultivate in the dragon race, and see what he says. I think he will give you such a place for cultivation, and at the same time, try to get you to join the royal family. Tomorrow, you can agree to join the royal family, and let him get you an identity certificate first, and then go home. He will certainly urge you to stay, and hope that you can settle down in Fenglong City. He will also promise you that Fenglong City will give you the best conditions, especially for cultivation. You can directly say that you are not interested in cultivation, and he will probably ask you if you want to become a dragon knight. He will also tell you about the privileges of a dragon knight and so on. When the time comes, you can record it down, and the information will be very useful to us. Then, you can tell him that you will think about it, and don't directly agree to settle down in Fenglong City, and delay him first. Bai Xiuxiu listened to Lan Xuanyu's narration, and was stunned. You actually calculated what he will do? Will it really be like this? Lan Xuanyu shrugged his shoulders and said, Most likely. As long as he doesn't suspect our identity, we should be able to get through Liang Pu, and there shouldn't be any problems. Tomorrow's meal is more important, and after this matter, your identity problem will be solved. Liang Pu will get me an ordinary identity, and that will be enough for us. Tenryu Star is simply a treasure trove. This is our first time here, but it won't be our last. After confirming our identities, we will have to carry out another plan. I originally wanted to carry out this plan in Fenglong City, but now it seems that we will have to change the location. Seeing how confident Lan Xuanyu was, the others couldn't help but feel more confident. Although they still didn't understand what Lan Xuanyu wanted to do, no one had the intention to ask. It was too tiring to think so much. It was enough for him to think alone. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the door. Yuga is back. Lan Xuanyu told everyone to relax and walked forward to open the door. Tang Yuga walked in from outside. She was wearing a cloak. As there was no treasure-hunting beast illusion, she was in human form. However, she had actually drilled out from the ground. Because the room was isolated, she knocked on the door and entered. "How's the situation?" Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Yuga after closing the door. "Yes, and there's more than one treasure vault. It's very big. But we can't get in. All the treasure vault walls have very sensitive defense systems. Once touched, any contact will trigger an alarm. It's a little troublesome," Tang Yuga said. Lan Xuanyu opened the electronic map and said, "There's no rush. Record the location of the treasure vault you found today first. Let's take our time." While they were attending the auction today, Tang Yuga used the 5 elements escape technique to search for the warehouse of the mineral trading center. The warehouse of the trading center would definitely store a large number of minerals. This was definitely a good place. A real treasure vault. However, after coming into contact with Huang Yuanlang today, Lan Xuanyu understood that the best treasures would not be in the trading center. His plan also changed, and he decided not to act rashly. Plans always had to be adjusted according to changes, in the direction that was most beneficial to them. "Alright, everyone, rest. Tomorrow is still very important to us. Liangpu should be back tomorrow. He has already found a seller." With a wisp of the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense, Lan Xuanyu could know Liangpu's condition at any time. Of course, he couldn't just give the metal forged by humans to anyone. When he chose Liangpu, it was because he could be controlled. After taking turns washing up, everyone found a place to sit down and meditate. Lan Xuanyu himself was sitting on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Constantly adjusting the plan and executing it was a huge burden on his brain. Fortunately, his spiritual power was very strong now. In fact, ever since he left the 7th Fleet and entered the Dragon Horse Galaxy, he has been moving cautiously. Yes, in the eyes of the military, this behavior was extremely daring, but in the eyes of Lan Xuanyu, it was actually very cautious. During this period, it had only escaped his control once. Just when they thought that the winged Treostrumsa had been destroyed by the airborne tribe, the winged Treostrumsa was still alive. Otherwise, Lan Xuanyu would not have destroyed the place where the Yuan stored the space origin crystals and caused the explosion on the number 76 planet. After the explosion, he did not regret it. In fact, he never regretted it. Because there was no point in regretting. There was no going back to what had happened. Therefore, he adjusted his plan. He decided to come to Tenryu Star. This was directly related to the explosion of the number 76 planet. Otherwise, he would definitely find a way to return to his fleet as soon as possible. Coming to Tenryu Star was not just to obtain resources and find opportunities. There was also a more important purpose. It was also the fundamental goal he set for this trip to Tenryu Star. It was a goal that must be achieved. But after entering Tenryu Star, everything on the Tenryu Star made Lan Xuanyu start to adjust his plan. Because of the existence of the dragon race, it was much easier for them to infiltrate than they had imagined. And there was also the possibility of occupying a high position. The most attractive thing to Lan Xuanyu in Tenryu Star was undoubtedly resources, abundant resources. Not to mention them, these resources were extremely huge even for the Douluo Federation. Why did Lan Xuanyu spend so much effort to do so many things? It was to be able to obtain these resources. Because he was very clear that when they finished a year of training in the Federation fleet, returned to Shrek Academy and joined the inner court, they would directly face competition from Shrek's 7 monsters. He could completely imagine how powerful the seniors in the inner court were. In terms of strength, although they were the most outstanding in the outer court in the past few hundred years. However, that was only when they were in the outer court. They didn't even know who their competitors were in the inner court and how long they had been in the inner court. But without a doubt, they were definitely the weakest team. They were included in the competition range of Shrek's 7 monsters because of their potential. Lan Xuanyu once said to General Yu Mukin that he would definitely become one of Shrek's 7 monsters. This thought became more and more intense as the truth of his identity was gradually revealed. But how could he become one of Shrek's 7 monsters? By relying on Prince Yu's shadow? That was definitely not what Lan Xuanyu wanted. He wanted to rely on his own ability to become one of Shrek's 7 monsters. Not just himself, but also his companions. They were a whole, and they wanted to become one of the 7 monsters. Without a doubt, this was very difficult, very difficult. Even Lan Xuanyu himself didn't have the slightest confidence. But he had to work hard in this direction. How could he become stronger in the shortest time possible? From the day he joined Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu knew the answer. And that was, resources. Everyone needed resources to cultivate. The better the resources, the faster one's cultivation would be. This was a truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Without the life energy of Shrek Academy's Sea God Lake, without the endless life fruit, without so many resources from the life school, without the ice fire yin yang well from Douluo planet, how could Lan Xuanyu break through to the 5th ring? Possessing strength comparable to an 8-ring soul Douluo? How was that possible? Therefore, Lan Xuanyu had always understood that cultivation now relied more on resources. With enough resources, the process of cultivation was the process of digesting resources. And for them, they were digesting resources very quickly. The key was whether there were enough resources. Whether it was for the 7 of them or for the entire wings of the 33 heavens. This was a very big problem. Although everyone had joined the inner court, whether it was Ying Luohong or Wan Tianyu, they both openly and secretly expressed the shortage of resources in the inner court. Especially for the shortage of resources after so many of them joined the inner court. Regarding this, the teachers of the other grades in the outer court had a lot of opinions. It was only because their contributions were too great that the inner court had no choice but to keep their promise. In a sense, they were sent to the military to ease the conflicts within the academy. Lan Xuanyu originally felt that he might not be able to help his companions in the future. After all, his own abilities were limited. The academy's resources were also limited. However, after coming out this time, his thoughts gradually changed. He walked out of the Federation and came to the outside world. Only then did he understand that in the universe, resources were never scarce. Instead, they were endless. The key was how you obtained these resources. Entering planet number 76 and seeing so much magic silver and space source crystals. Coming to Tenryu Star and seeing so many resources here. This made him gradually have ambition in his heart. If the academy can't afford to raise the wings of the 33 heavens, I'll raise it myself. As long as he could obtain enough resources, he could convert these resources into strength. This was what Lan Xuanyu wanted to do now. The space worm had already established this foundation for him. He needed to maintain an identity on Tenryu Star, an identity that could allow them to continue to obtain resources. Accumulate resources, and then convert them into strength. The next time they came, it would definitely be much easier than this time. As their strength continued to increase, when they could all advance to God rank in the future, it would become another scene. As long as they had enough resources, they would have the chance to truly compete to become Shrek's 7 monsters. Lan Xuanyu was actually very grateful to General Yu Mukin. He was the one who provided them with the opportunity to come out. The academy and the Tang men wanted them to gain experience, and General Yu Mukin wanted to help the military win them over. Lan Xuanyu himself was very clear. He wanted to become stronger, and let his companions become stronger together. He never wanted to face the situation where his mother was in danger to protect him. Nanqing and Guyuna had faced such a situation before. At that time, his sense of powerlessness was branded in his soul. He wanted to become stronger, and constantly become stronger, so that he could protect the people he wanted to protect. His will became firmer, and Lan Xuanyu's breathing also became stable. He didn't meditate, but leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. The night was silent. Early in the morning, Fenglong City was no different from usual. This huge city naturally wouldn't change because of yesterday's auction. As for what kind of agreement the imperial family and the Yuankong tribe reached, no one knew. After breakfast, Lan Xuanyu and the others walked out of the room. With Bai Xiuxiu as the leader, everyone strolled around Fenglong City. Early in the morning, a communicator was sent to Bai Xiuxiu. It was Fenglong City's exclusive communication device. There was only one number recorded on it, Huang Yuanlang's number. At the same time, a card was sent to her. It was a golden red card. It was the highest level VIP card in Tenryu Gold. The information on it had been completed. After the registration, it belonged to Bai Xiuxiu. The person who sent the card told Bai Xiuxiu that this card could be bought without any purchase. She could buy anything she wanted. Huang Yuanlang would help her pay off all the money she owed. Huang Yuanlang booked a place for lunch and invited Bai Xiuxiu to go. And all of this was based on he had already investigated Bai Xiuxiu. Just as Lan Xuanyu expected, Liang Pu was investigated, and everything was handled normally. After chasing for the whole morning, Bai Xiuxiu arrived at the place that Huang Yuanlang had booked for lunch. Lan Xuanyu and the others were arranged to eat in another room in the same restaurant. Lunch went faster than Lan Xuanyu had imagined. In just over an hour, Bai Xiuxiu finished eating with Huang Yuanlang. When she walked out of the restaurant, the way she looked at Lan Xuanyu became strange, and there was a hint of a measure of admiration. Is it the same as what I said last night? Lan Xuanyu asked Bai Xiuxiu with a smile. Almost identical. Bai Xiuxiu said helplessly, you schemers are really scary. I feel a little scared of you now. This isn't called scheming, it's called wisdom. My intelligence is completely useless in front of you. In front of you, I feel like a fool. Lan Xuanyu complained. You too, that's enough. Is it good to show off your love in public? And it's in someone else's territory. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes. Lan Xuanyu said, you two can do it too. We don't mind. Where are we going now? Go back? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu said, let's go back first. Liang Pu is back. Huang Yuanlang ate with you today. It was short, and he expressed what I expected him to say. Also, the matter of the Kong clan is not completely true. Ding. Then should I ask him or beat around the bush? Bai Xiuxiu said. Don't. Just pretend that you don't know anything about this. You can't let him feel that you came here with a purpose. You just have to act like you don't care about anything. When will he be able to settle your status? Prove it. Lan Xuanyu asked. He said that he will send it over tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, I will belong to the royal family's upper dragon race. Today, he also told me that this matter has to be kept a secret. If I want to go back, it's best to come to Fenglong City as soon as possible. Don't go to other big cities. He said that there is a place in Fenglong City that is especially suitable for me to cultivate. There are many cultivation techniques suitable for me to cultivate. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, that's for sure. How would he describe the power of the Dragon Knight? Bai Xiuxiu said, what he means is that the Dragon Knight is the most powerful fighting force today, even in the entire they were the strongest in the universe. He said that both he and I have a chance to become a Dragon Knight, and he said that I have a better chance than him. Big. Lan Xuanyu said, well, it's hard to say who is the most powerful, but he said that you have a better chance than him. It's because of your dual attributes. What he sees is your potential. Bai Xiuxiu said, he also said that the royal family will specially create the most suitable weapon for me. Exclusive dragon spear. I didn't refuse because I felt that it would be abnormal if I did. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Did he talk about the dragon spear's ability? Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, no. But from what he said, the dragon lance is very important to a dragon knight. It seems like many of Long Chitu's powerful abilities are reflected in the dragon spear. I didn't ask too much. Just like you said, I tried my best to act as if I didn't have any needs in front of him. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. I think I understand. There must be a secret among the dragon knights. You can do that. Just don't be too impatient. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. He asked me when I was going back today, but I didn't tell him clearly. Tell him, Lan Xuanyu said, he will definitely contact you again tomorrow. Tell him that the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we will have sex. Then he left. he will definitely invite you to settle down in Fenglong City again. This time, you can accept his invitation. But if he invites you to meet his father, you can say that you will talk about it when you come back. This time, you won't meet his father first. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Huang Yuanlang's father was very likely a god-ranked expert from the dragon race. If that was the case, the possibility of Bai Xiuxiu being exposed would be very high. After all, the people here were from the dragon race in human form, while they were from the dragon race in human form. The difference in abilities between the two sides was not small. The only thing they could rely on was that the Devil Queen was originally from the dragon race. With the Devil Queen's help, it would be relatively easier for Bai Xiuxiu to hide her identity. Everyone returned to their residence to rest. In the evening, Liang Pu came back as expected. He even brought back the account for the Tenryu treasury that Lan Xuanyu had set up. The forging metals were sold. The price wasn't too high, but it was still acceptable. 13 pieces of metal, including the soul-refined metals, were sold for a total of 1 million dragon horse coins. They received 700,000. In addition to the income from the previous bet, Lan Xuanyu and the others now had 2 million dragon horse coins. Lan Xuanyu handed all this money to Liang Pu and asked him to purchase the magic silver. Liang Pu was now completely under his control. This was the first time he had used the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense to control an outsider. Previously, he had used the forging metals to trade as an experiment. Liang Pu's current state was a little special. It was as if he had been hypnotized. Even if the treasure-hunting beast didn't attack him, he would subconsciously imprint some unexpected situations in his mind. For example, whenever there were people with him. When it came to Lan Xuanyu and the others, he would answer according to the hints left behind by the treasure-hunting beast. Other times, he was the same as before. With this kind of control, it was naturally much easier to get him to do things. The price of magic silver in the Douluo Federation was too high. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't have the money to buy it. But here, the price was much lower. The purpose of purchasing the magic silver was naturally to feed the space worms. Bai Xiuxiu's greatest gain today was a necklace. There was a strange silver crystal hanging from the necklace. It wasn't a space origin crystal. It just had a similar elemental aura. This was a storage necklace. The storage space inside was actually a little bigger than Lan Xuanyu's Ring of Destiny. It was as if it had its own independent space. Everything that Bai Xiu had won during the auction was inside. This batch of resources was definitely very shocking. Lan Xuanyu spent the whole afternoon writing and drawing, as if he was calculating something, all the way until night fell. Lin, you guys rest here, don't go anywhere. I'm going out. When I'm not here, you guys don't have the treasure-hunting beast to cover for you guys, so it's very easy to be exposed. Be careful, I'll be back soon. Lan Xuanyu put away the pile of paper in front of him and said to his companions. What are you going for? Don't you need us to go with you? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, no need. I'm going alone, so I'm very fast. After saying that, he didn't wait for his companions to ask again and pushed open the window. Under the cover of the treasure-hunting beast, he quietly jumped out. When he was outside, the fresh air blew against his face. Lan Xuanyu let the treasure-hunting beast use its divine sense to sense the surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he quietly rose into the air and floated into the air. In the next moment, a green light flew out from his chest. Lan Xuanyu quickly merged with the green light. The green light flashed, and as if he was shuttling through the void, he disappeared in an instant, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. When Lan Xuanyu merged with the green light and flew into the air, he experienced a feeling of freedom. It was the feeling of roaming freely between heaven and earth. The air flowed around him, and his body seemed to become a part of space. Everything alternated between illusion and reality. Only words, fast, extremely fast. This was the Emerald Demon battleship, a Emerald Demon battleship built from the remains of the Emerald Demon bird. It was the pinnacle of human biotechnology, and also the pinnacle of battleship technology. The Emerald Demon battleship was Lan Xuanyu's true trump card. Its speed and power were the main reasons why Lan Xuanyu dared to come here. With the Emerald Demon battleship, Lan Xuanyu was even confident that he could escape from the ordinary god by himself. He could escape from the pursuit of an ordinary god. Even Lan Xuanyu's closest companions didn't know everything about the Emerald Demon warship. This was the biggest secret of the Tangmen, Shrek Academy, and the Sanluo Star Soul Beasts. The Douluo Federation had always known that the Tangmen had their own battleships, and the Douluo Federation knew where most of the battleships were and how advanced they were. The Federation only had one restriction on the Tangmen, and that was that they were not allowed to build battleships and above. Battleships were the limit that the Federation could allow. But what the Federation didn't know was that the Tangmen's most advanced warships weren't on the mother planet, nor were they on any planet inhabited by humans. They were on Sanluo planet, in the world of soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu did not know how many ecological battleships the Tangmen had. He only knew of two, one was the Emerald Demon battleship, and the other was the Silver Rock battleship. When he first saw the Silver Armored Rock battleship, the battleship had not yet fully formed, but he had already seen it. He could feel how powerful it was. When he came to the Tenryu Star this time and learned that the Tenryu Star's most powerful fighting force was not the battleship, but the Dragon Knight, the first thing that Lan Xuanyu thought of was the ecological battleship. Did the Tenryu Star's Dragon Knight and the ecological battleship have the same effect? The Dragon Knight was a true life form. It was not a battleship in itself. In terms of technology, it was definitely not as good as the ecological battleship. The ecological battleship had no auxiliary abilities. But the Dragon Knight also had unique advantages that the ecological battleship did not have. It was a life form. The Dragon Knight's high flexibility in battle, the cooperation between the Dragon Race and the Dragon Knight, and the Dragon Spear that was obviously special would make the Dragon Knight's overall fighting strength stronger. Lan Xuanyu had to understand the situation of the Dragon Knight. As the inheritor of the Dragon God's bloodline, the information of the Tenryu Star's Dragon Knight was likely to be helpful to his future improvement. Lan Xuanyu's speed was so fast that even if he encountered some flying dragons in the air, those dragons only felt a light passing by them and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The Tenryu Star was really huge. With the Emerald Demon battleship's flying speed that was comparable to the speed of light, it still took some time to reach Lan Xuanyu's destination. But he had been suppressing the speed of the Emerald Demon battleship. If a flying object flying at a speed above the speed of light appeared on the surface of the planet, it would have a strong splitting effect on space, which would definitely attract the attention of the Tenryu Star. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu kept the speed of the Emerald Demon battleship above the speed of sound, but below the speed of light. Passing through the bright lights and passing through the dark forest, Lan Xuanyu would occasionally stop to identify the direction, confirm that there was no problem with his flight path, and then accelerate again at high speed. It didn't take long for Lan Xuanyu to reach the destination of his trip. The green light quietly disappeared, and Lan Xuanyu quietly landed in a small alley. There were no lights in this alley, less than 2 meters wide, and tall buildings on both sides. It was better to say that it was a dead end than an alley. Its function was only to separate the buildings on both sides. When Lan Xuanyu came out of the alley, he changed back into the appearance of the Blue Sea clan, and even his appearance was different from before. The streets were bustling with people of all races, and the widest road in the center was also dedicated to the dragon race. The degree of liveliness here was even higher than in Fenglong City. This was a very normal thing, because this was the capital of the Tenryu Star, and also the most prosperous and lively place in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, Tenryu City. Relying on the Emerald Demon battleship's short and rapid flight, Lan Xuanyu arrived at Tenryu City. He was in a group this time. The most important reason why they came to the Tenryu Star together was related to Tenryu City. From Fenglong City to Tenryu City was very far, and compared to Tenryu City was practically the sky. On the other side of the Dragon Star, Lan Xuanyu drove the Emerald Demon battleship across almost half of the planet to arrive here. Tenryu City's life aura was particularly strong, making Lan Xuanyu feel that the air seemed to be sticky. He was almost certain that the existence related to this planet's life core must be in this city. This kind of strong life aura had a huge irresistible attraction to Lan Xuanyu, and he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Cultivating in such a place would definitely benefit him immensely. However, he didn't belong to this planet. With his current cultivation, cultivating here wouldn't be a problem, because his strength was far from being noticed by the life core. However, after his cultivation reached a certain level, once he cultivated here and absorbed the life energy, he would definitely attract attention. What a good place. After taking another deep breath, Lan Xuanyu slowly walked on the street, while observing the surroundings. Compared to Fenglong City, Tenryu City's biggest feature was its exquisiteness. Tenryu City's buildings were obviously much more exquisite, less boorish, and more luxurious. The people of various races here were also smaller, and very powerful. Just walking on the street, Lan Xuanyu felt a few astonishing auras. These were the auras of powerhouses whose cultivation was above his, at least pure energy. Their strength was above his. He didn't know how many dragon knights there were in Tenryu City. Even if Tenryu took a lot of them away, there must be some left in Tenryu City to guard it. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's pupils contracted, because he had a strange feeling. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. There was clearly nothing in the air, but there seemed to be an aura calling out to him. That's right, it was calling out to him. It was an aura that was so intimate that it felt like it was a part of his body. It was in the air. However, in this intimate call, he also felt a strong sense of danger. I can't go. If I go, I'll definitely die. That's the feeling. This contradictory feeling made Lan Xuanyu a little sluggish. He almost forgot the purpose of his trip. What was that? What was hidden in the sky? Xiao Bao, do you feel it? Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-hunting beast in his mind. Ah? Feel what, master? The treasure-hunting beast replied blankly. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. The treasure-hunting beast didn't feel it? In other words, he was the only one who felt it. Although the treasure-hunting beast wasn't good at fighting, it already had a divine sense. In terms of mental strength, it was at the god level, much stronger than him. But even so, the treasure-hunting beast still didn't feel the aura in the air. What did this mean? This was the meaning. It was a unique aura that only he could feel. Looking inside, Lan Xuanyu realized that at the core of his bloodline vortex, the dragon core was clearly emitting a brighter light than usual. The bloodline power in his body was somewhat restless. Perhaps this was the intensity of his feeling. The reason? Was it related to the bloodline of the dragon gods? That meant that it was related to the bloodline of the dragon race. Could it be that this was a secret in the air? Was this the great secret hidden by the Tenryu race? And this secret might even be related to the dragon transformation. Lan Xuanyu let out a long breath, suppressing the impulse in his heart. Of course, he couldn't rush into the sky at this time to explore this secret. Otherwise, even with the Emerald Demon worship, he might not be able to return. All of this had to wait until he became stronger. Without a doubt, Tenryu City was a place that he would definitely come to in the future. He was still too weak now. He didn't have the strength to look for opportunities here. Lan Xuanyu put away his thoughts and calmed himself down. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was better to wait until he achieved the most important goal of this trip. Lan Xuanyu thought as he quickened his pace. He let the treasure-hunting beast open its divine sense to see if there were other divine senses around. After walking for about 10 minutes, his pace began to slow, and he slowly turned into a narrower street. Among them. After walking for a while, he came into a wide street. Fenglong City was already huge, but Tenryu City was even bigger. In the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, only Pegasus City was bigger. It was comparable to him. Lan Xuanyu restrained his aura. He was waiting for the right moment, and at the same time he was sensing the city. Tenryu City was really prosperous, much more prosperous than any city that Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. He saw many dragon race creatures wearing clothes and accessories. Here, the most popular things seemed to be those sparkling and translucent ornaments. He walked past a few shops, and most of them sold such things. As time passed, the night gradually fell, and the number of people on the street gradually decreased. Even more prosperous. In the city, there was a time to sleep every day. It was just that this place slept a bit later than normal cities. Forget it. It wasn't until late at night that Lan Xuanyu stopped in a dark corner of a small alley. He communicated with the treasure-hunting beast in the sea. This warship was really too small. It was too small. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, it was like a big bird lying on the wall beside him. This way, he could enter the Jadeite demon warship at any time and quickly escape. Xiao Bao, let's begin. Lan Xuanyu said in his mind. In the next instant, the treasure-hunting beast came out from between Lan Xuanyu's eyebrows. Master, do you really want to do this? Lan Xuanyu nodded. Yes, this is my real goal in coming to Tenryu Star. The treasure-hunting beast didn't say anything else. Lan Xuanyu took out a piece of shiny silver metal from the Ring of Fate and handed it to the treasure-hunting beast. The treasure-hunting beast's divine sense surged and then froze, as if it was real. In this frozen divine sense, among them, a silver figure was released. The little lazy bum was sleeping soundly until she seemed to have sensed something. Then, she stuck her head out and opened her eyes. It looked at Lan Xuanyu blankly. Lan Xuanyu smiled and handed over the magic silver in his hand. Good, eat. The little lazy bug was overjoyed. It opened its mouth and swallowed the piece of magic silver. The hard magic silver was in its mouth. It was easily chewed and swallowed like tofu. Suddenly, the silver light on the surface of its body brightened. It became a little brighter. Lan Xuanyu nodded to the treasure-hunting beast. In the next instant, the treasure-hunting beast retracted its divine sense that was stagnating in the surroundings. A silver halo rippled out from the little lazy bug's body almost at the same time. A large area of space was instantly produced. Birth resonated, so much so that everything in the area, including the house, seemed to become distorted at this moment. Come. Let's go, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. In a flash of light, the treasure-hunting beast had already rolled up the little lazy bug and instantly entered between his eyebrows. Lan Xuanyu dove into the Emerald Demon battleship in a flash. In the next moment, the Emerald Demon battleship moved at extreme speed and suddenly disappeared, leaving only a flickering green light. Just a few seconds after he left, two silver figures suddenly appeared. They were two tall members of the Yuankong clan. After a brief moment of shock, they were very happy and excited. It's the aura of the space worm. Yes, it must be. Other than it, there can't be any other creature that can cause this level of spatial fluctuation. The space worm is on the Tenryu Star, and it's in Tenryu City. It's here. The Tenryu clan, it must be the Tenryu clan. Lan Xuanyu didn't know the reaction of Tenryu City, and he didn't want to know. He didn't even know if what he had just done would have the perfect effect as he guessed, but he was 80% sure that it would cause a riot. His real purpose in coming to the Tenryu Star was to let the space worm appear here, and to let all the top powerhouses feel it. This move, to put it bluntly, was called framing. Framing who? Framing Lan Xuanyu of course hurt the most. The hated Tenryu clan. The explosion of Longmano. 76. The huge destruction caused by the explosion of space source crystals and space condensate made the entire Yuankong clan crazy. Otherwise, the scene of the Yuankong clan coming to the Tenryu Star to buy the space source crystals at all costs would not have happened. For the Yuankong clan, the space source crystals were not only a resource for them, but also their survival. They were powerful treasures. Without the space source crystals, the Yuankong clan would definitely decline. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, they had to get the space source crystals on the market at all costs. Perhaps even they didn't know that the space source crystals had been taken away. The space worm was taken away. They even thought that the space worm might have been killed by the explosion. After all, the defense on Longma number 76 was very tight. According to normal logic, the Yuankong clan's first thought must be that there was something wrong with the space worm itself, which caused the explosion. However, if they investigated carefully, they would still find some traces left by the dragon's wrath. In other words, they could find out that the explosion was man-made. In addition, Lan Xuanyu and the others had used antimatter missiles to blow up the protective shield of Longma number 76, which meant that someone was trying to sneak in at that time. However, the Yuankong clan did not find any trace of them, and they didn't know if the space worm was taken away or killed by the explosion. The Imperial Sky Tribe's first suspect would definitely be the Douluo Federation, because the Douluo Federation had already broken through the defense line and had the ability to penetrate deep into the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The space source crystal was too precious, and it was also very attractive to the Douluo Federation. Therefore, the Imperial Sky Tribe was likely to mobilize force to retaliate against the Douluo Federation, and go all out to take revenge on the Douluo Federation. And what Lan Xuanyu wanted to do was to divert the trouble. The Imperial Sky Tribe was definitely the most sensitive at this time, and any news about the space worm would definitely attract their attention, not to mention the aura released by the space worm. Lan Xuanyu's real purpose in coming to the Tenryu Star was to release the aura of the space worm in Tenryu City. With the cover of the treasure-hunting beast, as long as the Imperial Sky Tribe was not within 100 meters of him, they would not discover the space worm on him. This was originally very difficult to discover. Moreover, releasing the aura of the space worm in Tenryu City would definitely attract all the powerhouses of the Imperial Sky Tribe to Tenryu City, and no one in Fenglong City would pay attention to it. After all, Fenglong City was almost the farthest city from Tenryu City on the Tenryu Star. What would happen if the Imperial Sky Tribe discovered the space worm on the Tenryu Star? Lan Xuanyu did not know. But he could guess. Internal strife was an inevitable occurrence. Tenryu was not on the Tenryu Star now, and the Tenryu Star was at its weakest and weakest. At this time, if the human army attacked the Tenryu Star, the Tenryu would definitely go all out in a rage. Attack the humans. But what if the attack was from the internal forces of the Dragon Horse Galaxy? What would happen to the Tenryu society? They would definitely be in a terrible fix. This was Lan Xuanyu's revenge. He did not have the strength to fight the Tenryu, but he could still make the Tenryu in a terrible fix. It could be done. The Douluo Federation would naturally be able to take advantage of the infighting between the Yu clan and the Tenryu clan. Not only that, but it also concealed the fact that the space worm was in Lan Xuanyu's body. Not even the airborne race. Thinking back to the fact that the humans were the ones who robbed the space worms, it was killing two birds with one stone. After all, under normal thinking, if a human obtained the space worm and knew that the space source crystal was obtained from the space worm, anything produced by the space worm would definitely be returned to the Douluo Federation as soon as possible. For this reason, even if it was worth it to continue the war in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Furthermore, the humans had the upper hand in the war to begin with. Most of the time, Lan Xuanyu's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. His first thought was to be right. What would Feng think? Then, he would do exactly what he wanted to do. In this way, the other party used it was impossible to figure out what he was doing with conventional thinking. Who would have thought that the person who stole the Yuan Kong race's space worm would be on the Tenryu Star right now? Not only did he come to the dragon race, but he also made a lot of money at the Fenglong City auction. And Lan Xuanyu did just that, and he did it very smoothly. The Emerald Demon battleship flew at high speed, still suppressed to the state of sublight speed. He quickly rushed out. When he got out of Tenryu City's range and found that no one was chasing after him, he knew that his plan had succeeded. At this time, Tenryu City must have become chaotic because of the violent spatial fluctuations that had just appeared. The various god-rank powerhouses of the human race must be looking for the source of the spatial fluctuations, especially the airborne race. Perhaps other powerhouses didn't know what the space worm's aura was like, but such pure spatial energy could definitely be perceived by god-rank powerhouses. When Lan Xuanyu was passing through the streets and alleys earlier, he wasn't looking for a place without divine sense fluctuations. He was looking for a place with the most divine sense fluctuations and the most variety. Different divine senses represented different god-rank powerhouses. If he released the space worm's aura in a place where god-rank powerhouses' divine senses intersected, they would naturally bind each other, and it would be easier for Lan Xuanyu to escape. Although the powerhouses of the Imperial Sky race were able to teleport to their destination, it would take some time for the spatial undulations to spread out. In addition, they would also need time to analyze and judge. From discovering the spatial undulations to determining what they were and where they were, it would take at least a few seconds. These few seconds were enough for Lan Xuanyu to retreat. He had calculated everything and achieved his goal smoothly. When he returned to his residence in Fenglong City, his companions were still awake, and everyone was waiting for him to come back. When they saw Lan Xuanyu come in through the window, everyone was relieved. It's okay, everyone rest. I just went out for a walk. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. He said. What did you do? It's so late at night. Bai Xiuxiu looked at him with some complaints. I went to Tenryu City. Since the matter was done, there was no need to hide it. He was afraid that everyone would be worried. You went to Tenryu City? Why did you go to Tenryu City? Bai Xiuxiu asked in surprise. Only then did Lan Xuanyu reveal his plan. After listening to his analysis and his method of releasing the spaceworm's aura, the six of them couldn't help but look at each other. Sinister, you're really sinister. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but blurt out. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly. We're facing an enemy. Do you think we should be merciful to the enemy? Tang Yuga said, then should we leave immediately? Lan Xuanyu shook his head. There's no hurry. If we leave now, it's easy to be exposed. Tenryu City must be in a state of chaos. It's possible that the city will be sealed. I think Tenryu will also return early. Tomorrow, we'll stay here again. God, let's wrap up the previous matter. Xiuxiu, say goodbye to Huang Yuanlang, and then we'll leave. This time, we've gained a lot. We've already gained a lot. We'll talk about the rest next time. I think Tenryu Star will be in chaos for a while this time. Next time? Are you still planning to come back, boss? Qianlei asked in surprise. Lan Xuanyu said, of course. There are so many good things in Tenryu Star, and we don't often come over to help them. How can we be worthy of what Tenryu did to us back then? Mai and Xiuxiu's identities can continue. We'll definitely come again in the future. The mysteries of the Dragon Knights and the life core of this planet. We'll gradually explore them in the future. However, when we go back this time, we'll get rid of the resources we obtained this time. We'll talk about it after we've used them. Whether Tenryu City was in chaos or not, it couldn't be seen in Fenglong City. But when Bai Xiuxiu called Huang Yuanlang, when he tried to say goodbye to the other party, Lan Xuanyu was sure that Tenryu City was in chaos. Because Huang Yuanlang wasn't here, he followed his father to Tenryu City last night. Tenryu City was now like a whirlpool of a storm, beginning to spin violently. Lan Xuanyu didn't want to know what would happen in the final competition at all, but he felt that it would definitely be a situation that would make him feel very happy. After Tenryu came back, he would definitely be happy about this mess. Huang Yuanlang wasn't here, but Bai Xiuxiu's identity was still confirmed. She was officially the upper dragon race of the royal family, and could openly ride roughshod over others in Fenglong City. They didn't go to buy expensive things like ores, but went to buy books. They went to several bookstores and bought some history, geography, and other books. Not only were there books about Tenryu City, but there were also books about Golden Horse City. These were all very precious information. As they bought and flipped through, they received another piece of information: the Dragon Knights were from Tianma. The Heavenly Horse Knights were derived from the Golden Horse Knights, and even the cultivation method of the Dragon Knights was the same. Tianma still maintained the tradition of the Golden Horse Knights, and the Golden Horse Knights were also very powerful. They were in existence comparable to the Dragon Knights. This information was very important. It wasn't until night fell again that Lan Xuanyu and the others checked out and left, heading straight to the beach. Out of Feng. Tenryu City was in chaos, and Tenryu had yet to return. At this time, no one had the time to care about Lan Xuanyu and the others. Without a transcendent divine sense, it would be impossible to find the traces of the treasure-hunting beast unless there was a protective shield with defensive capabilities. However, Tenryu Star was too big, and it obviously did not have such an overall protective shield. Everyone rushed into space and found the Traiosturmsa wings according to the coordinates recorded. It was not until they boarded the warship and restarted the warship that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even Lan Xuanyu was the same. No matter how confident and prepared he was, the sense of crisis he felt when he was in the enemy's camp was still there. Looking at the huge Tenryu Star through the porthole, especially in the direction of Tenryu City, Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. The thing hidden in the sky above Tenryu City appeared in his mind, and he could not calm down for a long time. What was it that was calling out to him? What is the great danger that lies there, the Xianxia wings turned around and did not meet up with the third demon squad. Instead, it accelerated and moved in the direction of the 7th Fleet. Lan Xuanyu believed that it would not be long before the Yuan's warship group, which was originally planning to target the Federation's fleet, arrived at Tianjuiliang. At that time, Tenryu's star would be really lively. He had to return to the 7th Fleet as soon as possible and report the specific situation to the higher-ups. This matter was of great importance, and it was better not to communicate remotely. If the message was intercepted, all their previous efforts would be wasted. After leaving Tenryu's star, everyone was completely relaxed. This time, they went deep behind enemy lines, first to the Yuan's Dragon Horse planet number 76, and then to Tenryu's star. Although they did not have a real battle, for them, the tension and excitement were much stronger than the previous battles they had participated in. For safety reasons, Lan Xuanyu turned off all the communication systems of the Xianxia wings. The warship flew in ghost mode in space, heading straight for the 7th Fleet. They counted their gains on the warship, and the gains were really great. The most valuable was naturally the 11 high-purity space source crystals. Lan Xuanyu was very suspicious. Ever since the Federation knew about the existence of space source crystals, the total amount of space source crystals they had obtained was not even this many. In addition, there was also a large amount of magic silver and various other rare metals, many of which were unique to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Of course, there was also the rainbow gold that Lan Xuanyu valued greatly. He had personally experienced the internal situation of the rainbow gold, and it was exactly as he had predicted. It was the gathering of the 7 elements. It really wasn't an easy task to make the 7 elements complement each other. These 7 elements formed a sphere inside the 7-colored gold. The innermost part of the sphere was the silver space element, which was then covered with the light element and the dark element. On the outside, there were the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind. The 7 elements combined to form such a strange existence. The 7 elements in the 7-colored gold were very stable. If any of the elements inside were to change, this stability would be broken. The 7-colored gold wouldn't explode as it was only a metal, after all. However, if the stability of the 7 elements were to be broken, the elemental fluctuations and spiritual nature within it would instantly disappear, and the 7-colored gold would become useless. It could be said that this was the most fragile metal that Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. This was also the reason why it could only be used to create decorative items in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Even though Lan Xuanyu already possessed the ability to soul refine, he still couldn't forge this 7-colored gold. He couldn't control all 7 elements within the 7-colored gold at once, and this had nothing to do with his forging skills. If he wanted to forge the 7-colored gold, the first thing he had to do was to possess the ability to control all 7 elements. This meant that he had to at least become a soul Douluo before he could control all 7 elements. Only then would he be able to maintain the spiritual nature of the 7-colored gold during his forging process. As such, the 7-colored gold wasn't suitable for him to use when forging his suit of 3-word battle armor. Instead, he had to save it for when forging his suit of 4-word battle armor. The military has been very good to us this time. We blew up the Dragon Horse planet number 76, but they didn't blame us. Instead, they covered it up for us under the pretense of ignorance. Of course, this is because the military doesn't want to completely fall out with the Dragon Horse Galaxy at a time like this, but it's also to protect us. The 7th Fleet must have done a lot for this. It's impolite not to reciprocate, so I'm going to hand over the space origin crystals we obtained this time, as well as some metals and minerals that aren't very useful but have research value to the military in exchange for accolades. Does anyone have any objections? You make the decision, boss, Qianlei said with a smile. We didn't do anything this time. Of course it's big brother Xianyu who makes the decision. Yuan and Hui smiled. Qianlei nodded. Everyone else naturally had no objections. Lan Xuanyu said, also, we have to make a trip back to the mother planet to return the space worm. The space worm can't be left with us. First, it's not conducive to its growth. Second, we have to avoid being discovered by the Yuans. Is the mother planet's environment suitable for it to grow? Bai Shoushou asked. Lan Xuanyu said, I've talked to Xiaobao. The mother planet's environment should be fine as long as there's enough magic silver. The magic silver we brought back this time should be enough for it to eat for a year. I don't know how many space origin crystals it can produce. I plan to hand it over to Uncle Yu. With Uncle Yu's cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to conceal its aura. Without a doubt, the most trustworthy person was Tang Lu. Lan Xuanyu didn't want to hand over the space worm to the academy. It wasn't that he didn't trust the academy, but that they needed wood if they wanted to be on the Shrek 7 monsters in the future. Wood was a resource, and the space worm was a guarantee for them to obtain it. This time, you guys are going back with me. The rest of the 33 Wings of Heaven will continue to serve in the military. After we go back this time, we'll exchange some resources for them to bring back. We'll give the space origin crystals and other things to the Tangman and the academy. We should be able to exchange them for many resources suitable for our cultivation. We'll use these resources to improve ourselves before returning to the fleet. Qian Lei's eyes lit up. This is much faster than performing heavenly combat missions to exchange resources for cultivation. What a good idea, Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. This should be the fastest way for us to improve. I hope it can continue. This is also why we need an official identity on the Tenryu star. A few days later, they finally saw the 7th Fleet's fleet. At this time, the 7th Fleet had finished assembling. The possible appearance of the Airborne Tribe's fleet put a lot of pressure on the 7th Fleet. The Airborne Tribe's fleet's combat power wasn't necessarily strong, but the problem was that their space-jumping ability made them unpredictable. Especially after the explosion of Longma No. 76, who knew if the Airborne Tribe wouldn't go crazy? Therefore, the 7th Fleet was now completely in a defensive formation, continuing to collect resources not far from Tianma Star. However, it was the entire fleet that was collecting resources. This was a little slower, but it would give them more time to think. The 33 Wings of Heaven deactivated its ghost mode and turned on its communication system. Long San is the 33 Wings of Heaven. Receive message, Lan Xuanyu sent to Long San. Calling. Soon, the big screen flashed, and Xianxia's face appeared. Seeing Lan Xuanyu, Xianxia's face was a little gloomy. What's wrong with you, kid? Why did you cut off the communication? Do you know that it's very dangerous for this to happen in the military? It means that you've probably been destroyed or captured by the enemy. Even if you come back, you'll have to undergo a comprehensive physical examination. Check and review. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, Captain, we have no choice. You know what we did. If we don't turn off the signal, we might be discovered by the enemy. However, I believe that what we brought back this time is good news. Can you guide us back to the warship? Xianxia snorted and said, allowed to return. Come back first. The communication was turned off, and the Wing 33 warship flew toward the 7th Fleet's warship group. 4 ships picked up. The ship flew out, and Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to turn off the flight system, weapon system, and defense system of the Wing 33 warship. Tong let the 4 escort ships drag their battleships towards Long San. After all, they had been missing for so long, and it was necessary to be investigated. And all the systems of the warship were turned off. Tong, putting on an appearance of being trampled on, was naturally to prove that everything was normal. The warship was directly pulled to the side of Dragon 3's frigate and drilled into the belly of the frigate. The frigate closed. After the warship stopped, Lan Xuanyu saw through the big screen that Xianxia was already waiting for them outside. Yes. Other than Xianxia, there were no other officers of Dragon 3. The cabin door opened, and they walked down, quickly walked to Yan He, established themselves as kings, and saluted him. He saluted. Xianxia returned the salute and waved his hand. Immediately, a native soldier came over and used an instrument to scan Lan Xuanyu and the others. This was a check. 48 There were no chips on their bodies, no implants, no metallization, and so on. It confirmed that they were not captured by the enemy and turned into spies. Lan Xuanyu opened his arms and calmly accepted the inspection. After the inspection, the soldiers reported to Xianxia that everything was normal. Xianxia's face was still gloomy. He waved to Lan Xuanyu and turned to get into the car. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly followed and also boarded Xianxia's car. The other 6 people got into another car. The door closed and the car drove smoothly. Lan Xuanyu sat upright and still, not saying a word. Xianxia had glanced at him. Now you're a good boy? Just by looking at your appearance, who would have thought that you would do something so crazy? Do you know how much pressure you've put on us this time? Force, I was wrong, Captain. I've caused you trouble. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were sincere, his words sincere and respectful. Jingjing Yanxinghe originally had a stomach full of anger and was prepared to wait for this stinking brat to come back to teach him a lesson. But looking at his appearance, he couldn't vent his anger. Don't you have anything to explain? Yanxinghe said angrily. Lan Xuanyu replied obediently, if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I have nothing to explain. I've made a mistake. I've caused you trouble. You must have suffered a lot for me. Thank you for your hard work. Yanxinghe didn't know what to say. His attitude of admitting his mistake was indeed quite good. But he didn't know why, but he just felt awkward. The car drove directly to Long San's headquarters. Yanxinghe walked in front. His expression seemed to have returned to normal. Silence. Lan Xuanyu followed behind. The other 6 people didn't follow and were sent back to their residence. This was clearly Yanxinghe. Asked for it. When they arrived at a small meeting room, Yanxinghe waved his hand. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly closed the door and stood at attention. Good. Yanxinghe stood in front of him and stared at him with burning eyes. After a long while, Yanxinghe suddenly laughed. The epaulette in front of him had a general star. His face was a little young, and he was as beautiful as a young lady. Who wouldn't like a young man with clear eyes? Yanxinghe had the thought of having a daughter to marry him. Just looking at him now, no one would be able to imagine what this brat had done. This was a person who would throw an antimatter missile at a disagreement and blow up a planet when he was in a bad mood. Yanxinghe smiled and suddenly felt a headache. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken on this hot potato. What a hot potato. Yanxinghe didn't speak. Lan Xuanyu didn't speak either. They stood upright in military posture without any compromise. After a few more minutes, Yanxinghe said somewhat helplessly, "All right, sit down." Yes. Lan Xuanyu sat down. His back was straight, and he looked like he was listening to instructions. Yanxinghe looked at him up and down. To be honest, if it weren't for the airmen's battleships coming out in full force, I wouldn't have believed that you blew up their most important resource planet. Let's not talk about how you sneaked in. Just by doing this, you're too bold. According to the images taken by the reconnaissance spacecraft we sent out from afar, Dragon Horse number 76 is now 1/3 smaller and has deviated from its original orbit. I don't know what method the airmen used, but they are using the airman's home planet to guide it, so that it doesn't completely deviate from its orbit and turn into a huge meteorite. Lan Xuanyu blinked. He really didn't know about this situation. After the explosion, they ran away. In other words, this planet, a resource planet. You're really amazing. Yanxinghe gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. When it was lit, it wasn't a compliment to him. He still didn't say anything. Blue Yanxinghe took 2 deep breaths and said, regarding this matter, there is a fierce debate within the Federation. Most of the comments about your operation this time are negative. The only thing we can argue for you is that yes, Dragon Horse number 76 was destroyed, and the losses of the Dragon Horse galaxy were far greater than our losses. They almost lost the capital for subsequent development. You tell me now, can their void source crystals be used again? Born. Lan Xuanyu said, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. Yanxinghe sighed and said, you've destroyed the treasure of the universe. It's precisely because of the appearance of the void origin crystal that our space technology has developed rapidly. Although it's getting harder and harder to obtain the void origin crystal, there's still a chance to get some. We won the war this time, and one of the conditions for the withdrawal of troops was the void origin crystal, but you blew up Dragon Horse number 76. Although the void origin crystal has different uses in our hands, it has different uses in our hands. However, the void origin crystal is equally important to the void origin crystal. The Federation doesn't dare to attack them directly to avoid an all-out war, but you did this. The higher-ups of the Federation in charge of the negotiations are also under great pressure. Lan Xuanyu said, "How are the negotiations going now?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't know the details yet. Originally, the Dragon Horse Galaxy should have compromised. But after what happened to you, it's hard to say now. We can only not admit that we did this." "Okay." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then I should have created some opportunities for the negotiations." "Captain, the Void Origin Crystal. Has the Void Origin Crystal fleet retreated and stopped attacking us?" Xianxia said, "How do you know?" "I don't know why, but the Void Origin Crystal began to attack us the day before yesterday. The Void Origin Crystal fleet that was fighting a small-scale battle suddenly retreated. The size of the Void Origin Crystal fleet is bigger than mine. It's bigger than we imagined. There are hundreds of warships, and all of them have the ability to jump through space. We thought it was a trick at first, but it's been 2 days and the Void Origin Crystal fleet hasn't appeared." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "The Void Origin Crystal fleet should have gone to the Tenryu star. I have an important matter to report." "I have to report to you." "Speak." Xianxia's heart trembled. Yes, trembled. The important information that Lan Xuanyu mentioned last time was about the explosion of Dragon Horse number 76. Lan Xuanyu said, "It's like this. After leaving Dragon Horse number 76, in order to avoid causing trouble for the Void Origin Crystal fleet, we didn't dare to come back directly, so we went to the Tenryu star." "What?" Hearing him say this, Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, "You said you went to the Tenryu star? To the Tenryu star? Are you crazy?" Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, "Captain, listen to me first. It's like this. When we were on Dragon Horse number 76, we successfully sneaked in. After we sneaked in, we found that the Void Origin Crystal on Dragon Horse number 76 seemed to be produced with magic silver as the foundation. We followed the clues and found the place where the Void Origin Crystal was stored. But there were many god-level powerhouses guarding there, so we couldn't get the Void Origin Crystal. So, I hid a bomb there, the kind that could be detonated at any time, ready to be used as a backup. When we left, we also found something related to the production of Void Origin Crystal, but it seemed to only be useful on Dragon Horse number 76. It was a kind of liquid that could release very strong spatial fluctuations, so we carefully brought some out. After leaving Dragon Horse number 76, we also tried to soak it in magic silver to see if the Void Origin Crystal could be produced. It turned out that it didn't work. It seemed that only the special environment of Dragon Horse number 76 could produce Void Origin Crystal." Lan Xuanyu paused and continued, "I was indeed impulsive when I blew up Dragon Horse number 7. At that time, we didn't find our companions in the first place, and as a result, our battleship was discovered and destroyed. So, I detonated the bomb in the cage. I didn't expect the Void Origin Crystal to explode, and the planet was blown up. This was indeed something we didn't expect. I know I was wrong. I didn't get any benefits, but I brought so much trouble to the Federation. So, I wanted to make up for my mistakes, so I went to the Tenryu star. The reason why we were able to sneak into planet number 76 and Tenryu star was because I had an illusory ability that could conceal my aura and transform into various appearances. When we arrived at Tenryu star, we collected information about Tenryu star while I pondered how to recover the Federation's losses. At least we could avoid a war. Thus, we made a trip to Tenryu City, which was the capital of Tenryu star. I sprinkled the remaining liquid that we brought from planet number 76 directly on Tenryu City. That liquid kept on volatilizing, and no item could store it. It would disappear sooner or later. But when I sprinkled it, it would emit a huge spatial fluctuation, and it was a fluctuation that belonged only to this liquid. Then we ran back. Tenryu City was a little messy. Xianxia was stunned as he listened to his narration. You mean, you framed the explosion of planet number 76 on Tenryu star? Lan Xuanyu nodded. Theoretically, that's the case. Xianxia asked, why didn't you send that liquid back immediately? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. It was too late, Captain. At that time, the Imperial Sky Tribe was chasing from behind. They must have chased after our fleet. If I fled in this direction, they would have caught up. I could only take a detour. If I came back, the liquid would have evaporated. Rather than that, I might as well make use of it. So you see, the Imperial Sky Tribe fleet is no longer here. They must have gone to Tenryu City to seek justice. His explanation to Xianxia could be said to be 90% true and 10% false. It was easier to convince him. He was not afraid even if his storage-type soul tool was searched. The space worm was not in his storage-type soul tool at all. Even the space origin crystal was not in his storage-type soul tool. With the treasure-seeking beast, it was too easy to hide. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. This news is very important. I have to report it to the higher-ups immediately. Wait for me here. Is there any other important information? Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, nothing important. There are also some things that I brought back from Tenryu Star. He was going to hand it in to make up for his mistakes. Do you want to read it now or later? I'm going to report this to my superiors. You wait here. With that, Xianxia quickly left. Of course, he understood what it would mean for the Federation if Lan Xuanyu succeeded in diverting the trouble. There were many operations involved. How to use the opportunity to gain benefits would be completely different from the previous situation. Lan Xuanyu waited for 2 hours. When Xianxia came back, he had already fallen asleep on the table. Dong dong dong. The vibration of the table woke Lan Xuanyu up from his deep sleep. He looked up at Xianxia with sleepy eyes. Captain, how's it going? A smile appeared on Xianxia's face again. It's going well. This information is very important to the Federation. The negotiations on the mother planet were previously conducted when Tenryu Star's leader, Tenryu, suddenly left a few days ago. We still don't know why, but we understand now. Now, Tianma Star's leader is still negotiating with us. We don't have to rush to complete the negotiations with them. The internal strife in Tenryu Star has created more opportunities and time for us. The fleet has already given orders to continue seizing resources in a while. Your operation this time has at least bought us more than 10 days of time. The commander has already applied for your merits to make up for your mistakes. Although there was no punishment previously, your record will still leave a dishonorable hint. With this merit, I hope it can help you make up for your mistakes. Lan Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. The Federation definitely didn't lack schemers, and what those people could do would definitely be better than what he could do. How to operate from now on and how to obtain the greatest benefits was the Federation's business. Bring the things over. Let me see what good things you brought back. Xianxia didn't forget what Lan Xuanyu said before. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand, and books were released from the Ring of Destiny. They landed on the table and gradually piled up like a mountain. We bought these from the Tenryu Star's bookstore. They mainly focus on history, biography, geography, etc. This includes information on the Tenryu Star, Tianma Star, and some other races and planets in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It should be helpful for us to further understand the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Seeing these books, Xianxia couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His first reaction was that there were also similar papers in the Tenryu Star, and they used this method to record all kinds of information and content. Currently, the Douluo Federation was using advanced soul tool technology to record information, and there were very few paper books. But without a doubt, with so much written information, it would be very useful for the Douluo Federation to understand the Tenryu Star, and even the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. The war between the Douluo Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy would definitely continue, and not only in terms of fighting, but also in other aspects. Most of the time, pure war couldn't solve all problems, and both sides would always be in a battle of wits and courage. In the process of this battle of wits and courage, whoever had the upper hand was likely to obtain the final victory, rule the two galaxies, and become even more powerful. Relatively speaking, the Douluo Federation was more urgent for the Dragon Horse Galaxy's resources. The Federation's technology was developing very quickly, and their current resources couldn't keep up with the pace of technological development. For the Dragon Horse Galaxy, they only needed to defend and rely on their advantage in terms of resources. The more time passed, the more advantageous it would be for them. Although the Federation had been continuously collecting information on the Dragon Horse Galaxy through various methods, especially through the Heavenly Star, they didn't hesitate to pay a huge price. But the results weren't very good. After all, the Dragon Horse Galaxy was stronger than the Douluo Federation as a whole, especially in terms of individual strength. Many interstellar smugglers didn't dare to leak too much information about the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The Tenryu Star and Tianma Star had already jointly issued an order that anyone who leaked information about the Dragon Horse Galaxy would be listed as an enemy, and they wouldn't rest until they were dead. And this time, the information that Lan Xuanyu brought back, although they didn't know what it was, just from his introduction, it was very impressive. Although these weren't resources, they were even more important than resources. Good stuff. If you can prove that these things are useful, then they will definitely be useful. This will definitely be a great contribution. But what I'm more curious about is how you guys entered the Tenryu Star, and how you obtained these things. I'm not the only one who will ask you this question, the military will also ask you this. After all, the origin of these things and their value are equally important. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Captain, I have a spirit, and its ability is to transform. It doesn't have any attack power, but in terms of transformation, it's comparable to a god-rank existence. I obtained it unintentionally on the Sunluo Star. Sunluo Star's king of soul beasts, the Titan giant ape, can prove its origin for me. What you'll see next is its ability in this aspect. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu's body flashed with a faint light, and his entire appearance changed. It was the appearance of the Blue Ocean tribe member from before. Xianxia was also an expert, and when Lan Xuanyu's body changed, he was also shocked. This was because Lan Xuanyu didn't just change his appearance, but also his aura. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu's entire person seemed to have completely disappeared. What replaced him was an extremely ordinary Blue Ocean tribe member, whose energy fluctuations were only equivalent to a human 2-ring or 3-ring soul master. His aura was no different from that of the Blue Ocean tribe member. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's body changed, and the space elements around his body quietly fluctuated. He transformed into a member of the Uskai tribe, and it was a powerhouse of the Uskai tribe. He even emitted a god-rank aura, which shocked Xianxia again. End of chapter. Following that, Lan Xuanyu disappeared. Yes, he had completely disappeared. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. It was as if he had never appeared. Relying on this invisibility ability, we were able to enter star number 76 and deceive the enemy's detection. Entering the Tenryu Star was much easier. After all, we only had to rely on this invisibility ability to avoid the Tenryu Star's radar to enter. Furthermore, relying on this illusion, I have now obtained the identity of a merchant from the Blue Ocean race on the Tenryu Star. I can trade with them and obtain some resources. This time, I even earned some coins that belong to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They call them dragon coins. Lan Xuanyu didn't appear, but his voice echoed in the room. One by one, Dragon Horse coins flew out from where Lan Xuanyu was standing and landed on the table. Xianxia picked up a dragon coin and observed it carefully. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu gradually revealed himself. Looking at him, Xianxia couldn't help but say, "With your abilities, it's a waste not to be a spy. There's actually such a spirit soul. It can even imitate the aura of a god-rank spirit soul. It's simply amazing." At this point, he couldn't help but become excited. Of course, he knew what it meant for the Douluo Federation to be able to infiltrate the Tenryu Star. This meant that the Douluo Federation had the ability to penetrate deep into enemy territory. No matter what they obtained on the Tenryu Star in the future, or whether they destroyed the Tenryu Star, it was all possible. Obtaining resources wasn't just about obtaining them through war anymore. Lan Xuanyu said seriously, "Captain, I don't want to be a spy. I want to be a merchant. A big merchant on the Tenryu Star." Over the past few days, we have been silently experiencing the Tenryu Star. The first thing we felt was how rich the resources in the Dragon Horse Galaxy were. It was something we couldn't even imagine before. Moreover, in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, there are many resources that are very precious to us, but to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the value is very low. For us, many resources that are of low value have become extremely valuable in the other side. There was too much room for maneuvering. We might even be able to obtain everything the Federation needs through trade. look, what is this? As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took out a piece of space source crystal and placed it on the table. Suddenly, the air in the entire conference room became distorted. The extremely dense spatial fluctuations seemed to have opened a space-time door in the conference room. This? Xianxia was so excited that he almost jumped up. This isn't an entire piece of space source crystal, right? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, not only that, but it's also a very pure piece of space source crystal. Xianxia's hand trembled as he picked up the space source crystal. With his cultivation as a tidal Douluo, he could naturally feel how strong the spatial elemental fluctuations in this piece of space source crystal were. Xianyu, do you know that on our side, space source crystals are calculated in milligrams? If we want to obtain even a milligram of space source crystal from the heavenly planet, we have to pay a huge price. This piece of space source crystal is at least 500 grams, right? Heavens! I have never seen such a huge piece of space source crystal. The value of this thing can't be measured with money. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed that he had taken out too many space source crystals at once. If he had known, he would have given them to the Federation in batches. The main thing was that he still had 10 pieces of space source crystal on him, so he didn't think that one piece of space source crystal was much. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia raised his head and looked at Lan Xuanyu. That's enough. With this piece of space source crystal, no matter what you did before, you can make up for it. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched, and he said with some heartache, Captain, this can't be as simple as making up for it, right? You know the value of this thing very well. Since I handed it over, the Federation has to give us something, right? Of course, of course. In addition to your performance in this war, it won't be a problem for everyone to be promoted by one rank. Of course, this space source crystal played a crucial role. That's great. With this thing, we will definitely be able to develop a spatial jump technology in a short time. With this technology, our fleet's strength will increase by a huge level. Xuanyu, you've undoubtedly made the greatest contribution this time. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Captain, let's talk about something more practical. How about we hand in this space source crystal in batches? What do you think? Cut it open? Xianxia's face instantly became serious. Of course I don't believe you. The bigger the space source crystal, the better the effect. Cutting it open will weaken its effect, and that will be a huge waste. We absolutely can't do that. Let's not talk about anything else. I will definitely record your contribution this time. As for what reward you will get, I can't decide. Let's wait for the Federation's special approval. But this time, there is no doubt that you have made a great contribution. Unfortunately, you have just been promoted to the general rank not long ago. I don't think I can give you a promotion in terms of military rank. Lan Xuanyu actually didn't expect to get anything with the space source crystal. He simply didn't take out the other things he had prepared. From Xianxin's performance, it could be seen that this space source crystal was already a monstrous contribution. There was no need to take out those extra things. It was better to leave them to the academy. After returning, the academy would definitely give him something. It was also good to exchange for some emblems. Captain, I will hand it over. But there is something I need to trouble you to help me with. Lan Xuanyu said tentatively. What is it? Xianxia had carefully put the space source crystal into his storage-type soul tool, and then asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, actually, the reason why I was able to complete the explosion on planet number 76 this time was because I used some special resources of our Shrek Academy. I don't have this kind of resource anymore. For the sake of future operations on Tenryu Star, I want to return to the mother planet to replenish this kind of resource. Can you let me take a leave? You want to return to the mother planet? Xianxia looked at Lan Xuanyu with some surprise. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he said involuntarily, stinking brat, you aren't going to bring something back to blow up Tenryu Star, are you? Tenryu Star can't be blown up. If Tenryu Star is blown up, we will instantly become enemies with the Dragon Horse Galaxy. That is definitely not in line with the Federation's current interests. Lan Xuanyu said with an aggrieved expression, Captain, am I that kind of person? Why would I blow up a planet for no reason? You are. You are. Xianxia said without hesitation, what do you mean by blowing up a planet for no reason? What's going on with planet number 76? Are you the one who throws antimatter missiles at the drop of a hat? Kid, you are simply a ticking time bomb. I am afraid of you. Lan Xuanyu immediately said, Captain, don't worry, I am not willing to blow up Tenryu Star right now. There are so many good things on Tenryu Star, let me bring them back to the Federation one by one. We'll blow it up when we're confident. That should be fine, right? In fact, Tenryu Star is very suitable for us humans to live in. We don't need any assistance to survive there. The living environment there is even better than our mother planet, and the life force there is even richer. If possible, it would be best if we can take over Tenryu Star in the near future. That would be the most perfect situation. That's for later. Alright, I understand your request. I will report it to the commander and see if you can return to the mother planet. I'll leave first, you should also go back and rest. With that, Xianxia began to tidy up all the information on the table and walked out. Captain, you're... Lan Xuanyu looked at him doubtfully. Such a big space source crystal is priceless. How can I leave it here? I want to hand over the mothership immediately. You go back and rest first, then wait for my news. With that, Xianxia hurriedly left. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shouted behind him, Captain, Dragon Horse number 76 has been blown up. The price of space source crystal continues to soar even on the Tenryu Star. You have to fight for more merits for us. I know. Xianxia left without looking back. The things that Lan Xuanyu brought back were too important. Not only the space source crystal, but the information was also very important. If it was confirmed that it was information about the Dragon Horse Galaxy, then its value would not be less than the space source crystal. More importantly, Lan Xuanyu still retained a legal identity on the Tenryu Star, which meant that he could return to the Tenryu Star in the future. Lan Xuanyu took the shuttle back to his residence. Now, all they needed to do was wait for news. They finally returned to a safe place, so naturally, they had to seize the time to cultivate. The endless life fruit had been formed. It was a standard for their cultivation, as well as the sea god lake water that they brought out. Considering that they might return to the mother planet soon, Lan Xuanyu simply brought out the good stuff that he brought out this time for everyone to cultivate. Although the consumption was large, the effect was definitely the best. What Lan Xuanyu didn't expect was that this wait would actually take 2 full days. It wasn't until 2 days later that Xianxia called him to the conference room again. Xianyu, are you sure that you can keep your identity on Tenryu Star? If the transcendent experts on the Tenryu Star return to the Tenryu Star, would they be able to discover you? Xianxia went straight to the point. Lan Xuanyu said, there should be no problem with my identity. I can basically guarantee that even Tenryu. They won't discover our problems unless they see us face to face. If it was his first time entering the Tenryu Star, he would not have been so confident. Tenryu is a super god. The life source of the Tenryu Star must also be a super existence. The two complemented each other, and it was very likely that they could sensing even the slightest change on the entire planet, especially to outsiders, would definitely be very sensitive. Even the treasure-hunting beast's transformation ability might not be useful. However, after the previous experience of sneaking into Tenryu Star, he had become more and more cautious. Everything was different now. Whether it was the simulation of the treasure-hunting beast, or his pure dragon race, even Chi could make the heavenly dragon star not reject them and treat them as one of their own. As long as they did not go to Tenryu City, there should not be any major problems. Moreover, Tenryu Star's internal medicine was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Yesterday, Lan Xuanyu had heard that Tenryu Star's Lissa was shocked that there was an internal river. It seemed that there were battleships fighting. Obviously, the Yuankong tribe did not. After being convinced, Tenryu Star still had internal strife. Tenryu must be having a headache solving this problem now. Even if there was a powerful dragon knight, the Yuankong tribe was not easy to deal with. Under such circumstances, who would pay attention to Lan Xuanyu and the others? Lan Xuanyu and the others would definitely not go to Tenryu City for the time being. They could continue to act in Fenglong City and obtain more benefits. That was why he promised Xianxia. Good, very good. Your commander has already applied for your merits. This is a great contribution. The specific rewards will only be given to you after it is confirmed. Although the Federation cannot publicly commend you in order to hide your gains this time, there is no doubt that your contribution this time is not inferior to the Dragon Origin Crystal incident. At the same time, after a discussion between the Federation and the military, your academy has been informed that the Tenryu Star's infiltration plan has been established. The 7th Fleet will fully cooperate with your infiltration. If you need any resources, you can ask the fleet. The fleet will help you in exchange for the resources required by the Federation. Also, your vacation has been approved. You can return to the mother planet first. The specific time is up to you. The prerequisite is that it does not affect your infiltration plan in Tenryu Star. Understood. Lan Xuanyu knew that this would be the result. Infiltrating Tenryu Star was of great significance to the Douluo Federation. The Federation would not let go of this opportunity. The space origin crystals and information he brought back this time would definitely cause some subtle changes in the confrontation between the Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The more you understand your opponent, the more advantage you have in a confrontation. Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia had discussed some details, especially the resources that the 7th Fleet needed to prepare for him. After that, Lan Xuanyu immediately set off. He piloted the Traistrumsa wings and brought his teammates back to the mother planet. Of course, not all of the Traistrumsa wings returned. Only the 7 of them returned. For their departure, the 7th Fleet even retreated a distance in the direction of the Federation. After entering the Federation's airspace, they were allowed to move and return to the mother planet. It could be seen that the Federation valued them. To a certain extent. Lan Xuanyu had not been in the 7th Fleet for long, but in this short period of time, he had already made 2 great contributions. He wanted to use this opportunity and the resources he obtained to do something more meaningful for them. That was to strive to become one of the Shrek 7 monsters. At the very least, he wanted to become one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Lay the foundation. Lan Xuanyu believed that in the competition for the Shrek 7 monsters, individual strength was important, but it was even more important. The most important thing was to make contributions to the Federation and the Academy. In this aspect, he had absolute confidence. The Traistrumsa wings flew at full speed and headed straight for the mother planet. Before arriving at the mother planet, Lan Xuanyu did not contact anyone. Now that the Traistrumsa wings had been registered with Long San, he could not be sure if the communication system was safe. Everything would wait until they returned to the mother planet. The journey was safe. Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate to consume a large amount of energy to support the warship's full-speed flight. After another 7 days, they finally returned to the mother planet. The warship slowly landed in the Shrek Space Center. A familiar aura once again entered the warship, causing Lan Xuanyu's team of 7 to feel as though all the pores on their bodies had opened up. Although the life energy of the Tenryu star was more abundant, only the life energy of the Douluo star was more intimate to them. It was the most intimate. They got off the warship. Before they even walked out of the space center, Lan Xuanyu's soul guidance communication device the alarm went off. Lan Xuanyu connected the communication device. Dining? Lan Xuanyu, what's the matter with you? Did you run away from the 7th Fleet? Ying Luohong's shocked voice came from the soul guidance communication device. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, how could that be? Dean, don't worry. I came back with special permission because I have an important situation to report to the Academy. Dean Wang should know some of our situation. Can you see if you can ask Dean Wang? I have something I want to report to him face to face. Ying Luohong had just received a notification from the Space Center that the Traistrumsa wings had returned. When she received this news, she was really shocked. She was very clear about how big of a mistake it was to run away at the last minute. Okay, come back first. I will inform Teacher Wang. The dean must be anxious. Xian Lei said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu laughed as well. We've been gone for less than 2 months, and now that we're back so suddenly, she'll definitely be shocked. However, regarding our infiltration into the Tenryu Star, although the Academy knows about it, I'm afraid it is only limited to a few people. This shows the importance of this matter. Everything is going according to our plan. This time, we have a lot of things to do. Anyway, we'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you say. Lu Feng said firmly. Ever since he left Heaven Luo planet, he had been following Lan Xuanyu and had never doubted Lan Xuanyu's decision. Along the way, he was already a 7-ring soul sage and a lieutenant colonel. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Lan Xuanyu being a major general, don't forget that Lu Feng and the others weren't even 19 yet. 19 years old, just like everyone used to say, the class monitor had never made a wrong choice. Following the class monitor was definitely not wrong. This was the consensus of the wings of the 33 heavens. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 returned to Shrek Academy by car and entered the academy gate in a low-key manner. However, after entering, they couldn't keep a low profile even if they wanted to. Because Thunder God Douluo Wang Tianyu was standing by the school gate and looking at them. Together with Wang Tianyu was Ying Luohong and Tang Zhenhua. Judging from Ying Luo's and Tang Zhenhua's blank expressions, they obviously didn't know what had happened. Wang Tianyu didn't tell them the specifics. Pavilion Master Wang, Dean, Teacher. Lan Xuanyu bowed to the 3 of them one by one. Gold will always shine, no matter where it is. Wang Tianyu looked at Lan Xuanyu with deep meaning. Then, Wang Tianyu turned to Ying Luohong and Tang Zhenhua, and said, "You guys go do your things, they need to follow me to the inner court." Yes. Ying Luohong and Tang Zhenhua respectfully agreed, looking at Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. They were full of doubts. Although they joined the army this time to gain experience and didn't really join the military, they were still in the military. How could a soldier come back after joining the space fleet for less than 2 months? One had to know that the time spent flying back and forth might be more than the time they spent in the army, right? Wang Tianyu didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, a powerful soul power was immediately released from his body. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 only felt a strong sense of restraint around their bodies, and soon their entire bodies were wrapped in it. In the next instant, everyone was brought into the air by Wang Tianyu. The academy below his feet gradually became smaller, and the sea god's lake appeared in his field of vision. In front, the tree of eternity gradually grew larger. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 couldn't help but breathe a little faster. They all understood what this meant. They were flying towards the true core of the Shrek Academy, the holy land that all soul masters yearned for, the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy, the eternal Sky City. Wang Tianyu didn't say anything and just continued flying with the 7 of them. In fact, Lan Xuanyu and the others also had the ability to fly, but at this time, they could only be obediently carried by Wang Tianyu. The trees in front of them grew bigger and bigger. When they reached the front of the tree of eternal water, they continued to fly upwards. The surrounding air gradually became thinner, but the aura of life became denser. Their bodies were wrapped in white clouds, and they couldn't see anything around them. However, this didn't affect the excitement in their hearts at all. Eternal Sky City. This was their first time in Eternal Sky City. What could be more wonderful than this? Lan Xuanyu raised his head and looked up. Finally, they rushed out of the clouds, and a huge tree crown that covered the sky appeared in front of them. That huge tree, on the crown, every thick branch emitted a faint golden light, and every leaf seemed to be carved from jade. It looked as if it was carved out of jade, and an extremely dense aura of life was slowly surging. A green light began to appear around Lan Xuanyu's body. They were life spirits that circled around him, supporting his body. Wang Tianyu glanced at him and still didn't say anything. At this time, they were already close to the tree crown. Front. A strange scene appeared. The dense branches and leaves in front of them suddenly dispersed, revealing a passage completely made of branches and leaves, allowing the 8 of them to enter. The 8 of them followed this passage straight up and flew for a long time before they passed through the dense branches and leaves. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 felt as if they were in a dream. The life energy here was too abundant, so abundant that their bodies couldn't accept it for a while. Lan Xuanyu was in a better state, but he was also dizzy. As the successor of the School of Life, his body was favored by the life spirit, and he absorbed the most life energy. At this moment, his bloodline vortex, which possessed the dragon core, was already feeling a little bloated. The 7 of them stepped on the ground and calmed themselves down. It took them a lot of effort to recover from the dizziness. When they focused their eyes again, they found that they had already arrived in a wonderful world. The surrounding branches and leaves formed a flat ground, and a street stretched straight. The thick branches behind them formed a natural barrier like a big tree. When they looked down from the sky from the warship, they could sometimes see some clues here, but they were always illusory and not so clear. At this moment, they really came here, to this mysterious eternal sky city, and finally saw it. Its full appearance. The flat street stretched all the way inside. Looking at the ground, it really felt magical. It was clearly made up of branches and countless leaves, but it was so flat, as if there was an invisible force controlling it. Controlling them. Looking along the street, there were pavilions everywhere, and the houses made of branches were decorated with decorations. It was as if they had returned to ancient times, to the world where soul masters were kings. Here, they couldn't feel any metal aura, and the extremely dense life aura was naturally in the air. A dense and slightly distorted halo formed in the sky. The density of life energy here was more than several times that of the outer court. Every life spirit seemed to be calling out to them. It was calling out to them, freely shuttling through their bodies. Wang Tianyu walked in front, and Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 hurriedly followed. It was only at this moment that they truly felt, they could feel that they were already inner court students. With every step they took, the surrounding scenery seemed to change. They moved forward step by step, changing scenery. It was as if they had arrived at a dense forest, or as if they had entered a wonderful world. In this wonderful world, there seemed to be countless lives being born at every moment. The street was wide and extended all the way inside. Lan Xuanyu and the others were surprised to see a small mountain. Yes. There was actually a mountain in Eternal Sky City, a mountain formed from tree branches. There were small houses on the mountain, and together, they looked like a jungle castle. The closer they got to the mountain, the denser the life aura became, and the surrounding brilliance gradually turned emerald green. Color. It wasn't just Lan Xuanyu's body that was surrounded by life spirits. Everything here seemed to be made up of life spirits. This feeling was really too wonderful, and Lan Xuanyu's feelings were especially profound. Ever since he broke through to 5 ring, his soul power's increased speed was actually not bad. He had accumulated a lot, and the moment he broke through, his soul power increased a lot. Sun Luo Star Ice Fire Yin Yang Well and those heaven and earth treasure belts. The benefits were completely revealed. They were all 100,000-year soul rings, which also increased his overall strength. This was also an important reason why he was comparable to an 8-ring soul master. When he was on Tenryu's star, although he hadn't fought, he could clearly feel that his combat strength would definitely increase in that kind of place where the life aura was extremely dense. This was the benefit of the life affinity physique. Wang Tianyu led Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 to the front of the hill, stopped, waved his hands in front of him, and released an incomparably powerful spiritual force or divine sense from his body. The branches that formed the hill in front of them suddenly split to both sides, revealing a not too big entrance, and a golden light was emitted from inside. It turned out to be a golden door, leading to who knows where this place is. Follow me. Wang Tianyu said, took a step forward, and walked into the golden door and disappeared. Yes. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 hurriedly followed, and one by one, they stepped into the door. After Lan Xuanyu stepped into the door, the first thing he felt was that everything around him suddenly became illusory and slightly distorted, and the originally strong life aura disappeared. In the next moment, he was already on the ground. When he saw the place in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. This was a small island, surrounded by a clear green lake. Although there was no strong life aura here, when Lan Xuanyu's gaze fell on the lake, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. This was because he could clearly feel that the lake water contained life energy that was compressed into a form that was close to a material object. And in the center of this life energy, a small island was suspended there, and on the island there was a golden tree. A big tree. It was the golden light emitted by the golden tree that illuminated everything here into a golden color. Lan Xuanyu and the others were now standing on the edge of the island. The golden tree was very large, and thick roots drilled out from below, naturally forming a treehouse under the big tree. That's right, it was a treehouse. The treehouse was very large, divided into 2 floors, and had a simple style. It was completely formed by the golden tree, but it didn't feel out of place at all. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 were a little short of breath. Although they didn't know where this place was, they could guess that this should be the core of the academy, the core of Eternal Sky City. Wang Tianyu turned around and looked at them. This is the inner city of Eternal Sky City. The golden tree in front of you is the ancient golden tree, and this wooden house is our Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Sea God Pavilion, this is actually Sea God Pavilion. There were too many legends about the Sea God Pavilion. As long as one was a soul master, there was no one who didn't know about the Sea God Pavilion. This was the holy land that soul masters yearned for. Every member of the Sea God Pavilion was the absolute core of the Shrek Academy and were all extremely powerful existences. No one knew how many members there were in the Sea Gods Pavilion, but the Sea Gods Pavilion was reputed to be the strongest power in the Douluo Federation. Regardless of whether it was the Tang sect, the Battle God, or the Spirit Pagoda, they were all ranked lower than the Sea Gods Pavilion. Wang Tianyu waved at them, then took the lead to walk towards the treehouse under the ancient golden tree. Walk. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 walked closer and saw a small wooden plaque hanging in front of the treehouse. On it were the words Sea God Pavilion. An indescribable emotion welled up in the hearts of the 7 of them. Sea God Pavilion, they felt incomparably proud of coming here. Glory, they walked into the wooden house. The wooden house wasn't as gorgeous as they had imagined, nor were there any strange scenes reflected in. What they saw was a living room. The living room was very well lit, and the walls, ceiling, and even the ground were emitting a faint golden light also illuminated everything in the area in a golden color. There was a long table in the middle of the living room with 9 chairs on both sides and a seat at the front. There were a total of 19 wooden chairs. Wang Tianyu said, "Wait a moment, I'll inform the members of the Sea God Pavilion to come over." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, "Pavilion Master, are we here to participate in the Sea God Pavilion conference?" Hearing his question, Wang Tianyu smiled. "You guys aren't qualified to participate in the Sea God Pavilion conference yet. Enough, you can only say that you are attending the conference or accepting the Sea God Pavilion's inquiries. I hope that in the near future, there will be a place for you here." After saying this, Wang Tianyu's spiritual consciousness had already been released. Lan Xuanyu and the others retreated to the side and stood side by side, looking at each other. Everyone could see the excitement in each other's eyes, even the calmest Lan Xuanyu was no exception. This was the Sea God Pavilion Conference. The legendary Sea God Pavilion Conference had decided the direction of the entire Federation's development many times, and every decision would have a huge impact. They didn't expect that they would be able to participate in the Sea God Pavilion Conference this time. Wang Tianyu walked to the 4th seat on the left and sat down. Because that was his exclusive seat. In the Sea God Pavilion, on both sides of this inconspicuous long table, every seat had a different meaning. Obviously, they were all different, and they were closely related to the authority of the members of the Sea God's chart in the Sea God Pavilion. Not long after, a figure walked in from outside. When he saw Lan Xuanyu and the others, he immediately smiled. "Brat, you came back pretty quickly. I heard that you've been through a lot this time, causing the Federation to be alarmed. They've been alerted." The person who came was none other than Master Shu. Master Shu didn't look any different from before. His eyes were still shining, but he seemed to have aged a little. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Master Shu. Master Shu patted him on the shoulder. "Let's talk about it later, especially about the Tenryu star. The Academy is also very interested. That also has an extraordinary meaning for our life school." "Yes." After Master Shu finished speaking, he sat down opposite Wang Tianyu, the 4th seat on the right side of the main seat. Placed looking at the seats where Master Shu and Wang Tianyu were sitting, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. One had to know that Master Shu and Wang Tianyu were both deputy pavilion masters of the Sea God Pavilion, but they could only sit in the fourth seat on both sides. In other words, there were 7 existences with higher statuses above him. Other than one of them being the pavilion master of the sea god pavilion, who could the other 6 be? With such doubts and curiosity, Lan Xuanyu and the others continued to wait. People came in one after another, and there were even familiar faces. Meng Fei and Tang Xin came together. After the 2 palace masters of the Tang sect's Douluo palace entered, Lan Xian and the others hurriedly extended respectful bows toward them. Tang Za sat in the first seat on the side, while Meng Fei sat in the first seat on the left. This meant that Meng Jian's seat was slightly higher than Wang Tianyu's. Soon, another middle-aged man walked in. He looked very ordinary, and there was no aura coming from his body. He was just like an ordinary person. Lan Xuanyu had never seen him before. But after he walked in, other than Master Shu, Meng Fei, Wang Tianyu, and Tang Miao all stood up. They greeted respectfully, "Big brother." The middle-aged man smiled and waved at them. Then, he walked up to Master Shu. "Master Shu, hello. Long time no see." Upon seeing him, Master Shu was surprised. "You're back too?" "That's right. I have no choice but to come back. With such important information, I have to come back and listen. Later, I'll have to listen to these little friends." As he spoke, the middle-aged man smiled at Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 hurriedly bowed. Although they didn't know who this person was, their hearts still stirred. Lan. To be called Big Brother by those 3, what level of strength and identity did this person have? Recalling what Master Shu had said about this generation's Shrek's 7 monsters, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be puzzled. Is this inconspicuous middle-aged man the leader of this generation's Shrek's 7 monsters? This was the only way to explain how Meng Fei, Wang Tianyu, and Tang Miao addressed him. The middle-aged man walked to the left and sat down in the seat above Meng Fei. Meng Fei leaned over and whispered something to him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly with a warm smile on his face. He sat in the second seat on the left. At this moment, 2 more people walked in. When this person came in, everyone present stood up and said respectfully, "Pavilion Master." It was a woman with a mask on her face and a long robe on her body. One could vaguely see that she had a good figure. Elderly followed behind her. The 2 of them came in together, and the woman walking in front nodded to everyone present. Then, she looked at Lan Xuanyu and the others. The 7 of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Pavilion Master?" The Pavilion Master of the Sea God's Pavilion, the number 1 person in the Federation, it was actually a woman. Behind the Sea God's Pavilion Master was the true God powerhouse that Lan Xuanyu had seen before, Elder Yi. He was even more senior than Master Shu. And a scene that surprised Lan Xuanyu appeared. The Sea God's Pavilion Master did not sit in the main seat. Instead, she walked to the side of the middle-aged man from before. The middle-aged man stood up and said a few words to her respectfully. It was in the form of sound transmission, so Lan Xuanyu and the others could not hear it. Then, the pavilion master sat down beside him, which was the first seat on the left, not the main seat. The Sea God's Pavilion Master did not sit in the main seat in the Sea God's Pavilion conference? Then what was the situation with the main seat? Eldery walked to the opposite side and sat down in the second seat on the right. The Sea God's Pavilion Master said indifferently, "That's all for today. Let's begin." "Yes." Wang Tianyu responded respectfully. Then, he looked at Lan Xuanyu and the others and said, "Xianyu, this time, you also participated in the war between the Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In this war, we won a partial victory. During the negotiation process, the Federation also seized a lot of benefits. Regarding your situation, the Academy has a general understanding of your situation." He had blown up planet number 76 of the Airborne Tribe and snuck into the Tenryu star to obtain a huge space source crystal. He had also snuck into the Tenryu star and obtained a lot of information. The Federation government was pleasantly surprised by your reckless rebellion at first. It can be said that you have sufficiently stirred up the internal affairs of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In particular, your method of diverting the calamity has been widely acknowledged. Among the top brass of the Federation, there are more people who approve of you than those who oppose you. The rewards for you will probably come from the ranks and points of the Heaven Reverse Division. Today, the Sea Gods Pavilion meeting was held especially for you. The Academy wanted to hear if there was anything they didn't know other than what the Federation knew, as well as some details. You will speak first. After that, the members of the Sea Gods Pavilion will ask you questions. Yes. Lan Xuanyu replied respectfully. He paused for a moment and said, then let's start with this war. The reason for this war was because of the Dragon Origin Crystal incident. The Federation planned to use the Dragon Origin Crystal incident to counterattack the Dragon Horse Galaxy. During the battle between the 7th Fleet and the Dragon Horse Galaxy Fleet, they successfully used this point to make the enemy advance prematurely and inflict heavy losses on the enemy. Wang Tianyu interrupted him and said, we know all of this. We need to hear you talk about some things that the Academy doesn't know about. Although he said this, the expressions of everyone present became somewhat interesting. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal incident was in fact caused by Lan Xuanyu and the others. In other words, the recent war, from the beginning to the end, was almost all related to this group of young people. Yes. Lan Xuanyu continued, we were assigned to the Federation's 7th Fleet, the Dragon 3 battleship. After the war ended, the captain of the Dragon 3 battleship, General Xianxia, gave us full freedom to move freely in the Dragon Horse Galaxy and obtain resources. I have always remembered the importance of the Space Source Crystal to the Federation, the Academy, and the Tangmen. We planned to go there and see if it was possible to obtain some Space Source Crystals. Next, he recounted how he used the treasure-hunting beast to sneak into the 76th planet with his companions, and how he put down the dragon's wrath to leave a backup plan to retreat. However, he hid the information about the space worm. The space worm was too important, and it was related to the former heavenly realm. It was not that Lan Xuanyu was selfish, but he felt that once the space worm was exposed, it might not be a good thing for the Academy. The best choice was to put it in the place he trusted the most. Listening to him talk about the whole process of detonating the 76th planet, the members of the Sea Gods Pavilion present could not help but be moved. The middle-aged man that Lan Xuanyu did not know could not help but laugh and said, the younger generation will surpass us in time, really. After leaving the 76th planet, I judged that the first suspect of the airborne tribe must be the Federation fleet, so I withdrew in the opposite direction. At that time, I thought, since we could sneak into the 76th planet with such tight security, could we also go to the capital planet of the Dragon Horse Galaxy to take a look? Who knows, we might be able to find something there. Most importantly, we could find a way to frame them for the bombing of the 76th planet. If we could cause internal strife in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it would be a good thing for the Federation. Lan Xuanyu recounted the whole process on the Tenryu star in more detail, how they sneaked in, how they pretended to be members of the Blue Ocean tribe, how they made Bai Xiuxiu use her martial soul true body, how they faked the dragon race, how they exchanged various resources on the Tenryu star and obtained space source crystals, how they participated in the auction, and how they tricked Huan Yuanlang. Other than the last part where he used the space worm to cause internal strife, he recounted the whole process in detail. This was the process that the Federation did not know. They heard the whole process of Lan Xuanyu and the others sneaking in and obtaining their identities. Among the members of the Sea Gods Pavilion present, other than the Pavilion Master and Elder Yi, their eyes were full of splendor. This time, we chose to take leave and come back mainly because we hope to bring back all the resources we obtained this time and hand them over to the Academy. These things can only be used to their fullest potential if they are left in the Academy. Other than the rainbow gold, which is more suitable for my cultivation, I will hand over everything else. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu walked to the long table of the Sea Gods Pavilion and stretched out his hand. The ring of destiny flickered, and silver space source crystals appeared on the table. Each one was the size of a fist and crystal clear. The surrounding space instantly distorted. Tang Miao could not help but stand up. A blue halo rippled out from his body and enveloped the 10 space source crystals, suppressing the spatial fluctuations. It's a space source crystal. Oh my god! This is the first time I've seen such a big space source crystal. Originally, I was wondering why Xianyu was so stupid to give such a big space source crystal to the Federation. I didn't expect him to take back 10 times the amount. Ha ha ha, this time, our Tongmen spatial research will definitely be able to advance by a few levels. The 10 space source crystals shocked the entire Sea God's pavilion. Lan Xuanyu did not take out all the other resources. After all, this was the Sea God's pavilion. It would not be good to mess it up. Lan Xuanyu returned to his previous seat and said respectfully, "That's the specific situation. Seniors, please ask your questions." The master of the Sea God's pavilion glanced at him and said, "If anyone has anything to ask, just ask." The middle-aged man sitting below her looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "From what you said just now, after returning this time, you still plan to return to the Tenryu Star and continue to operate your identity on the Tenryu Star, right?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Yes. The Tenryu Star's resources are simply too rich. If we hide there, especially through transactions, we might be able to obtain even more resources. However, it will be very difficult to obtain space source crystals in the future. This time, the Imperial Sky Race is almost out in full force. I think that the Tenryu Star will still reconcile with them in the end. After all, there is an external enemy, the Federation. The price of space source crystals will definitely rise to an extremely high level in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It will be very difficult to obtain them, but other resources, especially rare metals and mineral resources, should not be difficult. The Federation also wants us to sneak in again, and will provide us with resources in exchange for it. I am confident that I can obtain the greatest benefits. Part of it will be handed over to the Federation, and the other part will be brought back to the Academy and the Tangmen." The middle-aged man continued to ask, "Can you guarantee safety?" After a moment of silence, Lan Xuanyu said, "With our strength, the biggest problem on Tenryu Star is probably safety. After all, it's a place where there are transcendent powerhouses. So, we won't go to Tenryu City for a while. Tenryu Star's Chief Tenryu is a transcendent powerhouse, and he's seen me before. I think he'll definitely recognize me if we're in close contact. But if we only operate in Fenglong City, I'm sure we won't be discovered. Moreover, it's Xiaoxiu on the surface. Her identity as a superior dragon race member will be a great protection for her." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, "There's another reason why we came back this time. We hope to get the Academy's support to improve everyone's strength. Only by becoming stronger could one have a better ability to protect themselves. I think the resources we brought back this time should be able to exchange for a lot of emblems. We hope that the Academy can open up a higher level of inventory for us to exchange for some heaven and earth treasure suitable for our own cultivation. After we improve, we'll go back." The middle-aged man smiled. "That's a good idea, and it's a virtuous cycle. If I remember correctly, the Emerald Demon battleship is with you, right?" Lan Xuanyu nodded. The middle-aged man turned to the master of the Sea God's pavilion and said, "I'm done asking." Meng Fei said, "Xianyu, your idea is very good. But I have to say that what you've done this time is still too risky. This kind of risky operation could put you to death at any time. This is not advisable. Of course, there's no doubt about the credit you've received this time. What I want to know is, how confident are you in this operation before you decided to do this?" Lan Xuanyu said, "The confidence is actually changing all the time. When we decided to go to planet number 76, we were less than 30% confident that we would gain something, but I was more than 80% confident that we could escape unscathed. I have a 90% chance of sneaking into Tenryu Star and escaping unscathed. With the gradual acquisition of identity in Tenryu Star, with the current degree of civil strife on Tenryu Star, there shouldn't be a problem in terms of safety for the time being." The middle-aged man said, "From the whole process he just described, I can see that this child is meticulous, brave, and resourceful. He might have a better grasp of the situation than he said." Meng Fei said, "I'm done with my questions." Wang Tianyu said, "From the looks of it, sneaking into the Tenryu Star, understanding more about the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and obtaining resources is beneficial to us. The Federation didn't know about the Dragon Knights and the Pegasus Knights. This proves that the Dragon Horse Galaxy's lockdown on our information is still very tight. The information that Xianyu brought back this time, in my opinion, is even more valuable than these space source crystals. We already have the advantage in this war, so the Dragon Horse Galaxy shouldn't be able to do anything to us in the short term. First, they had to solve the internal problems. I think the infiltration can continue. Do you have any questions for them? The Sea God Pavilion Master asked. No, Wang Tianyu said. Tang Miao also shook his head, indicating that he had no problem either. Master Shu said, Xian Yu, you said that you sensed that the life core on the Tenryu star is stronger than our eternal tree. This information is very important. Also, you said that there is an unknown power above Tenryu City that seems to be calling out to you, and it is very dangerous. Based on my experience, it is very likely that there is a small space above Tenryu City. With your current strength, don't go near that place. If there is a chance, try to bring back some life energy from Tenryu City. That is a planet that can give birth to transcendent experts. The life energy there will also be very helpful to the eternal tree. Lan Xuanyu said, although we didn't stay on the Tenryu star for long, we have a deep impression of it. However, I have a deep impression of that place. If possible, we can turn that place into our administrative planet. For the Federation, it will definitely be a milestone in development. Especially the Tenryu star and the neighboring Tianma star. The huge resources are simply unimaginable. Eldery said, among the representatives from the Dragon Horse Galaxy who came to negotiate this time, there are 4 transcendent experts. If we want to fight for these 2 planets through war, we have to cross these 4 mountains. Otherwise, they will also have the possibility of destroying the Federation. 4 transcendent experts? Hearing Elder Yi's words, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but be shocked. The strength of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's individuals exceeded his expectations. The Sea God Pavilion Master said indifferently, but this also proves that cultivating on the Tenryu star and Tianma star is beneficial to evolution. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. The Sea God Pavilion Master's meaning was very obvious. In other words, if they had the chance to obtain cultivation resources on the Tenryu star, it was very likely that their strength would increase even faster. Huang Yuanlang had once expressed to Bai Xiuxiu that he would provide her with the method to cultivate to become a dragon knight. There might be many mysteries behind this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but nod and say, unearthing the secrets of the Tenryu star and understanding them is also our important mission. Therefore, Pavilion Master and Seniors, please rest assured. We will not act rashly on the Tenryu star. Compared to destroying, it is more important to understand. Lan Xuanyu also knew that his reputation in this regard was not very good. After all, blowing up a planet would leave a bad impression on others. Just like the fleet, they were also worried. If it's blown up, then it's blown up. It's nothing. If we don't blow it up, are we going to leave it to our enemies and let them grow stronger? The Sea God Pavilion Master said calmly, even in places like the Tenryu star and Tianma star. If we can't obtain them in the end, we might as well destroy them. Cough cough, cough cough. Ilao coughed twice and looked at the Sea God Pavilion Master. The Sea God Pavilion Master suddenly laughed. What? Are you afraid that I will teach the children the wrong things? Don't forget whose son he is. Is he someone I can teach bad things to? Are you all done with your questions? The surrounding members of the Sea God Pavilion all nodded. The Sea God Pavilion Master said, since you are all done, the last one is me. Lan Xuanyu, the Sea God Pavilion has given you an extremely high evaluation for your operation this time. The Academy will fulfill your request just now. The resources you brought back and the merits you obtained. The Academy will exchange them for cultivation resources for you. You will be given according to each of your characteristics. After that, you will return to the 7th Fleet. As for the specific actions, you will decide on your own. That's all. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. He had achieved his goal of returning. The meeting is adjourned. Tianyu, you are in charge of implementing it. The Sea God Pavilion Master stood up. Wang. Tianyu said, yes. The Sea God Pavilion Master looked at Lan Xuanyu again and said, your father's place of seclusion is upstairs. He also knows that you are back. You can go and look for him. Uncle Yu was upstairs? Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Pavilion Master. The Sea God Pavilion Master was the first to walk out under Ilao's accompaniment, followed by the others. When the middle-aged man passed by Lan Xuanyu and the others, he looked at them with admiration and said, "Not bad, I will wait for you to take over in the future." With that, he strode out. Take over? Take over what? Shrek 7 monsters. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. Although there was no discussion about Shrek 7 monsters at this Sea God Pavilion conference, he knew that the 7 of them being able to attend the Sea God Pavilion conference already meant a lot of things. Especially since there were so many resources handed over this time. From Tang Miao's expression, it could be seen how shocked these higher-ups were about the 10 space origin crystals. What could such a contribution be exchanged for? Erming had once said that the Tangmen controlled the real ice fire Yin Yang well. He wondered if he could go there to cultivate and break through to 6 ring. He was also looking forward to what his soul rings would look like after 6 rings. Then wait for me, I'll go see Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu instructed his teammates. Wang Tianyu said, "Second floor, the innermost room on the left." "Thank you, Pavilion Master Wang." Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully and quickly went upstairs. Master Shu watched him go upstairs with a smile and muttered to himself, "How can a golden carp be a fish in a pond? Once it encounters a storm, it will transform into a dragon." The speed of this child's transformation is probably much faster than what we imagined. The Tenryu star might be the springboard for his growth. Lan Xuanyu quickly climbed the stairs and arrived at the 2nd floor of the Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion. The 2nd floor was very quiet. The corridor wasn't wide and there were windows on both sides of the corridor. Outside the windows, golden branches and leaves hung down. Lan Xuanyu turned left and quickly arrived at the innermost room. He knocked lightly on the door. A familiar voice came from inside. "Come in." Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The first thing he saw was a silver glow. His eyes were instantly dazed. The room on the 2nd floor of the Sea God Pavilion was not big, only about 30 square meters. There were no decorations in the room, not even a bed. The giant silver egg stood in the middle of the room, and the lines on it seemed to be clearer than the last time he saw it. Seeing this giant silver egg, Lan Xuanyu suddenly couldn't control his emotions and quickly stepped forward. On one side of the giant egg, Tang Wulin sat cross-legged. He was wearing a loose white robe, and his long blue hair was naturally hanging behind him. When Lan Xuanyu saw him, his first impression was that Uncle Yu's eyes seemed to be clearer and sharper. "Uncle Yu, Teacher Nana, she." Lan Xuanyu's voice choked. Whether it was on the number 76 planet or the Tenryu star, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles he encountered, he could calmly face them. However, when he saw the giant silver egg in front of him, and saw Prince Yu sitting in front of the giant egg, he could no longer control his emotions. Tang Wulin floated up, came in front of Lan Xuanyu, and opened his arms to give him a hug. "Don't worry, everything is going in a good direction. For her, this is not entirely a bad thing." "Yes, yes." Lan Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. Under Prince Yu's hug, his emotions stabilized a lot. "I heard your conversation downstairs just now. You did a good job this time. We humans have an old saying, wealth comes from danger. Taking risks is also a kind of fighting spirit. What I can tell you is, no matter what you do, first consider the worst result. If you can accept the worst result, then do it boldly. Even if you fail, so what? No one can succeed without a hitch, and the process of failure is also the process of improvement. So, follow your heart and do as you wish. Whether it's me or your teacher Nana, we will support you from behind." "Yes, yes." Lan Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. When men communicate with men, even father and son, there will not be so many worries and warnings. There was only support. Tang Wulin said, "You came back this time to improve your cultivation, didn't you? Especially yourself. In the enemy's territory, your current strength is indeed insufficient. When the experts from the Dragon Horse Galaxy came to negotiate, I released my aura and clashed with them once." He could feel their strength. He was indeed very strong. However, the mother planet has me and the eternal tree. It won't be easy for them to destroy it. Every time you break through, especially the later breakthroughs, the more difficult it will be. Therefore, the accumulation of resources was required. The cultivation of any expert was actually like this. It was the same for your grandfather's generation, it was the same for my generation, and it will be the same for you. Other people's breakthroughs could be aided purely by heavenly treasures. But you're different. Do you see the lake outside? I see it. Highly concentrated life energy. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Those are the origin life energy of the Douluo star. It could be said that the life energy of the entire planet was condensed here, and under the effect of the eternal tree, it was accumulated by absorbing the energy in the universe. When it accumulates to a certain extent, the Douluo star might evolve again. And this process is often calculated in tens of thousands of years. 10,000 years ago, we defeated the abyssal plane and allowed the mother planet, whose ecological environment had been severely damaged, to devour the life energy of the abyssal plane. From then on, it was revitalized and evolved. And the evolution of a planet, every step forward will become more difficult. Tenryu star and Tianma star are unique existences in the universe that can give birth to transcendent god-rank powerhouses. Planets like theirs, if they could take another step forward, they could become a divine realm. Of course, the energy required for that step may be 100 times or even 1,000 times more than the life energy they have now. And if our Douluo star wants to reach their level, it is very likely that we will need 10 times or even dozens of times more life energy. This is the difference in the level of life energy in the universe. In your body, a portion of the bloodline flowing in it comes from your great-grandmother. You should already know by now that your grandfather was the former divine king of a generation, see God Tang San. His martial souls are blue-silver grass and clear sky hammer. The blue-silver grass came from your great-grandmother. To be precise, it should be the blue-silver emperor. Therefore, whether it is me or you, we both have a physique that is compatible with life. The place you are now is your great-grandmother's body. In other words, your great-grandmother later turned into the seed of life and gave birth to the eternal tree. Therefore, we are all inextricably linked to the mother planet. This time, my level of life has evolved, and it has also produced a certain amount of reverse nurturing to the mother planet. Your potential is far greater than mine. If one day you can really combine the bloodlines of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King and become the dragon gods again, then you might be able to rebuild the divine realm, and this is something that your teacher Nana and I can't do. According to my estimates, when you break through to 7 ring, you will reach the divine realm. When you break through to 9 ring, you will be comparable to my current strength. And when you reach the peak of 9 ring and complete the final step, it will be the moment when the dragon gods are reborn. I'm telling you all this to tell you that in the near future, when you are constantly breaking through, the most important thing for you is to stay true to your heart. Don't get lost in power. We still have to wait for your grandfather and grandmother to return. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. Grandfather, grandmother? You mean? Tang Wulin nodded slightly. I have already remembered many things, although not everything. But I vaguely remember that part of my ability was personally taught by your grandfather. The divine realm was swept away by the space-time turbulence, but it still exists. I can feel that they are rushing back, and they will definitely return. If our divine realm can return, what is the Dragon Horse Galaxy? Lan Xuanyu said, what is the difference between a divine king and a transcendent? Tang Wulin shook his head silently. I don't know either. But in terms of feeling, if a transcendent is level 120, then a divine king might be level 150. That is an insurmountable chasm. It is a chasm that truly needs the inheritance of the divine king position. Although the essence of the mother planet outside can't make our planet evolve for the time being, its life level has already risen to another level. The resources you brought back this time are enough for you to cultivate in at once. I also hope that you can use this opportunity to feel the mysteries of the evolution of life level. This will be very helpful to you. I've already told the Pavilion Master that your reward is to cultivate here until you complete the breakthrough. Your companions will also receive a list of heaven and earth treasures provided by the Academy, and they can exchange for them on their own. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Tang Wulin raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. You can adjust here first. When I feel that you are ready, I will naturally send you over. Okay. Lan Xuanyu sat down on the spot. Tang Wulin sat beside him. The father and son faced the silver dragon egg in front of them together. On the first floor of the Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu's eyes moved slightly as he said to the 6 people waiting for Lan Xuanyu, "Xian, you will stay here to cultivate. Follow me." The 6 of them looked at each other. Bai Xiuxiu looked upstairs reluctantly, but she still followed Wang Tianyu out. Sitting beside Prince Yu, Lan Xuanyu felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was like a small boat arriving at a port where the wind was blowing, and there was no need to worry anymore. Tang Wulin's body didn't emit any powerful energy fluctuations or vigorous qi and blood. There was only a gentle aura that calmed his heart and soothed his mind. Coupled with the silver dragon egg in front of him, there was also a gentle aura coming from the silver dragon egg. That was the wonderful feeling of the elemental transformation process. Lan Xuanyu's heart quickly calmed down, and even a faint smile appeared on his face. This was the feeling of being together as a family. Although he still couldn't say those 2 words to Tang Wulin, in his heart, he already understood their relationship. Time passed by just like that. His bloodline flowed naturally, and so did his soul power. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu had entered a realm where he forgot everything. Spiritual power, bloodline power, soul power, all of them were restrained. The 3 gods became one. His entire body was changing imperceptibly. But what he didn't feel was that layers of faint golden halos were surging from all directions of the room and landing on his body, like ripples of water, cleansing his body. An unprecedented comfort spread throughout his body, but Lan Xuanyu's aura was quietly changing. When he saw Tang Wulin and the silver dragon egg, his emotions were so fluctuating that he even forgot about the space worm. After an unknown period of time, the bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's body began to rotate faster and faster. The gold and silver in the bloodline vortex began to brighten. A deep and powerful dragon roar resounded in his mind. The clear and impassioned dragon roar resounded in his mind. The spiritual sea and the bloodline vortex naturally communicated, and a bridge seemed to open. Lan Xuanyu's soul power also began to tremble as they communicated with each other. Without a doubt, compared to the last time when he broke through to 5 ring, his accumulation this time was far from enough. He didn't even have much accumulation process. Therefore, when the auras of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King began to tremble and collide, the powerful power hidden in his bloodline gradually awakened. The terrifying aura almost instantly pulled Lan Xuanyu out of his comfort. What replaced it was a tearing pain. At this moment, a refreshing aura silently entered his body from the top of his head. That refreshing feeling flowed through his entire body. It flowed to every corner of his body, and the intense pain that had just appeared was quietly soothed. However, after feeling refreshed, the sharp pain came again. The pain that had been soothed appeared again. Thus, that refreshing feeling appeared once again. It appeared in every corner of Lan Xuanyu's body, as if it was a glue that was specially made to fill in the gaps. It made up for his shortcomings and filled up his deficit. However, he had to bear the brunt of the impact from the 2 completely different forces. Tang Wulin had already opened his eyes. He faced Lan Xuanyu's body and watched as the golden halo falling from Lan Xuanyu's head became more and more rapid and intense. Golden and silver scales had already emerged from Lan Xuanyu's body, appearing on both sides of his body. The rainbow-colored scales on his chest also appeared, causing his aura to become more and more unstable. This breakthrough was considered a forced breakthrough for Lan Xuanyu. According to his original plan, he was supposed to consume more heaven and earth treasures or cultivate in the ice-fire yin-yang well to improve himself. He didn't even think about breaking through this time. Instead, he wanted to use the resources he obtained from the Tenryu star to accumulate. However, the path that Tang Wulin had arranged for him was obviously not like this. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that what he was receiving now was a baptism of the purest and core life energy of the entire Douluo star. Although the bloodline of the dragon gods was powerful, with his current activated state, the Douluo star's life energy was still enough to suppress it. What Tang Wulin wanted to do was to use the life energy of the planet's life energy to improve Lan Xuanyu's life level. Before his body and cultivation reached the god rank, he wanted his life energy to reach the god rank first. Through this method, he could pass the 6-ring stage. This was using the purest life energy of the god rank to cleanse his body. There was no doubt that this was an extremely extravagant act. However, it was worth it for Lan Xuanyu. After Tang Wulin broke through to the transcendent grade, he had been in closed-door cultivation. He was not consolidating his cultivation, but suppressing the last seal in his body. Back then, after he was born, he was sent back to the Douluo continent by his father, Tang San, because during the internal strife in the God realm, the awakened King Jinlong wanted to take advantage of the threat of space-time turbulence to wreak havoc. In the end, he was killed by the God King, Tang San. However, the moment before he was killed, King Jinlong forcefully stripped away all the essence in his body and fused it into the body of the newly born Tang Wulin. He wanted to make Tang Wulin explode. At the critical moment, Tang San placed 18 seals on Tang Wulin's body. Only then did he seal King Jinlong's power. However, if he continued to absorb immortal spirit energy in the God realm, the seals would still not be able to protect his body. That was why he was sent to the Douluo continent to gradually absorb King Jinlong's power. Of course, Tang San also had another idea, and that was, if the God realm was swept away by the space-time turbulence and eventually shattered, at least the bloodline would be able to survive. Tang Wulin's entire life could be said to have been fighting against the bloodline power that King Jinlong had injected into his body. He constantly absorbed King Jinlong's power, but he had to suppress the crazy will from King Jinlong. Until the time when he was sealed in eternal ice with Gu Yuna, he had only broken 16 seals. The last 2 seals were extremely dangerous. After 10,000 years of accumulation, in order to save Gu Yuna, he finally chose to break through the 17th seal. After breaking through, he had a deeper understanding of the power of the God realm. The transcendent God realm was equivalent to the level of a first god in the God realm. After the dragon gods were defeated, they were split into 2 by the Azura god with the Azura sword, becoming King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. The dragon gods were undoubtedly existences at the peak of the God King realm. Even after being split into 2, King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King were still close to the God King realm in their heyday, much stronger than a first god. However, whether it was Tang Wulin or Gu Yuna, neither dared to reach that level. Because there was a possibility that they would lose control because they were not complete power. Without the God realm, no matter how high the energy level of the world was, a first god was the limit. This was one of the laws of the universe. If one wanted to enter the God King realm, they would need a real God realm and a God seat. If Tang Wulin continued to break through the 18th seal, the first thing he would face was the final backlash from King Jinlong's remnant consciousness. It was almost impossible to resist. Then, if his cultivation broke through to the first God realm, he would be rejected by the entire universe. Without a God seat as a coordinate, he would only end up self-destructing. Although Gu Yuna had not yet entered the first God realm, that was the best she could do. Although she would not be in danger of going crazy, if she broke through to a higher level, she would also be rejected by the universe. Tang Wulin was beginning to feel this way. Lan Xuanyu was different. In Lan Xuanyu's body, there were both the bloodlines of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. Normally, these 2 bloodlines would be enough to make him explode when he was young. Fortunately, he met Nana, who helped him stabilize these 2 bloodlines with the spinning straight technique. In the process of growth, he constantly absorbed, transformed, and fused them into his own power. The colorful energy in the center of his bloodline vortex was an existence formed by the fusion of these 2 bloodlines. Although it was not the true power of the dragon gods, this kind of energy was enough to give him a chance to become a dragon god. The dragon gods were different. The dragon god's god seat had always been there. It was in the core of the dragon gods. Moreover, the dragon gods were peak god kings, equivalent to the god of creation who created the God realm. If Lan Xuanyu could really take that step in the future, even if the universe rejected him, it was possible for him to establish a God realm. This starfield needed a God world. Only Tang Wulin knew Lan Xuanyu's true potential the best, so he decided to build a God rank foundation for him at all costs. Even if the eternal tree wasn't transformed from Lan Xuanyu's great-grandmother, the eternal tree, the core of life of Douluo planet, was willing to do the same. If Lan Xuanyu became a divine king, then his life source would come from Douluo planet. There was no doubt that he would use Douluo planet as the foundation to birth a divine realm. Douluo planet would be the central planet under the jurisdiction of the divine realm he was born in, and he would no longer have to worry about the danger of life withering away. Before Lan Xuanyu returned, Tang Wulin had already made this decision as his memories gradually recovered. Looking at Lan Xuanyu in front of him, Tang Wulin's eyes were gentle and warm. Son. This was his son. He really wanted him to be by his side all the time, waiting for Nana to wake up together. He wanted to find a quiet place and live a good life. He wanted to watch him get married, have children, and live every day peacefully. The misfortunes of the past might have all come for today's happiness. If one day, Dad, Mom, and Sister could return with the divine realm, that would be the most perfect thing. Eternal Sky City. You are now official disciples of the inner court. Each of you can have your own room here. Wang Tianyu pointed to the wooden houses on the hill. These eternal tree houses are connected to the eternal tree and have the purest life energy that can nourish your bodies. It was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. The reason why the number of inner court disciples in the academy is limited is because of the number of eternal tree houses. Currently, there are only 88 eternal tree houses. Therefore, in fact, it is impossible to accommodate all the members of the 33 wings of heaven. But the academy can't go back on its word. After they return, you can take turns to cultivate in the treehouses. Bai Xiuxiu and the others came to their senses and could see Wang Tianyu's helplessness. Wang Tianyu said, "This time, you have made a great contribution. The value of those 10 space origin crystals is immeasurable. The academy doesn't know how many emblems to exchange for them. What I can promise you now is that the academy's treasury will be open to you. Each of you will be able to choose a heaven and earth treasure that is most suitable for your cultivation." Bai Xiuxiu looked at Wang Tianyu and said, "Pavilion Master, is it the 33 of us?" She was the one who understood Lan Xuanyu's thoughts the most. After the graduation exam, Lan Xuanyu had said that everyone would have to rely on themselves in the future. However, if everyone else had to rely on themselves, would Lan Xuanyu really have to work so hard? Planet number 76, Tenryu Star. These places are full of danger, but also full of opportunities. Did he fight for these opportunities just so that the 7 of them could cultivate? The corner of Wang Tianyu's mouth twitched, but he still nodded. Yes, each of you can choose one. Just from the value of space source crystals alone, each one of them was a priceless treasure that couldn't be measured in terms of value. The Shrek Academy and Tangmen had a strong foundation and a long history, so their foundation was naturally incomparable to any other force. However, taking out 33 types of top-notch heaven and earth treasures at once was not an easy thing to do. If it weren't for the foundation of Tongmen's Ice-Fire Yin-Yang Well, it would have been impossible. Lan Xuanyu led the wings of the 33 heavens and was gradually proving to the academy that they were worthy of the academy's investment. When the Douluo Federation obtained a space source crystal, it was as if they had obtained a treasure. What's more, the academy and Tangmen obtained 10 this time. These 10 space source crystals were enough for them to make epoch-making progress in the research of spatial attributes. For the Imperial Sky Race, 10 of these space source crystals might only be equivalent to one warship. They completely regarded the space source crystals as consumables. But the sole technology of the Douluo Federation was a completely different concept. How could consumables compare to it? That was why the academy had gritted their teeth and promised them so many resources. This was what Lan Xuanyu and the others had done. This time, the information that Lan Xuanyu brought back about the Tenryu Star was equally important to the academy. The Tenryu Star and the Dragon Horse Galaxy were not only rich in minerals. With the strong life energy of the Tenryu Star, there would definitely be a lot of heaven and earth treasures. In the future, the good things that could be obtained from the Tenryu Star might even be able to benefit the academy. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, they should fully support these children now. When the master of the Sea God's Pavilion instructed Wang Tianyu, he had told him that he would satisfy whatever these children wanted. "Follow me to the treasury to choose now," Wang Tianyu said to the 6 of them. Bai Xiuxiu shook his head and said, "Pavilion Master, can we wait for Xianyu to come out before going together?" Wang Tianyu said, "He probably doesn't need to choose any heaven and earth treasures. But if you guys are willing to wait for him, that's fine too. But he should still need some time." "It's okay, we'll wait for him," Tang Yuga said. Although each of them actually knew what kind of heaven and earth treasure they should need, Lan Xuanyu had a treasure-hunting beast. The treasure-hunting beast could definitely find the best things in the Tongmen's treasury. In the sea god's pavilion, Lan Xuanyu's breathing was not stable at this time, but it was very regular. After his breathing was rapid for a while, it would fall into a steady process, then rapid and steady again. Under the deliberate guidance of Tang Wulin, his Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines began to collide in his body again. The destructive power caused by the collision was constantly smoothed out by the life energy of the eternal tree. During this process of recovery and destruction, the rich life energy also began to soak into Lan Xuanyu's body from all directions. In the past 6 years, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation process was actually more important than absorbing the life energy from the eternal tree. The water of the sea god lake and the endless life fruit were all brought by the eternal tree. Therefore, he was the most intimate and familiar with the life energy of the eternal tree. The life energy cleansed his body again and again. Gradually, a faint dragon roar began to resound in Lan Xuanyu's body. Tang Wulin's divine sense had been surrounding his body, silently sensing the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body. During this breakthrough process, the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body were the most intense. Using his divine sense to sense it, he could clearly feel the state of his body and every change. A faint smile gradually appeared on Tang Wulin's face. Lan Xuanyu's situation was better than he had imagined. If a soul master wanted to cultivate to a stronger level, the first thing they had to do was to build a solid foundation. The foundation was very important. Lan Xuanyu did very well in this aspect. From the beginning, he had broken through with Nana's help and guidance. Step by step, he had accumulated knowledge in the Shrek Academy. Every step he took was very solid. When he broke through to the 5th ring, he had almost exhausted the life energy of the ice-fire yin-yang well of the Douluo planet's soul beasts. If not for the nourishment of the treasure-seeking beast's immortal spirit energy, it would have been destructive. Big Ming allowed him to do this because he was Tang Wulin's son. He trusted him unconditionally. At this time, Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation had not accumulated to the peak of the 5th ring, but after the infusion of life energy, under the stimulation of this god-level life energy, the power of his bloodline could actually reverse on its own. In the process of continuous destruction, it was as if it was squeezing, producing soul power, causing his soul power fluctuations to continue to rise. Tang Wulin gradually understood that Lan Xuanyu's bloodline had the existence of the blue-silver grass. His own grandmother, Lan Xuanyu's great-grandmother, was originally a blue-silver emperor. The bloodlines of the Jinlong King and the Silver Dragon King were naturally extremely domineering, and the blue-silver grass in Lan Xuanyu's body had the effect of a mediator, balancing the two powerful bloodlines. While they were opposing each other, they also had a place where they reached the same goal. The biggest characteristic of golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass was that they were both blue-silver grass. Even if they were mutated, they still had blue-silver grass genes in them. As Lan Xuanyu became stronger and stronger, the two bloodlines continued to awaken, and the foundation of the blue-silver grass also became stronger. Lan Xuanyu's life affinity physique didn't come from the twin dragon bloodline, but from the blue-silver grass. At this moment, when he was baptized by the eternal tree's god-level life energy, the moderating effect of the blue-silver grass was constantly strengthening. Therefore, the pain Lan Xuanyu was suffering now was less than Tang Wulin's judgment. To Lan Xuanyu, this was undoubtedly a very good state. His soul power was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Lan Xuanyu's soul power had risen to the peak of 5 ring. To him, soul power was only a small part of his strength. The fusion of bloodline power and soul power was his entire strength. The collision of the two bloodlines also became more and more intense with the increase of soul power. Xianyu, concentrate and suppress your soul power. Don't break through. Control it. The more you accumulate, the easier it will be for you to bear it after breaking through. Tang Wulin's voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea. Lan Xuanyu naturally also noticed the changes in his body. He had cultivated for so many years, but he had never seen his soul power cultivation increase so quickly. This increase in soul power wasn't superficial at all. Instead, it was extremely dense. It was transformed from pure life energy. This life energy was constantly nourishing his body. Although the collision between the Jinlong King bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline brought a great burden to his body. However, in the process of being destroyed, every time the life energy repaired, it seemed to be pushing through the old and bringing forth new things. He felt as if he was shedding his skin, shedding his mortal body. The pain was still there, but this pain was completely within his tolerance. Even though he didn't know how Tang Wulin had done it, he knew that this cultivation process was even more perfect than what he had envisioned. His heart was unprecedentedly firm because the two people outside were the people closest to him. With them by his side, Lan Xuanyu's faith was unprecedentedly strong. I want to protect Teacher Nana. I want to be with them all the time. Sitting there, his body did not sway in the slightest. Even though he was enduring extreme pain, his will was firm and did not tremble in the slightest. It gave off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. Even Tang Wulin could not help but nod his head at his determination. He himself had suffered the pain of King Jinlong's bloodline raging in his body, so he knew very well what it felt like when the bloodline power exploded in his body. The fact that Lan Xuanyu was able to endure all of this with such determination made Tang Wulin understand that this child would definitely be able to complete his breakthrough today. His body didn't have enough energy, so he replenished it with the Eternal Tree's life energy. But if his willpower was not firm enough, no one could help him. And it turned out that he did it, and he did it very well. Time passed minute by minute under this baptism of life energy. Lan Xuanyu's body gradually became transparent. One could see with the naked eye that the golden and silver energies were constantly restless and colliding in his body. Lan Xuanyu's body gradually became brighter, emitting a rich aura of life. He was trying hard to suppress his soul power, not letting it take that step. And in his body, the life energy that was accumulating was becoming denser and denser. It was to the extent that the collision between King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King's energy began to become a little difficult, because the life energy was almost like a swamp, becoming thicker and denser in Lan Xuanyu's body. The 7 colored scales on his chest increased piece by piece. The speed of increase was not fast, but it was very stable. The longer the suppression, the more intense the pain for Lan Xuanyu would undoubtedly be. But he remained motionless. He firmly believed that everything Uncle Yu said was correct, and he tried his best to suppress it. The speed at which his body was being destroyed became faster and faster, and the life energy was still crazily pouring into Lan Xuanyu's body. If one was outside the golden tree, they would be able to see that golden halos were rushing towards the second floor. Although it was not enough to shake the entire life system of the Eternal Tree, it was still watched by all the higher-ups of the Shrek Academy. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion was by the lake, looking in the direction of the ancient golden tree. Izichin stood beside her. Pavilion Master, isn't this a little too much? This is consuming the most fundamental power of the Eternal Tree. It's fine. That's his son. Whether it's the Academy, the Tangmen, or even the entire Federation, they all owe him. Without him, Douluo planet might not have existed 10,000 years ago. It's just life energy. The Eternal Tree also belongs to his family, and he knows what he's doing. Izichin said, Xuanyu, this child's growth speed is faster than expected. If he continues to develop like this, he will soon be able to hold his own. Should we not let him take too many risks? The master of the Sea God's Pavilion shook her head and said, if it was before Wulin returned, it might be considered a risk. Now that Wulin is back, the risk no longer exists. Suddenly, a passionate dragon's roar came from the second floor of the Sea God's Pavilion. The dragon's roar reverberated, and a faint light bloomed. In the next moment, a figure had already flown out of the window and out of the treehouse. It was a dragon with 7 colored scales all over its body, and its body was about 7 to 8 meters long. As soon as it flew out, it immediately flipped in the air, as if it was enduring immense pain. On its body, golden and silver light intersected and flickered. The 2 light shadows also appeared in the shape of a dragon, and they clashed with each other, causing the 7 colored scales on its body to constantly change and switch between gold and silver. Ong, the painful dragon's roar echoed, and ripples appeared on the lake of life below. With a plop, the 7 colored dragon fell into the lake, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, another figure flew out and arrived above the lake. It was Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin glanced in the direction of the master of the sea god's pavilion, and nodded lightly at her. Then, he focused his attention on the Lake of Life. The Lake of Life churned violently, and the little rainbow true dragon's figure tumbled in it, causing turbulent waves. Suddenly, its head popped out of the water, and it let out a long roar. The colorful light on its body instantly became more intense. A light shadow also rushed out from its forehead. It was the treasure-seeking beast. The treasure-seeking beast floated above the dragon's head, and its hands formed a circle. Immediately, the Lake of Life began to ripple violently, and a colorful mist began to condense in the surroundings. However, what shocked the master of the sea god's pavilion was that when the colorful mist condensed, the Lake of Life began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the water level continued to decrease. Drops of colorful liquid gradually formed in the mist, and dripped onto the little rainbow true dragon's head. Every drop of colorful liquid that dripped onto the dragon's body made the colorful halo on its body become more intense. Tang Wulin frowned slightly, and raised his hand, but in the end, he did not stop the treasure-seeking beast. He turned his head again to look in the direction of the master of the sea god's pavilion. The master of the sea god's pavilion was also looking at him, and said in a low voice, "Let him be. This is what the Academy owes you. As long as the eternal tree can withstand it." They all knew what the treasure-seeking beast was doing. The Lake of Life's water was the purest source of life energy that the eternal tree had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, the liquid form of God-level life energy. This was equivalent to the foundation of the entire mother planet. Originally, Tang Wulin's idea was to let Lan Xuanyu break through in the Lake of Life, and absorb the pure life energy here to strengthen his foundation, and achieve a god-level physique. However, the treasure-seeking beast's method was even more ruthless. It did not care where this energy came from, as long as it was good for Lan Xuanyu, it would definitely do it. It refined the god-level life energy here, and refined it into even purer immortal spiritual energy to nourish Lan Xuanyu's body. The immortal spiritual energy that it refined from the Lake of Life was really equivalent to the immortal spiritual energy in the God realm. However, the consumption of life energy was undoubtedly enormous, and could even be said to be very wasteful. Only the most essential part was condensed, and the rest of the life energy dissipated. Although it was absorbed by the eternal tree, it would be very costly to convert it back. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be treated like this. Because whether it was the Shrek Academy or the eternal tree itself, they would not agree. The treasure-seeking beast had this ability, but it was weak, and anyone present could kill it with a casual slap. The rainbow dragon's body kept growing under the nourishment of the immortal spiritual energy, and the scales on its body became more and more crystal clear. The gold and silver dragon shadows on its body were almost instantly suppressed, and disappeared into its body. However, in just a short while, the Lake of Life's water level dropped by more than a foot. "That's enough," Tang Wulin said in a deep voice. Although his heart was with his son, the eternal tree was the core of life on the mother planet. If it consumed too much, it would affect the entire mother planet's environment. The treasure-hunting beast grinned and clapped its hands. The colorful mist in the air instantly dispersed and drifted towards the golden tree. When the colorful chi entered the ancient golden tree trembled slightly. Its originally bright golden body suddenly emitted a strange energy fluctuation. A faint multicolored halo flashed and disappeared. The water in the Lake of Life rippled slightly. This is, the master of the sea god's pavilion and Tang Wulin both felt it. Even Eldery felt it a little. The life level of the Tree of Eternity seemed to have improved a little at this moment. One had to know that this was something that the eternal tree itself could not do. Everyone looked at the treasure-hunting beast in a different light. Of course, they understood what this meant. If there was enough life energy and the treasure-hunting beast continued to transfer it to the eternal tree might transform again. Of course, this was only in theory. Because the amount of life energy required would be astronomical, and it was not something that the Lake of Life could do. But even if the eternal tree's life level was increased by a little, Douluo planet's absorption of energy in the universe would increase. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the eternal tree. Of course, it would need to consume the life energy that it had accumulated for 10,000 years. This life energy source was the Shrek Academy's most important asset. It could increase one's cultivation and save lives. Naturally, it could not consume all of it. But if it could help the eternal tree to increase its life level within a certain range, it would accumulate life energy faster in the future. In a flash, everyone's thoughts turned. The treasure-hunting beast raised its head proudly. When it was in the god realm, it was the manager of all the immortal herbs. It managed the immortal herb nursery for the dragon gods. The eternal tree was the core of life on Douluo planet, but in the god realm, plants of this level were not rare. Although the treasure-hunting beast was far from recovering to its peak, if it wanted to help the eternal tree, it could still do it. Lan Xuanyu, who had transformed into a colorful little dragon, silently sank to the bottom of the lake. The treasure-seeking beast shook its body and turned into a beam of light, giving chase. Tang Wulin floated down from the shore and looked at the lake of life, which was more than a foot lower. He asked the master of the sea god's pavilion beside him, "What do you think?" The master of the sea god's pavilion frowned and said, "A certain degree of transformation will be helpful." Tang Wulin nodded. The upgrade of the Tree of Eternity is very important in the long run. I didn't expect the little guy in Xianyu's body to be so strong. The master of the sea god's pavilion said, "Let's do some calculations after he finishes cultivating." The lake of life couldn't be used up too much either. It was like the bank of all life forms on the mother planet. Once it was used up to a certain extent, it would cause all life forms to panic and cause the life system to collapse. The lake of life was about 3 meters deep, and it couldn't be lower than 70%. Furthermore, the Academy had the possibility of mobilizing them at any time. Therefore, the Tree of Eternity could only be improved by 1 foot at most. However, the conversion process is too wasteful. Just this once, don't do it again. The next time Xianyu breaks through, think of another way. Tang Wulin said. The master of the sea god's pavilion said, "Don't go to the ice fire in Yang well either. A large part of the life energy in the lake of life came from there. Let him go to another place to wreak havoc. It would be best if he went to the Tenryu star to wreak havoc." The corner of Tang Wulin's mouth twitched, but he still nodded. Lan Xuanyu himself wasn't too much of a disaster, but he couldn't handle the treasure-seeking beast. The process of its transformation was a terrifying consumption for the Tree of Eternity. If it wasn't for the upgrade of the Tree of Life, the master of the sea god's pavilion would have slapped it to death. Tenryu star. Tang Wulin narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Let your son wreak havoc. This kid is simply a jinx. Wherever he goes, he wreaks havoc. I heard from Little Tree that he also wreaked havoc on Sanluo planet. Big Ming and Erming, the 2 seniors, both pinched their noses and endured it. This is your son. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to death. As long as I'm alive, no one can hurt him, Tang Wulin said calmly. You really don't plan to come back and take control of the Sea God's Pavilion? The main seat has already been reserved for you. Whether it's our academy or the Tangmen, no one has any objections. The Sea God's Pavilion meeting didn't actually belong to the Shrek Academy. It was equivalent to the highest decision-making meeting between the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Tang Wulin shook his head. There's no need to complicate matters. The Federation is already wary of us. I don't want to do too much either. I just want to be with them. If possible, it would be best if I didn't care about anything. You've become lazy, the master of the Sea God's Pavilion said in a strange voice. Maybe. I just want to enjoy some family time now. Don't forget, I'm already more than 10,000 years old. Tang Wulin smiled. Are you reminding me that I'm old? So what if I'm more than 10,000 years old? I've never felt that I'm old. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion snorted. Yes, I've never felt that you're old because your temper is no different from before. You're the craziest woman I've ever met. Even I'm afraid of you. Do you want to die, Tang Wulin? The master of the Sea God's Pavilion said through gritted teeth. I'm going back to cultivate. Tang Wulin's figure flashed and disappeared from her side in the next instant. Humph. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion snorted and disappeared as well. Only Izichin was left standing on the shore, somewhat helpless. Deep in the lake of life. The 7-colored dragon, whose body was already more than 12 meters long, stretched its body. The colorful wings on its back opened and closed, constantly absorbing the rich life energy to replenish itself. Gradually, its huge body began to shrink inward, and it returned to its human form. It was none other than Tang Wulin. At this moment, his chest and abdomen were completely covered in 7 colored scales. Even more than half of his back was covered in colorful scales. The energy aura emanating from his body was very stable. Faint, colorful streams of air surrounded his body. His right arm had already turned golden, and brilliant golden scales covered it. However, the light on his left arm flickered unsteadily. The treasure-seeking beast silently came out of Lan Xuanyu's body again. This time, it wasn't the only one that came out. With a flash of silver light, the fleshy space worm also came out. She and the treasure-seeking beast looked at each other. The treasure-seeking beast pouted at her, and then pounced on Lan Xuanyu's left arm. A gentle silver light was instantly released from its body, and merged into Lan Xuanyu's arm. Silver scales silently drilled out, and soon, they were covered with silver scales. The space worm seemed to be a little tired. It fell from Lan Xuanyu's hand, and was caught by the treasure-seeking beast. With a flash of light, it went back between Lan Xuanyu's eyebrows and disappeared. Lan Xuanyu had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have been constantly fighting. Suddenly, he became a Hercules with infinite strength, and then he became an elemental controller who released countless elemental powers. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, he was finally exhausted. A heart-wrenching pain came, and he felt as if his entire body had been shattered into dust. At this moment, a mysterious force glued his body back together. It was as if he had been enlightened, and everything about him was nourished. The intense pain instantly turned into comfort, and that moment of sublimation caused his entire being to fall into a blank state. He gently moved his fingers, and his consciousness gradually returned. When Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes, what appeared before him was a clear green color. Lan Xuanyu blinked. He gently moved his body, and in the next instant, he had already broken out of the water. An indescribable feeling of lightness spread throughout his body, and everything around him seemed to have become clearer. He could even see the expressions of the life spirits floating in the air and feel their emotional fluctuations. He looked down at his hands. His skin was sparkling and translucent, and he could faintly see a faint golden liquid flowing through his blood vessels. It was different. Everything seemed to have changed. Here, he was like a monarch who could control all the life energy around him. His thoughts didn't just appear here, but could even feel everything in Eternal Sky City. He took a step forward and floated ashore. Did I break through? Did I break through? Xianyu, come. Tang Wulin's voice sounded in his mind. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked up and saw Tang Wulin standing beside the bed on the 2nd floor of the Sea God's Pavilion. With just a slight thought, his body flew up, and he no longer needed to control the wind. In the next instant, he had already passed through the window and landed in front of Tang Wulin. Put on your clothes first. Tang Wulin smiled. Lan Xuanyu was embarrassed, and only then did he realize that his clothes had disappeared during his breakthrough. He hurriedly took out a set of clothes from the Ring of Fate and put them on. For you, this breakthrough is an evolution of your life level. Tang Wulin smiled and said, in a sense, your life level has already reached the divine realm under the nourishment of the eternal tree's life essence. That's why you were able to withstand the conflict between the 2 bloodlines when breaking through to the 6th ring, and also break through relatively smoothly. I'm already at the 6th ring? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Yes. However, the sudden increase is too great. If you want to master this power, you need to keep practicing. You can take advantage of this time to stay with me, and I'll help you cultivate and control it. Okay. Lan Xuanyu was a little excited and eager to try. He also wanted to know what level he had reached after his breakthrough. Tang Wulin pondered for a moment and said, also, is there something in your body that has spatial attributes? According to the sequence, your 6th ring, the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, should have awakened the darkness attribute, but this time, you awakened the space attribute. A space attribute existence? Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized. How could I have forgotten about her? Originally, I wanted to bring her to you and ask you to take care of and feed her for me. As he spoke, he summoned the treasure-hunting beast in his heart. Seeing the treasure-hunting beast, Tang Wulin couldn't help but frown. He laughed and said, "Your servant has surprised us before." The treasure-hunting beast chuckled and nodded at Tang Wulin flatteringly. In a sense, Tang Wulin was half its master. But how smart was it? If it had to choose, it would definitely follow Lan Xuanyu, who might become the dragon gods in the future. Judging from Lan Xuanyu's current cultivation speed and breakthroughs, this possibility was getting bigger and bigger. "Let the lazy bug out," Lan Xuanyu said to the treasure-hunting beast. "Is she the one who awakened my sixth soul ring to the space attribute?" The treasure-hunting beast nodded and said, "I told her to do so. I thought that you would need to go undercover in the future, and the space attribute would be more helpful to you. You won't be able to break through to the next level in a short period of time, so it's more useful to awaken the space attribute first." Lan Xuanyu nodded. Indeed, if he could smoothly control the space attribute, it would be more useful in terms of safety. Tang Wulin also agreed. Space and time are the most mysterious existences in the universe. Even I don't dare to say that I have truly mastered the ability to control space. If your sixth soul ring awakens the darkness attribute, after gathering the 6 basic elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness, your fighting strength will increase by a bit. The advantage of awakening the space attribute first is that the space attribute is an evolved attribute of the basic elements, and its level is higher than the 6 basic elements. It will be very beneficial for your self-protection. Furthermore, if you comprehend the space attribute earlier, it will be more helpful for your future growth after you enter the god rank. Lan Xuanyu said, "Uncle Yu, I've always been very curious. If Teacher Nana can control 9 elements, then the first 7 are water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. Then what are the 8th and 9th elements?" Tang Wulin said seriously, "They are destruction and creation. Or rather, destruction and life. These are the beginning and end of the universe, and are the most mysterious elements. Even Nana didn't completely master these 2 elements. 10,000 years ago, she could only master the first 7 elements. Creation and destruction, these 2 elements, it's possible for her to master either one first. The reason why I said that it wasn't completely a bad thing for her to sink into the star this time was because I felt that she seemed to have comprehended the concept of creation. When she wakes up, she might be able to enter that realm. From there, she will rise to the level of a transcendent god." Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, "Creation and destruction?" Tang Wulin said, "The true meaning of creation and destruction can only be fully controlled by the God King level." Why were the dragon gods split into King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King? In a sense, King Jinlong represents the power of destruction of the dragon gods, and Silver Dragon King represents the power of creation. I have also slightly felt some of the mysteries of destruction now. If Nana can master the mystery of creation, when you break through in the future, we will do everything we can to help you complete it." Lan Xuanyu let out a long breath and said to the treasure-hunting beast beside him, "Where's the little lazy bug?" "It's asleep." The treasure-hunting beast was also a little helpless. With a flash of light, the little lazy bug appeared in its hand and was held by it. The little lazy bug had no intention of waking up at all. Silver light flowed on its body, and it was very strange. Lan Xuanyu said, "Uncle Yu, the little lazy bug is very important, so I didn't tell the academy. On planet number 76, we actually..." He told him the origin of the space worm. Listening to his story, Tang Wulin couldn't help but be a little stunned. Tang Wulin asked himself. He was considered a daring existence in the past, but his daring was built on the foundation of Douluo. This son of his was really something. He took away the space origin of the Imperial Sky Tribe and even blew up their place. I don't know where to put her so that she won't be discovered. But there is no doubt that after she is fed, she will definitely be able to produce space origin crystals in the future. Her food is magic silver, and I brought a lot of it this time. It should be enough for her to eat for a while. I think only you have the ability to do this. She is very important, so you can decide whether to tell the academy about her existence or not. As for where to let her live, I don't know." Tang Wulin looked at the space worm in front of him and thought for a moment, then said, "It will be very difficult to hide her spatial fluctuations. It should be the space origin, and it is very likely that it has existed since the birth of the universe. It should have a very important position in the God realm back then, and was one of the foundations of the God realm. I didn't expect it to be wandering outside. We have to protect it. If your grandfather comes back with the God realm in the future, let it return to the God realm. It will also be very beneficial to the God realm. As for where to put it now, I have an idea. The best way to hide its aura is to have a separate space. Let's put it in the Seven Holy Abyss. The Seven Holy Abyss is already in an unstable state due to the loss of destructive power. Putting the space worm there will be enough to stabilize it again, and it can also cultivate there for a long time. I will tell the Academy about this, but only the Master of the Sea God's Pavilion. This will be the Academy's biggest secret. Okay. Lan Xuanyu took out all the magic silver he brought back. He handed it over to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin said, "You just broke through, feel the changes in your body first. Your companions are waiting for you in Sky City. After you rest for a day, come back and find me. I'll start to familiarize you with your newly promoted strength." Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed and handed the space worm to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin waved his hand and disappeared with the space worm and magic silver. Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough this time actually caused a huge loss to the Academy, and it could even be said that it caused the mother planet to lose a lot of life energy. But the space worm he brought back was enough to make up for all of this. The space worm allowed the Imperial Sky Tribe to become one of the top 10 existences in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, and more importantly, it was the source of space. The effect it could have in the human world would definitely be far greater than in the Imperial Sky Tribe. The Imperial Sky Tribe could rely on it to give birth to a true god-level powerhouse with the spatial attribute. What about the Shrek Academy? Tang Wulin left, and Lan Xuanyu naturally had no need to stay any longer. Walking out of the Sea God's Pavilion, his consciousness connected with the surrounding life aura, and was naturally sent out of the Lake of Life area, arriving at Eternal Sky City outside. Breathing in the fresh air, he looked at the clouds and mist. Lan Xuanyu felt like a brand new person. He himself did not expect that the promotion this time would be so fast and so smooth. Although there was a painful process, compared to before, it did not become more intense. Whether it was spiritual power or soul power, both had a leap in improvement. Although he had not yet tried to fight, he could feel the changes in himself. Compared to before, his spiritual power had improved a lot, and in Eternal Sky City, his thoughts could even easily extend to every place. Some places where he encountered obstacles seemed to be blocked by the opponent's powerful spiritual power, so he could not explore clearly. And all those whose spiritual power was weaker than his would be under his perception. He cast his gaze toward the mountain of trees, then gently tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and rose into the air. A soft dragon's roar naturally flowed out of his body. To his surprise, he discovered that his bloodline seemed to have come alive. The reason why he was able to let out a dragon's roar on his own was that he was still not in control of his own abilities. Quietly landing in front of a wooden house, Lan Xuanyu knocked on the door. The door opened and Bai Xiuxiu poked her head out. When she saw Lan Xuanyu, she was pleasantly surprised. Lan Xuanyu leaned over and gently kissed her forehead. Bai Xiuxiu was shocked. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but for some reason, her movement slowed down at that moment. Or rather, Lan Xuanyu's movements were a little too fast, and she couldn't react at all. Lan Xuanyu himself was also somewhat stunned. In that instant, he seemed to have felt something. The control of the spatial attribute? It seemed to be more than that. It seemed to have miraculously blended with his own spiritual power. How annoying. Bai Xiuxiu raised her hand and lightly punched his chest. However, she could also feel that Lan Xuanyu seemed to have changed. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "No." Bai Xiuxiu blushed slightly. She felt a little strange at this moment. Lan Xuanyu seemed to have turned into a furnace. In front of him, she didn't have any resistance at all. Her heart started to beat faster. She was a little worried that if she really let him in, something would happen between the two of them. "Everyone is waiting for you to help choose the heaven and earth treasure. Let's go quickly." Bai Xiuxiu grabbed his hand and flew up in a panic. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, "What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Why do I feel like you're a little afraid of me?" Bai Xiaoxiao turned to look at him. "Can you tell what I'm thinking?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "I can't, but I can feel the changes in your emotions." Bai Xiaoxiao said, "I don't know what's going on either, but the fluctuations in your bloodline have a very strong effect on me. I feel like I can't control myself." Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood and said, "I just broke through, so I still can't control my own power. I'll try to suppress it." As he spoke, he slowed down the flow of his bloodline vortex and set up a barrier with his spiritual power to isolate the aura of the dragon core. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the two of them had already landed on the square in front of Tree Mountain. Lan Xuanyu's lips moved, and he said something in the direction of Tree Mountain. Immediately, the doors of a few rooms on Tree Mountain opened, and his companions flew out and landed on the square. Before everyone arrived, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned over to Lan Xuanyu's ear and whispered, "Actually, it's quite good to be able to sense your bloodline. Senior Infernal Queen said that if I cultivate with you in the future, it will be of great help to the improvement and purification of my bloodline. However, don't let me sense the strength of your bloodline. It's like a furnace, making me feel like a moth flying into a flame." Lan Xuanyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "A moth flying into a flame? Throwing yourself into my arms? That's quite good. Pooey. How thick-skinned." Bai Xiaoxiao punched him again. At this moment, everyone had already landed in front of Lan Xuanyu. When they saw Lan Xuanyu, they could clearly sense that there was something different about Lan Xuanyu. Although he was standing there, he gave off an illusory feeling, as if he was not a real entity. "Boss, did you break through?" Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu curiously. "Yes. Do you want to try?" Lan Xuanyu smiled. He and Qianlei were the strongest in the team. After Qianlei broke through to 7 ring, the golden behemoth underwent a qualitative change, and its strength was extremely great. Lan Xuanyu could barely fight it to a draw previously. Qianlei smiled. "Sure. I feel like I'm bursting with strength recently." As he spoke, he had already reached out his hand to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu reached out his right hand, and the two clasped hands and exerted strength at the same time. A ferocious aura that originated from the wilderness suddenly erupted from Qianlei's body. It was the aura of the golden behemoth. The bloodline dragon roar that had appeared on Lan Xuanyu's body before also sounded. Two powerful forces appeared on their palms at the same time. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's pupils suddenly turned vertical. Qianlei's body almost instantly collapsed. He only felt a huge force that he could not resist suddenly suppressing him. The golden behemoth's ferocious aura that he usually needed to suppress actually melted away in an instant. He could even feel Fatty Jin's trembling. It seemed to have appeared after it felt Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar. Lan Xuanyu instantly withdrew his strength, and Qianlei did not fall to the ground. "So strong?" Qianlei said in surprise. "I can't resist at all, not even for a moment." "Boss, your strength is too terrifying." Lan Xuanyu looked at his right hand. The golden scales on his right hand had just disappeared. He himself did not know how strong he was now. However, he had the idea of tearing space apart. "Boss, your bloodline aura seems to make me a little scared. But it will also cause my bloodline to fluctuate violently." Lu Feng said to Lan Xuanyu, "When you exerted your strength just now, it was as if a huge furnace had appeared and was pulling me." "Yes, I have that feeling too," Bai Xiaoxiao said. Yuan and Hui Hui nodded. "Me too. The illusory fairy dragon seems to be very afraid of you, but it also wants to get close to you." Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment. He understood that this should be related to the three of them having dragon bloodlines. His breakthrough to 6 ring meant that the dragon god's bloodline was stronger, and the fusion of the bloodlines of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King was more intimate. The aura of the dragon gods he emitted affected them like a furnace. "Let's try cultivating together later. For now, let's help everyone choose heaven and earth treasures." What did Pavilion Master Wang say? "Follow me." Right at this moment, Wang Tianyu's voice sounded, and in the next moment, the thunder god Douluo appeared in front of everyone. He was a little surprised when he sensed the aura fluctuations on Lan Xuanyu's body, and actually found that he couldn't completely see Lan Xuanyu's situation. Lan Xuanyu was definitely not at the divine rank, but his body had already begun to reveal some divine rank characteristics. He didn't know how Lan Xuanyu broke through, but compared to before, there was obviously a qualitative change. Wang Tianyu understood that this was definitely related to the Tangwulin. What he didn't know was that for Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough, the eternal tree had consumed a large amount of divine rank origin. Wang Tianyu led them to the other side of Eternal Sky City. I will take you to the immortal spirit land. That is the place where the Academy uses to nurture heaven and earth treasures that are more than 100,000 years old. Almost all the heaven and earth treasures there have intelligence and can even transform into humans. Therefore, after you choose them, you don't want to eat them directly, but to let them recognize you. They will turn into existences similar to spirits and exist by relying on your bodies. Immortal Spirit Land. This was undoubtedly another treasure land of Eternal Sky City. The eternal tree possessed the richest life force on the entire planet, and it was the source of life. If a 100,000-year-old immortal herb cultivated here, it would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. The 7 of them followed Wang Tianyu to the edge of the tree mountain. They stretched out their right hands, and a ball of green light flickered in their palms. Lan Xuanyu instantly felt a strange spatial fluctuation, and in the next moment, a pale green light door quietly opened. It wasn't as attractive as the light door where the ancient golden tree was previously. However, there was an aura of nature seeping out from the light door. Whether it was the Sea God Pavilion or this place, they were all small spaces opened up by the eternal tree, very stable small spaces. It had to be said that in terms of space, the Shrek Academy was already standing at the forefront of the Federation. Of course, this was also because of the support of the eternal tree. Lan Xuanyu already knew of 3 small spaces, including the 7 Holy Abyss. Everyone entered one after another. Fresh air assaulted their nostrils. When they walked into that unique little space, the first thing they felt was that every pore on their body seemed to open up. The faint fragrance seemed to contain a miraculous energy that seeped into their pores and nourished their bodies. What came into view was a small hill. Beside the hill was a pool of clear water that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge lake. On the hillside and by the lakeside, there were some people sitting or lying down, leisurely and contented. Sensing their arrival, some of these people had already cast their gazes over. Not all of them were in human form. Their skin color and hair color all had their own unique characteristics. Some of them were almost indistinguishable from humans, but there were also people with strange appearances such as green or red skin. After seeing Wang Tianyu bring Lan Xuanyu and the others in, these people seemed to be very excited and surrounded them. Wow, the Academy is finally willing to bring people here? I'm about to die of boredom. Choose me, choose me. A young man with light green skin rushed over excitedly. However, a red-haired, blue-eyed woman behind him threw out a red whip and pulled him back. Can you be more reserved? You've lost all our face. What are you doing? It's as if you don't want to go out. Let go of me, you're so annoying. The other existences here also began to talk, and the previous tranquility completely disappeared. Wang Tianyu was already used to their situation. He said to Lan Xuanyu and the others, these seniors are all heaven and earth treasures. Their origins are also different. Most of them came from the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well in Tangmen. After cultivating into a human form there, they moved here. The immortal spirit land has the support of the eternal tree, so it's more suitable for them to cultivate. Especially to break through to the divine realm. Unlike soul beasts, it's possible for immortal herbs to cultivate to the divine realm. Therefore, the aura here is very strange. Because the air contains their aura, it's especially suitable for cultivation. An old man with a pale golden complexion frowned slightly and said, Little Wang. You didn't bring these young people here to cultivate, right? Then we'll disperse. Wang Tianyu said, Elder Jean, that's not it. Just as you all hoped, they are here to bring some of you away this time. A purple-haired girl said in surprise, Oh, what kind of great contribution did they make to the Academy? 7 people actually came to pick people together. When did the Academy become so generous? Wang Tianyu said, they have indeed made a great contribution. If you are interested, you can wait here for the selection. Lan Xuanyu was also secretly observing them during their conversation. From what he could see, there were about 100 men and women present. There were still some people in the distance who hadn't come over. There were about 60 to 70 people in front of him. At this moment, the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. One had to know that to cultivate a human form, one would need at least 100,000 years of cultivation. In other words, there were more than 100 existences with a cultivation of more than 100,000 years here. Immortal herbs could also be considered plant-type soul beasts. Although these people might not be able to fight, they could indeed be compared to 100,000-year soul beasts. The foundation of the Shrek Academy was stronger than he had imagined. Elder Jean seemed to be the one in charge of these people. He said to Wang Tianyu, then let these young people release their abilities. Let us all take a look. Wang Tianyu nodded and looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Frenzy, you go first. He didn't plan to choose himself. Although the academy didn't say anything, and Tang Wulin didn't explain anything to him, when he left, he saw the level of the Lake of Life drop. That was definitely related to his breakthrough. He naturally wouldn't choose heaven and earth treasures here. What he had obtained had already far surpassed heaven and earth treasures. Furthermore, he didn't want to reveal his aura because he was afraid that the scene in Douluo planet would happen again. He was still very confident in his attractiveness. Alright. Lu Feng walked forward. As he took a step forward, soul rings rose from beneath his feet. With the white dragon king spear in hand, a low dragon roar sounded. The spear light flickered and a strange spatial fluctuation began to move around his body. It made him look like everything around him began to become illusory. It was as if he could travel through space at any time. Hello seniors, I am Lu Feng. My martial soul is mutated, the white dragon king spear. I have a soul beast spirit, the thorn dragon. With a flash of silver light, the thorn dragon, which had grown to 10 meters long, appeared beside him. It let out a low roar, and the surrounding spatial fluctuations immediately became stronger. Many of the 100,000-year immortal herbs present couldn't help but nod their heads, eager to give it a try. Elder Jean turned to look at his companions and said, those who are willing to follow him, step forward. Immediately, more than 10 people walked out from the crowd, including the young man who was the first to rush over. Elder Jean said, the immortal spirit land is very suitable for us to cultivate. However, it is extremely difficult to break through to the god rank. Furthermore, we have cultivated to the human form. If we have suitable companions, we also want to go out and take a look. We want to experience the outside world, especially the world of other planets. However, if we don't rely on a huge amount of life energy, our own life energy will be lost. Therefore, we are more willing to be spirit souls and form an equal contract. We will give our life energy to you and form a pattern of companionship with you. This is something that needs to be explained in advance. If you cultivate to the god rank in the future, our level will also rise to the god rank, and we can choose to leave your body. Of course, the premise is that there is a huge amount of life energy that can support our god rank bodies. Therefore, before your strength reaches the god rank, the plant companion you choose will always accompany you. However, after you break through to the god rank, it might not be the case. This is also our agreement with the academy. Only then did Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 understand. In other words, if they formed a contract with these heaven and earth treasures, they could immediately enjoy the unique life energy of each of them to improve themselves. However, these plant-type big shots would also form a symbiotic relationship with them. In the future, their cultivation would increase along with them. Because it was an equal contract, when they reached the god rank, there was a possibility of breaking away. This should also be the reason why Elder Jean wanted them to display their abilities. Those who were sent here by the academy to be able to choose plant-type big shots definitely had the potential to reach the god rank. Whether it was suitable or not depended on their individual abilities. At the same time, these plant-type big shots also wanted to personally see the potential of a soul master. To them, this was a shortcut to breaking through to the god rank. If a human soul master had excellent talent, luck, and opportunities, it was possible to cultivate to the god rank in a few decades. To plants, a few decades was just a flick of a finger. Furthermore, they could follow their companions to the outside world to take a look. That was why they were so enthusiastic. This was really an interesting model. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself. When Lu Feng saw more than 10 people stand out, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Lan Xuanyu for help, and the thorn dragon beside him was also stunned. Lan Xuanyu's glabella lit up slightly, and in the next moment, the treasure-seeking beast came out from between his eyebrows. The treasure-seeking beast's appearance wasn't good-looking, but when it appeared, the gazes of all the plant-type big shots instantly focused on it. For some reason, all the plant-type big shots had a strange feeling from it. Ah Bao, help frenzy choose. Lan Xuanyu said to the treasure-seeking beast. The treasure-seeking beast looked at the people in front of it, then looked at the people in the distance who hadn't come over, and suddenly smiled strangely. Master, we adults don't do multiple-choice questions, let's pack them all up and take them away. Previously, when you broke through, the eternal tree consumed a lot of energy. I'll help her reduce some of it as a return gift. Lan Xuanyu was smart, but he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard its words. What did it mean? What did it mean by pack them away? Come over. I have something to say to you. The treasure-hunting beast changed its fawning attitude in front of Lan Xuanyu. It put its hands behind its back and floated up. A faint halo naturally emitted from its body. It was a faint fluctuation of immortal spiritual energy. All of the plant-type bosses seemed to have sensed something, and subconsciously followed it to the lakeside. Wang Tianyu couldn't help but be a little dazed when he saw this scene. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. Pavilion Master, I don't know what's going on either. Lan Xuanyu had an innocent look on his face. However, he understood the meaning of pack up and take away. Pa wouldn't want to take away all the treasures here, would he? Wouldn't the Academy fight him to the death? He suddenly recalled that when he was in the God realm, the treasure-seeking beast was in charge of the immortal herbs for the dragon gods. All the immortal herbs in the God realm were undoubtedly at the divine grade. As the manager of the God realm's nursery, not only did he have the ability to sense heaven and earth treasures, but he also seemed to be able to manage them. In the distance, the plant-type bosses who didn't gather earlier seemed to have sensed something and gathered towards the treasure-hunting beast one after another. Not only that, in the lake, there were also some invisible places in the distance. A few figures rose into the air and landed in the direction of the treasure-hunting beast. The aura emitted from their bodies was obviously on another level. Could this be a divine-grade plant-type boss? The treasure-hunting beast waved its hand in disdain, but those people still gathered towards it. Wang Tianyu looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, What is your treasure-hunting beast doing? Xianyu, the immortal spirit land is one of the Academy's most important places. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, Pavilion Master, don't worry, I definitely won't act recklessly. Pa seems to be communicating with them. He should be choosing the most suitable one for us. Divine grade won't do. That's the existence overseeing the Academy. Wang Tianyu said with a frown. It was also extremely difficult for a plant-type soul beast to cultivate to become a god. This was only possible in Eternal Sky City. Therefore, this was also the reason why so many plant-type bosses gathered here. Since the birth of Eternal Sky City 10,000 years ago, there weren't many divine-grade plant-type soul beasts. But every one of them could be said to be an effective supplement and helper for the Eternal Tree. Once Eternal Sky City was attacked, they would be one of the Academy's trump cards. It was even related to the life source of Douluo planet. Okay. Don't worry. Lan Xuanyu could feel that Wang Tianyu seemed to be a little anxious at this moment. Not long after, the treasure-hunting beast returned. All the plant-type bosses, including the few divine-grade existences that appeared later, all followed over. The treasure-hunting beast nodded to Lan Xuanyu and said, Master, I've already spoken to them. Most of them will follow us. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Pa, stop fooling around. How can these seniors follow us? The Academy. Elder Jean bowed respectfully to Lan Xuanyu. Master, there's no need to worry. We'll solve the problem with the Academy. Wang Tianyu's expression changed drastically. Elder Jean, what are you doing? Behind Elder Jean, an extremely beautiful woman walked out. She was wearing a long red dress and her entire body was emitting a faint red halo. She looked no different from a normal human. But wherever she passed, the surrounding air was slightly distorted, as if this space was rejecting her. Xiao Wang, listen to us first. We want to follow Master for the sake of the academy. Senior Lai, what do you mean? Wang Tianyu asked the woman in confusion. Treasure Master, it's better for you to say it, the woman in the red dress said respectfully to the treasure-hunting beast. The treasure-hunting beast chuckled and said, plants that can cultivate into a human form are all relatively talented. It has to be said that in this world where there is no immortal spirit energy at all, it is extremely difficult to do this. I can't bear to see them delay like this, so I want to give them a clear path. Don't keep us in suspense, just say it. Lan Xuanyu could feel that Pavilion Master Wang's emotions were already accumulating, brewing, and on the verge of exploding, so he hurriedly interrupted the treasure-hunting beast. The treasure-hunting beast coughed and said, Master, it's like this. For plant-type existences like them, they need to continuously absorb life energy to evolve, and then purify it into their own life energy to advance to a higher level. This is the path that all plants have to go through in their cultivation process. In Eternal Sky City, they were actually evolving through the life energy provided by the Tree of Eternity. In other words, they are absorbing the life energy of Douluo planet. Of course, this is because they are pure life energy. Therefore, it feels like the total amount of life energy on Douluo planet has not decreased. It is maintaining the balance. However, the total amount of life energy on the Douluo planet is limited. Although it has reached the God rank, it is still too weak. Although it has already reached the level of God, if one wants to cultivate to become a god on Douluo planet, there will definitely be a limit to the number of gods. Humans occupy most of the spots, and it is extremely difficult for plant-type soul beasts to cultivate to become a god. Unless they are blessed by nature and have a chance. There are only 6 plant-type soul beasts here who have already become gods. They are still benefiting from Old Master. Oh, Old Master is your father. It is almost impossible for other plants to become gods. That is why they are willing to follow a soul master. If their soul master cultivates to become a god, they will have the possibility of entering that level. I was originally in charge of the God Realm's nursery for your predecessor, the dragon gods, so I understand them the best. I have a way to let them all cultivate to the God Realm. Of course, they are willing to follow me. And if I take them away, the eternal tree will also be relieved of a huge burden. The life energy absorbed by the planet can be fed back to itself. As long as there is enough life energy, it will continue to evolve to another level. But you can't take them all away. Wang Tianyu couldn't help but roar. More than 100. These were more than 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts. This was the foundation of the academy. Each of them had the energy level of a titled Douluo or above. It could also be said that they were the foundation of the life school of thought. Xiao Wang, listen to it. Right at this moment, an old voice sounded. With a flash of green light, another person appeared beside Wang Tianyu. It was the current leader of the life school of thought, Master Shu. Master Shu. Seeing Master Shu, Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly bowed. Master Shu smiled and nodded. He turned to the treasure-hunting beast and said, Treasure Master, please continue. Although Wang Tianyu was still frowning, as the leader of the life school of thought, Master Shu, he had no reason to stop the treasure-hunting beast. After all, if these plant-type big shots were taken away, the life school of thought would suffer the greatest loss. The treasure-hunting beast said, if they want to evolve into god-rank powerhouses, they need a huge amount of life energy. It's very important where they absorb the life energy. There's a suitable place now. It's enough for them to complete their evolution. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. You're talking about the Tenryu star? The treasure-hunting beast nodded and said, that's right. It's there. Although the Tenryu star doesn't have the immortal spirit energy of the God Realm, the life energy there is extremely abundant. It is actually constantly evolving. If it is given another few 100,000 years, it might really be able to evolve to the God Realm. As long as immortal spirit energy is born, there is such a possibility. The life energy there can support far more god-rank powerhouses than the mother planet. Right now, your strength is not enough to search for the Tenryu star's life core. But we can use this method to plunder some of the life energy there. We can transport this life energy back and feed it back to Douluo star. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu calmed down and revealed a surprised expression. Lan Xuanyu said, "You mean to say that we should let the seniors use their bodies as carriers? Transport the life energy back?" The treasure-hunting beast nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I mean." Before reaching the deity level, their life signs would not have entered the deity level, so they would not be easily discovered. Simply absorbing life force should be very common in Tenryu Star's cultivation. As long as they spread out and didn't gather together, there shouldn't be a problem. Deities couldn't go. Deities had their own special characteristics, which were different from the deities on the other side. They would be discovered. In the process of absorbing the life energy, they could cultivate and improve themselves. In fact, when they were cultivating at the Tree of Eternity, they had to exercise restraint. They could not absorb too much to avoid affecting the Tree of Eternity. But there was no such concern over there. Moreover, their bodies were huge life energy carriers. As they cultivated, they could absorb life energy and bring it back. This kind of pure life energy was also a great supplement to the eternal tree, and it could increase the level of life on Douluo planet. They were like leeches, sucking blood and replenishing the blood of the eternal tree. Perhaps the amount at one time would not be too large, but if there were too many times, that was still a considerable amount. During this process, they would continue to evolve until they reached the deity level. Then, they would not be able to go back. Lan Xuanyu looked at the treasure-hunting beast and communicated with it using his spiritual power. What if these plant-type soul beasts are unwilling to come back? After all, that is a more suitable place for them. They won't, Master. The treasure-hunting beast smiled mysteriously. Didn't you realize that they are also calling you Master? I told them who you were. In the future, you are the man who will create the deity realm. What place is more attractive than the deity realm? Moreover, if they want to break through to the deity level, they can only succeed with my help. I can condense their life energy into immortal spiritual energy. When they break through to the deity level, success will follow naturally. And this process of breaking through to the deity level, can't it be done here? After breaking through to the deity level, they can no longer return to Tenryu Star. So, no matter what, they will always be loyal to you. Hearing its words, Lan Xuanyu completely understood what the treasure-hunting beast meant. There is another problem. This time, we are here to obtain heaven and earth treasures to help everyone cultivate. What about my companions? The treasure-hunting beast said, this won't affect them. It's just that they won't sign a contract. The life energy they absorb needs time to be converted into their own. But they can purify the life energy. They can purify it until it is similar to the life energy in the Lake of Life. Can't I just get them to provide this life energy for you and your companions to cultivate? There are more than 100 of them. Each of them can provide a few drops every month, which is a very considerable amount. It is enough for you. This is even better than signing a contract with them. It can directly increase their level of life. It is impossible on Douluo Star, because the Shrek Academy will definitely not bear to do so. But on Tenryu Star, it is the life energy there anyway. You can absorb it however you want. Lan Xuanyu said, are you sure they won't be in danger there? The treasure-hunting beast said, the Tenryu Star is too big. They are not weak. As long as they are in groups of 3 to 5 and go into the depths of the forest, the chances of them being in danger are very small. They just have to avoid the deity-level experts there. Moreover, they can also exchange information with each other. If they are not deity-level experts, it will be very difficult to be discovered. They must have a way to hide their auras. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate to their current level. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. He talked to the treasure-hunting beast alone for the rest. The plant-type big shots present could no longer hear them. Elder Jean couldn't help but say anxiously, Master, take us there. Here, we might never be able to break through to the deity level. If we don't reach the deity level, we will also have the risk of dying of old age. We are willing to transport life energy for the eternal tree. We can also serve you. Lan Xuanyu looked at Wang Tianyu. Pavilion Master Wang, should we report this matter to the Pavilion Master? Look. Wang Tianyu looked at Master Shu beside him. Master Shu nodded at him. In theory, it is possible. I think we can try. If we succeed, the benefits to the eternal tree will be huge, and it will also be the same for our academy. The inner court will definitely be able to produce more eternal tree houses, allowing more disciples to enter the inner court to cultivate. For the academy, this is a very important opportunity. Moreover, our cooperation with Douluo planet also requires life energy as support. One of the important reasons that is troubling our construction speed is in this aspect. Let's go together and apply for another Sea God Pavilion meeting to study this matter. Wang Tianyu nodded and looked at Lan Xuanyu strangely. He realized that as long as this kid was around, there would be no normal time. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat his father, he really wanted to beat him up to vent his anger. Wang Tianyu said to Lan Xuanyu, "Then that's it for today. The academy will discuss it and give you an answer as soon as possible. Then you can cultivate in the academy by yourself first. Just cultivate here, we can help them." Elder Jean hurriedly said. The corner of Wang Tianyu's mouth twitched. Not everyone could come to the immortal spirit land to cultivate. The Shrek badge needed to exchange for one's cultivation here was not a small number. Master Shu smiled and said, "All right, then let's cultivate here." "Sorry to trouble you." Elder Jean smiled and said, "It's no trouble. For us, this opportunity is really rare. Little tree, you have to talk to the pavilion master." Although Master Shu was 1,000 years old, he was still very young in front of him. Lan Xuanyu said, "Then I'll also go to the Sea God Pavilion to find Uncle Yu to cultivate." Wang Tianyu said, "Come with us. You must participate in this meeting. If we really want to implement it, then we need to carry out a detailed plan." Yes. Wang Tianyu and Master Shu left the immortal spirit land with Lan Xuanyu and the other two, while the other 6 stayed here to cultivate. There was no doubt that this was a better place than the eternal treehouse. It could be said that when cultivating in the immortal spirit land, they would be breathing in the medicinal fragrance of hundreds of top-notch heaven and earth treasures. After leaving the immortal spirit land, Wang Tianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly at Master Shu. I don't want to be this kid's contact at all now. He's really too dishonest. Master Shu laughed and said, "He's a mediocre person who doesn't know how to mess around. The more he knows how to mess around, the further he can go. It's good to mess around. Young people need to mess around." Wang Tianyu turned his head and glanced at the respectful Lan Xuanyu, his hands itching. However, he had to admit that with Lan Xuanyu's torment, his status in the academy had become more and more important. This was especially true after he brought back the Void Source Crystal. This contribution was actually incomparable to any resources given by the academy. If he took away all the 100,000-year-old plant-type big shots below the divine level to transfer life energy to the eternal tree, then Lan Xuanyu's status would definitely rise. The Shrek 7 monsters wouldn't have to compete for anything. The so-called competition was nothing more than a competition of strength and contributions. In terms of strength, Lan Xuanyu might still be lacking, but in terms of contributions, whether it was to the academy, to the Tangmen, or even to the entire federation, who could compare to him? It was said that because of the harvest from the Tenryu star this time, coupled with the fact that he would continue to lurk in the Tenryu star in the future, the Heaven Fighting Division would very likely make an exception and give him the identity of a level 8 Heaven Fighter. One had to know that Wang Tianyu himself wasn't a level 8 Heaven Fighter. Wang Tianyu even felt that when Lan Xuanyu grew up, the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy would be tormented by him during his growth. In particular, Lan Xuanyu's current growth rate seemed to be continuously increasing. Lan Xuanyu returned to Tang Wulin's room as he needed to gather all the powerful beings for the Sea Gods Pavilion Conference. Tang Wulin had already returned. When he saw Lan Xuanyu walk in, he couldn't help but laugh. "You seem to have caused trouble again?" Lan Xuanyu said awkwardly, "Uncle Yu, you have to protect me. I feel that Pavilion Lord Wang's gaze is a little fierce." Tang Wulin laughed. "You have to slow them down. The problem of the void worm has been resolved. I discussed it with the old demons and decided to leave it there. With it, the space of any small world would be very stable. It was enough to suppress all the small spaces supported by the eternal tree. It could even make the space bigger. As such, the royal air tribe had not been able to play their true role at all. The birth of a void source crystal was good, but if it was allowed to live in a small space, that space would be constantly consolidated and expanded, which was also a great advantage. Tell me, what did you do this time? Immediately, Lan Xuanyu told Tang Wulin about what happened in the immortal spirit land. After listening to his words, Tang Wulin's eyes couldn't help but light up. He nodded and said, "Not bad. This is a very good opportunity. Your treasure-hunting beast is more useful than I thought. If you can bring back a huge amount of planet-level life energy for the eternal tree, and it's even above her level, it will be very beneficial for her evolution. I support you in this matter. I will accompany you to the Sea Gods Pavilion conference later." Great. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be excited. He even had the urge to return to the Tenryu Star now. It was great to have a place rich in resources and where he could mess around as he pleased, although Lan Xuanyu still didn't know about Tang Wulin's current situation in the academy. With his legend back then, he should still have a lot of influence. He just didn't know how the academy and the Tang men viewed his contribution back then. Lan Xuanyu stayed in Tang Wulin's room and waited. Standing in front of the huge silver dragon egg, he focused his mind to feel the changes in the silver dragon egg. The abundant life energy coming from the silver dragon egg made him feel slightly relieved. He still couldn't call out those two words to Uncle Yu. Perhaps it was because the family didn't have a member yet. And this had to wait until Teacher Nana woke up. "Teacher Nana, Mom, when will you wake up?" Tang Wulin stood next to him, silently looking at his son and the huge silver dragon egg. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He now understood that he didn't want to remember before because the trauma was too deep. It was his body's automatic avoidance, unwilling to recall everything that happened in the past. Because subconsciously, he always thought that he and Guyuna could never be together. And when he saw Guyuna again, felt everything about her, and was stimulated by her to gradually recover his memories. And when he found out that she had fallen into the eternal star, the shock and indescribable pain in his heart. His memories finally recovered when he broke the 17th seal. He now understood that he didn't need to avoid it at all. The biggest problem that once prevented them from being together no longer existed. As long as she could wake up, they could truly be together. How could he not look forward to the arrival of that day? "Wake up, Guyu. Wake up, Nana." The father and son silently stood next to the silver dragon egg. After an unknown amount of time, a pleasant voice came from outside the door. "Your son is much more troublesome than you were back then. Back then, you were more passive, but he was the one who took the initiative. If he wasn't your son, I would have suppressed him." Tang Wulin smiled and said, "Because he's more outstanding than I am." "Is the Sea Gods Pavilion conference about to start?" "Yes, it's for him." The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion's voice came from outside the door again, but she didn't push it open. "I'll participate too." Tang Wulin looked at Lan Xuanyu and said softly. The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion fell silent for a moment, then said, "You're finally willing to participate. Come." Tang Wulin and Lan Xuanyu pushed open the door and walked out. The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion was already waiting outside. Tang Wulin smiled at Lan Xuanyu, then took the lead and walked towards the stairs. The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion followed beside him. Lan Xuanyu was shocked to discover that the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion was clearly half a step behind Tang Wulin. Moreover, she was lagging behind very naturally. In that instant, an indescribable sense of pride welled up in Lan Xuanyu's heart. The first person that any boy would look up to and want to emulate in their life would always be their father. Who didn't want to have a powerful father? The three of them walked down the stairs and arrived at the simple conference table in the Sea Gods Pavilion. Tang Wulin turned his head to look at the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion. The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion nodded at him without any hesitation. "Apart from there's no place here that's worthy of you." "All right." Tang Wulin didn't stand on ceremony, and slowly walked forward. At this moment, the members of the Sea Gods Pavilion who had participated in the conference had already arrived on both sides of the conference table. They had been summoned back at the last minute, and this included the hall masters of the Douluo Palace, Tang Men. When Tang Wulin and the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion arrived, everyone present had already stood up. Lan Xuanyu was still standing at the end of the conference table, while Tang Wulin walked to the main seat opposite him. "Hello, everyone," Tang Wulin said with a smile. After that, he gestured with his hands and took the lead to sit down at the main seat. Lan Xuanyu only felt a rush of blood to his head. The main seat that even the master of the Sea God's Pavilion didn't sit at was actually reserved for Uncle Yu. However, in the instant that Tang Wulin sat down, he was struck by a strong feeling that he should have been sitting in that seat in the first place. It originally belonged to him. Everyone else took their seats one after another, and only two people's movements were slow. One of them was the master of the Sea God's Pavilion. She was also looking at Tang Wulin, and her body was actually trembling slightly. However, because she was wearing a mask, her expression couldn't be seen. Opposite her, Elder Yi's body was trembling even more at this moment, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. He said with a trembling voice, "You're finally back." Tang Wulin looked at him and smiled. "Zichen, it's been hard on you for so many years. It's really, really, really great to see you back." Zichen suddenly walked out from his seat, came to Tang Wulin's side, and bowed deeply to him. Tang Wulin heaved a faint sigh. "Time sure flies. 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I can still remember how you were back then. In that generation, you were one of the best youths. Have a seat." "Yes." Zichen respectfully replied, and sat down at his seat. The entire place was silent, and everyone's gaze was focused on Tang Wulin. Although the others were completely unfamiliar with him, who hadn't heard of the legend of Jinlong Tang Wulin? And today, the Dragon Emperor Douluo, Jinlong Tang Wulin, had returned. He had truly returned to his Shrek Academy, and returned to the Tang Men. In history, he was the only person who was both the master of the Sea God's Pavilion and the master of the Tang Men at the same time in the Shrek Academy. "Everyone, don't affect the meeting because of me. I will no longer be the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion. Everyone can just treat me as a guest elder. It's no longer the same as before, and I have no intention of interfering in the Academy's affairs. Zichen, you preside," he said to the master of the Sea God Pavilion beside him. The master of the Sea God Pavilion looked at him deeply. "If you're willing, I don't think anyone will object. You're the only one who's qualified." Tang Wulin raised his hand to stop her from continuing. "We've already agreed, haven't we? I will stay in the Academy. If the Academy needs me, I will do my best for the Academy. But I'm no longer suitable to be a leader. This isn't what I want to do either. 10,000 years ago, I've already done everything I needed to do. Now, 10,000 years later, I hope to spend more time with myself and my family. To make up for what I owe them." How many people dared to say that they had done everything they needed to do? How many people had the qualifications to do so? But everyone present knew that Tang Wulin really did. The era that belonged to him could be said to be the worst era in the history of the Shrek Academy. At that time, the Shrek Academy faced a huge disaster, an unprecedented blow. The Academy was almost completely destroyed. It was Tang Wulin who led the Shrek 7 monsters of that generation to turn the tide and lead them to rebuild the Shrek Academy. It was also him who led the Shrek Academy and the powerhouses of the Tang Men to finally defeat the Abyssal Plane. Countless times, he risked his life. It was also him who faced the counterattack of the Soul Beasts led by the Silver Dragon King after everything was settled. At that time, with the help of the Myriad Beast platform, the Silver Dragon King controlled almost all the Soul Masters. It had the possibility of overturning humanity. And the Silver Dragon King was his lover, the lover who was about to get married. For the sake of humanity, he had no choice but to fight the Silver Dragon King. Because of her deep love for him, the Silver Dragon King chose to die under his Jinlong spear. The grief-stricken Tang Wulin chose to commit suicide. He brought the Silver Dragon King to an extremely cold place and was frozen forever. Until 10,000 years later. The Silver Dragon King's name was the Silver Dragon Princess, Silver Dragon Wulin Guyuna. Even after he recovered, he didn't want to recall the trauma he had suffered in his heart. He had already done too much for humanity. He was a figure that was left behind in history, and a true legendary hero in the hearts of all Tang Men and Shrek Academy powerhouses. The master of the sea god's pavilion fell silent for a moment before nodding gently. All right, we'll respect your wishes. Let's start the discussion. Tianyu, explain the situation to the members of the sea god's pavilion. Yes. Wang Tianyu bowed. Then, he realized that Tang Wulin was looking at him with a smile. For some reason, the thunder god Douluo was clearly nervous at this moment. Because he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have wanted to beat up his son before. However, when he saw Tang Wulin again, and saw the master of the sea god's pavilion and Elder Yi's excitement, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he recalled this legendary figure. The situation is like this. After much difficulty, he finally calmed down and recounted what happened in the immortal spirit land. Listening to his narration, everyone present revealed surprised expressions, and their gazes naturally focused on Lan Xuanyu. Just as the master of the sea god's pavilion had said, this kid was too good at causing trouble. Looking at Tang Wulin, who was sitting in the main seat, this person was willing to come out today to support his son. He didn't need to say anything at all, and everyone could understand what he meant. The master of the sea god's pavilion frowned slightly and said, that treasure-seeking beast has already proven to us that it has the ability to convert life energy into immortal spirit energy. Therefore, we can confirm its origin. Although the conversion process will consume a huge amount of life energy, and it can even be said to be a waste. However, this kind of immortal spirit energy is direct to the level of the eternal tree. In other words, if we can have enough life energy, we can support the evolution of the eternal tree. It can greatly reduce the time needed to complete something that might take hundreds of thousands of years. In a sense, this is equivalent to our Douluo star devouring the life energy of the Tenryu star. If the eternal tree can evolve again and be promoted to a level comparable to the life core of the Tenryu star, everyone should know what will happen. The level of life on the entire planet will evolve, and we will have the possibility of giving birth to a transcendent. Although this will definitely be very difficult, we have accumulated so much for so many years. The middle-aged man sitting in the seat below her said, it shouldn't be a big problem to absorb life energy once, but if we continue for a long time, won't there be a danger of being discovered? As he spoke, he looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, the possibility of being discovered in a short period of time is not high. The total amount of life energy in the Tenryu star is greater than we imagined. If we continue for a long time, there is indeed a danger of being discovered. But when that time comes, it might be time for us to start an all-out war with the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This time, we have infiltrated the Tenryu star, and our next important mission is to find a suitable cultivation method for us on the Tenryu star, and also to conceal it from being discovered. If we can become stronger there, we will definitely be discovered. For us, there is a very good chance. In the end, our goal is to occupy the Tenryu star and turn it into our administrative planet. Hearing his words, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't say it very clearly, everyone present was smart and could naturally understand the hidden meaning in his words. He was expressing his hope that through their efforts in the future, they would be able to occupy the Tenryu star, and even the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. One had to know that for the Douluo Federation, this was a long-term plan, and they had no intention of starting an all-out war with the Dragon Horse Galaxy in a short period of time. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile. If it was someone else, he might say that the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. But in terms of seniority, with Tang Wulin here, Lan Xuanyu's seniority was too frightening. Wang Tianyu didn't speak, and the two from Tangmen fell into a state of deep thought. Yizichen was still excited. Master Shu nodded slightly, expressing his support for Lan Xuanyu. I think this is feasible, or rather, it is imperative. Otherwise, those plant-type big shots might not be able to control their emotions. To them, being able to advance to the god rank is originally very slim. They definitely won't be willing to let go of such an opportunity. The master of the sea god's pavilion looked at Tang Wulin. What do you think? Tang Wulin nodded and said, it's not advisable to be conservative. Just like back then, when we collided with the abyss. In fact, it was designed by my father a long time ago, and it was specifically targeted at the abyss. It was because he saw that Douluo planet was about to decline that we had the chance to devour the abyss and raise the level of life on the entire Douluo planet. The Tenryu star is an opportunity for us. It's impossible to devour it all at once, but we can gradually devour it. Since there's a chance, I think we should give it a try. Everything has risks, but risks and opportunities coexist. There are transcendent God-rank powerhouses on the Tenryu star, and there are definitely more God-rank powerhouses than us. This also means that the ones who will really be paid attention to are God-rank powerhouses. Controlling it below the God rank is a good way to hide it. As for the specific situation, we still need to understand more about the Tenryu star in the future. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion looked at Tang Wulin, then at Lan Xuanyu, and nodded silently. Then, let's start voting. I support this operation. As she spoke, she raised her hand. The middle-aged man sitting beside her was the second to raise his hand. Wang Tianyu didn't raise his hand to express his objection. The two from Tang men looked at each other. Tang Miao shook his head gently and didn't raise his hand. But Meng Fei raised her hand. Master Shu raised his hand. He looked a little confused. He hadn't completely recovered from his emotions yet, but he looked at Tang Wulin. When he saw Tang Wulin raise his hand, he followed Tang Wulin almost blindly. The matter was settled. Next, we'll make a detailed plan. That's all. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion made the final decision. After the meeting in the Sea God's Pavilion ended, Tang Wulin stood up and nodded to everyone present. He walked up the stairs. When he passed by Lan Xuanyu, he put his hand on his shoulder and led him upstairs. Watching them leave, the middle-aged man sitting next to the master of the Sea God's Pavilion smiled and said, I can feel that a new era is coming. Yes, I hope so. I can finally let go of this responsibility. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion said blankly. She had been calm for so many years, until that guy came back and broke her inner peace. She still remembered clearly how she felt when she saw him for the first time. Now that she thought about it, it was really strange. Lan Xuanyu followed Tang Wulin back to his room and closed the door. Tang Wulin said to him, How long can you stay in the academy? Lan Xuanyu said, Not too long. In order to maintain Xiaoxiu's identity, it's better for us to go back as soon as possible. However, Tenryu City will definitely be in chaos because of the Yuans. So it shouldn't be a big problem in the short term. My plan is to leave in 3 to 5 days. Tang Wulin nodded and said, Time is a little tight. I'll try to help you adapt to the changes in your body during this time. Come. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. Lan Xuanyu only felt a golden light shining around him. In the next moment, the scenery in front of him changed. It was a pitch-black palace. There were huge pillars around it, faintly emitting a golden light. There was a throne in the innermost area. The throne was empty. There was an invisible sense of oppression in the entire space. Tang Wulin was standing not far in front of him. He was also looking at this space. He sighed softly and said, Back then, your grandfather left his doppelganger, old Tang, to teach me his skills through his divine sense projection. Now, I will use my own consciousness to simulate this place to accompany you in your cultivation. This is my spiritual space, you can do whatever you want. Attack me. Unleash all your abilities. Feel the changes in your body. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded. He did not attack Tang Wulin immediately. Instead, he stood there and calmed down. He adjusted his soul power and spiritual power, allowing his essence, energy, and spirit to fuse as one. At the same time, he silently sensed the changes in his dragon core. He could feel the changes in his body after being affected by his bloodline and soul power. Previously, when he had clashed with Qianlei, he had already discovered that he had become completely different. Breaking through to the 6th ring had raised his strength to an unprecedented level. His eyes gradually focused, and he raised his left hand. Pieces of silver scales quickly emerged from his left hand and covered his left arm. A faint rainbow-colored halo also appeared around his body. From under his feet, soul rings rose one after another. If a soul master could see the soul rings on his body at this moment, he would definitely exclaim out loud. Because they were all orange gold soul rings. Orange gold soul rings represented ferocious beast soul rings of more than 200,000 years. Bai Xiaoxiu and Lan Mengqin both had such soul rings. And ever since they fused with the Emerald Swan and the Abyssal Demon Dragon, The next few soul rings were all given by these two peerless ferocious beasts, so they were all orange gold. These two ferocious beasts had more than 10 types of abilities. Each orange gold soul ring could even come with 3 soul skills. For Lan Xuanyu, although the color of his soul rings had been changing, the number of soul skills had not changed, including the soul skills themselves. The only change was the power of the soul skills. His control of various elements had grown from the original 10-year soul ring level to the current level of more than 200,000 years. It was a complete transformation of his abilities. And his right hand held an insanely powerful force. Clenching his left hand into a fist, the air suddenly became scorching hot. With Lan Xuanyu's body as the center, the surroundings instantly turned fiery red. Blazing fire spewed out, turning into a magma pillar that charged straight in the direction of Tang Wulin. Lan Xuanyu's body turned scarlet red, and the surface of his entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of ruby-like crystals. The surrounding temperature instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level. The magma pillar hit Tang Wulin's body. He just drew a circle with his right hand, and the blazing magma disappeared in front of him. Lan Xuanyu was not discouraged. After the magma spurted out, it was replaced with water. Huge water dragons soared into the sky and pounced straight at Tang Wulin. At the same time, a water pillar also shot up from where Tang Wulin was standing. However, it splashed out around his body, and did not affect his body at all. Lan Xuanyu's attack was out of control. Huge meteorites appeared in the sky and smashed straight at Tang Wulin. At the same time, countless green whirlwinds appeared in the sky and swept up those meteorites. Blazing flames were attached to the meteorites. Wind, fire, and earth fusion soul skill, meteor fire rain, a violent explosion sounded, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. When these 3 elements fused, Lan Xuanyu felt carefree and unrestrained. His control of the elements had already reached the level where he could command them as if all the elements were a part of his body. He was high above, commanding his people to attack. These elements naturally complemented each other and fused into the most suitable attack to attack Tang Wulin. He did not have a soul core, only a dragon core. However, the dragon core provided an endless supply of bloodline energy, which was converted into soul power. It was converted into the purest and most powerful energy, controlling and attracting the elements. Tang Wulin was drowned in the elemental storm. At this moment, a golden ring of light appeared silently in the center of the elemental storm. All the rumbling stopped abruptly at this moment. Lan Xuanyu felt as if a black hole had appeared in that direction, swallowing all the elements he had released. It made him feel as if he had been swallowed in an instant. His body was pulled forward a few steps. Tang Wulin was still standing there with a smile on his face. Everything around him was the same as before, as if nothing had happened. The biggest difference between your control of the elements and that of Nana's is that it is not pure enough. When the strength of the elements reaches a certain level, you don't need to simulate any form. You only need the pure elements to create the most powerful destructive force. The purer the element, the easier it is to control and fuse it, Tang Wulin said to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. A small vortex formed by 4 basic elements appeared in the palm of his left hand. Like this? The 4 elemental storm was a big move he had used in the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform. When he let it grow on its own, it almost blew up the Spirit Ascension platform. Now, he felt different when he used it again. He realized that he could already control the speed and strength of this elemental storm. It was no longer uncontrollable because it could only grow on its own. The vortex grew bigger and bigger. Soon, it had expanded to a diameter of more than 10 meters. Among the 4 colors, there were faint flashes of lightning. Tang Wulin smiled and nodded. Yes, this is a good use of the basic elements. It is a bit like the lightning tribulation you will face when you are divine refining. Now, it seems that when you become a divine rank blacksmith, you should be able to handle the lightning tribulation better than me. However, the 4 elemental lightning tribulation is not the strongest. There is also the 7 elemental lightning tribulation. On top of the 4 basic elements, there are also the 3 attributes of space, light, and darkness. Do you see the lightning in your elemental vortex? That's the most terrifying power. It's a unique power formed by fusing the attributes of the 4 elements. It contains water, fire, earth, and wind. Therefore, it can break through any water, fire, earth, or wind element. That's why it's called a lightning tribulation. When you can control it, you'll find that pure elemental power can't compare to it. It looks simple, but it's very powerful. Lan Xuanyu condensed the elemental storm while listening to Tang Wulin's explanation. He sank his spiritual power into the vortex and tried to control and guide the lightning that formed naturally inside. However, he found that the lightning was fragmented and seemed to be distributed in every corner of the vortex. It was very difficult to guide and control them. If he injected too little spiritual power, he couldn't control it. If he injected too much, there was a danger of it exploding. Just as Tang Wulin said, he could feel that the lightning contained in the elemental storm was very powerful. However, this lightning was very loose and couldn't be controlled at all. Back then, your mother couldn't control this power. It's very difficult to condense it on its own unless it's filtered by the body. However, with her physique, she couldn't complete the filtering. It would cause damage to the body. But you're different. You have both my physical strength and her elemental control. Therefore, I think you can try it. As far as I know, the dragon gods were also known as the god of judgment in the god realm. The elemental lightning tribulation should be an ability that it can control, Tang Wulin said. Integrate it into his body? Integrate such a terrifying elemental storm into his body to refine the power of the lightning tribulation? Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. If he didn't know that this was his father, he would have thought that he was committing suicide. However, he could sense how terrifying that elemental lightning was. Judging from his control earlier, he could clearly sense that his current cultivation was comparable to that of a titled Douluo. In fact, he might not even be an ordinary titled Douluo. The power contained in the elemental lightning tribulation was so terrifying that he even felt that even a god-rank powerhouse wouldn't be willing to take it on. Then I'll try. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and was about to pour the elemental storm into his body. Don't rush. First, he would use King Jinlong's ability to strengthen his body. Use everything you can, Tang Wulin hurriedly reminded him. Lan Xuanyu immediately came to a realization, and golden scales appeared on his body. Yellow Jinlong's body, Jinlong's tyrant body, and Jinlong's berserk domain. Lan Xuanyu's King Jinlong's 5th and 6th soul skills were both attack-type soul skills. He couldn't strengthen himself. After using his 3 amplification soul skills, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that his entire body had turned golden. Tang Wulin took a step forward and was already in front of him. He nodded at him. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. He had always been bold and dared to try. With Tang Wulin by his side to protect him, what else did he not dare to do? Furthermore, he had always felt that he had too many abilities. The elemental control that came from the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, the strength of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, and the many soul skills that came with it. On top of that, he had his own combat skills. Sometimes, having too many abilities wasn't a good thing, because he hadn't completely found a way to merge these abilities into one. Especially a way to directly increase his combat strength. A big move like the elemental storm could only be used under specific circumstances. In fact, it didn't increase his combat strength by much. Under Tang Wulin's guidance this time, he vaguely felt that this seemed to be the direction he had been looking for. Under Lan Xuanyu's guidance, the elemental storm slowly flowed into his body through his left hand. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu felt the 4 elements raging madly. Even though these 4 elements complemented each other to form a whole, it was still not enough. They felt completely different outside of his body and inside his body. The bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest lit up almost immediately. It caused his body to become bright. The meridians, bones, muscles, and internal organs in his body strongly resisted the elemental storm. Lan Xuanyu tried hard to control the elemental storm, and at the same time, cut off his body's absorption of elemental power from the outside world, controlling the elemental storm to its current power. Even so, he still felt like he was going to explode at any time. The most exciting thing was the lightning that came from the friction of the elemental storm. That thing, even his body couldn't block it. It felt like he was going to be pierced full of holes. Fortunately, his body was tough enough. Even so, the energy in his body was still fluctuating unstably. Control, suppress. Tang Wulin said in a low voice. He didn't help Lan Xuanyu control it. Because the process of controlling the elemental storm's energy to wreak havoc in his body was also Lan Xuanyu's attempt to control his own energy. This attempt was very important. It allowed him to adapt to his own power in the shortest time possible. Lan Xuanyu's soul power surged in his body, cooperating with his bloodline power to chase and intercept the elemental storm, controlling it within a certain range and preventing it from spreading and exploding. This kind of feeling wasn't too wonderful. Lan Xuanyu was quickly immersed in this process of internal strife. He had to completely focus his mind and try to suppress the elemental storm. Otherwise, there was a risk that the elemental storm would wreak havoc. This was equivalent to fighting on the edge of life and death, and he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. In this kind of state, how could the speed of controlling his power be slow? Tang Wulin silently felt the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body, and nodded lightly. This was the state he wanted Lan Xuanyu to find, and also the best way to quickly grasp the increase in his strength. For a normal soul master, they definitely wouldn't do this, because it was simply too dangerous. If they weren't careful, they would explode, but for Lan Xuanyu, there was no such risk, because the person standing next to him was the strongest human in the world. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu relied on his greatly increased spiritual power, soul power, and bloodline power, and finally suppressed this elemental storm that wasn't too strong, and controlled it within a certain range. During the process of compression, he discovered that the lightning in the elemental storm was constantly overflowing on the surface of the elemental storm due to the reduction in the size of the elemental storm itself. And when his body's energy came into contact with this lightning, he immediately felt intense pain. Even his bloodline power felt like it was about to be melted when it came into contact with this lightning. His soul power was even more unbearable, like a clay ox entering the sea. If his spiritual power came into contact with it, he would instantly feel absent-minded. Lan Xuanyu's entire person was immersed in the process of fighting with himself. He continued to compress the elemental storm, and he was surprised to discover that the elemental storm would undergo a strange change in the process of being compressed. It was like squeezing toothpaste, because the elemental lightning tribulation would be compressed even more because of its smaller size. But the more elemental lightning tribulation there were, the harder it was for him to deal with it. Only by keeping his bloodline power inside could he barely resist the power of the lightning tribulation. After an unknown amount of time, the elemental storm finally extinguished under his continuous compression. What replaced it was a small ball of glaring four-colored lightning, which fluctuated unstably under the cover of his bloodline power. Lan Xuanyu didn't doubt that if this ball of lightning exploded in his body, it would blow him to smithereens. The strength of his body definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the explosive power of this kind of lightning. Get ready. In a moment, use the Dragon God's transformation. Use the Dragon God's transformation to strengthen your bloodline power, and use your bloodline power to guide this lightning out of your body through your right arm. Tang Wulin's voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. That's right. How could he have forgotten about the Dragon God's transformation? If he had been in the Dragon God's transformation state earlier, he might have been able to suppress the elemental storm more easily. Also, if he had made the elemental storm smaller earlier, there wouldn't have been so much lightning, and the air would have been much safer. While summarizing the experience in his heart, he began to adjust his body according to Tang Wulin's instructions. The dragon core shone brightly, and a 7-colored halo instantly covered his entire body. Dragon God's transformation. Suddenly, a layer of 7-colored light appeared on the surface of Lan Xuanyu's body, and 7-colored scales covered his entire body. He also felt his body become lighter. The enhanced power of the bloodline seemed to make it easier to deal with the power of the lightning. This thing was like a ticking time bomb. After completing the Dragon God's transformation, Lan Xuanyu couldn't wait to control the power of the bloodline to guide the lightning to his right arm. Wherever the lightning passed, even with the protection of the bloodline, he still felt like he was going to explode. Suddenly, the speed of the transportation seemed to have increased. Lan Xuanyu suddenly froze, and the 4-colored lightning suddenly fluctuated violently in his body. Not good. It's going to explode. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu desperately controlled all his power, trying to suppress the explosion of the four-colored lightning. However, it was too late. It was too late. When the four-colored lightning became violent, it seemed that no power could stop it from exploding. Lan Xuanyu's mind instantly went blank. Was he going to die? At this moment, everything suddenly slowed down, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Then, Lan Xuanyu was shocked to find that the violent four-colored lightning that was about to explode suddenly calmed down, and everything seemed to be reversed. The four-colored lightning returned to its original position, and even his body's condition returned to before, when he was just about to use the dragon god's transformation. Everything calmed down. You must be steady when guiding this violent power. Especially if your body hasn't adapted to it yet. Even more so. You're not familiar with its characteristics yet. No matter what, you can't be careless. Also, Tang Wulin's stern voice rang in Lan Xuanyu's mind when you realized that it was about to explode. Why didn't you use it? Lan Xuanyu stared blankly. While his heart relaxed a little, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He was absolutely certain that what Tang Wulin used just now was also a kind of time domain. Unlike his own spiritual domain, he seemed to be able to turn back time. Everything returned to its previous state. What kind of powerful divine sense was this? His guess was right. Tang Wulin was using the time reversal domain, a spiritual domain that belonged exclusively to him. In a sense, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual domain was inherited from him, but it was slightly different. It was hard to say which was stronger between time freezing and time reversal. They both had their own strengths. Lan Xuanyu couldn't speak right now, but he completely understood Tang Wulin's instructions. He stabilized his mind and began to try again. This time, he controlled the power of his bloodline and wrapped the four-colored thunderbolt in his body slowly. It was very stable. When he felt that the four-colored thunderbolt was unstable, he immediately used the time reversal domain to stop everything. He was surprised to find that although the four-colored thunderbolt was powerful, it seemed to be particularly sensitive to the control of time. When he used the time reversal domain to adjust it, it quickly calmed down under the time reversal domain and disappeared. The process of moving the four-colored thunderbolt was undoubtedly very painful. He trembled with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. Finally, the four-colored thunderbolt came to his right hand. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised his right hand. Even with the movement of raising his hand, the four-colored thunderbolt fluctuated violently. He hurriedly used the time reversal domain to control it. But this time, there was another problem. His spiritual power was exhausted. Time reversal appeared on him again, returning time to the initial state when the dragon gods were transformed. Lan Xuanyu's heart twitched a little. His condition was back, but the pain he had just experienced was in vain. He had to start all over again. You have a very adventurous spirit when it comes to cultivation and doing things. But you're not steady enough. Start again. Tang Wulin's voice rang out again. Lan Xuanyu now understood why Tang Wulin asked him to cultivate in this way. It was not only to improve his strength, but also to hone his temperament. Thus, he began to regain control once again. With the previous experience, it was slightly smoother this time. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu remembered the word steady that Tang Wulin said. He carefully controlled it. Because of his experience, the four-colored thunderbolt became less restless. He used less time reversal domain, and his spiritual power consumption was also less. Finally, the thunderbolt was condensed in his palm, and he raised his hand very slowly. At this moment, in the palm of Lan Xuanyu's right hand, a four-colored thunderbolt slowly condensed and formed. Come. Tang Wulin's voice rang out. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and found that he was already far away in front of him. Thunderbolts gushed out. When Lan Xuanyu released this four-colored thunderbolt, he felt his whole body go limp, and he sat down on the ground. Piercing light erupted from the lightning, and it reached Tang Wulin almost in the blink of an eye. Tang Wulin raised his hand and drew a circle, but this time, the circle he drew did not seem to work. The thunderbolt did not disappear. Instead, it exploded in the circle. The violent roar was accompanied by the sound of the thunderbolt explosion, and Tang Wulin's body was swallowed up. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. But in the next moment, he relaxed. Tang Wulin was still standing there. The four-colored thunderbolt turned into electric light and slowly dissipated on his body. It obviously did not cause him any harm. Tang Wulin nodded. Not bad. It has the effect of the lightning tribulation. Even your mother can't use this ability, and I can't either. This is a power that belongs to you. Control it well. It will be one of your most powerful means in the future. Combined with battle skills, it will be very powerful. You can give it a name. Lan Xuanyu almost blurted out, Thunder of Annihilation? At the moment when the thunderbolt exploded, he felt that under the effect of the terrifying explosion, everything seemed to be destroyed. Whether it was energy, objects, or even spiritual power and divine sense, everything was affected. So much so that this divine sense space formed by Tang Wulin seemed to show signs of breaking. However, Tang Wulin's divine sense was too strong, and his thunderbolt was not enough to destroy this place. Okay, let's call it that. The name is just a code. Meditate to recover now, and then try again. Next time, increase the total amount of your elemental storm by 10%. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He had never been afraid of difficulties when it came to cultivation, but at this moment, he felt a little like this. The whole process was really too painful. If he was not careful, it would cause his body to collapse. Even if he had the bloodline of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King at the same time. But if he did not have Uncle Yu's time reversal domain, it would be impossible for him to try it. Unless his cultivation could be stronger. Tang Wulin did not teach Lan Xuanyu anything else. He just accompanied him to practice the Thunder of Annihilation. The whole process was undoubtedly extremely painful. Every time he cultivated, the total amount of thunderbolt increased. Almost every time Lan Xuanyu faced the risk of being killed by the explosion, he was saved by the time reversal domain again and again. This kind of cultivation process could be said to be torturous. If it were not for Tang Wulin standing in front of him, he would have thought of giving up with his willpower. He wanted to ask his father, can't I wait until my cultivation level is higher and my control is stronger before I practice this? In the end, Lan Xuanyu didn't ask why he had to practice the Annihilation Divine Thunder so painfully. In front of his father, he didn't want to show weakness, and he didn't want his father to look down on him. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Time and time again, he broke out of the encirclement when he was on the verge of collapse and released the Annihilation Divine Thunder again and again. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu felt the changes in himself. He was surprised to find that in the process of using the Annihilation Divine Thunder again and again, he adapted to his increased strength. More importantly, he felt that his entire body was changing. When he had just broken through, although he felt that his body was strong, as if he had been reborn, at that time, he felt as if his whole body was floating in the air. The sudden increase in strength was huge, but he felt as if he was floating. In the process of practicing the Annihilation Divine Thunder, the feeling of floating gradually disappeared. He had the feeling of accumulating strength and breaking through again. Every time he practiced the Annihilation Divine Thunder, his accumulations increased. His entire body seemed to have become stronger, so much so that later on, he didn't feel pain anymore. He took the initiative to increase the total amount of lightning in the elemental storm, looking for the stimulation under pressure. What was even more amazing was that although the Annihilation Divine Thunder was indeed terrifying, every time he released it, Lan Xuanyu on this occasion, he could sense some changes taking place within his body. His body had become more resolute, and his bloodline power and soul power had fused together even better. Even his Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines had been stimulated. After practicing countless times, Tang Wulin once again endured the bombardment of Lan Xuanyu's Annihilation Divine Thunder. He nodded to Lan Xuanyu and said, "You can stop now." Lan Xuanyu put his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. He looked at the diagram in confusion. You have basically mastered the Annihilation Divine Thunder. If you use it in the future, you have to control the total amount of lightning. Tang Wulin said with a smile. He came to Lan Xuanyu's side and gently poured his soul power into him. He immediately became spirited when he poured his soul power into his body. Don't you want to continue practicing? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Wulin said, okay, your time is up. You should go back. You did better than I expected. I thought you wouldn't be able to hold on, but you didn't complain at all. Very good. Lan Xuanyu forced a smile. The previous process was unbearable, and he didn't want to recall it. Tang Wulin said, you should have felt the changes in yourself. The annihilation godly thunder, or elemental thunder, had terrifying destructive power, but at the same time, it also had powerful creativity. For example, when you enter the final stage of divine refinement, the metal will have to withstand the might of the lightning tribulation. Under the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the metal would undergo a final qualitative change, turning from ordinary metal to divine metal. At that time, we blacksmiths will also have to endure the power of the heavenly tribulation, and let the heavenly tribulation gradually improve the metal instead of blasting it into pieces. Therefore, there were very few divine blacksmiths, and it was very difficult for them to forge for many years because the lightning tribulation would injure them. The thunder tribulation could cause a qualitative change in metal because it was the most godly forging power. It was the power of heaven and earth to change the elements in the natural cycle. Therefore, when you are practicing the annihilation godly thunder, it is also forging your body. This is a comprehensive forging, from the spiritual power to the body, soul power, and bloodline, everything is being forged by it. Therefore, to you, the annihilation godly thunder is not only a kind of attack power, but also a kind of cultivation method. You should have felt that under normal circumstances, the speed of your soul power increasing is very slow. That is because of your bloodline power is too strong, and during the process of your cultivation, it will constantly devour your soul power to replenish itself. And the annihilation godly thunder is to guide the compressed elements into your body, strengthen your body, and also allow you to adapt Moretto-absorb elemental energy to improve yourself. With it, your cultivation speed will also be faster. However, during the process of cultivation, don't be anxious, you have to use the annihilation godly thunder to forge your body within a controllable range. This is the method of cultivation, the method of tempering the body, the method of conquering, and also the method of divine refinement. At this point, Tang Wulin looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile and said, do you understand? Lan Xuanyu came to a sudden realization and nodded lightly. Tang Wulin said, your situation is special, so before this, I have been thinking about what kind of cultivation method is most suitable for you and can let you grow steadily and quickly. In the end, I thought of this method. Originally, I wanted to help you practice the annihilation godly thunder when you were forging, but I didn't expect that you could already do it through the elemental storm. The annihilation godly thunder is not just lightning. In the future, when you can control it better, you can also attach it to any of your weapons. This is a god-level combat method, and it has the power of creation and destruction at the same time. In the future, it will evolve twice, and if you can complete it, then the reappearance of the dragon gods will not be a dream. 2 evolutions? What do you mean? Lan Xuanyu already understood something. Tang Wulin said, when you have mastered the dark element, the 4 basic elements will evolve into the 7 basic elements, and there will be another evolution, and you will have to practice the annihilation godly thunder again. When you practice it again, I have to be by your side and ensure your safety through the time reversal domain. There is another time in the future when you reach the peak and break through to the 9th ring. With the foundation of the 7 basic elements, plus creation and destruction, and the 9 basic elements, breaking through to the level of the dragon gods is only a step away. At that time, the annihilation godly thunder will also face its greatest challenge. Once you break through, you will very likely truly have the power of a divine king. But that step is also the most difficult to take, because at that time, no one can help you, and you can only rely on your own strength. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Tang Wulin said, I will stay in the academy and cultivate in seclusion, and I will spend more time comprehending creation, and later, I will tell you what I have comprehended, and it should be helpful to you. However, this should be. After that, things will happen. During this cultivation, I will constantly push you to the limit, not just to speed you up. At the same time, I want you to understand that any risk is approaching the limit, and one bad thing will lose. Therefore, the more dangerous it is, the more stable it is. Taking risks doesn't mean being radical. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. I understand. Uncle Yu, no, I. He knew that Ji Lin was doing everything for him. Everything that Lin had done was for his own good, and as a result of his surging emotions, he had to change the way he addressed Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin opened his arms and hugged him. "Don't be anxious, wait for your mother to wake up. My family will be reunited soon. When the time comes, I will call you back. It won't be too late then." N. Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously. When the winged Xianxia heaven set sail again, it was a little crowded for the first time. There was no way it wouldn't be crowded. There were 4,500,000-year plant-type soul masters following them. After a discussion within the Sea God's Pavilion, they didn't let all the 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts follow Lan Xuanyu and the others. Firstly, the winged Xianxia heaven couldn't carry so many soul beasts, and secondly, they were worried that too many plant-type soul masters would go and absorb too much life energy, and they would be discovered. Of course, the most important reason was whether all the plans could be realized, and whether they could bring benefits to the eternal tree and the plant-type soul beasts in the process. These were all things that had yet to be determined. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo, 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 smiley face. After all, Lan Xuanyu was still young, and he wasn't part of the Academy's upper echelon. The Sea God's Pavilion had passed this resolution because of his relationship with Tang Wulin. If he wanted to obtain the Academy's final approval, he had to try first. Practice was the only standard to test the truth. Only through practice could they determine whether this method was feasible. Hence, after discussing with the plant-type elders, the Sea God's Pavilion sent out 1/3 of the soul beasts this time. For this 1/3 of the quota, the plant-type elders fought until they broke out in a fight. In the end, Master Shu and a few God-tier plant-type elders coordinated and decided on the candidates. At this moment, the Xianxia winged battleship was very lively. Fortunately, these plant-type soul beasts were relatively calm and didn't make a ruckus. Other than them, Master Shu also set off this time. As the leader of the School of Life, although his life force was constantly declining and he was about to reach his final moments, in his own words, he hoped to be able to witness a miracle in his lifetime. The Academy also agreed to let him set off with Lan Xuanyu and the others. There had to be a god-tier powerhouse overseeing the Academy, and with Master Shu's identity, he was the most suitable person to do this. Master Shu also had his own ideas. Lan Xuanyu was maturing day by day, and his strength was also increasing. He was gaining more and more recognition in the School of Life, and his status in the Academy was also increasing day by day. He was the future of life. As the leader of the school, Master Shu was prepared to support him on his horse and send him on his way. Hence, when they returned, there were only 7 people on the Xianxia winged battleship, but when they went to the star domain recognized by the 7th ship, there were 53 people. Inside the Xianxia winged battleship, some plant-type soul beasts had to sit on the ground. The treasure-hunting beast was very useful at this time, and all the plants seemed to have a natural affinity for it. With a strong sense of respect, Lan Xuanyu simply let the treasure-hunting beast move freely outside his body. In any case, as long as it didn't go too far away from him, there wouldn't be a problem. The treasure-hunting beast was also happy to do so. Hearing the many plant-type bosses calling it Treasure Lord, it felt as if it had returned to the time when it was in charge of the nursery in the God realm. Even its expression had become a little proud. During the return journey, Lan Xuanyu did not personally pilot the warship. Instead, he handed the warship over to Tang Yuga. He meditated and cultivated in the lounge to consolidate his cultivation base. With the help of Tang Wulin, although he had quickly consolidated his foundation, the time was too short after all, and he still needed to consolidate it. After Lan Xuanyu came out of Tang Wulin's room, he realized that although the cultivation process seemed long, only 2 days had passed in the outside world. This was also the magical effect of Tang Wulin's time reversal domain. Tang Wulin reminded him that he still had to work hard to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to his body and abilities in a more comprehensive way. While meditating, Lan Xuanyu could feel the benefits of the godly thunder of annihilation more and more. The tempering of the godly thunder of annihilation had strengthened his body. Although the godly thunder of annihilation was unusually domineering, it contained the most original power of the universe, creation. Under the effect of this power, his cultivation base that had completed the breakthrough but was not stable enough was quickly consolidated. At the same time, his control of his own power improved. Without Tang Wulin by his side, Lan Xuanyu naturally did not dare to use such a method to cultivate the godly thunder of annihilation. However, he was still able to condense a small elemental storm vortex and transform it into the godly thunder of annihilation to temper his body. The only problem was that he needed to release the godly thunder of annihilation after tempering it to a certain extent. This thing could not be stored in the body. Under Tang Wulin's guidance, he was very calm during the cultivation process, but he used the godly thunder of annihilation slowly. He tempered his meridians one by one and was not in a hurry to succeed. At this time, he did not have the time reversal domain to give him a reset. He only had one chance. If he made a mistake, it would be fatal. Therefore, he could only condense the godly thunder of annihilation with Tang Wulin. When they were together, it was only 1/10 the size of the godly thunder of annihilation. Even so, he still controlled this power with unusual caution. Volume. Every time he cultivated to a certain extent, he would temporarily leave the warship and release the godly thunder of annihilation in space. Because the godly thunder of annihilation was much smaller than before, he did not need to let it leave his body often. Every time he cultivated, Lan Xuanyu could persist for a day. The long journey in space passed very quickly during cultivation. Not only did Lan Xuanyu benefit greatly, but his companions also benefited greatly. 100,000-year plant-type soul beast. Even when they breathed, they carried their own life aura. There were a total of 45 such soul beasts. The life aura in the Traistrumsa wing warship was denser than in Eternal Sky City, because the space here was really too narrow. Breathing in this kind of air to cultivate was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, this was under the condition that the plant-type soul beasts did not deliberately help them cultivate. Lan Xuanyu had already reached an agreement with these plant-type soul beasts. After they absorbed the life energy in the Tenryu star, they had to help the members of the Traistrumsa wing cultivate and provide them with life energy for their exclusive skills. When they saw the 7th Fleet again, the Traistrumsa wing warship removed its stealth state. Lan Xuanyu also ended his cultivation and returned to the main control room. Master Shu. Lan Xuanyu nodded to Master Shu. Master Shu said, "You can begin. Everyone, come." All the plant-type soul beasts stood up one after another and bowed to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu raised his right hand, and a faint halo blossomed from the Ring of Destiny. A strange scene appeared. These plant-type bosses dodged one after another, and they actually disappeared without a sound. They negotiated. The Ring of Destiny disappeared without a trace. Even Master Shu himself entered the Ring of Destiny at the last moment. Of course, the Ring of Destiny didn't just have a storage function. It was a keepsake of the Life School of Thought. It was an item held by the helmsman of the Life School of Thought, and it had a function that no other spatial-type equipment had, which was to store life forms. Even Master Shu wasn't completely clear about the origin of the Ring of Destiny, because it was obtained from eternity. Although the life forms stored in it weren't comfortable and couldn't be replenished with life energy, there wouldn't be any problems for a short period of time. The Academy wasn't prepared to let the military know about this operation. After all, the 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts were irresistible to any powerhouse, and they couldn't be discovered. As for Master Shu, he had already communicated with the treasure-seeking beast. With the treasure-seeking beast's transformation ability, it was still possible to conceal a person. After all, Master Shu couldn't be considered completely human anymore. In order to obtain life energy, a part of his body had turned into a plant, and his life energy was extremely pure. In the Tenryu star, where life energy was abundant, it was still relatively easy for him to conceal himself. Going to the Tenryu star to take a look was also an important reason for his trip. Seeing was believing. He was also here to witness this operation for the Academy. After keeping all 46 of them in the Ring of Destiny, the battleship suddenly became spacious and empty. The 7th Fleet's order to receive them came, and very quickly, a specialized ship came to receive them back to the Dragon battleship. The Traistrumsa wing battleship stopped, and Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 disembarked. They took a shuttle back to their residence. The living quarters of the Dragon battleship were still the same as before, and the war had temporarily ended. Yes, after negotiations, both sides stopped fighting. The Douluo Federation naturally took advantage of the situation, but Lan Xuanyu didn't know what benefits they had obtained from the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This was a Federation secret. Douluo Continent for Ultimate Douluo, 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 smiley face, just as Lan Xuanyu was about to take a bath and relax. The communicator rang. Captain. Lan Xuanyu opened the communicator, and Xianxia's voice came from the other side. Xianyu, you're finally back. Come to me immediately. Xianxia's voice was amiable and relaxed. Apparently, he was in a very good mood recently. Yes. Lan Xuanyu replied and put on his military uniform, his major general rank shining brightly. After saying goodbye to his companions, he got on the shuttle again and went straight to the headquarters of Battleship Draconic 3. When he arrived at the headquarters, Xianxia was already waiting there. There were no other senior officers in the headquarters. Lan Xuanyu came in front of Xianxia and gave him a military salute. Xianxia said with a smile, "You don't have to salute me in the future. Come, let's talk in the conference room." After saying that, he led Lan Xuanyu to the conference room. After activating the security protection, only Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia were in the conference room. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Xianxia praised, "Heroes come from the youth. I always thought that I was already a young man in the military. But compared to you, where does the word young and strong come from?" Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, "Captain, you don't have to be so modest. You're the youngest general in the military. Don't think I don't know that you're a candidate for the future head of the military." Xianxia laughed in spite of himself, who knows how long that will be. "How was it? Did your return to the mother planet go smoothly?" Lan Xuanyu nodded, "It went quite smoothly. I also reported this matter to the academy. Because I cultivated in the academy for a few days and adjusted, it took me some time to come back. Do you know that we've been waiting anxiously for you to come back? The letters the military sent to your academy are probably going to fill Shrek's mailbox," Xianxia said helplessly. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. He hadn't received any urging from the academy. Clearly, the academy didn't intend to pay any heed to the military's urging. "Is it that urgent?" Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. "How can I not be anxious? The information you brought back last time has been secretly studied by the Federation and proved to be of great value. It is of great significance to our research on the various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, especially the Tenryu and Tianma. This contribution was so great that it could even be compared to the entire previous war. You should know that the Dragon Horse Galaxy has been blocking all information from us. We don't know how strong all of them are, so we can only use our firepower to scout. As it turns out, we haven't actually seen their Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights until now. These two forces are their strongest existences." Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. He had already guessed this before. "There's also the space source crystal that you brought back." The director of the Federation's Research Institute expressed his great appreciation for this. "With this space source crystal, many of our stagnant space-type research can be continued. Especially many of the projects that have already reached the final step. It can be said that your contribution is great." Xianxia paused for a moment and glanced at Lan Xuanyu. The young man in front of him still had an indifferent expression. He didn't know why, but he felt that Lan Xuanyu was different from before. "Therefore, regarding your contributions this time, the Federation has given you a special reward. Everyone in your team has been promoted to a level 6 Heaven Fighter. As for you, you have been specially promoted to a level 8 Heaven Fighter." At this point, Xianxia's expression became serious. Level 8 Heaven Fighter? Hearing this level, Lan Xuanyu was still stunned. Back then, when he had just completed the Heaven Fighter mission, he and his companions had looked up the authority of a Heaven Fighter. However, the authority was limited to level 6 and below. They didn't know what kind of authority a Heaven Fighter above level 6 had. Looking at Xianxia's expression, Lan Xuanyu understood that a level 8 Heaven Fighter should be very different from the rest. There are some disagreements within the Federation about giving you the title of a level 8 Heaven Fighter. After all, the Heaven Fighter Division has a special status within the Federation. A level 8 Heaven Fighter is a very unique existence within the Federation. The privileges you have are very great. Xianxia had deliberately emphasized the last few words. Lan Xuanyu said, "What kind of privileges?" "I don't know much about high-level Heaven Fighters." Xianxia has said, "In terms of rank, you're not inferior to me in the Federation. That's why I told you not to salute me just now. We're no longer in a superior and subordinate relationship. We're on the same level. Originally, the Federation had considered promoting your military rank. However, you've been promoted too quickly. The Federation can't let you command a fleet right now. Moreover, the role you played was more in the special operations aspect. Therefore, the Heaven Fighter Division's ministers have decided to specially promote you to a level 8 Heaven Fighter. As for the authority." At this point, Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of envy. A level 8 Heaven Fighter has the authority to mobilize the Federation's fleet below the Dragon King level. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Mobilizing a fleet below the Dragon King class frigate? He knew very well what this meant. In other words, he could even mobilize the entire 7th Fleet apart from the mothership. What kind of enormous authority was this? Is there some kind of restriction? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Xianxia has said, 1 Dragon King class frigate, and the number of warships equivalent to 1 Dragon King class frigate. For example, 3 battleships. At the same time, you have the authority to mobilize the entire Federation's fleet. They'll cooperate with your operation. Lan Xuanyu was much calmer than before after the Divine Thunder tempering. He couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing this, calming his somewhat agitated emotions. Xianxia has said, a level 8 Heaven Fighter, especially one in the process of carrying out a mission. They'll often have to face great danger. Any level 8 Heaven Fighter is one of the Federation's most valuable assets. Therefore, the Federation's fleet has the responsibility to spare no effort to protect them and cooperate with them in completing difficult missions. Speaking of which, the final approval for you to become a level 8 Heaven Fighter played a huge role in that Space Source Crystal. If you can obtain another Space Source Crystal in the future, I believe those crazy researchers of the Federation will definitely treat you as their most important guest. They've already sent you an invitation and welcome you to the Federation's Research Institute at any time. They're willing to provide you with all the latest weapons and equipment. In addition, as a level 8 Heaven Fighter, as long as you don't commit treason, no law in the Federation can punish you. It's equivalent to having a death exemption medal. If you're willing, you'll have a seat in the Federation's parliament. Of course, not now. You'll have to wait until you're 30 years old. You're still too young. Or, if you can accumulate enough merits to become a level 9 Heaven Fighter, the doors to the Federation's parliament will instantly open for you. You also have a certain amount of authority to allocate the Federation's resources. For example, if you want to make your own battle armor, the Federation's blacksmiths and battle armor makers will cooperate with you. The Federation will also create an exclusive God-class mecha for you. To put it simply, your importance in the Federation is even higher than mine. Lan Xuanyu had once guessed the authority of a level 8 Heaven Fighter, but he hadn't expected it to be this great. If he was a level 9 Heaven Fighter, wouldn't he be able to directly mobilize a fleet? Xianxia gave him a deep look. The Heaven Fighter Division currently only has 3 deputy ministers who are level 9 Heaven Fighters. I can tell you their identities now. The Temple Master of the War God Temple is the deputy minister of the Heaven Fighter Division. The Shrek Academy's Sea Gods Pavilion Master is the other deputy minister. Of course, she doesn't care about the affairs of the Heaven Fighter Division. The minister of the Heaven Fighter Division is also the minister of the military. He's the #1 person in the military and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. However, there were only 8 level 8 Heaven Fighters that were known to exist. You're the 9th. End of chapter 1054. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.